about it. Just one moment. I'm going to get on another device.
And he told me one day, I discovered something very important about it. He discovered these dogs that protected people for a long time.
What's up, baby? So you're asking me how much I think Harry Potter is going to be? Well, I think it's going to be the global currency someday. I think it'll be more valuable than Bitcoin. Eventually. It's going to be worth a lot. Are you excited to hear that? It's going to go, yeah, I do. I think it'll go to more than $1. Yo, what up, monkey? How you living, baby? I'm kicking ass taking names. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning here in California. Where do you live? Switzerland. Oh, Switzerland's great. They have really good high schools there. You guys have some really cool stuff. You've got watches, and you've got CERN. You know what CERN is? It's like a particle accelerator.
I'm not sure about that. In your work, AI might even be a tool that may help in some way.
Do you know what CERN is?
Oh, that's a hard type question. Doctor, before we get here on Earth,
You may not know it, but you're muted. Do you know what CERN is? Yeah, you do. It's a particle accelerator located near Geneva. Where are you in Switzerland? Oh, okay. So you know what CERN is. It's the particle accelerator. It's a particle accelerator. They take like atoms and smash them together. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I don't know French. Hold on, I'll translate it for you. Just one moment. I'll use Google Translate for you, my man. You want it in French? Do you? Yes. Okay. Just one moment. CERN is a particle accelerator located in Switzerland. Period. It is the largest in the world. Period.
Le CERN est un accélérateur de particules situé en Suisse. C'est le plus grand au monde.
Very cool. It is very interesting. Well, I can tell you. Just one moment. I'll translate for you. Just for a moment, and I'll tell you. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and have done so for more than 2 years, period. I have more data online than any person in global history, period. The community of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu has been very good to me, and I will be very good to them, period. Every aspect of this community is on video, which makes it very unique. Period. It is all uploaded to YouTube. Period. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and perhaps someday I may be a very rich man, and this coin will be very valuable as well. Period. All right, just one moment. We'll listen to it.
But it's about information processing, not about experience. And when it comes to consciousness, I mean,
I don't have any money.
The same atoms and molecules which are
Can you read this?
my brain consists of, they have been around for thousands, for even longer years, even when there was not even life in this universe. And the idea is to reshuffle them, and suddenly life occurs, and not only that, conscious life occurs. Is it likely? I don't know, but it is a belief, and the belief is called materialism. And once again, that's totally fine if one remembers that it is a belief. You can be an idealist, otherwise saying that everything is mine, because whatever we believe we measure actually is the sensation of measurement, so it's in the mind first. And then you fall upside down, and you can easily accommodate every scientific theory.
I think it'll be very good someday.
So it's just important to remember what comes along with scientific materialism. Very young child.
It will be worth a lot of money someday.
And it was born in the turn of the last century with the so-called scientific revolution. They have with wonderful techniques. Does it bring us closer to the truth about the nature of nature? I have my doubts, not only me. I mean, there's a huge trend in academia that there might be, and there seems to be, limits of materialism when it comes to the mechanics.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had a question for me. Go ahead.
I've been living off my savings.
Oh, in the mind, yeah, in the mind.
Yes.
Dr. Matthew Alpha, it's in the
But
mind.
usually I'm a certified project management professional.
What are your thoughts, George, on that, on Dr. Alpha?
No, I am.
I think what he said is perplexing, but I believe in
And I'm also a rabbi.
higher power. I don't know exactly how it came to be, but I do believe
A Jewish rabbi. You know what a rabbi is?
the universe is just too wonderful. Would you agree with that thought?
You're a student. What's your major?
Only look at a thing, you might be able to, say this is just a thing. But if you look at the
What do you
nature-
study?
If you look at an artwork, if you
Oh,
do
you're
a
smart.
poem or a painting, yeah, and you
That's
only
good.
study the chemistry, you have a complete story of the chemistry, but you know nothing about the meaning of the artwork or the intention of the artwork.
Do you know HSP?
And once again, if the artist looks rather than
Yeah, the other guy in this chat. Do you know who it is? There's another person in this chat. His name is HSP, or their name is HSP. Do you know them? I don't know either. Well, I stream my life all day, every day, so you can watch me whenever you want. And if you have any questions, let me know.
We call understanding. That means you connect to something, you don't understand it totally and fully, but there's a certain connection which goes beyond everything you can ever know. I'm a father of 2 daughters, and I know the phenomenon. Look at someone, I know almost everything about the biography, but what is really there is so much more. And
Yo, dog.
it stares you in the face once you open your eyes, yeah? And then the limit of reductionism, in other words, it's only, and then whatever comes, it's only molecules, it's only in the mind, it's only whatever, it will never be complete. Because it's never only, and then you reduce it to something else. Yeah? It is exactly what it is. The phenomenon stares you in the face, it is there, and please acknowledge it. Its dignity, its beauty, its meaning, its open questions, which all adore to something beyond. Yeah? And I think if we connect to nature, or if we connect to everything around us in such a mindset, it's very easy to see that there's more than we can see. Let's go next to Brendan in Austin, Texas. Hey, Brendan, thanks for holding. No problem, George. Very interesting conversation, Dr. Asiani. If somebody believes that recipients have higher knowledge, would it be moral to interrogate the person during their lucidity to retain rare information, or is that kind of robbing that person of their personal dining experience? Or is it better for the human race's evolution to get this information to lead to a paradigm shift or anything like that? Wow, what a great question. Because we discussed this so often, we would like to know, of course, I would like to know, and ask, and at the same time, you have respect and you acknowledge that, there comes a point when you step back and you are in the background and you try to test as much as you can without interfering. Like this is one person dying, and put yourself or put myself in the shoes of the person dying. Would I would like to have the noise, a researcher around me, checking me and giving me questions? I don't know. It's the first thing. The second is maybe what you said at the death
this shit ain't working for shit, huh?
anyway. And so don't interfere. I mean, I do remember my teacher, the profound, saying there are 3 moments when I don't want to be observed. Yeah? It's when I love, it's when I pray, and it's when I die. So what we can do is as bystanders, and we're never modern, yeah? We be very attentive and listen. And I know we have so many stories, and I'm sure it's okay.
Yo, dog. Well, that was fun. You have to meet somebody in Syrian.
Each person is a piece of the puzzle, and each death is a piece of the puzzle. And of course, the puzzle is growing,
Oh my God,
getting bigger and
unfortunately.
bigger, and it's making more and more sense because, it's like a mosaic, and 1 stone tells you nothing, 2 stones, nothing, but 200 of them, a picture emerges. And the picture is, I can tell you right now, it's fairly beautiful, it's very reassuring, it's very hopeful. And I think this is our journey towards understanding. But I wouldn't interfere with somebody who's dying. Even though I have many questions, I wouldn't ask them. I would send back.
Let's go to Ron in Iowa. Quick question. Go ahead, Ron.
Hey, George. Thanks so much for having take my call. First-time caller, been with me for decades. I just want to say you are a national treasure. And thank you so much for your service, both military and the service you're doing tonight for bringing up this topic. I've never heard anyone else cover this before.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to, hi, Dr. Basmani, I just wanted to say quickly, my father was lucky enough to experience terminal lucidity twice. He had Parkinson's disease and was confined to a wheelchair for over 10 years and also had severe macular degeneration. His eyes were actually fogged over. And he experienced sepsis and an infection. And so I went to see him in the hospital. And I walked in the door and he looked me in the eyes, and I saw his eyes focus on mine, and they were glowing. They were just like a jewel. They were blue, and I'd never seen his eyes like that in my entire life. And I smiled at him, and he smiled back, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt it felt scary, but wonderful, because it was like we have our father back. And for those who don't know, Parkinson's eventually takes everything away from you, and eventually you die.
This might be a librarian.
And so for him, this was just inexplicable. And for our day,
Did you have a librarian? No.
our dad back, we didn't know why. The medical
You have a librarian in your life?
Frankly, they didn't know him well enough to know
Why?
what was normal for him and what wasn't, so they didn't understand the significance of what was happening at the time. But
It's a beautiful story, though, Ron. We're out of time, folks. Doctor, thank you. Good luck with your book, Threshold. For Dan Galante, Tom Dan Heiser, Lisa Ryan, Lex Longwood, Sean Longwood, Stephanie Smith, Paul Stimbadal, George.
All right, are you done though? I mean, my question would be like, are you done?
Out there on Coast to Coast AM.
This
We'll see you
person,
on our next edition. Until then,
hilarious, man.
be safe.
She's pretty cool. Really? Yeah, but I think she's on Facebook, so I don't know. Really? Yeah, she's pretty cool. The hell is that? What's that noise? Yo, Wait, what's going on here? Why isn't it playing this fucking thing? Yo. Usually records or rain. These things are really pretty fierce. Really weird. But are you done?
Are you sick of bad water and dry skin and hair? Set up with hard water buildup. Life Source Cold Water Filtration System is your solution. New customers get a double hit savings. You get free standard installation plus an extra $250 off, up to $1,250 in savings. The offer ends September 30th. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit likesourcewater.com. That's 1-800-99. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference. Life is full of choices.
March of 2022.
Hey John, sorry I'm late. I had to stop for gas. Yeah, I can't believe how much it costs for gas now. I know. Everyone's still talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price.
Oh, what
I
is this
just
fucking
need
date?
a free upside down.
Never.
For every meaning, are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas on the upside down? Yeah, I earn back up to 25 cents a gallon every time I buy gas. Look, that sounds like you could really add up. It sure does. I've made over $300 already. Well, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free upside app now.
Download the free upside app for real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code IHEART1 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill. You can cash
Yo,
out
dude.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 2
What up,
o'clock
bro?
a.m.
You're welcome, my guy. Come on.
and use promo code IHEART1 for a 25
Varsity?
cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code IHEART1 for 25 cents per gallon
Varsity?
cash back on your first fill up.
Favorite house? Varsity house? No, what you gotta do the thing. Drama club. They got a lot of clubs. Do that thing.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Beverly Hills lawsuit. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump says 1,088 black people were cited or arrested during the 2-year period in Beverly Hills, and now a $500 million.
They have boys and girls in the same class?
Beverly Hills denies the allegations and says the numbers are inaccurate. A multi-car crash in Baldwin Hills injured 7. Police say one of the vehicles overturned, but no occupants transported to the hospital. An investigation now underway. The case against an LA Sheriff's Department deputy charged with tasing a handcuffed suspect has been dismissed. The deputy was charged with 1 felony count of assault under
Yo,
color
dog, what the
authority
fuck is
for
going on here?
tasing a handcuffed suspect
Little
when
bitch.
he out the window of a police car while being transported to an area hospital. The Biden administration is taking steps to carry out a prisoner exchange.
Yo, dog, did it do all the things?
Free 5 Americans being held. Mark Mayfield with
waiver for foreign banks to transfer $6 billion in Iranian oil funds that have been held up by U.S. sanctions. All 5 Americans were transferred from prison to house arrest in Tehran, while the agreement between the U.S. and Iran was finalized. They've all been detained by the State Department. In exchange, the administration will release 5 Iranian citizens detained in the U.S.
The Brady Bunch house in Studio City has been sold once again, this time for $3.2 million. HGTV bought the home and gave it a big Brady makeover, but they did lose about 90% of its original purchase price on the sale. And if the governor approves it, fast food workers will
And Lance
$20
Bass, he
an hour
was trying to
minimum
buy
wage
it before.
starting next year. South
Coming
Africa
by
from
the
KFI,
beach.
partly cloudy skies this morning, less humid today. We'll see upper 70s for the beaches, 80s and 90s as you move inland. Right now it's 70 degrees in Laguna Woods. Newport Beach checks in with 71. 73 in Arcadia, and it's 74 degrees for San Fernando. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Irvingdale, there is a full freeway closure from the 210 westbound from Urbandale Avenue to the 605. Caltrans has all lanes shut down for road work until 4. Vasquez Rocks, this is on the 14 northbound at Escondido Canyon Road.
Summer camp? Should we go to that? No. I always wish I did. I didn't know more about the school. Did you like it there? Yeah, it's cool.
Shut down for road work until 6.
Do they have, how many kids are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
For years now, I have told you that there are only two types of solar companies in Southern California. Sunlight
Less than me.
everyone else. And year after year, Sunlux proves me right. The same is now true of the newest addition to the Sunlux family.
Yeah, what were you doing? Configuring. No, shows how well I learned. We didn't get a cake though. That alone just. We did get apple scraper. Really? Yeah. For that. Blood vines. I need some blood vines, bro.
Certified when the question is where to find a roofer worthy of your trust. The answer is also safeguarding homes one roof at a time.
Are you done? Dude, field day. Where is field day? I'm not sure, but field day's amazing. It's like the best day ever. They got their own shirts. Oh, field day's the best. Where is this? Not a teaser.
We're giving away this weekend savings, $200 in dining and a spa credit every day. Just download our
Oh
app.
my god, look at this so much fun shit.
Music Soulchild.
The hell is that
Summer
game?
30th. Get your tickets now.
I don't know.
You can get a ring camera, projector, backpack, drone, free play, or up to $500 in cash when you earn 3,000 points on your rewards
Look,
card.
they got different shirts.
And the number 2.
The yellow tops of all. The tops in steak, the tops in seafood, the tops in tacos and wine, at the top of our casino.
And the number 1 reason.
Survivor gift giveaway. Get a trio of stainless steel containers when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. 19.
Morongo, good times for everybody. It's the marketers.
Wow, they were in the animation, which is cool.
Apple One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We'll do sound check parties so that only
Look at
Capital
Steve.
One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the number 1 audio company,
Well, who is that?
gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Let you rent a car when you're 25. Accidents quote with assault weapons are a very different thing. I mean, if you just look at the number of shooters, the average age of school shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill Handle, what does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It sounds better when I say it. Just listen, it sounds better. With a female voice.
Except the times when you say the F word about something. It's a little hard.
I haven't said that word yet today. Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot.
Gary and Shannon, live
Where
9
is
to 1
this?
p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
They don't have those shitty chairs that we have. Do you recognize any single person here? I don't. But I will be with my famous Salamians. I already am too. Really? Oh man, I'm gonna blow this fucking place out of the water when I get a chance. Leave a banquet.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be
Who's
across
this
the
lady?
nation, around the world. I'm George
Man, she
Floyd.
looks
This is
familiar.
Coast to Coast AM. Later
Like,
tonight,
maybe
terminal
she-
lucidity. Why someone right before they
just
die
crazy
seems
or
to come back
something.
to life in a big way. And in a moment, proof of life after life with Raymond Moody and Paul Perry. Stand by for that. Here's what's happening.
Who's
With
that?
Colleen
It's the
Valley's
fucking
personal tributes and
Rocky
tears, Americans look back today on 9/11
pretty excited.
at anniversary observances that
Cafeteria.
stretch from ground zero to small towns across the country. People gathered at memorials, firehouses, city halls, campuses, and elsewhere to observe the 22nd anniversary of the deadliest terror attack on U.S. soil. Nearly 3,000 people were killed when hijacked planes crashed into New York's World
They
Trade
got
Center.
donuts.
The Pentagon
Did you ever get donuts there?
Man,
Man, the school was fucking poor when we were there. I'm sure it still is, but no, nothing looks the same. My friend warned me.
Contractors have died in the post 9/11 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere. Listen to this statistic. More than 30,177 U.S. service members and veterans of the post 9/11 wars have died by
What the
suicide.
fuck is that?
Soldiers and partners have died in
South
large numbers
Park.
as well. Approximately
That's a movie.
177,000 uniformed Afghans, Pakistanis, Iraqis, and Syrian allies died as of November several years ago. Rescuers searched villages reduced to rubble for any survivors of Morocco's deadliest earthquake in more than 6 decades. 6.8 magnitude hit there in a desperate race against time as the death toll has risen to 2,500 people already, and the scale of destruction became clear. The state-sponsored hacking operations unpatched vulnerabilities of valuable ammunition. Intelligence agencies and military seize unhackable bugs when they're revealed, exploiting them to carry out their campaigns.
Just wait till I see the library that I got set up for that place. Holy fuck. Speaking of which, Daddy's got to take care of some business, girl. Oh my god. Hey, I think you're already with that line. Oh my god. Yosh.
That any network technology business operating in China handed over to the Chinese. Our expert on the internet, Lauren Weinstein, with us. What's this all mean, Lauren?
You wouldn't believe it, right? I mean, it sounds like something that was happening. Yeah, so basically the situation...
Your fridge. I don't care if you lived in a box. If you had this on your fridge, you were rich. I can't really explain this one, but if you had Dixie cups to rinse out after you brushed your teeth, your family got bread. I don't know why I thought that, but I was like, wow, y'all can really throw out a cup, one use. The next thing is a flat screen TV. I had one of those TVs growing up with the ass, with the thicky thick. So if you had a flat screen, you was the president. Can't really explain this one, but my mom always like, nah, we can't get you these all the time. This was a treat. This was like once every couple of months. If you came to school with these more than once a week, you rich bit.
Why? Well, maybe I never got.
Songs that hit different when you know what they're actually written about. Part 8. Sure y'all remember the song Paper Planes by MIA? If you don't, here's a clip. When you first listen to it, you might just assume it's just a song glorifying money making and drugs and violence. It's so much more than that. The song is not written from MIA's perspective or reflectant of MIA's actual thoughts or actions. The character rapping in the song is actually a representation of the sum of all the prejudices and stereotypes of immigrants. The whole song is a satire that MIA made to emphasize how ridiculous the stereotypes of immigrants are. Even the instrumental is actually a loop sample from this song, Straight to Hell by The Clash, which is a song from the 80s that also talks about the unfair treatment of immigrants. MIA herself was denied a work visa to come into America in the beginning of her career to work with Timbaland. The U.S. government pretty much told her that she fit the description of a terrorist. She's seen and experienced the prejudices you have to deal with as an immigrant and how they can be very detrimental to your plans and life. Her whole life is really inspiring, and when you go back and listen to this song knowing the background, it's going to hit different.
Differently, but cool though.
knows about the vulnerability. Pretty bad. And of course, there's a range in between those two. Now, given what's usually involved in analyzing a vulnerability and then fixing it, making the fixes available and pushing it out to users, this all takes time, and typically much more than that 2-day.
Do you have any honey for Rosh Hashanah? Yeah. It's like the one thing that I do have. It is? Yeah, last year, as we learned at that school, honey was found in the pyramids and does not go bad. Really? I remember telling my mom that. Really? Yeah. And she was like, what the hell fuck is it? It's like, it was found in the tombs of the fucking pharaohs, lady. Alright, are you done?
But in some cases, it helps pave the way to export. So it's yet another complication added in to this ever-growing collection of complications involving China that we already have, keep growing, and that obviously will continue to bear much more watching.
What a story. Thanks, Lauren. Lauren's website, vortex.com. Sullivan's cause of death has been revealed a little more than a month after the actor died at age 70. Rubens, who is best known for playing the beloved children's character Pee Wee Herman, died to acute leukemia. Here's Dr. Stephen Gates, Dr. Sky, with his weekly report on what's in the skies these days. Hi, Stephen.
Hello there, George. We continue our discussion, the third debate on the Big Bang cosmology. Well, we all know the long-standing Big Bang theory of the creation of the universe. Well, we now know it's come under additional scrutiny from some top scientists around the world in the realm of what we call cosmology. What's the story about? Well, George, the long-standing start date of the Big Bang show, as we know, was thought to be 13.77 billion years ago, but may be known now as the Crisis in Cosmology Tour by some scientists. Why? Their evidence indicates the lack of certain amounts of lithium and helium in older stars show less than what they should have been during the Big Bang expansion. Early universe was supposed to start off smooth and homogeneous. Observations show objects too large to have formed so early after the Big Bang, as evidenced by a massive 3 billion light-year-long string of quasars, imagine that, which are too big to have been formed that early in the past, and closer to the start of the Big Bang date we mentioned. Finally, some scientists even doubt the existence of dark matter. The debate continues, George, on what may be new answers to the creation of the universe from science. We go closer to the Earth. The Earth's core may have been wrapped, and may indeed be wrapped, with the discovery of an ancient ocean floor. In the discovery, this is amazing. It lies some 1,800 miles below the surface of the Earth, in a region between the metallic core of the Earth and the rocky mantle core, something known as the core-mantle boundary. This discovery was made in Antarctica, with 15 monitoring stations measuring seismic waves in the Earth. This final map, which is incredible, reveals large and small mountains on the top of this core area of the Earth, deep inside our planet. The ancient ocean floor has been compressed. How did it form? Many geologists speculate by millions of years of plate tectonics. So now they theorize what might have lived and wondered what might have even lived in this ancient ocean world. Imagine an ancient inner world that's more likely to be real than fiction. You're trying to go to space. Well, NASA's Space Launch Systems SLS rocket, the Artemis rocket, is among the most powerful on Earth. We know that. And a recent study by the Office of the Inspector General tells us sadly that the rocket system is too expensive. Houston Engines, George, the thought to cost $7 billion over 14 years, but it's now projected that this whole system may cost more than $13 billion over 25 years. What does it mean? This could change NASA's plan for a moon landing as far as the date in short order. Rapid Apollo with a large sky. How many years or more? It's closest to the sun later in the week. Who knows? It may be bright enough that some observers may get to see it. Binoculars, as it continues to move away from the sun into the evening sky, will keep you posted. The new moon on the 15th, simply the darkest of skies, the best time to view great objects. The planet Venus dominates your morning sky in the east at dawn. It'll be brightest as we move on to the 18th. Spectacular sun. More information always at theskyrise.com. Emails, we always love those. NostrasCounty.com. And what did we say? We certainly mean it. We always remind people, always remember to keep to the skies. And simply, I'm your navigator on the highway to the heavens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sky. Thank you for spending your night with us. We'll talk to you next week. In a moment, Dr. Raymond Moody, Paul Perry join us. Proof of Life After Life, right here on Coast to Coast AM. You all know Joe Biden isn't getting the job done and too often is making things worse. That's conservative business leader Doug Burgum, one of America's most successful governors. Raised with small-town values, Burgum built a billion-dollar company, creating thousands of jobs. As governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum cut taxes, balanced the budget, and helped pass term limits. Where we come from, when something isn't working, you stop. You try something new. That's common sense. Joe Biden has got to go. As president, Doug Burgum will unleash American energy and end Biden's inflation. He'll secure the border to stop the flow of illegal drugs. And Burgum will rebuild our military to win the Cold War with China. Do you believe that the economy, energy, and national security are critical to our nation's future? Remember, that's why I'm running for president. Best of America by Kate Warren is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any executive or candidate committee. www.bestofamerica.com.
Real people, real things. I cough, and I cough until I choke.
24 hours a day. I couldn't even wash past my floor without literally coughing until I was gas. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing has stopped since I've taken the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing to stop that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stops it." Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. CARNIVORA.com.
Go home here.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Dr. David Raymond Moody with us as a on near-death experiences, as well as a lecture on such subjects as cult activities, interconnections between humor and health, near-death experiences, and out-of-body experiences. His latest work with Paul Perry is called Proof of Life After Life. Raymond, welcome back.
George, thank you so much for this opportunity to hear your voice.
Looking forward to this with you. And of course, Paul Perry is a New York Times best-selling author. Paul is a knight in Portugal's Order of St. Michael of the Ring, the oldest order of knighthood on the Iberian Peninsula. He started his own production company back in 2005 with the goal of making innovative documentary films that matter. His films have aired internationally and include such topics as near-death experiences, Visions and Miracles, The Childhood of Jesus in Egypt, the History Channel presentation on the Pirates of the Madagascar, and most recently a biographical documentary about artist Salvador Dali. Perry is also the co-author of 4 New York Times bestsellers, including Evidence of the Afterlife, Closer to the Light, Transformed by the Light, and Saved by the Light with Damon Brinkley, which was made into a popular movie by Fox Television. His latest works, Glimpses of Eternity, sharing the loved one's passage from a life to the next, and Paranormal, My Life in Pursuit of the Afterlife.
Are you done? Allegedly. Why? Could have been a deep fake. I see my like Sean Anderson rooted. In the beginning, Cubs won the World Series. You're the fucking not child, and I feel as bad with being adequately discussed. I hear nothing, nor anywhere. Bill fucking Mary Santa, youth Mary Santa, show. We should consider the multiverse. Why? And anyone else I'm thinking we should consider the multiverse. Well, that could be, perhaps, with aggregate meanings or racist.
It occurs people not who are themselves ill or injured or undergoing cardiac arrest, but rather to the bystanders who are standing around while somebody else. And I first found out about this in medical school, but I only had one case. But as years developed, I heard more and more of this, that people there at the bedside, for example, typically tell us that they, as their loved one dies, that they see a myth
Four plays into influences. Hilarious. What's going on with this? Huh? Where's your little search history? Huh? What is your search history? I don't know. There's nothing. I was watching Cops. Huh? I thought you were wondering why they're so sweaty. Huh? Mahler. Sorry.
Numerous cases over the years where bystanders at the death of somebody else empathically co-lived the dying life review of the person who was passing away. And I tell you, this is, in a way, the most shocking thing I've ever learned about in my studies. And, I'm thinking about in terms of, I'm hoping to recuse myself from my own life review. Worse idea that there could be a spectator, but this does occur. And
sellers,
I got a call from the ER doctor who had been called to the ER to resuscitate a patient he had never laid eyes on. And as this guy was dying, the physician saw the patient's wife spring up around him. And you know what this does really is that it puts monkey wrench into the classical way that we have of debating these experiences, going back to Plato and even before him, the democracy, the Greek philosophers figured out that there were atoms. And in that kind of controversy, Plato and other people today look at these entities and say, oh, this is an indicator of an afterlife. But others say, oh, this is not an afterlife, this is oxygen deprivation to the dying brain. But the bystanders who are not ill-listeners have the same experience. So something else is going on here, George, and you know as well as I do. I mean, a lot of this kind of debate is fear-based. I mean, some people are just so afraid to take the significance of these experiences that they would rather sort of stick with the customary debate between the neurophysiological account and the afterlife account. But the trouble is that whole argument is immaterial because people have these same experiences even when they're not having the oxygen deprivation to the brain.
That's true. Paul Perry, tell us how you got involved with Dr. Raymond Moody and what your interest is in this field.
Well, we've been together as book authors for 33 years now. And when I first started out with Raymond, I had never heard of him. I was in New York editing a magazine called American Health Magazine. This was in the 80s. And we both shared, Raymond and I shared an agent, Matt Silva. And Raymond needed some help writing this book, The Light Beyond, which is the first book we wrote.
Personally, man.
And Matt
Spoiler,
came to me and said, you want to help Raymond Moody write a book? And I said, I don't know who Raymond Moody is. And he said, well, he's the guy who named and defined the near-death experience. And I said, truthfully, I don't know what that is. And he said, well, you should start watching Oprah, and you should also go help Raymond work on this book, because you're going to learn a lot about spirituality by doing that. So I did. I went to, Raymond was living in Georgia at the time, and I flew down from New York to Georgia. And we hit it off very well. And we wrote the book, The Light Beyond. But I felt like there was a gap in the book.
Yosh.
And the gap was that there were no stories about children having near-death experiences. So I asked Raymond why there wasn't anything about children and near-death experiences. And he said, well, there's only one guy who's doing the research on that. That's a pediatrician in Seattle named Melvin Morris. So I flew to Melvin, flew to Seattle to meet Melvin, and I listened to some of his research, and we decided to do a book called Closer to the Light. And that book was rejected by 19 publishers. Wow. And the 20th one was HarperCollins.
You know, that's a good one to have.
It's a good one, yeah. And the editor was Diane Reverend, and she said, you do this right, it's going to be a big bestseller. And so I wrote the book, and it became a bestseller. It was on Oprah
Very
twice,
cool.
and a number of other
Very cool.
talk shows as well.
Very cool.
And it dealt with children and near-death experiences. And then from that point on, every time I would do
The
a
Gorder
I
episode.
would see a gap in it. It
Very
needed to be
cool.
filled. And that's
Very
what I then
cool.
went after. Since then, I've written 15 books on near-death experiences.
Did you ever have a doubt that it was real?
Yeah. Yeah, because I never doubted that people were having these
Very cool.
and I never doubted what they said about it. They were convincing.
Yeah.
And also, the near-death experiences have a common
Very
element to
cool.
all of them, which is an indication that something is what it is. But I thought for a period of time that that it was just a phantasm of the brain.
Damn.
How about you, Wayne? Did you
Never
ever
knew
have
there
a
were so many Seinfeld characters in the world.
Well, oh, absolutely, George. And you know, as you know,
Oh,
our own association.
that's right.
A skeptic,
I knew her from somewhere.
There's no Raymond who say, "Oh, I'm a skeptic," in their organization. Those people have no idea even what the word means. The
Wow.
word comes from the Greek philosopher.
I've already cooked. Yeah.
His method was to avoid.
This is a wild one.
You found that you expand your mind and then sort of see side pathways that everybody else has missed and trying to get to the conclusion. So, in the real sense of skepticism, where you just try to put up every possible objection you can, and I see also as a logician the difficulty of drawing a logical inference that there's an afterlife. But what I just, it was never that I thought that these people were dissembling or dishonest, and it was never that I thought that it was oxygen deprivation to the brain. But I knew a long time ago it wasn't oxygen deprivation to the brain, but the fact that it's not oxygen deprivation to the brain doesn't imply that it is.
Good point. Hold on for a second, Raymond, and while we're at a break, we'll come back and talk more about your work, proof of life after life. We will take calls next hour with Paul Perry and Dr. Raymond Moody.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Damn. Website. Any two shows that finds crossovers. That's a sweet website.
I'm Ray Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Board of Supervisors in Riverside expected to formally declare a local emergency on a landfill due to storm damage. Tropical Storm Hillary left contaminated water flowing into surrounding communities. The Lawson landfill is now closed. A berm's been built around the
That's Bob
for
Odenkirk,
containment.
everyone.
The EPA is now investigating.
7. Bob Odenkirk.
Died after a race at Los
Mark.
Alamitos. State horse
Martin,
racing
Ed Beckley
officials said a
Jr.
quarter horse named Thundering Eagle
That's
was
not,
injured
wow.
while galloping out after
Hands
the
down,
race on
Paul,
Sunday. She's the 10th horse to die from a
and
racing
this is such a cool
screening
website.
injury at the
Roseanne,
this year. And McDonald's
Carla
is phasing
Fern.
out all self-service soda fountains by 2032.
Oh wow, she's
They
in.
say it's due to a lack of dining
Tom
customers.
Virtue.
Southland weather from KR5 will see highs in the 70s
Yeah,
for the
there you
beaches,
go.
80 and 90
Yeah.
inland, right now 70 in Stanton,
Lance
Overland,
Patrick, Karate
71.
Student Hans.
70 for Pasadena and
Hair
72 in
Street.
Valencia. Leading local from
That's
KFI
amazing.
24-hour newsroom.
Um,
I'm Bree Tennis.
In Fountain Valley, there's a free three-way closure. It's on the 405 northbound from Magnolia to Beach Boulevard. South Transit all lanes shut down for road work until 5. In Vasquez Rock, this is on the 14 northbound.
This is such a cool website. Actor overlap.
Blocking the off-ramp right there.
This is such a cool website.
Ontario,
Yo, dog.
60 eastbound from Vineyard to
9 of us. Well, why not? Michael Imperioli. Oh yeah, Sensei Billy. Chris, that guy. Brian and Jason Barone. Tim King. Dr. Harrison Wong. Malcolm Bear. Sandra Placement. Norma Clement. Alan Wasserman. Jerry Singer. W.B. Jones. Oh yeah. The Office and Home Improvement. 8. Amy Ryan, Holly Fox, and Robin. That's where she's from, where I knew her. Mike Starr, Grotti, and Officer Hill. Greg Collins, Roy. Assassin,
Like me and like you, they want to make money and do very little work.
Connoisseur, Nana,
It's called
Old Lady,
promo code Conway,
Down
and you
for
can
Down
make
that
money
Woman,
doing almost
Yeah,
nothing.
man,
Download the app
Every
outside promo code
Anthony Russell,
Conway.
Chad,
You can make
Holly
what
Maples,
you want. You can make up
Diane
to
Kelly,
25 cents a gallon or
Tiffany
more the
Carrera.
very first time you fill up your gas tank.
This is such a cool site.
We have a contest going
The
there.
Office and
To see if we get the most people to sign up.
did I do Seinfeld?
Number one. I want to be the king of outside.
I think I did.
Just get it. It's not going to take a lot of time, and you're going to make money. Win-win. Big door.
This is such a cool website.
You're going to make money.
James Spader, no, I didn't do it. Jason Hager,
We're
okay.
annoying each other. Yeah.
Toby Haas, Amy Hill, should be good. We also have manager. And Kim. Which side is what? Robert, California. Oh, yeah. They should have pictures of them and all. Peggy Stewart, Sylvia Anthony, Greg Overton, Drake, and Mr. Beasley. Interesting. That guy, Wayne Wilder, Martin and Walter. Walter and what? Oh, yeah, he said when they sing the song. Shannon Cochran should be Pam's mom. Oh, yeah, Sheila. Greg Collins. Sassy. I'll get that one. Nat, old woman. I know. Ronnie and Donna Christmas. Alan Wasserman. Nick Fugaro. And Grossbeard. Allison Martin. Ted Cookers Churchill. And Blaine. David Roberts. Godwin Raven. And Church. Chief Cabby. Oh my god, this is such a great website. The Office. Roseanne. Did you already do that one? Yeah. How about Roseanne and Home Improvement? This is such a great website. This is like my favorite website maybe that I've seen in the last year. It's a great website.
And we're going to take your calls with Dr. Raymond Moody and Paul Perry next hour. We are talking about
That's what I wanted.
of life after life, an amazing story of 7 reasons to believe there is an afterlife. Last week we had Sandra Champlain on our program, who hosts podcasts on paranormal podcasts.
Who's this? Stephen Root?
Shades of the Afterlife.
Oh yeah, that guy, Exterminator. Okay. Wow, Morgan Fairchild. Of course. Morgan Fairchild's so hot. Kevin Freeman, Gwen Ed, Richard Rail, Elizabeth Rogers Evans, Lee Garlington, Sheeby Big, Johnny Graham, Megan Kavanaugh, Trudy McDonald Putty, Blake Clark, Heath Harry, and Vic. Gas Flash, Randy Reed, Dr. Marshall, John, oh, he was cool. Rick and George, Mike Newski, Terry Watkins, Terry Coleman, Joe Pose, Eric Baxter, Harry Houdini, and psychiatrist, Sir Larry Houdini, Jack Blessing, David Wall, Innovich, Arnold Scott, Susan Krabs, Gary McGurk, one of the great guys in anything, Dwayne Hoover, and Frank. What is he? Frank. Rick Fitz, and Dr. Jack Miller, Skip Cornelli, Louis Dix Jr., he'd be big. Darnell Suttle, he'd be big. Lisa Robbins, Gary Bayer. This is an amazing site. Okay, Roseanne and The Office. We already did that one. The Office and
protect those
Her.
cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immuskin and adaptogenic together, supporting the body to be best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will it feel after taking adaptogenic?
How many people? I think 145. Damn.
But I tell you,
Danny Cordray,
is starting to function
Mickey,
better after 24 hours.
Rachel Harris can get it. She's
Along
really
with
good.
it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com.
Slater,
Stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's
Bill
stem
Hader,
cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell
Kate,
wellness kit with adaptogenic immunostem and with free gift relax doll is
oh
only
yeah,
available
okay.
at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800
Salmon,
563
Sam Violet,
3980. That's 800 563
Randall Clark,
3980. Don't forget to
Asian
enter
Jim
promo
Helper,
code George
Eugene
for free
Cordero,
shipping. George's stem cell
gas
wellness kit
station,
at healthylooking.com.
Ricky Gervais,
That's
David Bryant, Ricky
healthylooking.com.
Gervais, Bill. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Greg Gelman, Mindy Kaling,
Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen, but consider this. There's a new
this is the
identity
best
theft victim
website.
every
Craig
2
Robinson,
seconds in the U.S. That's over
Ed
15
Becky
million
Jr.
people
a
by
bunch
the
of
end of this
shit.
year, equal to the
Billy
population of
Feeds,
New York, Los
Andrew
Angeles, and
Santino,
Chicago combined. Even worse,
Fire
identity theft
Bandits,
victims
oh,
often don't even know they're victims.
hold on, Rich
That's why
Slimer,
LifeLock identity
I
theft
mean a bunch of
protection
shit. Oh, you could do
alerts you
Mad
to
Men and
identity
everything.
threats, even the ones
The
that don't
Office,
show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent bank transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name.
what a great
If your
website,
identity
dog.
is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US
This is an
restoration
amazing
specialist
website.
will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in
Can you
ways
name
that
one
you
person
simply
using it?
can't on your own. Save up to
Not off the top of my
25%
head.
your first year at LifeLock.com with
28.
promo code George.
Roy
Promo code
Anderson,
George and save up to
Jerry
25%
Fanning,
with LifeLock.com.
David Denman,
Identity
you
theft
big,
protection starts here.
Anna
What if you
Camp,
could build a six-figure
Penny
retirement
Beasley.
income with almost half the money
Oh
saved if you
yeah,
did that right? Get a
oh I knew
$50,000
that one.
retirement
Bethany
rate,
Van
six-figure
Nuys,
income with 40% less than
Fred
traditional
Galvin,
401ks and
Daniel,
mutual funds. I
magician.
am Greg Kitchen, best-selling
Colette
author,
Wolf.
starring in a new Hollywood
Who is
documentary
that
called The
girl?
Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film,
Yeah,
Thomas
she's like,
Nobel Prize
oh my
winning
god, always
physicists
look
share
for
a
this
strange
girl.
concept
I think
they
she's
call
in
the
the CIA.
retirement discount.
This girl's hot
Gives
as
you more
fuck.
retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's
I
right.
think
If the
she's
market crashes
beautiful.
30%, you lose nothing. Even people who
She
are on
is.
track
She's
shift to
gorgeous.
this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020,
This girl is Saw.
1-800-506-2020.
Really? Oh, for sure, dog.
And welcome back to Coast
I'm
to
selling
Coast.
some
We're back with
pictures of
Randy
CIA.
and Paul Perry. Their book is called
Really?
Coast to
Yeah,
Coast
she was in
After
some CIA
Life.
movie.
Raymond and Paul, let's go into these 7 reasons to believe there is an
What
afterlife.
one?
And Raymond, how did you and Paul
She's in
come up
Interstellar,
with 7,
young and
not
tall.
8, not 10?
Well,
Observe and report?
over the years, as I
No,
mentioned,
not
we've
that
worked
one.
together for about 33 years
It
now,
might be.
and we would collect shared death experiences that we heard. And after a while, you get a bunch together and you want to categorize
A
them.
beautiful now?
And we ended up
No.
categorizing them into these 7 reasons to believe in the
Hot tub time
afterlife.
machine would be good. She's in
And
swimming
it's
pool.
because
So
these
close.
reasons
Dude, Josh.
fit best with each of the
Spider-Man.
shared
Spider-Man.
death experiences.
Spider-Man. Okay.
I
Alright, so
also
good.
wanted to point out that
Maybe you want to have superstar. Oh, dog, look at that person they watch me eat. Allegedly.
for years. But what really triggered
This
it
goes
was
a lot.
that both Raymond and I had a shared death experience.
Oh, that's fascinating. What was yours like? What happened?
Well, I was, several years ago, I was working on a book with the head of neuropharmacology at the University of Washington, Vernon Neppy, and it was a book on deja vu. And we worked on it for a long period of time. We did a proposal and we couldn't sell the book. So we kind of stopped working on books, and I had nothing to do with Vernon for like 5 years. I hadn't talked to him or written to him at all. And the same. Anyway, at this point, my my mother had Alzheimer's, and she was dying from Alzheimer's. And one day I got a call from Vernon Neppy.
Well, the opposite of Trevor was in.
I was sitting here, it was on Sunday, because I was sitting here reading the paper, and I heard a female voice say, "Call Paul Perry." And I ignored it. And about an hour later, I was in the report section, and I heard a female voice again say, "Call Paul Perry." So that's what I'm doing. I'm calling you, and I don't know why. And I said, "Well, my mother was dying from Alzheimer's."
That looks really pretty.
He was really the first person to talk about that because he was a neuropharmacologist. But we spent quite a bit of time
They
talking
need to
about
put a picture of what they look like in that.
different experiences we had about people that had Alzheimer's. And in the course of had that conversation, this was before I saw it, on the line telling me that someone was trying to give me a call. So I said, "Well, I'll call you back later." I answered that phone. It was the care facility telling me that my mother had died. And that fits very well.
And it goes to the thing. Usually, yeah.
My mother, I think, had contacted Vernon. And what it felt that Vernon was the perfect person to talk about what was going on.
Me again.
And that's how this conversation.
Yo, dog. IMDb. That was like this was song.
Well, similarly, I had been studying these things for a long
What's
period
that
of
pictures
time.
on my follow on Instagram?
Paul and I were getting
All
ready
right.
to write a book on it. Incredibly,
Cool.
my mother suddenly
Oh, yeah, well.
she was found to have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and we all were there. And as she was passing away, George, I mean, there are no words to it. The closest I can get to it is just to say that first thing I noticed was that the room was no longer three-dimensional. It was kind of, I felt like we were in a kind of double funnel.
She's living her life now. Living off residuals. Wonder what happened there. Look at that.
Full of energy. It wasn't like vertigo or things spinning around, but there was energy there.
It was tight.
And my mother had been for several days at a time that we
Yoshi.
weren't getting anything from her.
Yoshi.
Just as she was passing away, she growled,
She's
and
super cute.
I heard her voice twice say, "I love you."
Look, they even have a law school.
I didn't hear it through my
Crazy
ears.
how all
I
that
know
shit comes around.
it was
Is
very
she that cute? Yeah, I mean, she's very pretty. She shot the Walmart. Looks like I'd like, bitch, you work for the CIA. She was, I was at Hot Tub Time Machine. Everyone from Virginia worked for the CIA. Really? Just about. I was at Hot Tub Time Machine. Shut the fuck up, girl. I know you were. I knew you were. Yeah, let's see how you do. I was in Hot Tub Time Machine.
After a while, we got busy on it, and we went ahead and finished the book.
She didn't deny it.
Proof of reasons to believe there's an afterlife, out-of-body experiences. That alone should convince people it's real, right?
Well, there's an addition to that, and that is that people who have near-death experiences, about 50% of them have out-of-body experiences. But a certain number of them have a shared death experience.
Yo, dog.
And that would be, an example of that would be that
Yoshi.
if a person is lying on an operating table
Yoshi.
from a cardiac arrest, yet later on,
I'm so excited for the NFL week 2. Who's the best team in the NFL right now? Looks like the Cowboys. Really? They won 40-0 over. I don't know. Is that a good Giants team or a shitty Giants team? Who else looks good? The Jets? Even though they lost their starting quarterback. This guy is so pretty.
So this shows And you know, I saw in my practice.
All right. So you're following her, you creep.
I was the one always pointing stuff.
Oh, I love this song.
No, y'all remember Pumped Up Kids
I
by
sang
Foster
it.
the People? If you don't, at first listen, this sounds like a pretty upbeat, happy song.
It's about
It
a
is
rape
far
or
from
something,
that. This
isn't
song
it?
is actually from the perspective of a kid who's losing his mind and wants to shoot up a school. You break down the chorus, he's literally saying, all the kids better run from my gun.
That's what I
faster than
thought.
my bullet.
That's what I thought.
Foster has been interviewed a numerous amount of times about this song. He said he's really proud of this song because it's brought people to talk about this topic. Their goal was not to glorify gun violence with this song at all. It was to wake people up. And it definitely did. It was in the top 40 for weeks.
Yo, dog. This girl's shit is tight. She's gonna be like, yeah, you know that song "You Are So Beautiful"? It's about a. It's from the perspective of a raper. What?
Got a motor. Hey, if you got any juice left, you might want to roll by the big showcase tonight. Huh?
Yo, dog.
Hey, Doc, how's your summer?
The time for games. What's better, 1 or 2?
2.
2 or 3?
They're the same.
Choose one.
3.
3 or 4?
Could you slow down a bit?
No.
Okay.
Read me the letters.
A, E.
Remember when you got glasses and they were like gonna help you?
This is the Green Machine.
You can tell as fuck.
8, 9, 10 years old enough for Green Machine, a racer for guys who like a ride that's really fast. 6-shift controls, swivel action rear wheels, twist, turn, and spin like wild. Green Machine, what a ride!
Wow.
Green Machine with 6-shift steering, some assembly required. Green Machine by Marks.
Yoshi. Okay, so what was your favorite?
It's just snowmen out there, you know. I know. I mean, the problem is.
I love Maggie River.
No, they're good.
Dude, follow that bitch. You think she's really pretty? Really? Yeah, I always have. Oh my god. I think you are gorgeous, and everybody thinks I'm not.
So I'm in San Antonio, Texas. Tomorrow we're going to Uvalde to celebrate with.
Really? Oh my god. On strike.
Hi everybody, I'm so excited to share with you that the soft covers of Ebenezer Finds a Reason.
I thought you would say the soft
Know it yet? Don't you know it yet? You love me, Chandler Bing.
I love it.
You love me, Chandler Bing.
Oh no, I don't.
Well, then ask yourself this. Why do you think we keep ending up together? New Year's? Don't you know it yet?
Oh my god. I wonder if that other bitch has one. What's her name?
But people who have near-death experiences also have a tendency to have a higher zest for living.
Yeah, she does. She's beautiful as fuck. Really? Yeah, she's so easy on the eyes. Oh my god, I think you're beautiful.
Another thing that is very supernatural.
Hey guys, it's Jean Louisa Kelly from Top Gun Maverick. Don't miss your chance to
Top Gun
win.
Maverick? Hey everybody, it's Rabbi Rothschild from beating off in my own bed, sweating like a motherfucker. Hey, remember this song?
Mayweather Long Beach, a.k.a. Long Beach, Mayweather Irvine. Mayweather Irvine, Long Beach. I'm on my way. I'm going to work out there. I want to see everybody come work out with me.
Dude, I lived in both those places. He's stalking me. Hey, Floyd Mayweather's my stalker. Floyd Mayweather's stalking me. Oh, it's this guy. Hey guys, I'm gonna make a fucking swan out of chocolate, not eat it. Everything this guy does is so. He doesn't make a mess. Like, I'd make a huge fucking mess. I'd be all over my shirt and be like stuck to my hand. You wouldn't want this shit when I made it. Really? I'd be like, oh god. They'd be like, what happened to our fucking chair? I'd be like, I ate it.
Look, we got Daisy's. My favorite cafe. We get
I'm sure your neighbors just love this shit. That's tight.
So you're trying to.
I have a bass guitar.
In 2007, I read a book called The Story of a Girl.
Well, in 2001, I read Plato's Republic. Really? No, but this is so tight.
Whoa, I did not know that you were going to be here.
I love this.
Hey, I'm Janice
I've never
Evans,
seen
and
it.
welcome to my sneak peek people exclusive pregnancy photo shoot. Come on in. Or
Is she
should I
really
say,
pregnant?
come on out.
Is this my fucking... Does she is.
So what made you want to have kids?
I need to do something
She's
to make
gonna
me
be
relevant again.
my fucking...
What?
People didn't like that I was just being a whore. Like, they wanted to see me evolve. Starting a family
Hebrew
was always
teacher?
great with mine. I want my pregnancy to be
Yeah,
representative.
this bitch didn't know though what the fuck.
songs that hit different
Oh god.
when you know what they're actually written about. Part 6. I'm pretty sure y'all
I'm pretty sure y'all know
all know
the
the
song.
song.
I'm gonna do my own. I'm pretty sure y'all know. This is Sheryl Crow's All I Want to Do. Yeah, it's about her raping her next door neighbor. It's like, what? I did not know that.
Actually
I
written
don't.
about. When Louis Capaldi was 5 or 6 days.
I found out literally today.
So today,
No.
a woman tried to have me banned from.
From what?
So you guys wrote badasses of history.
Dude, I'm one of them. But what the fuck?
Breaking news! Part of the great.
This is the shittiest app.
Y'all all know the song Before You Go by Louis Capaldi.
I
If you
don't.
don't, here's a clip.
Okay, yeah, no,
What you might have not known is what this song was actually written about. When
A
Louis
rape.
Capaldi was 5 or 6 years old, he lost his aunt to suicide. Losing his aunt in such a tragic way prompted him to write this song about the aftermath of suicide. Throughout the
So
song,
he
he talks
raped her.
about how initially your feelings towards
He
that
raped
person
her
might
when
be
she committed
angry and
suicide?
confused, but then it turns into regret and guilt.
Yes.
When he says, I hate you, but I was just kidding myself, he's referring to that anger. When he says in the chorus, is there something I could have said to make your heart better? He's referring to that feeling of guilt and wondering if there was anything he could have done.
And
When
the
he says,
fact
if
that
only
he
I'd have
raped
known
her.
you had a storm to weather, he's talking about that feeling of regret and not
He
understanding
raped
or
her.
knowing at the time. The whole song is a really beautiful tribute to the feelings that people go through when they lose someone in such a tragic way, and if you go listen to it now, it will hit different.
Yeah? Yeah, I know.
Right, you guys over here. Right.
Fuck it. Luxury living
Before Adam
time.
Sandler received the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor, he was Judd Apatow's roommate.
I came home at 2 in the morning and I hear Adam talking and he's alone in his room making phone calls.
I have no legs. May I speak to the manager?
He grew up in a very non-Jewish community in New Hampshire.
This time of year always made me feel a little left out. In school, there were so many Christmas songs, and all us Jewish kids had was the song Dreidel, Dreidel, Dreidel. Kids who don't celebrate Hanukkah start shoving me. You're different than us.
You're out! Doyle rules!
Oh, Doyle
One day,
rules.
I'm going to have enough money to pay a doctor to take this paper mache menorah out of my head.
Despite this, he had a very Jewish upbringing.
What do you say when I say Baruch Hu et Adonai Hambarach? Beautiful, Yofi.
I had a as cool as it gets, badass, funny, ponytail dad who showed me the Marx Brothers.
His dad encouraged him to pursue comedy in LA.
The next thing I know, I'm living with Judd Apatow.
Who's this?
My friend. We were writing away, laughing all the time, had the best time together.
Then he got Saturday Night Live and left me alone in the apartment. When he left SNL, he didn't bring his clothes or his ID. He just left.
After getting fired from SNL, he went on to become one of the most celebrated comedy actors of all time, proudly bringing his Jewish roots and values to most of his roles. Follow for Jewish Facts Daily.
He got fired from SNL? Yo, did you know this song? Who brought the dogs out was Brother Rape?
People
ask me as an Indian what's the craziest thing ever been called. I think the wildest thing ever been called as an Indian is Mexican. Yeah, that's quite a bit. I wear a lot of jewelry. I get it, you know. I don't really got you. Yeah, you laugh like you call people Mexican a lot. Yeah, that's. It's like it's a good one. It's a good zinger.
So when I was single and fresh out of college, I was on the
People ask me
a dating app because a girl's gotta eat. But this time I wasn't just looking for love, I was looking for a job. Not that kind of job, sir. I was looking for a job in finance. So I saw a guy who owned a hedge fund and I swiped right and we matched. And then he brought me out to an omakase restaurant for dinner. If you don't know what an omakase restaurant is, you probably can't afford it.
All right. Let's all learn about what the fuck that means. This goes so hot.
Just shake your booty a little bit? Don't you feel those endorphins? Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What is it? Is it made of gold? Pico.
And I said, does it turn red if it gets really bad? And he's like, no, it doesn't turn red.
To entrust.
Yeah, orange.
Oh, Yoshi. Yoshi. What up, baby? Thanks, girl. Yoshi. Yoshi. Dude, there's somebody in here.
The people in prison committed the crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. And gangs are in the business of crime. Charlie Ken, they don't
Damn,
do
girl.
anything else but commit crimes all day. 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and
I removed from like, oh, I know. Huh. ATP for life. Chill space.
Actor Gabriel Jarrett, best known for his role in the 1985 film Real Genius, has been caught in a predator sting operation by the creep catching unit. The actor thought he was talking to a 14-year-old girl and arranged a meeting at the Santa Monica Pier, but it was a sting operation. Santa Monica Police Department is now investigating. A cyber attack in Las Vegas shut down.
Are we buying the dip? Repost. Yoshi, look at this move. Yoshi. Yoshi, remember when I'd be like, hey, dog? And everybody was like, hey, dog. Hi.
Former President Trump is asking a federal judge to remove herself from his federal 2020 election interference case. In a court filing yesterday, Trump's lawyers claimed the Obama-appointed judge made disqualifying statements while sentencing two people for their roles in the January 6th Capitol riot. Apple is set to unveil the latest iPhone at the company's annual launch event today.
Yoshi. Who do we meet downstairs? Uday and Kusei? What are their names? Jay and Fiddy. It's like, oh, your name's Fiddy. He's like, yeah, that's close enough. He thought he was Mexican. They know English pretty well. But there are all these crazy ass notes written around the house that are in like, I don't know, Farsi or some shit. I don't know. I can just tell you this. These two motherfuckers look like numbers 16 and 17 on that list of 19 guys who did that thing 22 years ago yesterday. Really? Oh, fuck yeah, man. I'd be like, no offense, dog. But this easily could be a...
Access rocks, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on 14 North found at Escondido Canyon Road has been cleared from lanes. You're trying to recovery in that area.
Required several hours? Bitch, you better leave me faster than that. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna go to McDonald's, a kosher McDonald's someday, and be like, oh, omakase. Some motherfucker be like, this motherfucker wants us to order for him. We're giving you a filet-o-fish. We're giving you another filet of fish, but this time, no cheese. Let's give them a cherry pie, but put it in an apple pie. We're gonna get this motherfucking M&M McFlurry. We're gonna get this motherfucking M&M McFlurry. Dog. Let's give this motherfucker a Big Mac, but with ketchup. Oh, I just tell him it's chef special. Oh, 2 all beef patties, ketchup, lettuce, cheese, onions, pickles on the sesame seed bun. Y'all, bitch. Let's give this motherfucker a salad McShaker just for old time's sake. Yo, dog. Let's give this motherfucker chicken tenders. Dude, they used to have chicken mighty nuggets or some shit. What were they called? McDonald's. Like retro menu. Do they have like a website? Mighty Wings. I think they were called. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Mighty Wings were 1990 through 2004. 2013 was Mighty Wings or bone-in chicken wings. Fuck that shit. McWings. Dude, where were they? They were in fucking Italy. I saw somebody eating McDonald's in Italy and it looked amazing. Yo, dog. We're gonna give this motherfucker a salad McShaker in a coffee cup. Ha, 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 ha. That's a funny stand-up bit. Really? You'd have to explain a lot to the audience, but it'd be like, all right, everyone, imagine you're eating okasaki or whatever the fuck that lady said. Anyway, that's where the chef just makes everything for you. But imagine it's at a McDonald's. And this McDonald's, these people, they don't fucking hate you, but they want to fuck with you hardcore. They're putting coffee creamer in your soup. Who gets soup at McDonald's? What kind of soup do they have? Chicken noodle, I think. McDonald's soups. Soup menu. I don't think they have soup. Caramel waffle. Yo, dog. Mixed spaghetti. This motherfucker would have mixed spaghetti. I said, where do you think you is? Philippines or Orlando, Florida? Yo, dog. McChickens are still $1? I don't think so. They probably went up. Broccoli cheese soup. McDonald's soup in the U.S. Oh, hell yeah. Broccoli cheese soup. McDonald's used to serve soup. Sure, Grandma, let's get you to bed. The mixed soup is basically Campbell's chicken noodle soup poured into McDonald's for very naming soup. That's exactly right. Yep, that's the one. They had chicken noodle, hobo. I think it was dehydrated burger onions in it. And I think also cream of broccoli. No, it was cheese, broccoli cheese or something. Allegedly. I always got the chicken noodle. It was dangerously hot. Dangerously hot. I never even saw it. I just heard about it passing by, steam coming off the fucking cup. Pizza slices. One time, I never had McDonald's pizza, but I saw it in Chicagoland. We were driving in a parking lot, and I was like, "Oh my god, McDonald's has pizza!" I think my cousins had it. Broccoli and cheese. It was greatness in a cup. Didn't realize I'd never had it again. Broccoli and cheese soup. It was so good. I worked at a test bank in the late 90s and early 80s, late 80s. McD's Diner. Broccoli and cheese soup. Fries with hot fudge. Ew. Nuggets with honey. Yeah, that was a thing. Apple pie. They don't have apple pies anymore. Get the fuck out of here. They should just close up shop if they got rid of apple pies. Yo, dog. I know where that one is on Bryan Avenue in Tustin. It's a nice location. Really? Yeah. Arch Deluxe. That was huge. I remember where I was when allegedly I had my first Arch Deluxe. I know the part we were in a parking space, like the parking space on Ironwood, allegedly. Really? Fried apple pie. That's different. Beef tallow fries. I don't know. Szechuan sauce. Motherfuckers would be drinking Szechuan sauce like it's water. Salads? They don't have salads anymore? Artisan grilled chicken sandwich. They've done every kind of chicken sandwich. All day breakfast? They don't have all day breakfast anymore? What?
Radio is always a necessity when normal communication goes down. You can check out the innovative new CC Radio Solar at SueCrane.com. To order the CC Radio Solar, call SueCrane now at 1-800-522-8866.
What in the fuck is this? What happened to their all day breakfast?
Also available at REI and Amazon.com.
Oh, what in the fuck? I never got it, but I just know that it was a thing.
You all know Joe Biden isn't getting the job done and too often is making things worse. That's conservative business leader Doug Burgum, one of America's most successful governors. Raised with small-town values, Burgum built $1 billion company, creating thousands of jobs. As governor of North
What
Dakota,
the fuck?
taxes, balanced the budget, and helped pass term limits. Where we come from, when something isn't working, you stop. You try something new. That's common sense. Joe Biden has got to go. As president, Doug Burgum will unleash American energy and end Biden's inflation. He'll secure the border to stop the flow of illegal drugs. And Burgum will rebuild our military to win the Cold War with China. Do you believe that the economy, energy, and national security...
Balboa Van Owen, do you know where that is? Yeah. I never went there, though. Test your victory. Irish Southern Garfield news 710. Wow. They fucked this thing up. They used to do all kinds of shit. Salad McShakers. Soup? This motherfucker has soup. The Chef McSalad Shaker was amazing. Allegedly. Grilled chicken Caesar. The chef was amazing. Billy Garden. Except I would just get it with turkey. I'd never get it anyway. Really, yeah. Yo, dog. McPizza. They had that shit in Chicagoland. Was it? I think I saw it. It was in Cherville, maybe? Some shit. You have various chants and so on that are designed 11 to 16 minute cook time. It's still available in Orlando, Florida. McPizza. McSpaghetti. Did you ever have that? I never had any of this, kids. McLobster. That'd be a thing. McDLT. What is that? I think it's just a BLT. Like McHot Dog. Hula Burger. Those are really popular in Hawaii, apparently. Birdie the Early Bird. Oh, that's what that bitch was. I didn't know this cunt had a name. So she is supposed to be like the breakfast cunt? Birdie, the early bird. She's the first identifiable female character in the McDonald's commercial. She's yellow bird and pink fly cabin club and ad she's portrays a poor flyer and somewhat clumsy in general. Voiced by Russie Taylor, she also voiced Minnie Mouse and portrayed by Patty Maloney in McDonald's television and voiced by Christine Camp. Wacky Adventures of Ronald McDonald. Dude, Ronald McDonald had his own video game. It was amazing. Was it? I think he did. McDonald's video game. There was a McDonald's video game, I think. Grimace's birthday? No. A McDonald's video game. Making of the McDonald's video game. No, it wasn't that cool. No, it was maybe a Ronald McDonald video game. Treasure Island Adventures? I don't do not trust Ronald McDonald. Donald Land? We just call it bitch Don's. McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. Yosh. Slaughter-matic. Yosh. Show me something else cool. Browse the menu. Chicken recipes. Desserts. Show me some kind of cool ass dessert. McFlurry brownie melt. Is that a thing? Dude, there's cinnamon. What's it called? Cinnamon rolls are amazing, allegedly. Fruit and yogurt parfait. I think my mom why? Because it's got that granola shit on the top. I don't like that shit. Anyway, granola would be big. Apple pie, shamrock shake. Fuck yeah. All right, kids. Apple pie McFlurry. Now, okay, let's just check them off. If we've allegedly had them. Apple pie, of course. I've had 10 at a time. Apple pie McFlurry. Apple pie trees galley. No, so we're 1 for 2. Banana pie. No, that sounds good. Brownie milk. I don't think so. Cadbury cream egg McFlurry. Holy fuck. No. Caramel pie. No. Cheesecake McFlurry. No. Cherry pie. Yeah. Cookies. Yeah. Cookies and cream pies. No, I think I'm confusing that with fucking Pop-Tarts. Cookies and cream cheesecake. No, cookies and cream pie. Crazy Pop McFlurry. No, it's crazy. Dinosaur McFlurry. What the fuck is that? Available in Malaysia. Get that shit over here. What is it? It's like allegedly. Nobody even knows about it. Fairy Floss McFlurry. What the fuck is that? Fries and McFloat combo. What the fuck is that? Fruit and yogurt parfait. Don't they still have that? Moment. Ice cream. Yeah, of course. Fruits of the Forest by Holiday Pie. Jelly? I guess. Kit Kat McFlurry. Mars? I don't know. British or some shit? Mars McFlurry. McChoco Potato. What the fuck is that? But it's only available in Malaysia. What the fuck? Japan? Fuck you. McDonald's menu churn. McDonald's Land cookies. Oh yeah, I remember those. They were small. I never got them. Really? I don't think I've ever been there to eat, perhaps, because all my friends get laughing at me. But like last time I went to one, it's been how many years since you've been to one? I only went there because I had to go to the bathroom, and I did. Oh yeah, they came in a box like that. 1974. McFlurry, Milo Supreme McFlurry, Mississippi Caramel Pie McFlurry. Where was that available? Oh, Malaysia. Fucking assholes. Only got good shit everywhere else. It's like it's never like Northern Indiana. Anyway, why? Arch Deluxe maybe. Where is this a thing? Community content is not real. I don't think this is a thing. Mississippi Mud Pie McFlurry. Older Roller McFlurry. Orange Creamy Shake. Yeah, that was a thing. Did you ever have that? Oh, allegedly. I don't know. Since 2008? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm confusing it with Flintstones push-ups. I think I am. Those are good, allegedly. Really? Yeah, get the fucking... Oh, you want that shit ASAP. Pineapple pie, pumpkin pie, peanut M&M's McFlurry, raspberry and custard pie, Rolo McFlurry, root beer float, Shamrock Shake. Fuck yeah. They need to have that shit year round. Shamrock Sundae. I don't know. Smarties McFlurry. Strawberry shortcake Sundae. Fuck yeah. They need to have a different kind. There's caramel, there's strawberry, there's chocolate. Fuck yeah. Twix McFlurry, Unicorn Fruit Loops McFlurry. Get that shit out of here. Vanilla slides. What the fuck is that? Walnut brownie with hot fudge. Yogurt. You'll play Go-Gurt. Yeah, it's like, why the fuck are you selling Go-Gurts, McDonald's? Crazy fucks. Anyway. Browse the menu, dog. Sandwiches and burgers. That's it. McDouble, tomato, McGrand. What the fuck is that? Big and tasty. Those would be big. Bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. That'd be big. Chicken, Maharaha Mac. I don't know what the fuck that is. Arch Deluxe, dog. Give me this Arch Deluxe. Specifically to adults. What was secret mustard and mayonnaise sauce? Oh, dog. This is like the most expensive sandwich I think they had at the time. Burger, McDonald's, man. Birdie the early bird, man. You could really menu items, condiments, sauces, seafood, beverages. Oh yeah, the Mighty Kids meal. You ever have a Dasani, which is just like tap water from England? Vanilla shake, milk jugs. Oh, those are big. Oh my god, those are huge. Okay, here we go. They have beer. Okay, 7-Up. I'm sure I've had. Allegedly, apple juice. I don't think I've ever had apple juice in McDonald's. Cappuccino, maybe. Chocolate chip, tons. Chocolate milk. Yeah, but not from there. Coca-Cola, of course. Coca-Cola vanilla. Coca-Cola zero. Not zero. No, I don't think I've ever had. Maybe I've had that. Dasani, yeah. Espresso. Not there. Fanta. No, Nazi drink. Happy Meal. When I was a kid, icy orange lava burst. Yeah, that's the only thing I was allowed to have for a long time. Honest Kids, Happy Ever After, Organic Juice Shake. Fuck no, I didn't even know what that shit was when I was a kid. Juice, that was a good one. Mighty Kids Meal, Milk, Orange Creamy Shake, Pepsi. What the fuck? McDonald's serves Pepsi. Brad's drink. It was sold at McDonald's in 1951. McDonald's sells Pepsi at every location in the United States, except a few Walmart stores, malls, and airports. What? McDonald's was sold at Pepsi was sold at McDonald's in 1951. McDonald's sells Pepsi at every location in the United States, except a few Walmart stores, malls, and airports. Also, McDonald's sells Pepsi at every restaurant in every country, including Mexico. No, they don't. The other drink Pepsi is sold at every McDonald's. Aquafina water, bubbly, Gatorade, Lipton, Mountain Dew, mug, root beer, naked juice. What the fuck? You can't tell me this is correct. I can tell you right now, kids. That is not correct. That is really incorrect. You got to get your McDonald's knowledge from this guy, because McDonald's is not selling Pepsi in the United States. If they do, it's been a long time since it's like Coca-Cola and McDonald's are like peanut butter and jelly. Pepsi extra small? Do any McDonald's have Pepsi? Since McDonald's has only sold Coca-Cola, but the fast food began in Pepsi Plus since last year. That was 15 years ago. They exclusively sell McDonald's products. Actually, they sell Dr. Pepper as well, which is weird. Really?
My brother had ATL in the car wreck.
Oh, jeez.
And it was just
Yeah, I think you can get it everywhere.
at the time I was working as a nurse's aide and standing by the bedside of the patient, and the doctor was there with us, and she was modeled and everything. She was in the packing stage, and she opened her eyes, literally opened her eyes, and had the brightest smile on her face.
They had Mr. Pibb extra.
And the smile on her face. And the doctor looked at me and he said, "He's in heaven." And it was just this feeling of calm.
Yo, dog.
You know, he was no longer
Yo,
suffering.
That's what you would
yeah,
call terminal
I got that
liquidity,
one.
isn't it?
Don't take, this thing is so long. I'm gonna just write in the notes like, this is incorrect. No one gets Pepsi unless you're in Kansas City and Texas in 2007 in test markets. Root beer float, Shamrock Shake, Sprite, Strawberry Shake, Vanilla Shake. Okay. Browse the menu. Menu items. Vegetables. Breakfast items. Okay, here we go, kids. Cinnamon melts. Those are amazing. Mc 1035? What the fuck is that? Apple and cherry porridge? Whoa. Bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Bacon, macaroni, and cheese toasty. What the fuck is that? Bisco? Cinnamon nuts. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Hash browns. Fuck yeah. What's the Mick 1035? It's a secret menu item that consists of McDouble with an egg muffin on top. It combines breakfast and lunch together. Remember, some people have to, with the addition of all-day breakfast, the mix it can now be obtained at any time. Sadly, some locations are stopped all-day breakfast due to outsourcing of COVID-19. Variations on the Mick 1030 may not use egg muffins. Prawns. That's your boy, dog. McBrunch? Yeah. Go to your nearest McDonald's and ask for a McBrunch. Then put it in. Come here. There's no fucking Mc 1035. Oh yeah, I'd like a Mc 1035. So what the fuck are you talking about, girl?
Paul Perry, let's get your input on that.
Well, there's some amazing cases in terminal liquidity. And one of my favorites is one that took place with a woman named TRILLIONAIRE in Germany in the late 1930s. She had never spoken in her life. She had meningitis as a child, and she basically had no brain power.
Chalk chip hotcakes. Deluxe fish, that'd be big. Deluxe breakfast with spam. Nasty fucking British cunts. Oh yeah, I'll take a McGriddles or giant. Oh, anything else? Portuguese sausage breakfast. Red rice porridge for fucking breakfast. Fuck you. Sausage, egg, and muffin and meal, of course. Really? That's expensive. Vegemite, waffle fries. When do they have waffle fries? Vegemite. Vegetable chicken McMuffin. What in the fuck is that? No, that never happened. Didn't happen nationwide. Did they ever have steak? They did. They had a steak. What did they call that thing?
What creates that? Of course, I have a guest who's going to talk a lot about it.
Steak? What did they call bagel? Allegedly. We were going Lake Tippecanoe with Larry Mounts, RIP. He had a pontoon boat, and we went there with the O'Briens, and my father wanted to do something for them because they were hosting our whole family and our cousins. So I went to McDonald's, and we brought a cooler into a McDonald's, and he ordered like 30 bagels. Say like steak bagels and some other kind of bagels. allegedly, and we put them all in this cooler and then took them down there. And I remember it was the one time where it was like, oh my god, we're sick of McDonald's, allegedly, because I think it's still probably polishes bitches off. But we went there for fireworks, and God Bless the USA, that song, Proud to Be an American, that song was playing. We were on pontoon boats, and it was the 4th of July, and the people at that McDonald's hated us. And that was the end of that story. Very Americana. All right, Don. Dude, they had bagels. Bagels were really big there. What the fuck? They don't have the bagel thing. Dude, the bagel things were huge. How don't they have it on here? Oh man, I could name this fucking website is decent, but not as good as it could be. Why? Because they had these they had like a steak egg bagel and just like a regular bagel. And they never had like regular bagels. Anyway, yeah, another story to tell. Then I'm going to bed. Beat me. Einstein bagels would be kosher. Let's just say I'm like down. Mention. Beat me. I am working nights, and it's the middle of the winter. They've been building this Einstein bagels at like what was I don't remember what it was. It was like, was it a Dairy Queen? I think it was a Dairy Queen that went out of business. Though I remember going to that Dairy Queen to get my grandfather he loved pineapple shake. And my mom loved buying them for him. Really, yeah. Anyway, but I think that went out of business, and it was something like that. And they renovated it for Einstein bagels. And I was working nights, and they had some kind of deal. The first 100 people in line, or 300 people in line, I think it was, would get 1 year's supply of free bagels. And I went there, and they gave you these stacks of cards. And I remember everybody who went there, how did it work? It was like everyone was freezing their dicks off. Oh, that's what it was. We were all freezing our asses off outside, but there were some people who were inside, and then they just like opened at 6:30 in the morning or something. And I was working nights at that time, and I think I just told one of my teammates that I was gonna go and do this, and they're like, go for it. And I got this stack of cards, and I gave them to my parents, and my parents had breakfast for a whole year. Really? Yeah. Allegedly. Really? Yeah. But that was a really cool thing. That was super cool of Einstein bagels. So I'm on a year's supply of bagels. The Lynches, they always hated me for lots of reasons, did they not? But they always were like, they always thought our family always won stuff, and they never won anything, really. Our family would win like weird shit, like a year supply of bagels. It was on the Price is Right. What else? Like I won a reading contest. Anything else? I won History Day, and my grade. Really, I don't think they'd be fine in the future. But it was like I remember they were always saying, you guys are always winning stuff. And I remember being like, I never win anything. What do you mean you don't win anything? You win everything. Where the fuck are the bagels on here? Okay, now we gotta look this up. McDonald's bagels. Reddit. McDonald's bagels are back. Breakfast bagels. Breakfast bagel sandwiches. Steak, egg, and cheese breakfast bagel with extra grilled onions and hollandaise sauce. This will forever be the best thing from McDonald's. Who else misses a bagel breakfast sandwiches? Okay, well, I'm telling you, they had them. I told you they had them. Okay, anything else you want to tell the world? Yeah, what else did they have? They had something else that was amazing. No, they could add a page for those bagels, though. What Happy Meal things do you remember? They had this Miss Piggy and Kermit the Frog. Let me look at that. Why? Because I kind of had a thing for Miss Piggy. Why? I just did. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is what they have. They used to give you like, this would be a fucking expensive little toy. Yeah, that's what they had. I had that one and that one. I had that Kermit though for many years. Really? 1979. Did you? Yeah, so 1988. So I was like 2.5 or 3, but I remember that might be one of my earliest memories. But I have that Kermit. Did you ever Miss Piggy? They back then they would ask you at the drive-thru, do you have boys or girls? And then they would like give based on that. Really? Yeah, it was kind of fucked up. In today's world, can you imagine? Baby Miss Piggy, 1988. You remember that though? Yeah, I had that. These things would be in like these things. Somebody buy these for me and we'll put them. 1987. Wow. I remember that. It's one of my first memories. Really? Yep. I heard that fucking Kermit. Really? Yeah. But I mean, that's like a nice toy for. Man, I love eBay. I could buy all kinds of shit on eBay. Anything else you remember? They should have a website that just has every fucking toy that McDonald's ever had in their lineup or whatever. What was the first Happy Meal toy? Probably like stickers or some stupid shit. Well, what was the very first Happy Meal toy? The spinning top erasers and other products. Oh my god, the Happy Meal is such a big fucking deal. Oh my god, the funniest I've ever laughed in my entire life was when it's kind of a tie. This one time we were doing fucking mushrooms, and we went to the movie Across the Universe at movie 14, and my cell phone got caught in between the seats, and my mom called me, and it did a full ring through, and then it did another one. I was so embarrassed. I laughed so hardly. Oh my god, I laughed so hard. But this other time, my college roommate and I, we were in Las Vegas, and my uncle had taken us all out for to this restaurant in Boulder City, believe it or not. And this was just a unique joke that he had. But there's a big table, and it's really loud, and we're all having a good time, and there was like this dad and his daughter at the end of the table who were friends of my uncle, and so we're eating and like everybody's having a good time. And my uncle, he had bad hearing. Everybody in my dad's side of the family has bad hearing. Anyway, so my uncle says to him, "How you doing down there?" And the guy goes, "Oh, I'm doing well. I just ate a Happy Meal." And my uncle goes, "You did what?" And the whole table exploded in the laughter, we included. And we laughed so hardly to the point where our cheeks were just sore. Why? Because it was a super perverted joke about the guy's daughter, but just the way that it wasn't sick, disgusting. It was really funny the way you had to be there basically. But oh my god, we laughed so hardly at that fucking joke. Really? Yeah, because nobody's gonna make a joke about a guy eating his daughter's Happy Meal. Really? Yeah. Anyway, we laughed so hardly at that. Is it the hardest you've ever laughed? Oh, pretty much.
Could be the first shoe to fall. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens. This is why ViralRabbi is busier than ever.
How much is a Happy Meal? I've never bought one. Really? Mm-mm. Why? Because I was always an adult when I went there. Indonesia's got cool shit. Treat of the week.
Into an IRA in gold. As the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, simply arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text POST to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take
McDonald's chicken bread at a volume by charging 10 cents for the toys. Class action lawsuits you can ban Happy Meal in 2010. In Chile, for the adult version.
Take down this number, store it in your cell phone, but call the community tax helpline at 800-508-0328.
I'm sure adults would want, but they'd probably be really fucking expensive. Oh god, I am not tired. Really? Happy Meals are such a big deal.
Even your social security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation.
What's the coolest thing you ever got? The Beanie Babies were big. There was one time. I don't want to say it was really cool, but like when Beanie Baby and the McDonald's launched these Beanie Babies, and I remember my mom got a call from one of her friends, I think her friend Kathy, and Kathy was like, "Hey, McDonald's has these Beanie Babies." The Beanie Babies were like all the rage back then, and like my uncle has every single fucking one of them, including that fucking royal blue peanut, which he spent like $1,000 on for my head. He had them all. He was obsessed with them. Anyway, we never got like that. Even though I had Bongo the Beanie Baby long before the Beanie Babies were cool. I got him at the Mole Hole and we're going like to the Emporium or something. We're meeting my aunt for lunch or somebody for lunch, and they had this cute little monkey, and I remember, and I immediately ripped off the tags. I didn't know it was gonna be like, worth anything, and it was just like a fucking little monkey with which I would play, and because I really like stuffed animals, and I don't know why I got that one, but I did. I just asked for it, and eventually I got it, and And they become really popular. Well, anyway, McDonald's had these things at Happy Meals, and oh my god, oh, that's right. We spent like, I would say, 3 days or so going to every McDonald's in the town. And here's the thing, they had like 14 of them, and they had to go through all of their Happy Meals, you had to buy a Happy Meal, but they had to go through, like, they had, I don't know, an elephant, and then they had, a dog. They had all of these different ones, and you had to get them. The way that they did it was, let's say they had 14. Well, you had to, like, they start with the dog. Let's say all the Happy Meals with the dog have to go. Then they have like an elephant. And I remember we talked to someone who worked there, and they said before McDonald's knew this was going to be a huge fucking deal for their marketing and things. And so the people who worked there could sign up on some kind of list and get all the McDonald's toys at once, so they didn't have to do all this shit. But we didn't. I've never known anybody. Carol Mullaney worked at McDonald's, but aside from Carol Mullaney, I don't think I've ever known anybody to work at McDonald's. Really? And it's a good place to work. Well, it can. Oh, and I know a lawyer from McDonald's. Really, yeah, but she says that she works for some Irish brothers. Anyway, but she's like general counsel. So the two people I know who have worked at McDonald's are very successful people. One's a vice president of a university, and the other is general counsel of McDonald's Corp. If she's not retired by now. Anyway, is that the end of your fucking story? No, but you don't know anybody else who worked at McDonald's? None of my friends in high school worked at McDonald's. We never knew anybody who worked at McDonald's. None of our friends of friends worked at McDonald's. We never knew anybody who worked at McDonald's, except we know those two people. And it's like 10% of the United States works at McDonald's at some point in their life. But oh no, I know one other person, Frank Fotia and Maria Fotia. Really, yeah, and they'd be very successful as well. Frank works for Parks and Recreation Department, and I don't know what Maria's doing. I'm sure she's doing fine. So those four people who work at McDonald's, they've all been very successful. And I would credit McDonald's to some of that. Why? Because I think it's like you learn a lot about, it's usually one of your first jobs, but you learn about being efficient and customer service and all kinds of other things. So is that the end of your story? Anyway, so these fucking Beanie Babies. So we're like, my mom worked, but she at that time was a real estate agent, so she could kind of choose her hours more so. And so what did you do? This is we had like my friend Khalil, who was, I think, in the Baby Babies a little bit, Greg Regitowski a little bit, and my friend Michael. And and I think back then a Happy Meal was like $1, which is like, I think it could have been more than that, but they weren't really expensive. Maybe at most like $2.50, but anyway, so like, this was the big thing in town, kids, that McDonald's was gonna have Beanie Babies. Oh, it was such a big deal. Biggest fucking deal. It was a phenomenon. I mean, it was. And so all the people who worked at McDonald's, they could like sign up to some list. But if you weren't one of those fortunate people, you had to go there, and they would be selling, Happy Meals. But let's say you got the dog. Okay, great. You got the dog in your Happy Meal. Well, if you go back through the drive-thru, they're still on the dog. If you come back in 2 hours, they might still be on the dog. If you come back tomorrow, they still may be on the dog. But you never know. The next one might come out, which would be like, I don't know, the elephant or the turtle or some other thing. So my mom, this was really interesting that she did this. This was not a thing. Like, my parents did not get really into pop culture things. Why? Because they would be very expensive. So we never got into like Tamagotchis, or I think I did get one eventually though. Or I don't want to say I stole it, but like I think I found a Tamagotchi. Honestly, I don't think I know I didn't steal it, but I think I found it. It had broken off somebody's backpack, and it was just like on the floor. And it wasn't anyone in my class because we would have known. And we didn't have like a school lost and found or anything. It was like, well, I'll just be using this bitch until whatever. So I did get Tamagotchi, but I remember. But what else? Like Furby, like I can tell you all the shit that my Uncle Jim liked. We never got into Furby, Tickle Me Elmo, Tamagotchis, Beanie Babies, all that shit. Why? Because my aunt would like that shit. She's a kid at heart, and so he would get that shit for her, and they would, and then they got kids, and they adopted kids, and then like they had kids too, for whom I was in. But I remember the first time I saw Furby was at his house. I think Tickle Me Elmo. Anyway, Beanie Babies though, and he was not really big into Beanie Babies. My other cousin was big into them a little bit, and then he found out, and then he got so into them that they go and they would go all over for these fucking things. In fact, it was one of the first. They were one of the first people in our family who would like go on the internet to find shit these things. But anyway, these Beanie Babies, they were not regular sized Beanie Babies. They were mini Beanie Babies that they put in these fucking Happy Meals. So my friends and I, it was the summer. I will never forget. It was the summer because we couldn't do this during school. We wanted these Beanie Babies. Why? Because it was like you want to collect them all, like Pokemon kind of deal. And there were like 14 of them to collect, but you didn't know what the next one would be. So it would be really a surprise to see like a new toy. Anyway, so I think like they first came out, and my mom's friend called her and was like, oh yeah, they came out with, I don't know, a dog. Well, we didn't get the dog because they were, by the time we found out about these things, they were all gone with the dog. So then the next thing was like I don't know, a bear or something. I don't know. Like, okay, so there'd be a bear. And then like a lobster. Okay. So we end up going to all the McDonald's in town and finding out on what, I don't know, rotation or whatever, or like the list that they're on. And we probably got, I don't know, 7 of them. Not a lot of them. Well, more than you would think. But my mom took my friends and I to the mall. I'll never forget. We were at the mall when the food court opened, which was the coolest place in town by far. Of any place, it was the mall's food court. Was so cool. It was called Tidbits Field or something like that. It was the coolest fucking place you could want to go. And it had just been added on to the mall. And what did they have? They had Orange Julius, which I think eventually also became a Dairy Queen. But Orange Julius is really big. That's where I saw Randy Wahlberg or whatever. They had they had a Panda Express. It was the first Panda Express I'd ever seen. They had McDonald's. They had like this weird Italian restaurant. I don't remember the name of it, but that was a thing. They had this steak sandwich place. They had a Subway eventually. I don't know if that was there originally, but they had a Subway. Anything else? No, but I'm sure they did. Oh, they had a Japanese place or something. But you would go to the mall then, and like every single fucking place in the food court would have a line. It was really, really busy place. It's amazing what happened in malls. Amazon's killed all this shit. But you would go there and it would be like, oh my god, we gotta wait in line for all this shit. Anything else that they have? I remember the Orange Julius was by the bathroom. That's the first place I ever saw a family bathroom. I still don't know what a family bathroom is, but that'd be big. They had that Garfield's, which is like a sit-down restaurant. That would be big, I guess. Which is like very New York. Like, oh my god, you could not get a seat in that place. Whenever they'd open a restaurant in town, it was so much different than now. It's just, and it's not just there. This is just how society was. People would get really excited for shit, and they would, if they opened a restaurant in town, you sometimes couldn't sit down. It was always like TGI Fridays, perfect example. When TGI Fridays opened for a year, it was an hour wait. It was ridiculous. I mean, you could walk into a TGI Friday and shoot off a shotgun and not hit anybody, is what my father would say. But back in the day, oh, Chili's, super busy. Chili's was the first one of those places that was kind of super hip. And then TGI Fridays was right next door. Outback, oh my god, Outback had the little buzzing thing. We fucking lived at Outback. Really? No rules, just right? Really? Yeah. Anyway, that's how we live our lives. The Wallaby Darn would be huge. Those fries would be the biggest things of all time. Israel, if you never hear me say anything, the best food on earth is the ranch. The best ranch is from Outback, and the fries are called Outback fries or something like that. They're amazing. They used to be even better. Kids, whatever I'm telling you though, when I tell you about food, I speak from the heart. I'm telling you, if no one ever sees this or they see it in like the future, that fucking ranch there is amazing. Anyway, allegedly, because it's not kosher, but it would be. So don't worry. I'm gonna get all this shit kosher. Okay. So what about that McDonald's? So my friends and I, we would go to the mall. But my family, like you see how on Roseanne, they go to the mall and they'll go to a store and they'll like, can I have $1 for a cherry guzzle? Can I do this and this and this? I don't know. I guess our family's kind of like that too. But it changed. When my dad's business changed, and it was always this. My mom and my mom's friends, or my cousins, or my aunt, or somebody, we would go to the mall, and if I was good, at the end I got a toy. And I was always good because I wanted a toy. But I don't want to say I was always good. When my cousins were there, I was a little shit. But I was always trying to impress them. And I was always really competitive with my cousins, so I wasn't always that good. But with other people, generally, I was good. And so we'd get a toy. And what'd you do? Well, it changed. I mean, when it was like we'd go to the mall, my mom would always get something. And then it started to be like we wouldn't always get something because we didn't always have money. And then we wouldn't go to the mall anymore. And that's generally how it kind of went with people. But we were at this McDonald's and in Tidbits Food Court, which is the biggest fucking deal. Ask anyone who knows that town. I mean, I know it better than anybody. So I'm just telling you, that was the biggest fucking deal when they opened that. Now, I wasn't there for when they opened UP Mall, and I wasn't there when they opened Scottsdale Mall. I'm sure those were really big deals too. But when they, sorry, I said funny. But when they did that add-on mall, it was huge. It was fucking huge. Really? Everybody went there just to see it. It was just big. Anyway, we went to we went to, my friends and I and my mom went to the McDonald's food court area, and we waited. And we would just wait there. We waited one day, just one day we did this, all day. And we waited for them to go through. Because somebody had told us, we were asking the people who worked there, like, hey, is there any way you could give us, like, one of each of the other toys? They're like, no, they're not even bringing them out. They're like, our manager has the boxes, and they're not bringing them out until the next one comes, and we can't just go back there and take them. They're like, trust us, we would, because you guys are just sitting here all day. We understand, wasting time, but we're not allowed to do that. So they have to go through all of them. I'll tell you which ones we got.
Might as well make money and save money. Call outside, promo code TRUMAN, and I'll see you at the gas station. Hey, it's Dean Sharp. So Tina and I are at a restaurant, and I'm sitting there reading the menu when my friend said,
So this had to be 1998, so I was 12. And what ones did they have? Are you sure that was it?
The reactions are always the same. Wait, what? Is that even possible? That's amazing. Yes, it is possible. Yes, it is amazing. RLE is a...
Because I don't remember any of those ones.
Heard of it? Maybe you haven't either, but we're talking no glasses, no contacts, no readers, and you'll never develop cataracts. Snyder RLE gave me my eyes back.
Yo.
Hi, Tim Daddy. It is
What
now
up,
4
girl?
o'clock a.m.
Yo, girl. Thanks, baby. Anyway, let's go and get it. Single people are are we the most attractive? Yeah, getting more methods and badges for this catch cruise. Open topic. City boy. Ask the way. Shield space. 5 million pressure space. Spread luminosity. Scarf and country.
Works out to a little more than $212,000 after attorney fees and other expenses. Actor Gabriel Jarrett, best known for his role in the 1985 film Real Genius, has been caught in a predator sting operation by the creep catching unit. The actor thought he was talking to a 14-year-old girl at a meeting at the Santa Monica Pier, but it was a sting operation. The Santa Monica Police Department now investigating. A cyber attack in Las Vegas shut down hotel systems at MGM Resorts yesterday. Some guests locked out of hotel rooms as electronic room keys didn't work and credit card terminals didn't work either. This is being called a cybersecurity issue. LA Unified School District looking to reopen an investigation into improper overtime pay. The district says several employees earned overtime that was improperly approved. A new poll suggests just over half of Americans believe artificial intelligence will impact the outcome of the 2024 presidential election.
Did that one just say Z?
The Axios Morning Consult poll found 53% of respondents said misinformation spread by AI will impact who wins. 35% said AI will decrease trust in election advertising. Of that group,
Now, what was the first honestly, I don't recognize any of these. List of teeny, oh, they weren't mini, they were teeny beanie babies. This was such a big fucking deal. Okay. Latest edit, no. Latest edit.
In San Dimas, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 57 West Side of the 57 has been cleared for lanes. You dropped it in that area. And in Ontario, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Vineyard to Milliken. 2 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Stay at 5. The Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
Peanut elephant. Oh my god. McDonald's. What were they called? Beanie Babies? Teeny Beanie. Baby order. What order were they in? Oh, 1996. I was like, I was 12 doing this? No, I was 10. Which makes more sense.
Thank you. Our pleasure. Let us know if you need anything else. We will. Thanks again. Bye now. Hey, mister.
Internet, yours.
I want to be a hero someday. You already are, kid. For same-day repair, call Rita.
Oh, 1997.
Or go online at RitaHero.com.
Well, okay, so I was like 12, which meant I wasn't getting Happy Meals, but it was just a big, okay. Patty the platypus, Pinky the flamingo, Chops on, Chocolate the moose, Goldie the goldfish, Speedy the turtle, Seymour the seal, Snort the bull, Quacks the duck, resembling crackers, Liz the lizard. Honestly, I don't remember any of those. I don't remember any of these. But okay, so it was. So what I think the platypus I remember, maybe the flamingo. It was just such a thing though to see a new, like when they came out. But I honestly don't remember any of these. Melon koala, bones of Zara, Scooby Puzzle, Super Cat, Peanut Elephant. We did not do it the second one. So I guess it was. So I remember the bull maybe. I don't know. And the turtle, the moose. I don't know. We did not get that many. Not looking at them, but what'd you do? It was just kind of a cool thing. My mom took a day with my friends, and we went, and she just kept buying us Happy Meals, and we could just so we could get these toys. And we didn't just go there. We went. It was over the course of like 2 days. We went to like every McDonald's around, and we just spent the whole day going to these McDonald's. And that's it. I mean, I don't really have anything. Oh, so here's the thing: you get it, and then you knew you had to keep the tag on it, but you didn't know you couldn't open the plastic bag either. So I think we opened the plastic bag on a lot of them. And I remember some of them we had doubles. So I mean, it was like whatever. So they're worth like $1,800 now. But I mean, the amount of time it took and gas and all that other stuff. But I remember we went and we just went to the mall. I mean, what was a big thing? We'd always go out for pizza with people and quarters. Quarters were such a big fucking deal. And to get quarters was such a big deal. To go play video games. And I'll never forget, we're in Las Vegas. And I was going to, for the one time in my entire life, I've hung out with my cousin Jamie. And I've just never hung out with that part of the family. I mean, they lived 2,000 miles away, but also they were girls and like they didn't want anything to do with the little boy. And well, I hung out with my cousin Joni. We went to like the Studebaker Museum with her. But I remember saying to my cousin Jamie, went to College Football Hall of Fame with my cousin Jamie, and she was like, okay, she's not into football, so she didn't really care. What was interesting, I remember she had a manicure that had little teddy bears on her fingers, and that was something I'd never seen before. And I didn't see it for a long time. Nobody in my town had manicures generally. I mean, they did, but like not really specific ones like that. And then what? They were either stickers or like little painted on. I can't remember. I remember she had purple nail polish and these little yellow bears on her fingers. And I remember we were with my aunt and my dad, and I pointed to I think it was called the Valley American Bank building at the time. It's now a Chase Tower, or City Center. And I said, that's the tallest building in town. And I thought that was such a big deal. And she laughed. She thought, she's like, Mom, do you believe it? That's the tallest building in this whole town. And my aunt's like, oh, yeah, it's not that big of a town. Because she's used to seeing Chicago and the really big tall buildings there. And she just thought that shit was so funny. When you know it, eventually that little town had buildings as big as Chicago, if not bigger. Really, yeah. But oh my God, she thought that was so funny. Anyway, the one time I ever hung out with my cousin, and here's the thing, how much older are they than you are? I hung out with my cousin Michael. He would come into town, we'd play catch and stuff, and I'd meet his friends. Shout out to O'Brien and what's his friend's name? Weschler. What's his name? What Weschler's fine. That's his last name. That's what they always call him. And shout out to Houdini Wines and Wine Country Gift Baskets. Anyway, Joe Weschler. What's O'Brien's name? Everybody calls him O'Brien. I don't remember. Is it Tom O'Brien? No. It's just O'Brien. Anyway, my cousin. So I hung out with them, but I one time hung out with my cousin Joni, but not for long. And then she became a police officer, and then we didn't want to be around her because she was a cop, and it's like, well, we were like drinking underage and doing other things. It was like, we don't want to be around her. And then allegedly. And then my cousin Jamie, the one time I ever got to spend with Jamie, we were at, I think, Sam's Town. And I was really excited because they had an arcade. And I remember my Aunt Judy gave me $10 in quarters, which was like more quarters than I'd ever seen in my entire life. My parents would always give me $1 at a time. I'd go play 4 quarters, come back. I'd be like, you guys are so stupid. If you gave me $5 in quarters, I could keep playing the game and I wouldn't have to keep restarting from the beginning because there was always like continue. And I remember how many times it'd take me 30 seconds to run to them and run back trying to get enough quarters. Oh my Jesus. Anyway, they didn't see it that way. But it would have been in their best interest to just give me the money, more money at the beginning. I would have spent it, but then I would have been able to continue in the game longer as opposed to just continuing to play the first level every time. So anyway, I remember it was the first time I really knew my dad was cheap. I remember my aunt says, okay, so you're gonna go with Jamie to the arcade. She's gonna take you with her friends, and I thought this was so cool because I was like maybe 9 or 10, and she was like, I don't know, 20. What's she, 20? Maybe she's like 18 or something. Honestly, we ate together. I met her kids, and like we have no relationship. Same with Joni, and I would say with Michael, which is unfortunate. I should have a better relationship with them, but honestly, I would say my father fucked that up. Why? Well, without going into it, it was just he and my cousin fought, and then that put bad blood and everything. Anyway. And my cousin and my Uncle Gary fought, and they fought for years, and I don't know about what. I have no idea, but they were like best friends, and their relationship never really took off again. But anyway, I was hanging out with my cousin Jamie, and we were at this restaurant at Sam's Town, and my aunt had given me $10 in quarters, which was like the most amount of quarters I'd ever seen. And aside from our slot machine, the Hilton slot machine. Anyway, my cousin Jamie said, go ask your dad for some money. And I went, Dad, can I have some money? And he's like, your aunt gave you money. And I'm like, well, Jamie told me to ask you for money. And she's like, your aunt gave you money. My dad's like, your aunt gave you money. So I go back to Jamie and I'm like, oh, I got this. She's like, that's like $8 in quarters. It's not that much. She's like, okay, whatever. So we go and we just play arcade for like an hour or something. And that was it. That's all the time I've ever spent with Jamie. Oh, and then we went to, allegedly, the 2 times I've been to Carriage House. One time was with her, and then the other time was with for prom. Allegedly, that place should be a big place. They had a original and stuff. Right, eventually. Are you done? No. But just so my cousins know, Michael, Joni, and Jamie, I wish I had better relationships with you all. Really? Yeah, not at fucking 4 a.m. though. But what happened? My parents didn't want me hanging around them. I don't want to say my parents. My dad didn't. He didn't think they were always the best influences on me, which is they're very good influences. But what happened? My cousin Michael was living at home. My dad didn't think that was cool after college, even though I had to do it for some time. I didn't have to do it for as long as he did, but he was smart to do it because he saved up all kinds of money. He owns his own house now. My cousin Joni, there's nothing wrong with her. She's a golden girl, and she owns her own house. She has her own. She's retired. She's fine. And then my cousin Jamie had children a little younger than I think I wanted, and there aren't that many places to work in Las Vegas. But she didn't always work in the best places, and she'd work in just like doing whatever. But my parents wanted me to be, and she didn't go to college. That was another thing. Really? Yeah. But like my cousin Joni did, my cousin Michael did, but Jamie didn't, and because she, was doing other things. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No, I just remember she was like, your dad isn't giving you any money to go out. I'm like, no, this is all I got. And she said, all right, well, we'll do with it what we will. And I remember going on an escalator with her. But it was cool because it was like I got to hang out with an older person for once. And is that the end of your story? No. When you watch Roseanne, what's your Joe? Well, DJ and I are probably, Michael Fishman and I are probably about the same age. But when I see Darlene, it reminds me of a friend of our family, Lisa, even though she wasn't like super athletic or anything like that, like Darlene is. And then Becky reminds me of my cousin Kelly. And they just kind of look alike. I mean, not really. Kelly just has blonde hair, and Lisa was brunette, but they were like older than that kid is. But I never had like sisters like that. But it just reminded me of that. Now, Roseanne and Dan remind me a lot of my parents in a lot of ways, and then Jackie reminds me of my dad in a lot of ways. But so does that Nancy West or whatever. Not Nancy West, Natalie West. Anybody else remind you of anybody in that show? No, then it kind of gets different. No, I mean, but that's enough. That's very close to home. All right, are you done? Why do you have all this energy? I have no idea. Okay, so Patty the Platypus chops the lamb, chop up the moose, simmer the seal. I want to say maybe we did the 1998 one and not the 1997. It was something because I remember the elephant and maybe the dog and a koala maybe and Bongo the monkey and that giraffe. But it had to be when it first came out. Really, yeah. because I mean, maybe it was 98, but I don't remember Doberman. I remember the monkey. I think it was probably 98. But then why was it such a big deal? You would have heard about them before then. Yeah, I remember the elephant was like a light blue. And I remember the lobster. I don't remember some of that shit. Were they in all the places? During the peak of their popularity, which was 1998, teeny babies caused major fights at various McDonald's locations. See? Okay, the teeny babies were in the first year they were offered, but demand steadily declined in popularity each year thereafter. With most demand for McDonald's in the first year thereafter. Okay, even though more were produced each time. During the peak of their popularity, which is 1998, teeny beanies caused were the cause of many fights at McDonald's locations. And you could see that. It was crazy there. The police caused criminal charges and injuries. Among these incidents in Miami, McDonald's employee was charged with theft of the toys. See? Though they originally required the purchase of a half and for about $2 additional charge for each release of specialty babies, 1999. I don't remember that. They were often sold for much higher prices on the secondary market afterward. Some McDonald's locations exhausted their before the promotion was over. Teenagers returned to McDonald's July 2009, featuring videos of the subsequent Thai media consumers. The login with Thai.com and play online with the teenagers. The marketing decision to discover regarding interest in virtual cards. Originally, 30-day trial period for playing to align with the company decided to allow consumers to keep their virtual for an undisclosed period, albeit indefinite. The all new line of TV administration. Chops of lamb, chocolate the goose, Goldie the goldfish, Speedy the turtle, Seymour the seal, Snort the bull, Quacks the dog, Liz the lady. You know what it could have been, honestly? And I mean this. We might not have got him the first time around, truthfully. But, because they ran quickly. But I remember the second time around, or whenever it was huge. I would say that was probably 1998. Because I do remember, I think, that elephant. And a lobster. And the koala. And the dog. So, and it says at the height of their popularity was 1998. So, I can see that.
I think a crucial point because it has many implications. Also implications on how we deal with those who want.
Wow, what a great fucking story about Beanie Babies.
And still it is good to be there because it never hurts to be too loving. Yes, it's the opposite to show, right? And this is one important lesson. Another important lesson comes more to the theory of what does it mean to be.
You gonna go at yourself again?
It's remarkable how if you take, if you look closer towards death and dying, and in our secular culture, people don't usually think utterly inspired.
Why? Because I'm.
But if you look,
Oh my god.
then you see so much more which is happening. So it's some key elements in the sense of somebody who's
perhaps.
But how often did nurses tell me, I don't know what happened. It was one day I entered the room and I was just doing my routine work with this patient, and then he looked at me, and there was such a deep understanding. I'm so nice. I recognized him, and he seemed to have recognized me. Yeah. And it's these very valuable, precious moments, which we tend to overlook because we outsource that, we don't always like to think about it and so on. And I think the message I would like to convey among many others is, look, listen, be there. Yeah. Because it's never in vain to be there for someone. Yeah. But it's very sad upon you when one could or should be something.
Do they show fear at all when they're in that state?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, but funnily enough, I got not one single patient in my database, in my case collection, where fear was a predominant topic. It was more like an outpouring of, connectedness, of once again making peace when it was necessary, or being grateful when it was appropriate, and or people telling each other stories. Quite a proportion of them. I've got one beautiful case who had been in dementia for 2 years, didn't communicate, and needed to be fed because he couldn't eat herself anymore, and by herself. And on her last day, she made a full return, and sitting there with the daughter and the granddaughter, with a Rolling Stones t-shirt, and the grandmother said, I remember when I was young, I went to a concert, just very much alive, full of life, And then the family said, this is so unusual, maybe this is the end. So the daughter asked the mother, is there anything I can do for you? Very good question. And the mother smiled and said, yes, I would like to eat chocolate. So she went out to the hospital, this machine. The vending machines. Yeah. And she bought the chocolate. And then the mother in a report said, I never ever in my life saw someone celebrating a piece of chocolate as my mother did when she died. Amazing. So happy, so aware, so starving in it to the and experience of this. So, and this is what you get and what you see when you study such cases. It's very moving, I must say. I mean, as a scientist, I try to work, to do thorough work, but when I read these many stories and people trust these stories to me, we are primarily human persons and I'm just very moved.
It gets emotional.
Sorry?
It gets emotional, listen.
Of course, and how could it not? And I think that's totally fine, because we are, when it comes to death and dying, we are all in the same boat, And, but it's also good to know that it's not a boat into utter darkness. There's really much light, there's much hope in such an unlikely place, let's say, as in the dying room of a hospital, Much, much more than perhaps many of our listeners might imagine, and some of them might know, because they work in the field and they know the atmosphere, the peace, and the willingness for the unexpected, which is what you need if you study this topic.
Doctor, does terminal lucidity distinguish the difference between men and women, or is it about the same?
We try to find out anything which might enable us to predict it, so any factors, and there's no difference. And it also happens in every age. I mean, the youngest patient I have in my database was 10 years old. It was a girl with a brain cancer, and it's a very sad case. The mother, her parents were standing there, knowing it's the end, and she was really confused. And on her last, I think, 2 hours, she was back.
Are you done?
I would guess,
Holy fuck.
Doctor, that people
Allegedly. Why? Could have been a deep fake.
like heart attacks,
That's tomorrow, look, Sean, that's from Rudy. That's the beginning. Comes on the World Series. All the fucking Rothschild. And now for this record, we actually discuss neither here nor there nor anywhere. Go fucking understand the universe. You fucking Rothschild. Michelle, Michigan. And son of the multiverse, perhaps halachically, adequate lineage and righteousness. Let's go.
They were not healthy, they had Alzheimer's, and then they had a lucid episode and died the very same night of a stroke or a heart attack. So something is going on which is not directly, you see that's what I'm saying, heart attack is a very sudden event, and 2-3 hours before one has an heart attack, it's not that one would know, and yet we have TL episodes, even if the actual cause of death occurs a few hours later.
Do you believe this is a physical situation, or is it something that deals with consciousness and the soul?
I think it's both. I mean, on the one hand, clearly it's our, we are dying, something is happening biologically.
Yes.
But you know what is so remarkable is that we have, I mean, we talk once again mainly about people who have dementia or brain tumors or they have a severely impaired brain. They haven't been there for, well, they have been there, but they couldn't communicate with them coherently for a very long time, months, sometimes years. And then they come back, but nothing changed in their brain.
Is that a real person?
Yeah. So if you are a materialist, in other words, if you think and if it's a position, if you believe that, you know, all of our mind is nothing but brain function, then you should think and wonder, because what's happening? The brain structure by Alzheimer's, let's say, yeah, is so severely impaired that if you show the lay person on the street a picture of such a brain, everyone would say, no, nobody can function with such a brain. Yeah?
Hold on for a second, Doctor. We're at a break. We'll come back in a moment with Dr. Alexander Batiani. His book is called Threshold.
To access the audio archives of Coast to Coast AM, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 2-year-old horse has died after a race at Los Alamitos. State horse racing officials say the quarter horse named Thundering Eagle was injured while galloping out after an 8th race on Sunday. This is the 10th horse to die from a racing or training injury at the Cypress track this year. The FDA has approved a new COVID vaccine. Guidelines as to who can get it and when it will be released should happen today. SpaceX has successfully launched more Starlink satellites from Vandenberg Space Force Base. It happened just before midnight. They'll launch another group of Starlink satellites on September 29th. And a long-lost X-Wing model from the 1977 film Star Wars is up for auction. Opening bid, $400,000. Southside weather from KFI, upper 70s for the beaches, 80s and 90s inland. Right now it's 70 in Anaheim. Mission Viejo has 67. 56 in Beverly Hills and 65 for Acton. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Fountain Valley, there is a 4-3-day closure, 405 north-south from Magnolia to East Boulevard. South Transit has a whole lane shut down for road work until 5. It's South LA. This is off of 110 southbound right before Adams. We have a crash taking up 2 left lanes there. Watch for some stop-and-go traffic from Washington Boulevard. In Riverside, this is on the 91 westbound after Madison Street. There's a little fender bender there. It's out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch the slowing. AFI in the sky helps get you there faster. O'Brien van.
Well, we know everyone could use some help beating rising energy costs this summer, but it's not only energy costs. The cost of living in Southern California has skyrocketed, whether it's buying food, gas, cars, you name it.
Listen, we pay some of the highest prices for electricity in the country, and those prices go up about 4 or 5% a year. Now is the time to go solar with SolarMax technology.
Right now, get a complete SolarMax system with the 10N-phase IQ8 microinverter and the 10T grid-tied battery for just $99 a month.
When it comes to electricity, the worst thing a homeowner can do is nothing. Call SolarMax, make sure you always have the power you need at a price you can afford. It's about saving you money.
Summer is here, the heat is coming. Call SolarMax, get that custom-designed SolarMax system with the 10N-phase IQ8 microinverter and the 10T grid-tied battery, just $99 a month.
Tap pound 250 on your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. CSLB number 17204. Hey, Tom, right here. You know the reason why people like to gamble? Either go to a casino or scratch off, because people are like me and like you. They want to make money and do very little work. I got an app that does that. It's called Upside, promo code Conway, and you can make money doing almost nothing. You download the app, Upside, promo code Conway, and then next time you buy anything, you can make or save money. You're going to make up to 25 cents a gallon or more the very first time you fill up your gas tank. That's media to sign up. And we're all 10 shy of being number one. I want to be the king of upside. So do me a favor. Just get it. It's not going to take a lot of time, and you're going to make money. Win-win. Big goal. Next time you buy groceries or gas, you're going to make money, and you're going to think of me, and I'll think of you. It'll be like we're in love without ever meeting. We're annoying each other. The app's called Upside. Promo code Conway. And I'll see you at the gas station.
Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Recruit writers, Kelly Clarkson, Sarah Girl, and many more. Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd.
You don't like this, you don't like this. Look at this motion. Oh, that's looking up there.
Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. We're going to take the calls next hour with Dr. Alexander Battiani as we talk about threshold and criminal lucidity. Perhaps you can share a story with us as well in addition to your question. ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along, folks. We are now heading for 172,000 signed-up members. Over the last week and a half, we had 1,000 people sign up. We're down to 633 people to go. They hit that $173,000 mark at ParanormalDate.com. There is a lot of people looking for friendships, love, and romance, and it's available to you. And if you're looking for someone a bit more mature, it's available to you at ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Now, these are people that are 60 plus and think like you do. So we've got both ParanormalDate.com and ParanormalDate.com/seniors. And there's something for you before you meet up with someone.
Everybody is like, that's what's up to. Oh, yeah, the call every day. And it was like, hey, dog. I'm checking. What's that motherfucker's name?
A stem cell is a cell waiting told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Miller, how will it feel after taking an adaptogenic immunostem?
The immunostem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogenic along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogenic immunostem and your free gift to relax cell is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Remember the fun of good old comic books, the good guys and the bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe? Well, fun and adventure has returned to comics and graphic novels from our friends at Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by dear friend Martin Sunderland, acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team got together with that sense of wonderment and thrills to straighten out adventures that we remember in the old comic book days, running the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things. And they now offer a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships that provide access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. When it's back, get your kids involved with it too. Join the excitement with titles like Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, I Waggit, Tales of Singularity, and the kid already with Waggit Jr. Don't like that. Join us at iWaggit.com. That's IWAGGIT. iWaggit.com, where you blast off on your free adventure. We all know Joe Biden isn't getting the job done and too often is making things worse. That's conservative business leader Doug Burgum, one of America's most successful governors. Raised with small-town values, Burgum built $1 billion company, creating thousands of jobs. As governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum cut taxes, balanced the budget, and helped pass term limits. Where we come from, when something isn't working, you stop and you try something new. That's common sense. Joe Biden.
One of the most famous leaders of all time.
Unleash American energy and end Biden's inflation. He'll secure the
You
border
are
to stop
so
the flow of illegal drugs. And Burgum will rebuild our military to win the Cold War with China. Do you believe that the economy, energy, and national security are critical to our nation's future? Remember, that's why I'm running for president. Most of America, is responsible for the contradictory advertising of
A listener note, this episode contains references to adult content and language, and contains material that some might find offensive.
Kids love that
It's March 31st, 1964 in New York City. Lenny Bruce paces backstage at the Cafe Al Go-Go, a new club in Greenwich Village. He loosens his skinny black tie and walks over to a scuffed-up mirror. His face looks puffy. His eyes are ringed with dark circles. But Bruce knows that in this dimly lit basement, no one's going to notice. Bruce runs a hand through his dark hair, then shrugs into his black jacket. Ella Solomon, the co-owner of Cafe Al Go-Go, enters the room. Her dress kicks up dust. Hey, Len, you ready? Bruce turns and gives her his most charming grin. I'll be out there, Ella. Just give me a minute. That's what you said 10 minutes ago. I know. I'm just working through the opening bit. I was thinking of going with Jackie Kennedy. You like the Jackie bit? God forgive me, but yes, I do. Good, because it's one of the last safe bits I've got left. How on earth can that joke be safe? Her husband got killed 4 months ago. Well, I haven't been arrested yet, so it's safe in my book. Safety first. That's my motto. What have you done with the real Lenny Bruce? I'm serious, Ella. Your boy needs a break. My low-life buddies tell me that I'll get used to the handcuffs, the jail cells, the lawyer fees. Guess what, Ella? You never get used to them. Well, I'm tired of waiting. You gotta show. Yes, Buzz Solomon is stalling the crowd. Bruce stops in the wing, gives Howard an impish wave. Howard rolls his eyes, pulls the microphone close. And now the moment you've all waited for, ladies and gentlemen, the great Lenny Bruce. Bruce takes the stage, clasping Howard warmly on the shoulder. Solomon then walks off stage and stands next to his wife. Bruce
Bruce peers out at the packed house. It's full of beatniks, burnouts, and hipsters. His kind of people. He adjusts the mic. Let's talk about Jackie Kennedy. You guys see that photo in Time magazine? She's climbing out of the backseat of the Lincoln after John gets shot. There's his car right behind them filled with Secret Service. Jackie jumps out of the Lincoln and into the Secret Service car. Well, that makes sense. Definitely makes sense. But here's the thing. Photo caption says that she's bravely jumping into the Secret Service car to help lead the agents into the Lincoln. That's bull. That's a dirty lie. Give me a break. Jackie Kennedy wasn't brave. She was just hauling to save her own ass. Bruce leans back and smiles. He's 15 years into his career, but he can still get a crowd going. Some people in the audience clasp their hands over their mouths, and some have tears streaming down their faces. Bruce is paid to perform, but that's not why he does it. The gasps of shock and laughter, that look on a person's face when they're shoved out of their comfort zone, those are the true rewards. Bruce scans the crowd, soaking up the reaction, and then he zeroes in on one man, a few tables back. He's got a thin, dark mustache and hasn't taken off his long overcoat. Bruce narrows his eyes. The man sits alone, rapidly writing on a small notepad. Bruce feels himself getting tense, because he knows there are only two kinds of audience members who would take notes: aspiring comedians, cops. He has a feeling that the man with the mustache was no aspiring comic. Bruce swallows hard, his heart pounding. Lately, the police have been cracking down on his act. He can't afford more legal trouble. Certainly not another night in jail. He knows that a cautious man would come up with an excuse to just end the show right now. But Lenny Bruce is not a cautious man. He grabs the mic and launches into his next bit. And it's outrageous.
At Arizona State University, we offer a wide variety of degree programs online to match all kinds of interests and career aspirations. Programs that are taught by the same notable faculty who teach on campus and designed using innovative technology to improve learning outcomes and equip you for post-graduation success. That's why 87% of ASU online graduates indicated they were promoted at work or received an increase in salary after earning their degree. Find your program at asuonline.asu.edu.
When we think of sports stories, we tend to think of tales of epic on-the-field glory or incredible against-all odds comeback stories. But the new podcast, Sports Explains the World, brings you some of the wildest and most surprising sports stories you've never heard. Listen to Sports Explains the World on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From Wondery, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is American Scandal. Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Sarah Silverman, Chris Rock. These are just a few of the stand-up comedians who have found fame with vulgar and unflinching comedy. They performed without fear, safe with the knowledge that their material was considered free speech in America, that even their raunchiest jokes fell under the protection of the First Amendment. But this wasn't always the case. Just decades ago, it was illegal to tell boundary-pushing jokes in public. Those who did could be found guilty of obscenity, a crime that could be punished with steep fines and imprisonment. It wasn't until the 1950s that Lenny Bruce rose to prominence as a comedian and challenged the nation's obscenity laws. He was brilliant, uncompromising, outspoken, on stage and off. In his acts, he skewered the norms of mainstream society. He railed against hypocrisy, and his comedy took a hard look at religion, race, politics, sex, and more. Bruce quickly became a countercultural legend, but he also became a target for those in power who saw his dissenting views as a threat. Bruce clashed frequently with law enforcement throughout his career, but his decisive legal battle began in 1964 in New York City. It was a bitter fight, one that would test just how far the authorities would go in order to silence a performer who spoke out and criticized conventional morality. It was a trial that would not only change comedy, but redefine free speech in America. This is episode 1, The Obscenity Circus. It's April 18th, 1949 in New York City. Inside the CBS studio building, stage lights illuminate the set of Arthur Godfrey's talent show. Lenny Bruce waits in the wings, clutching a stack of homemade cue cards. His right hand trembles. For months, he's worked on these jokes, and he can't afford to flub a single word. This is the #1 late-night variety show in the country. It's television, the big time. It could make his career. So Bruce tries to relax. He thinks he could use a drink. His armpits are moist. His bow tie feels like it's choking him. And that cream they use to slick down his hair, it's so stiff now he feels like he's wearing a helmet. He takes a breath and a break from his note cards. And he watches Godfrey deliver an opening monologue with his trademark folksy charm. The 45-year-old showbiz veteran makes it look so easy. Bruce just turned 24. He wonders if he'll ever be as good or as popular. Bruce drops one of his cue cards. He curses, but then glances nervously toward the nearby crew members. The makeup girl approaches and starts powdering his face, but also, with a smile, warns him that he better not use language like that when he's on stage. Just then, a crewman with a clipboard walks over and tells Bruce that he's up. Bruce strides on stage with all the confidence he can muster. He hears a creak as the spotlight swivels overhead, following him to the microphone. He takes a deep breath and looks out at the hundreds of people waiting in the audience. For a split second, he hesitates. He's worked so hard to get to this moment, refining his jokes, touring tiny clubs in the middle of nowhere, getting paid pennies. But now that he's finally here, something feels wrong. He can't quite put his finger on it. Someone in the audience coughs. Bruce realizes he'd better get started. He does an impression of James Cagney crying in Dirty Rat. It's a perfect imitation. Next, he does a bit about Audrey Hepburn on a date with Gregory Peck, and pitches his voice at just the right octave. He makes a few more good-natured wisecracks about movie stars in general, and then, before he knows it, his time is up. He's performed his entire routine perfectly, and the studio audience cheers. It's at that moment he realizes what's bothering him. This should be the happiest moment of his life, but deep down, he knows how much better his performance would be if he could do things his way. The way he does it sitting at the bar with his... That's the real Lenny Bruce. The Lenny Bruce who makes cracks about the time Gregory Peck cheated on his wife. Bruce acknowledges the applause. Then he heads off stage, his smile fading. If he's going to be an honest-to-God comic and not some phony, he needs to do things differently. He'll have to hone his craft in front of his kind of people, not these tourists. Bruce has heard about the after-hours clubs and strip joints where they don't tell you what to say or how to say it. He thinks that's where he truly belongs, where he can be free. On his way to the exit door, he rips off his bow tie and chucks it in the trash. It's early 1957 in Los Angeles, California. Lenny Bruce reclines on the black leather sofa in his living room, presses a damp washcloth over his eyes and breathes slowly. He's still coming down from all the booze and pills he swallowed the night before. Recovery isn't as easy as it used to be, now that Bruce is in his 30s. The setting sun glows through the windows, lighting the room in shades of pink and gold. Bruce loves this house. LA has a special place in his heart, too. It was here that he learned to work the burlesque scene. Surrounded by gyrating strippers, he developed a new material that was uncensored and edgy, a far cry from the material he performed 8 years ago on Arthur Godfrey's show. In that time, he developed a following and even made some money from his work. But even a well-stocked bank can't solve a bad hangover. As he reclines on the sofa, suddenly the washcloth is pulled from his eyes. He groans in protest. His wife drops down on the couch and tells him to get up. Her name is Honey, and Lenny met her at a strip club, where she was working as a dancer. Even though Lenny's hungover, he still thinks she's got the prettiest smile he's ever seen. Honey reminds him that it's coming up on nighttime. She asks, doesn't he have a show in a couple of hours? Lenny sits up and wipes his mouth. His head throbs and his skin feels sticky. He leans in to sneak a kiss, but when Honey catches a whiff of his breath, she bats him away. Lenny pleads with her. I'm a foul-mouthed comedian. I don't brush my teeth, he says. Rather than laughing, Honey's face hardens. And all at once, Lenny knows what she's going to say. Honey reminds him that he needs to be careful. He needs to clean up his act. Even if he's telling jokes at a strip club, cops come around even there, and they can bust him. Lenny frowns. He rises and says he's not worried about the cops. As he heads toward the bathroom, Honey grabs his arm, though, stops him. She says she's serious. He should be worried. The wrong joke in the wrong place, they'll get him arrested. Lenny counters and says his act isn't obscene. He talks the way people talk in real life. There's nothing wrong with that. Honey says she understands, but the police will not. She's worried he's defying them too openly. They'll go out of their way to make an example of him. So Lenny pauses. Then he promises that in the end he's going to win the fight. Honey shakes her head. She tells him that depends on how he defines winning. It's April 1959, and Lenny Bruce waits patiently backstage at New York's Hudson Theater. This is the home of the Steve Allen Show. Bruce likes Allen. He wears hip black-rimmed glasses like Buddy Holly, and he isn't afraid to be a little vulgar. In fact, Steve Allen is one of Bruce's biggest mainstream supporters. An article came out of Time magazine calling Bruce the high priest of sick comedy, and still Allen fought to keep Bruce on the show. As he waits to go on, Bruce smiles to himself. They call him sick because he speaks his mind, because he's suspicious of the mainstream, hypocritical suburban world of America. But the way he sees it, that's exactly what makes him healthy. On stage, Allen begins his introduction. He tells the audience that once a month they book a comedian who's going to offend everybody. And tonight they have the most shocking comedian of all. He calls out Lenny Bruce's name. And as the house band fires up a song, Bruce walks on stage. The crowd roars. Bruce begins with a few of his best clean jokes. He tells the audience he first started smoking Marlboros at 6 years old. He makes fun of kids who sniff glue. He's having fun, but there's something important he wants to address. He wants people to know that there's more to him than four-letter words. He has a reputation as being controversial and irreverent. But, he says, I'll tell you something. There are definitely things that offend me. Segregation offends me. Programs that exploit societal problems under the guise of helping them, that offends me. Allen nods thoughtfully and the audience applauds. Bruce feels that he's made his point. People should challenge intolerance and hypocrisy however they can. Bruce's weapon of choice is comedy. But he also knows that the other side, the establishment, they have weapons too. As he wraps up his set and heads off stage, Bruce begins to wonder, was Honey right? How badly has he offended the people in power? And if he has, when are they going to strike back? It's October 4th, 1961. In San Francisco, Lenny Bruce stands on stage in a cramped club known as the Jazz Workshop. He pauses in the middle of his set and sways slightly. He's lost his train of thought again. Then he remembers and jumps back into the material. He wants to talk about a recent drug bust. Bruce offers a melancholy smile. This isn't made-up material. He was arrested in Philadelphia the previous month, caught with methamphetamine, methadone, and a few syringes. He tells the audience it was a big misunderstanding, that his doctors prescribed the drugs. Bruce sighs. The truth is, he has needed medication lately, a lot of it. He's had a rough few years. He and Honey divorced, one, because he was having affairs, and two, because he was doing too many drugs. He's had his share of troubles recently. No need to invite more. So tonight, Bruce sticks to the basics. He riffs on sex and the male body, nothing too crazy. When he's done, the audience applauds. He heads back towards his dressing room. Bruce turns a corner and stops dead in his tracks. Two brawny police officers stand in the hallway. Art Auerbach, the owner of the Jazz Workshop, turns to Bruce and sputters. I'm sorry, Lenny. They were watching your act. They say it was obscene. Gotta take you to jail. Bruce glares at the cops. Hold on, you guys can't just come in here and do this. One of the officers grabs him firmly under the elbow. Yes, we can. You're coming with us. Bruce wants to fight back, but knows he won't win. Not when he's still high from 2 joints he smoked before the show. Outside, Bruce is led towards a police call box across the street. He turns to the arresting officer. What's your name, anyway? James Ryan, San Francisco Police Department. We're going to call the sergeant so I can tell him you've been apprehended. Apprehended for what? For an offensive, illegal act. I don't understand how you can use that word in public and think it's okay. A mischievous grin spreads across Bruce's face. What word would that be? You know the word. You scared to say it out loud? No? Go ahead, give it a try. It'll make you feel dangerous. Ryan shoves Bruce. What makes you think you can get away talking the way you do? I'm not trying to get away with anything. We should get all these so-called bad words out in the open. Really break them down, you know? No, I don't know. What about the word clap? Does clap bother you? Ryan thinks it over as they arrive at the call box. No, clap isn't bad. Bruce can't help himself. Now, if you get the clap from a... Ryan shoves Bruce in disgust before he can finish the joke. He grabs the call box handset. Bruce trips and falls to the ground. Hey, take it easy, man. Hello, this is Officer Ryan. I'm outside the jazz workshop. Give me 3 squad cars and a paddy wagon right now, please. Bruce is on the ground, giggling, and Ryan reaches out and pulls him to his feet. Lenny Bruce, you are in violation of the Municipal Police Code, sections 176 and 205. Bruce stops laughing, catches his breath. He suddenly realizes there's nothing funny about a night in jail, and he realizes he wishes his ex-wife were here to see him. The thing she was so afraid of has finally come to pass. Bruce has been arrested for obscenity, and if this cop's attitude is any indication, all that lies ahead are problems.
Some people take the straight path of life, but at Arizona State University, we respect your twists and turns. They make our online students more driven to excel in their professional lives. That's why our personalized suite of services empowers you with innovative resources and staff that sticks with you. Make your next turn with one of our 300+ programs at ASU, #1 in innovation for 8 consecutive years. Visit us at asuonline.asu.edu to learn more.
Dr. Robert Hatton was the kind of OB-GYN you recommend to your best friend. Calm, knowledgeable, greeted everyone with a smile, but his cheerful demeanor hid an ugly truth. Dr. Robert Hatton was found to be thousands of patients over his decade there. Once these stories began to see the light of day, one question remained. How was this physician, who was trusted with the lives of so many, taken away with this for so long? I'm your host, Laura Beal. Exposed, Cover Up at Columbia University, the new podcast from Wondery, is a story about people who are supposed to protect us, physicians, prosecutors, and the people around them. And it asks, how did these institutions fail? Listen to Exposed, Cover Up at Columbia University on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to Exposed ad-free on Wondery Plus. Get started with your free trial at wondery.com/plus.
It's March 31st, 1964. Inspector Herbert Rue is walking through the New York District Attorney's office. Rue is an olive-skinned Frenchman with a thin, dark mustache. As he moves through the office, he passes rows of wooden desks, hears ringing phones and clacking typewriters. Rue heads straight for the corner office belonging to District Attorney Frank Hogan. Hogan's door is wide open. Upon seeing Rue, the lean, graying district attorney rises to shake his hand. Rue hangs his tan overcoat on the coat rack and takes a seat. Hogan launches into it. Tonight, Lenny Bruce is performing at the Cafe Au Go-Go. Rue will need to go to the club and carefully watch the comedian without being noticed. It's the perfect mission for Rue, who used to work for the CIA. Rue says he's happy to do his work. He likes using his wit to bring criminals to justice. But he's at a loss. Name Lenny Bruce doesn't ring a bell. He asks Hogan, why is he following a comedian? Hogan leans forward, his expression suddenly very serious. Bruce, he says, is performing vulgar comedy all over the country. He's a known drug addict and provocateur. He's already been arrested on obscenity charges. Bruce scribbles the details in his notepad as Hogan continues, explaining that Bruce's first arrest was in San Francisco, but the comedian refused to change his act. He kept breaking the law over and over, so he was arrested in LA and then Chicago. So far, Hogan says, Bruce has been able to act with impunity. The charges in San Francisco were dismissed. He was convicted in Chicago and sentenced to a year in jail, but he's currently free on bail as he appeals. The case in LA hasn't even begun. So until someone nails him, he'll continue to act like he's above the law. He'll do whatever he wants, keep performing obscene material. Rue nods. He understands. It's his job to catch this criminal in the act. With his intelligence gathering, he can help put Bruce away for good. Rue snaps shut his notepad. He's antsy and ready to hear this obscene comedian for himself. Because after he does, he'll be able to show Hogan what a skilled undercover investigator he really is. Later that night, Inspector Rue sits at the cafe openings. Masks and pink globes hang from the ceiling. The air is thick with marijuana smoke. It's well past 11 p.m., but the crowds are still growing. Beatnik girls in black berets, unshaven guys in beanies, men and women of all races, all here to see Lenny Bruce. But when Bruce finally takes the stage, he's not the trim, stylish man that Bruce saw in the photographs. This Bruce is a little heavy in the midsection. He looks very tired. He launches into a routine that mocks Jackie Kennedy. Rue raises his eyebrow while the people around him laugh. Rue notes that the material is rude, but not too extreme, and it's clear that the crowd finds Bruce's performance quite thrilling. Bruce moves on from Kennedy. That dirty material begins. He references enemas, orgasms, masturbation. Rue actually finds Bruce's routine quite funny. Not that he would share that opinion widely, especially not with the arresting officer that he's certain Hogan will now send. It's mid-April 1964 in New York City. Lenny Bruce is sprawled on the living room rug in his friend Nat Hentoff's apartment. Bruce looks up at Hentoff, who sits a few feet away on a moss-green couch. Hentoff is a young staff writer at the Village Voice. He has a thick beard and glasses, and he's one of Bruce's oldest allies. He's also a jazz connoisseur, and Bruce loves digging through Hentoff's record collection. That's what he's doing when Hentoff pulls off a shoe and throws it across the room. Hey, Lenny, stop looking at the damn records and pay attention, please. I'm trying to get you out of this mess. I'm tired, okay? My chest is killing me. Look, I know you're down, man. This is a very depressing situation. They're not fooling around arresting you like that at the Cafe A Go-Go. New York City's finest, but look, you can't win if you don't fight. Bruce scoots closer to the couch. Nat, I'm ready to fight, okay? I want to win this. It was one thing when it was just me getting arrested, but arresting Howard and Ella for booking me, that's going way too far. It's got to stop. You got to beat the system once and for all. I hear you, Lenny, but if you want to beat them for good, you're going to need a lawyer, the best lawyer. Yeah, well, who's the best lawyer? Ephraim London. I've written about a few obscenity trials, and he's probably the best First Amendment lawyer around. The guy's argued more than 200 obscenity cases. I'm pretty sure he's got a copy of the Constitution on his bedside table. But I need him right away. I don't actually think I can get him. There's one way to find out. Hentoff rummages through a folder of newspaper clippings and index cards, sliding one of them across the coffee table. Bruce grabs it and heads to the kitchen phone. Hello, Ephraim London speaking. Wow, you sound just like I picture Abraham Lincoln sounding. You know that? This is Lenny Bruce, by the way. You heard of me? Yes, Mr. Bruce, I've heard of you. Please call me tomorrow at my office. Right now. No, wait, sir, please don't hang up. I need your help, and I need it now. I don't know that I'm the one to help you, Mr. Bruce. I'll be very blunt. Your style of comedy doesn't amuse me. Hey, yeah, I get it. I'm not for everyone, clearly. But that's not the issue. And what is the issue to you, sir? The issue is the city of New York trying to take away my First Amendment rights. My buddy Nat says you're the best free speech defender in America. Mr. London, would you agree? Even if you don't like my material, that I have a right to perform it? Yes, I suppose I agree with that. What do you say? Take my case. London pauses, and as Bruce waits, a heavy knot forms in his stomach. Suddenly feels like everything rides on this moment. With a good lawyer, he could stay free. He could keep performing, even change the way this country thinks about free speech. This could be big. Mr. Bruce, I will take the case, but on one condition. Fantastic, but yeah, of course. What is it? You follow my lead and my advice at every juncture of this trial. Bruce agrees, and as he hangs up, a giant smile spreads across his face. He has a lawyer, a great one. And now the real fight is set to begin. It's April 13th, 1964. Assistant District Attorney Richard Q enters the glass and granite towers that are home to the New York Criminal Courthouse. Q is a tall, broad-shouldered man with hair and a camera-ready smile. He takes pride in his ability to win any case he's told to prosecute, and he's especially eager to win this one. Q knows he wasn't Frank Hogan's first choice to lead the prosecution. He only got the job because Hogan's go-to guy was a little too fond of Bruce's jokes. What anyone sees as such a nauseating act, Q doesn't understand. But he's grateful for this chance to impress Hogan. If he wins this trial and puts Lenny Bruce in prison, he'll be the DA's top choice for years to come. Inside the courtroom, Q nods respectfully to the panel of judges, then glances at the defense. A middle-aged couple sits together looking frightened. Those must be the club's owners, Howard and Ella Solomon. Next to them is Lenny Bruce. Bruce wears tight black pants, polished boots, and a black jacket buttoned up to the neck. In Q's estimation, the comedian is clearly on drugs. Next to Bruce is Ephraim London, who's lanky and sits in a plain dark suit. Q respects London. He's a formidable attorney, but he wonders if London grasps that this case is a lost cause. The lead judge bangs his gavel, and the pre-trial hearing begins. The judge says they'll start with the matter of the reel-to-reel tapes. Bruce taped his act at the Cafe Au Go-Go, a fact he let slip during an interview with the Village Voice. Q tells the court that Bruce is legally obligated to turn over the tapes as evidence. London says that this is out of the question. The tapes are Bruce's personal property. Forcing him to turn them over would be a violation of his constitutional rights. But Q is well prepared for this argument. He responds that, in fact, the tapes are not Bruce's property. Bruce recorded them in the Cafe Au Go-Go. That's an incorporated establishment, and therefore the tapes belong to a corporation, not an individual, and so they should be entered as evidence. The lead judge agrees with Q. He orders the defense to hand over the tapes. Q watches Bruce's face crumble. He allows himself a quick moment of satisfaction. It's not yet even 10 a.m. and already Q has scored his first major victory in the People v. Bruce. 2 days later in court, on April 15th, Ephraim London leans over the defense table to confer with Lenny Bruce. Bruce is upset that the prosecution has his tapes. "What's the plan, London man?" he asks. London grimaces in irritation. He does not appreciate Bruce's nicknames or his attempts at humor. London takes a moment to straighten his jacket and collect himself. He finds Bruce to be sloppy and prone to say whatever pops into his head. So London does not think much of Bruce the man, but he does think highly of the First Amendment and freedom of speech. That's why he agreed to take the case. London believes that free speech must be defended and that obscenity law is ludicrous. No one deserves to be persecuted under obscenity law, not even Bruce. So rapidly, London lays out their strategy. Yes, Q has the tapes, but that shouldn't matter, he tells Bruce. He's going to try and get this case dismissed today. According to legal precedent, no performance can be considered obscene if it contains redeeming social value. Bruce lights up. He agrees with London. Bruce says that yes, his work does have redeeming social value. That's what he's been saying all along. Bruce claps London on the shoulder, and the panel of judges calls upon them. It's time for London to formally make the case for dismissal. For the next 30 minutes, London argues passionately against the trial. He cites the legal precedents and declares the trial to be simply unconstitutional. Bruce is impressed. Across the room, Q even furrows his brow with concern. But the lead judge, Frederick Strong, remains stone-faced. London watches with a sinking feeling as Strong delivers his opinion. He says that the court will not decide upon the constitutionality of the obscenity law. That must be done in a higher court. And so the trial of Lenny Bruce will continue. London sits down quietly. He's disappointed. He's upset. He expected more of Strong, being a judge in the most diverse, most cosmopolitan city in America. In London's opinion, Strong is standing in the way of cultural progress. Yet this decision has only deepened London's resolve. He's in this trial for the long haul. London turns to Bruce and starts to tell him not to lose heart. But Bruce is slumped down in his seat, his head in his palms. He moans and says he knows it. He's going to jail. He puts a hand to his chest, coughs. The next morning, Bruce wakes up in his room at the Malton Hotel in downtown Manhattan. It's just before dawn. He's choking in the dark. He struggles to sit up, but collapses back onto the sheets. He thrashes in pain. It feels like a flaming spike is being hammered through the center of his chest. Terrified, Bruce fumbles for the phone on the nightstand. He picks it up, dials the operator, gasping for air, begs for an ambulance. Moments later, he can hear approaching sirens as he begins to lose consciousness.
Hello, I'm Paul Giamatti. And I'm Stephen Asma. Join us on the Chin Vibe podcast every Wednesday where we trade the banal and the boring for the super strange and bizarre. They committed human
I
sacrifice?
did bring up human sacrifice, yes.
Shut up! That's just my bad. And I casually tossed that out.
I would like to have an alien hatch its young inside.
Shit, really?
She saw real face, and I saw demons coming out of the wall.
I will say that there was a green couch outside the principal's office, and you sat on it if you had lice or if you got into trouble.
They wake you up from the goo pods to live in reality, and you're naked and screaming. It's like...
Follow us for free on Apple Podcasts and all major podcast platforms.
For more information, go to chinwagpod.fm
And find enlightenment through our Instagram or TikTok at chinwagpod or on Twitter at chinwag_pod.
Because the multi-year $15 million expansion will also provide more space for sold-out exhibits such as public
It's 3 in the afternoon in Los Angeles in April of 1964. Lenny Bruce is in his master bedroom, propped up in his king-size bed. The blinds are closed. That prevents glare on the TV set he had wheeled in. There's little else to do these days but watch TV and wait for his body to heal. The doctor is lucky to be alive. What happened in New York was an acute attack pleurisy, a condition that causes painful swelling of the chest cavity. Thankfully, the ambulance reached him in time. Surgeons operated on Bruce for 5 hours, and in the end, they removed a rib and drained his chest of fluid. It was painful and terrifying, but there was a silver lining. The New York trial was postponed and won't resume until Bruce recovers. So he's been taking his sweet time recovering. Bruce mutes the TV and picks up a notebook and pen from the bedside table. He's been meaning to write to his LA defense attorney, Stanley Ermis. Not long after Bruce's operation, Ermis called with wonderful news. He succeeded in getting the LA obscenity charges dismissed. Smiling, Bruce composes a note thanking Ermis for his work. Dear Stanley, it begins. Thanks to you, I'm now spoiled. Thanks to you, I can laugh at sheriff's cars as they drive past. Bruce leans back against his pillows and turns up the volume on the TV. He feels like he's finally able to rest easy for the first time in years. It's June 1964, 2 months later. Helen Weaver, a New York writer and translator, sits cross-legged on the floor of Allen Ginsberg's tiny apartment. Mountains of books and papers are stacked on every visible surface. It's an absolute mess, but there's no place she'd rather be. Weaver feels that Lenny Bruce needs her help. She's admired the comedian for a long time and believes that he's a creative visionary. But Bruce is battling ongoing court cases in New York and Chicago. And though his recent health scare bought him a little time in Manhattan, he's hardly out of the woods. Weaver tucks her dark brown hair behind her ears and prepares to make another phone call. She and Ginsberg have been working the phones for days now, and she knows she has to keep reaching out to more people. Weaver picks up the receiver.
Hello, Taylor residence.
Hello, this is Helen Weaver. I have a call scheduled with Mrs. Taylor.
1 moment, please. This is Elizabeth Taylor.
Hello, Mrs. Taylor. This is Helen Weaver. I'm a friend of Allen Ginsberg's, and he asked me to call you. Are you aware of Lenny Bruce's legal situation?
Oh, yes, I've heard. Isn't it just awful?
Yes, it's terrible and absurd. That's why Al and I are putting together a petition formally protesting the persecution of Lenny Bruce. It'll go out in newspapers across the country. We're asking prominent people like yourself to join us. Bob Dylan has already signed. So has Norman Mailer and James Baldwin. Can I add your name as well? Weaver sees Ginsberg turn around in the kitchen, his expression hopeful.
Oh, I don't know. Between you and me, I like Lenny, but you have to admit his material is very racy.
Oh, I understand, Mrs. Taylor, but America's creative community can't sit by while one of our own is unjustly attacked. By fighting for Lenny Bruce now, we're fighting for the freedom of all artists. After a moment, Taylor responds.
You're right. I'm on board.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Taylor. Triumphant, Weaver adds a check mark next to Elizabeth Taylor's name. Ginsberg returns from the kitchen carrying 2 steaming mugs of tea. He congratulates her, notes that right now they have nearly 100 supporters. They should finish up their calls for the night, send their petition to papers in the morning. Weaver nods, and then picks up the phone again. It's June 15th, 1964, and a gloomy day in Los Angeles. Lenny Bruce walks across the living room of his Hollywood Hills home, his head pounding from another wild night. He He stumbles over a suitcase and kicks it angrily. The phone rings and he picks it up. It's his friend Dick Schaap calling to apologize. He hasn't checked in since the surgery and wants to know how Bruce is doing. Bruce gives him the quick answer. He's terrible. His chest is healed, but everything else in his life has fallen apart. 2 months ago, he was on top of the world. He thought his legal troubles were over. Apparently, it doesn't mean anything, though, that his LA case was dismissed. The city attorney appealed the decision. That means Bruce will have to fight the charges all over again, from square one. Plus, he's about to be late for his flight to New York, where his trial starts there tomorrow. But Schaap says he's got something that will cheer Bruce up. He's just read something in the New York Times, a petition demanding that Bruce be allowed to perform free from censorship or harassment. It's signed by 100 of the most famous people in the world. Bruce finds his darkest sunglasses and puts them on. Hooray for Hollywood, he says, his voice a deep monotone. But Schaap continues to gush over the petition. They're calling Bruce a social satirist, comparing him to Mark Twain and Jonathan Swift. But Bruce is not impressed. He calls the petition stupid, claims that those who signed it are just trying to look hip. He doesn't want to be their symbol. He just wants to beat these court cases, get back on the road, make some more money. Bruce can tell Schaap sounds deflated, and he tells his friend not to worry. He's got a good case, and he's going to prove in court that he's protected by the First Amendment. It's June 17th, 1964, in New York City. Lenny Bruce and his lawyer, Ephraim London, walk toward the massive, looming criminal courts building. Bruce is sweating under his black jacket and feels a slight stab of pain in his chest. He ignores the spectators that line the outside of the building and follows London to courtroom 535. It's day 2 of Bruce's New York obscenity trial. Bruce takes a seat at the defense table and scans the room. Behind the judges are golden letters stretching from floor to ceiling. They read, "In God We Trust." Bruce smirks. Right now, he needs a cigarette, a lot more than he ever needed God. He turns around and waves to the audience behind him. There are a random smattering of friends, foes, media, and curious onlookers. And they all look like they're hoping for a little free entertainment. Bruce sighs. He can't believe he has to sit in this miserable room 5 days a week for the next several months. It's better than jail, but not by much. At the witness stand, Patrolman William O'Neill sits in full uniform. It was O'Neill who arrested Bruce and the Solomons at Cafe El Go-Go in New York, the show that Inspector Rue watched while undercover. Now he's testifying for the assistant DA, Richard Q. Q paces at the front of the courtroom, asking O'Neill questions about the night of the arrest. The patrolman responds, his tone cooperative and eager to please. He tells the judges that the Solomons didn't make any attempt to stop Bruce from performing his obscene material. When they heard Bruce's act in their club, they should have dialed the police immediately and reported the comedian. Bruce snorts. He's told a lot of ridiculous jokes in his lifetime, but none of them were as ridiculous as this argument. He can't believe that Q would put this idiot on the stand. Bruce looks at the 3 judges in the front of the courtroom. They remind him of stone-faced gargoyles on the ledge of some cathedral. He wishes a jury was deciding his trial. Real people would understand the need to speak your mind and tell it like it is. But this is a New York misdemeanor trial, and Bruce is stuck with an uptight panel of judges. He watches in disbelief as they listen to O'Neill's testimony. They nod soberly at one another as if they're buying O'Neill's argument. Bruce feels the color drain from his face, because if the judges are buying this argument, then he and the Solomons are going to jail, all because he dared to question the establishment and slaughter its sacred cows in public. He can't believe that he and Ella and Howard could lose their livelihoods and their freedom. Part of him wishes he could just run out of the courtroom, but there's no outrunning the forces aligned against Bruce. He has no choice but to stick it out and fight. Next on American Scandal, Lenny Bruce quest for justice grows increasingly frustrated with New York's legal system. As the judges near their verdict, the comedian's downward spiral of drugs and self-destruction. From Wondering, this is American Scandal. Just a quick note about our reenactments. We can't always know exactly what was said, but everything in our show is based on historical research. American Scandal is hosted, edited, and executive produced by me, Lindsey Graham, for Airship. Sound designed by Derek Behrens. This episode is written by Hannibal Diaz, edited by Christina Malzberg, produced by Gabe Riven. Executive producers are Stephanie Jens, Jenny Lauer-Beckman, and Hernan Lopez for Wondery. A listener note, this episode contains references to adult content and language, and contains material that some might find offensive. It's June 17th, 1964, in New York City. Inside the Manhattan Criminal Courts building, a crowd is gathered. They're hovering near the door to courtroom 535, where a sign reads, "Standing room only." The crowd murmurs in anticipation. Reporters, spectators, prospective witnesses, they're all here for day 2 of the Lenny Bruce obscenity trial. Inside the courtroom, the famous comedian sits at the defense table. He's staring grimly at the American flag near the witness stand. Hypocrites, Bruce thinks to himself. The flag has no place in this courtroom, a courtroom where prosecutors are completely ignoring the First Amendment. Just then, across the room, Assistant District Attorney Richard Q pushes back his chair and stands. Q gives off a commanding presence with his thick black hair and three-piece suit. Bruce anxiously picks at his fingernails. His nerves are shot. Then he turns to the elegant gray man sitting beside him, his defense attorney, Ephraim London. Gotta tell you, Lundo, that guy makes me jittery, especially after what happened to the cop you put on the stand. Patrolman O'Neill. Yeah, O'Neill. Why weren't you more aggressive with the cross-examination? It was like watching a nanny changing her first diaper. I need you to tear these guys apart. If they find me guilty of obscenity, it's all over for me, man. Lenny, I thought we were clear on this. I intend to present our case my way. I know what I'm doing. And if you want to win, follow my lead. And quiet, please. We're about to resume. Bruce starts to argue again, but London shushes him. Q glances over at the defense table with a look of annoyance. Then he speaks to the court. Prosecution will now call Inspector Herbert Rue to the stand. Bruce glares at the inspector. He knows Rue's glasses and thin mustache. He certainly remembers him from that night at Cafe Al Go-Go. Bruce had sensed there was something off about a guy sitting alone at a table taking notes at a comedy show. And soon enough, the cops showed up. They hauled Bruce straight to the precinct headquarters. They also arrested the club's owners, Howard and Ella Solomon. Inspector Rue and Q begins his direct examination. Inspector Rue, were you present at the Cafe Al Go-Go the night of March 31st? Yes, sir, I was. Did you take detailed notes of the defendant's performance that evening? Yes. In fact, I have those notes right here. Could you please read the first section you identified as obscene? Rue sits up straight, clears his throat, and begins to read. He even begins a slight impersonation of Lenny Bruce. Well, now, the British, they talk nice, such beautiful sounds. They can even make the word shit sound nice. It sounds elegant the way they say it. Bruce's jaw drops. He turns to London and grabs his arm. What's he doing? Is that supposed to be me? Lenny, please, I'll handle it. Rue continues his reenactment, which for Bruce feels increasingly bizarre. Eating is very important. I say eating's really an act of oral copulation. Of course, most schmucks wouldn't understand. You know, the word schmuck is a very interesting word. In Yiddish, it literally means a man's penis. Bruce has had enough. Oh, for God's sake, London. I said the schmuck thing like 15 minutes after the food thing. I don't jam it together like that. The delivery's all wrong. Where's his timing? London finally speaks up. Objection. The witness is only recounting what he personally considers obscene. His testimony fails to capture the artistic and philosophical nuance of my client's performance. Bruce nods his head vigorously. He couldn't have said it better himself. He looks hopefully at the three judges who will decide his fate. One shakes his head. The judge overrules the objection. Bruce sinks down into a seat. Then he says, no one in particular. Man, this guy's bombing. I'm going to jail for it. There's been a dull ache in Bruce's chest, and suddenly that ache flares to a sharp pain. As Rue continues his testimony, Lenny Bruce winces in agonizing pain. He's felt this pain before. He needs medical attention, and he needs it now. When we think of sports stories, we tend to think of tales of epic on-the-field glory or incredible against-all-odds comeback stories. But the new podcast, Sports Explains the World, brings you some of the wildest and most surprising sports stories you've never heard. Listen to Sports Explains the World on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mike Williams set off on a hunting trip in a North Florida lake where it was thought he met his fate in the jaws of a vicious alligator. Except that's not what happened. And after the uncovering of a secret love affair, the truth would finally be revealed. All episodes of Over My Dead Body Gone Hunting right now, ad-free on Wondery Plus.
From Wondery, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is American Scandal. In the summer of 1964, Lenny Bruce faced a high-stakes trial in New York City. The celebrated comedian was charged with a crime of performing obscene material at a local nightclub. A guilty conviction could land him behind bars. The trial, though, carried a larger significance for American culture. Bruce admitted that he was vulgar, but he believed that his work revealed difficult truths about modern life. So the trial was a test about the limits of free speech. Yet Lenny Bruce's obscenity trial placed a huge toll on Bruce himself. And as the stress of his situation mounted, Bruce entered a downward spiral of self-destruction and drug use. Nevertheless, he was determined to prove his innocence, and he wanted people to see him as he believed he truly was, a sensitive and observant artist ahead of his time. This is episode 2, I'm Not a Comedian. It's June 22nd, 1964 in New York City. At the Flower and Fifth Avenue Hospital, Ephraim London slowly pushes open the door to a private room. Harsh fluorescent light beams down from above. The smell of Lysol is in the air. As London enters, he sees Lenny Bruce sitting upright in his bed. His client looks pale. Bruce is hooked up to an IV, but he's also chuckling to himself, jotting down something in a notebook. London notices something else, faint pink marks along the comedian's bare arms. It's the first time he's ever seen heroin tracks up close. London is disturbed by the sight, and even feels a little lightheaded himself, but he's also irritated because despite Bruce's talent, he's putting his life at risk with dangerous, disgusting drugs. Bruce closes his notebook, turns to London and smiles. Londo, you escaped the courthouse. How are you, Lenny? Oh, perfectly fine, Londo. Just a wee bit of pleurisy, no big deal. Gives me time to work out some new material. What brings you to my posh little penthouse? You bring me flowers? London smiles weakly and shakes his head. No flowers. But I did bring you some promising news. Bruce raises an eyebrow. London pulls up a chair to Bruce's bedside and leans forward. Lenny, the U.S. Supreme Court has just ruled in another obscenity trial. It involved a French film called The Lovers. The court decided that the film has socially redeeming value. They say it should not be considered obscene, and no one should get arrested for exhibiting it in the United States. The Lovers, huh? Sounds like my kind of movie. London shakes his head impatiently. Lenny, the point is, the court's ruling helps our case in a very large way. If we can establish that your act has socially redeeming value, it shouldn't be considered obscene either. Bruce's face brightens. My act's got loads of socially redeeming value. You heard my bit about pot. One day it's going to be legal, so all those congressmen can protect themselves. Lenny, I know. I got one about the church. You know, I respect their beliefs, but I don't respect that they say one thing and they do another. You told me that one too. So what then? We present this new Supreme Court case to the judges and the trial's over? Well, no, not exactly. But it should influence the judges to view our case more favorably. Well, that's amazing, Londo. When do we have to be back in court? 8 days. 8 days. Perfect. Plenty of time to book a gig, maybe even 2. Lenny, you're in no shape to perform. I don't have a choice. After this little hospital stay, I'm practically broke. And you don't come cheap yourself either, unless you're willing to work pro bono. No, I can't do that, Lenny. Then I guess I gotta go out and make some more bread. It's It's late June, 1964. Inside the Cork and Bib Jazz Club in Long Island, the air is heavy with cigarette smoke. Lenny Bruce inhales deeply and grins. He's booked 4 shows here over the weekend, and he'll earn $1,100, enough to hold off his creditors for a while. Bruce rubs his hands together. Cork and Bib is his kind of establishment, a mixed crowd of jazz fans. Saxophone player on stage launches into a dizzying solo. Bruce bobs his head to the music as he heads towards the bar. He's eyeing a pretty cocktail waitress when a police officer approaches. The officer introduces himself. His name is Norman Levy, and he's a local squad chief. Levy says he doesn't want any trouble. Bruce can perform tonight as long as he keeps his act within the bounds of the law. Bruce gives Levy a sarcastic salute. Then he downs his whiskey and orders another. As Bruce waits for the drink, Levy asks if he can record Bruce's act. Bruce shrugs. Sure, why not? And asks the officer if he's heard about the new Supreme Court case, the one about the film The Lovers. Levy shakes his head. It's nothing really, Bruce says nonchalantly. It just means everything I'm going to say tonight is totally legal. The jazz band ends its set, and Bruce makes his way to the stage. He picks up the mic and launches in. He's happy to discover that he's not rusty at all. He digs in and challenges the hypocrisies in middle-class life, politicians, America's cultural taboos. His biting commentary pours out in what feels like an uncontrollable torrent. Times like this, he feels like he has more in common with jazz musicians than comedians. What jazz players do with musical notes, he does with words. He explores, improvises, invents something new on the spot, and the crowd can't seem to get enough. 40 minutes later, Bruce walks off stage to wild applause. Officer Levy is waiting in the wings. The club's owner stands next to him, wearing a pained expression. Levy points a meaty finger at Bruce and says that tonight's material was borderline obscene. If he performs it here again, he'll be arrested. Bruce rolls his eyes as Levy walks away. He turns to the club owner and tells him not to worry. Cops can't really do anything. He's got the Supreme Court on his side. The club owner sighs, though, and looks at the floor. He's really sorry, but he can't let Bruce go on again. Bruce is stunned. He had the crowd laughing through the entire show tonight, but the owner says the performance isn't the problem. It's the liquor license. If the cops arrest Bruce, the club could very well lose his license, and the owner could even wind up in court like the Solomons. Bruce feels a rising sense of panic. He is out of money, and there's no one else in New York who will book him. Bruce pleads, "I need your help." The club owner shakes his head sadly. He'll pay for tonight's show, but that's all he can do. Bruce looks away. He felt euphoric to be on stage, but once again he feels worn out, beaten down. He realizes there's just one solution. He has to win his trial. That's the only way he'll be able to put to rest the fears of America's club owners. And if he loses in New York, well, then his career is truly over. It's June 30th, 1964. Efren London checks his watch and continues to climb the steps of the Manhattan Criminal Courts building. Lenny Bruce lags a few steps behind, wearing a tattered black jacket and sunglasses. London frowns. His client looks like he hasn't showered in weeks. London understands why Bruce is depressed. It must have been hard to have his shows canceled so abruptly. But then again, London thinks maybe it's just the drugs. It's really none of his business, though. Only one thing matters: proving to the court that Bruce's act has socially redeeming value. No, he wants to try something else. He wants to take one more stab at getting the charges dismissed altogether. London pushes open the doors to the courtroom. He and Bruce sit down next to Howard and Ella Solomon. They're joined by the defense's 2 co-counsels, Alan Schwartz and Martin Garbus. Garbus is a 30-year-old graduate of NYU Law and has proven especially useful during the trial. Unlike London, he's a fan of Bruce's comedy. When London struggles to follow Bruce's twisted rhetoric, Garbus is always ready to explain. Soon, 3 justices take their seats on the bench. London stands, and here he makes a motion to dismiss the charges against Bruce and end the trial today. Judge John Murtaugh sighs. He points out that London has asked twice for this before and was denied. The justice wants to know what's changed. London says that he'd like the justices to consider this case from a different angle. He wants them to think of the so-called obscene words that Bruce is alleged to have used. Why exactly, he asks, are some words acceptable to use in society while others are not? London asks that everyone in the courtroom be honest with themselves, and he explains the reason why certain words are taboo is because they tend to be used by working-class people, people in the lower economic rungs of society. But, London says, the country's founders intended the First Amendment to protect the rights of everyone in America, and that includes those at the bottom. The justices have a unique opportunity here to affirm that principle once and for all. London waits quietly as the judges confirm. After several minutes, Judge Murtaugh turns back towards London, and the motion to dismiss is denied. Frustrated, London sits. Bruce is stone-faced. London pulls some notes from his briefcase and begins reading. At this point, there's little else to do but get ready for the rest of the afternoon. He's certainly disappointed, but London's hardly ready to give up. In fact, he still believes he can pull off a victory. And today, he plans to call a number of successful writers and critics to the stand. All of them support Bruce. London figures these experts will help sway the judges because they'll attest to the importance of Bruce's art. And the judges will finally understand that the comic is not obscene, but rather that his work has significance to American society. A few hours later, Lenny Bruce sits up in his seat at the defense table. Ephraim London has just called Richard Gilman to the stand. Gilman is a literary critic with Newsweek, wears a stylish suit that suggests that he's both smart and hip. Bruce likes him. Gilman supports Bruce. He tells the court that Bruce's intention is artistic. Bruce removes the stigma from certain words, and in doing so, reveals important truths. Bruce is amazed. This endorsement of his art is far more than he could have hoped for. And soon, Bruce's old friend Nat Hentoff takes the stand. Hentoff, the writer for the Village Voice, tells the court that Bruce is a moral comedian, more so than any of his contemporaries. Hentoff is followed by Alan Morrison, the city editor of Ebony magazine. Morrison says that Bruce's social satire is superb, and it demonstrates a concern for social issues, including racial equality, bigotry, and religious intolerance. More experts continue to testify on Bruce's behalf. They compare him to writers like James Baldwin and Tennessee Williams. And one of the experts, a Christian minister, says that Lenny Bruce verges on genius. After each witness steps down, Bruce looks them in the eyes and mouths the words, "Thank you." He feels a sense of gratitude that's almost overwhelming. He bows his head, does nothing to keep the tears from falling. Martin Garbus pats his shoulder. Bruce smiles. He feels a renewed commitment to this battle to show this court and the world that Lenny Bruce is more than just a troublemaker with a foul mouth. He's an artist.
Trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit Cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Hello, I'm Paul Giamatti. And I'm Stephen Asma. Join us on the Chinwag podcast every Wednesday where we trade the banal and the boring for the super strange and bizarre. They committed human sacrifice?
I did bring up human sacrifice.
You sure did. This is something like that. And I casually tossed that out.
I would like to have an alien hatchet young inside.
Shit, really?
She's our real face, and I saw deep ones coming out of the wall.
I will say that there was a green couch outside the principal's office, and you sat on it if you had lice or if you got in trouble.
They wake you up from the goo pods to live in reality, and you're naked and screaming. It's like...
Follow us for free on Apple Podcasts and all major podcast platforms.
For more information, go to chinwagpod.fm and find enlightenment through our Instagram or TikTok at chinwagpod or on Twitter at chinwag_pod.
7-year-old Mia Valencia is one of the students who was
It's July 1964 in San Francisco. Lenny Bruce walks into his room at the Swiss American Hotel and kicks aside a pile of unwashed clothes. The room is small, but to Bruce, it's far less claustrophobic than courtroom 535. Bruce had rejoiced when Justice Murtaugh announced the court would take a 3-week recess for summer vacation. And since arriving in San Francisco, he spent almost every night on stage at a club called the Off-Broadway. His shows have gone well, and the money is finally trickling back in. Best of all, no cops hassling him. They've mostly left him alone ever since his San Francisco obscenity trial was dismissed on a technicality. In his hotel room, Bruce sits down at a rickety writing desk. He begins flipping through his mail. He tosses aside a couple of envelopes that look suspiciously like bills. The next envelope, though, is addressed to Mr. Lenny Bruce, with a return address in New York. Bruce feels a sudden wild hope. Maybe it's a note from the DA's office informing him that the trial recess has been extended. Or maybe he thinks there's been another technicality. Maybe the trial's been dismissed. His pulse quickens as he tears open the envelope. He unfolds the letter and begins to read. Dear Lenny, I will keep this short. You must return to New York. With those words, Bruce's heart sinks. He recognizes the handwriting now. It belongs to his attorney, Ephraim London. London explains that the recess is ending and he must be present when court resumes next week. If not, he'll forfeit bail and face other penalties. He will almost certainly lose his case. Bruce drops the letter and slams the desk with his fist. This is not what he wants. Just last week, he wrote London a very clear letter. He explained that he had to stay in San Francisco to make money. It's the only major city in America where he can safely perform. In Bruce's opinion, there's no reason why he needs to sit in the actual courtroom while London defends him. Bruce looks around the cluttered room. He's looking for his lighter, spoon, and syringe. Needs to take the edge off. Bruce decides he'll go back to New York as ordered. But he's done playing by his lawyer's rules. All these attorneys and justices, they claim to be legal experts, but he's the one on trial. So he makes a resolution. Tomorrow he'll visit the public library and check out every law book he can find. Because the next time he faces a judge, he wants to be prepared. It's July 28th, 1964 in New York. Inside courtroom 535, Richard Q makes his final impassioned arguments to the court. But Lenny Bruce is focused on something else. These last few days, he's been studying his legal case. He's taken copious notes on every witness for the prosecution, and in wild scribbles refuted their arguments. He's drawn numerous parallels between his case and cases from the past. Bruce studies his papers. He believes that here in his hand is a blueprint for his exoneration. He snorts to himself. He didn't need Ephraim London. He could have conducted his defense all by himself. He could see it right here. He has the smarts and the talent, and now he's about to prove it. Bruce puts his notepad down. He caps his pen as Richard Q reaches his conclusion. At this point, Your Honor, the people rest. Justice Murtaugh nods. He opens his mouth to speak, and right then, Lenny Bruce pushes his chair and stands. He ignores a look of shock on Ephraim London's face. Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to allow me to speak. There's evidence that's been withheld from the court. Judge Murtaugh shoots him a withering scowl. The court strongly advises you to be guided by the wisdom of your attorney. You are fortunate in having most distinguished and able counsel. Yes, I do have counsel, but I have trouble communicating with them. This evidence is very important. Excuse me, Mr. Bruce. We'll take a short recess to allow you to consult with your counsel. Bruce sits down. He notes the appalled expression on the faces of Garbus and Schwartz and the Solomons. He can tell they're going to beg him not to go through with this, but it's London who speaks up first. What the hell are you doing? Winning the case? Lenny, we may have already won it. Want to jeopardize that on the very last day of the trial? You're making a huge mistake. I know what to say, Lundo. I know all the First Amendment precedents. I can do a bit of my act here so the judges get it. It'll convince them to let us off the hook, you know? Lenny, I cannot allow you to do that. If you take the stand, it's like handing you a winning lottery ticket. London then points at the Solomons. And then think about Howard and Ella. You're putting them at even greater risk. No, I'm not, Londo. I'm saving them. The fact that you can't see that, it's why we're still in this mess. Now step aside, man. I'm going up. Fine. You want to ruin your life and theirs? I can't stop you. But I don't have to watch you do it either. London stands and begins shoving documents into his briefcase. What are you doing? I'm quitting. If you testify today, I will walk straight out of this courtroom. You'll never see me again. Bruce's eyes dart quickly to Howard and Ella. They look helpless, terrified. Bruce looks away and gathers his thoughts. His shoulders slump. He turns back to London. Jesus, Ephraim, take it easy. London stops packing his briefcase. Bruce lowers his head slightly. Okay, fine. We'll try it your way. Breathing heavily, London sits down and smooths his tie. He turns to the judges, his face still red. Your Honor, Mr. Bruce has agreed to be guided by my advice. The defense rests. Murtaugh raises his gavel. Court is adjourned. After 43 grueling days, the trial is over. The justices will announce their verdict on November 4th. Bruce stands. He brushes past London without saying another word, and he heads for the exit. It's September 2nd, 1964. Lenny Bruce stumbles through a darkened living room. It's just after 2 a.m., and Bruce is in his two-story home in Hollywood, California. In one hand, he holds a baggie of light brown powder. His other hand is wrapped around a bottle of Jack Daniels. Bruce pauses. He stares out the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the twinkling lights of West Hollywood. Laughs bitterly. Ephraim in London thinks he's dumb, but a dumb guy could never afford a house like this. Speaking of London, it's time for Bruce to deal with him once and for all. Bruce arrives at his wood-paneled office and flips on the light. He sits down at his desk and gazes at a framed photo. It's his ex-wife, Honey, looking like she's smiling back at him. Bruce remembers taking that picture. It was a perfect day in Santa Monica 8 years ago. Suddenly, Bruce is furious. He yanks open a drawer and grabs a sheet of paper and pen. He throws back a slug of whiskey and starts writing. In a letter to Ephraim London, he launches angry accusations at the lawyer. He says that London ruined the trial, and Bruce reminds London that he's detailed hundreds of errors in the police transcripts from the Cafe Au Go-Go. Bruce can't understand why his lawyer wouldn't submit these documents, why he wants to wait and use them on a possible appeal. Bruce feels himself gaining steam, his hand flying across the page. What is the matter with you, Ephraim? He writes. Bruce pauses and then comes to a decision. He orders London to submit the documents to get them into the official record, and if London won't do so, Bruce says, well, then he's not paying the attorney's fees. With that, Bruce leans back, suddenly spent. He intends to mail the letter the second the post office opens, which is just a few hours away. To get to sleep, he grabs the bag of brown powder and a syringe. It's November 4th, 1964. Bruce is back in New York City for the first time in months, dressed in his courtroom uniform, skin-tight black pants with a black leather jacket. Bruce enters the courthouse. Feels good to enter by himself without any lawyers at his side, the way it should have been all along. He sent his letter to Ephraim London 2 months ago. London responded by suing him for breach of contract. Bruce isn't worried about the suit. If London wants any money out of him, he'll have to pry it out of Bruce's cold, dead hands. Bruce feels a rising excitement as he walks down the long marble hall. It's the kind of excitement he gets just before going on stage, which is appropriate. Today, he fully intends to turn the courtroom into a one-man show, a performance that will prove his innocence once and for all. Bruce strides into courtroom 535 and smiles at the judges and the Solomons. None of them smile back. Instead, Murtaugh tells Bruce he's 15 minutes late and that his tardiness is not appreciated. He says that the judges have arrived at their decision and they'll now announce their verdict. Murtaugh seems to notice that Bruce is alone and asks if he's represented by counsel. Bruce says he'll be representing himself today, then asks if he can address the court. Murtaugh sighs and gestures for him to proceed. Please, Your Honor, Bruce begins. I want to show you today that my performance is not obscene. I will prove that every word I've ever said is in the dictionary. Murtaugh looks bewildered. He tells Bruce that the court already has all the arguments. But the court hasn't heard my show, Bruce cries. Murtaugh raises his voice in a tone of extreme exasperation. He reminds Bruce that the case is closed, the verdict is ready. Bruce suddenly realizes that Murtaugh is really, truly not going to let him reopen this trial. He can't believe it. He prepared for this moment, rehearsed every day, and all for nothing. The court won't let him plead his case in his own words. Bruce feels panic creep down his spine. He takes a few desperate steps toward the bench. The bailiff warns him to stay where he is. Bruce looks around the room wildly. There's no one to help him. He begs the judge not to end his career in show business. But Murtaugh bangs his gavel and shouts over him. The court finds Lenny Bruce and Howard L. Solomon guilty. Ella Solomon is not guilty.
The defendants will be sentenced the next month. The gavel comes down one last time. The judges rise to leave. Bruce cannot believe what he just heard. It's over. He's lost. He grips his curly hair in both hands, fighting a wave of nausea. Murmuring, the court audience begins to file out. Bruce looks at them, but they turn away. They seem embarrassed. Bruce pushes past them, his eyes blurry with tears. The bailiff tells him he must remain for fingerprinting. Bruce takes one look at the bailiff's ink pad, turns away, and walks out.
Today we're talking about a slow train to Russia, so that's
It's December 21st, 1964. The New York courtroom that's been home to the People v. Bruce is as crowded as ever. Martin Garbus is packed into the back with the rest of the onlookers. He can hear the wind as it howls outside the building. It feels like he's at a funeral of a good friend. In many ways, he is. Garbus is a true fan of Lenny Bruce's comedy. He was also Bruce's legal co-counsel until Bruce fired him, along with Ephraim London. London will have nothing to do with Bruce now, won't even speak his name. Garbus, though, doesn't take his firing personally. Bruce is just a temperamental artist, and he really did have a good case. Garbus still can't believe the judges ruled against him. The day the verdict was announced was a dark day for the Constitution, he thinks. But today feels darker. It's the day Bruce will be sentenced. Garbus is here in a show of moral support, though the comedian hasn't noticed him yet. Because Bruce is too busy making one last desperate plea for acquittal. It's sad for Garbus to see Bruce this way. Overweight, unshaven, eyes puffy and bloodshot, begging the judges to reconsider. Bruce couldn't even bother to put on his stylish all-black outfit. Instead, he wears a striped t-shirt under a filthy trench coat. He looks to Garbus like a man at the end of his rope. Garbus wishes there is some way he could help, but he knows that Bruce would never accept it. The crowd goes quiet as the court is called to order. In a clear voice, Judge Murtaugh announces Bruce's sentence, 4 months in prison. Howard Solomon has the option of paying a $500 fine or doing 30 days alongside Bruce at Rikers Island. Solomon hugs his wife and smiles. They weep openly with relief. Solomon's got off quite easy in the end. Garbus is happy for them. Bruce, on the other hand, has no one to hug. He looks utterly defeated. Garbus turns to the exit. Bruce will be okay, he thinks. The sentence could have been much, much worse. Garbus is about to reach the door when he hears Bruce calling his name. He turns, looks back, then greets the comedian warmly. Bruce smiles at him. His eyes are shiny, his voice hoarse. He tells Garbus that he's flat broke. He didn't even bring enough for cab fare back to his friend's place. Could Garbus spare a couple of bucks? Garbus is choked up. He clears his throat. I drove, Lenny, he says quietly. Let me give you a ride. It's March 1965 in San Francisco. Bruce is back in his favorite room at the Swiss American Hotel. He's done a few shows recently and made a couple $1,000s. After each performance, he invites anyone who will join him back to his hotel room. They smoke, they drink, they use a lot of drugs, inhaled through their noses and shot into their arms. Tonight, the room is dense with clouds of marijuana and cigarette smoke. The Charlie Parker record plays at full volume. Bruce swings his head wildly to the music. His friend Eric Miller, a local nightclub musician, sits in an armchair looking around. He turns to Bruce. Hey man, what's all that on your bed? Bruce gazes across the teetering stacks of thick, hardcover books. My legal library. All those books are for the case. Oh, right. How's the case going, man? Not bad, not bad. New York said I was guilty and gave me 4 months. I haven't served a single day. It's all under appeal. Meanwhile, I'm just researching, man, just researching. Researching what? Everything. The entire history of the legal system. Every single case ever. And you know what? In the end, I'm going to win. Miller nods skeptically. Right on, Lenny. Right on. Bruce fishes in his pocket and pulls out a tightly rolled joint. He flicks his lighter and then takes a hit. Hey, you want some of this? I added something special. DMT. Gotta keep it interesting, you know? Tryptamine? Nah, man. I don't screw around with that. Think so. Suit yourself.
Bruce takes another hit, then crosses over to the window. You know, I gotta tell you, the last couple of years have not been easy, but it's starting to turn around. There's gonna be a surprise ending to all of this, mark my words. Hey, Lenny, don't lean against the glass like that. Hold on, let me finish. There's gonna be a big party, and all the judges and all the DAs are gonna give me a big, shiny medal for revolutionizing the judicial system. I'm telling you, they're gonna call me Legal Lenny. Legal Lenny.
He works for a company that relies heavily on business from the big three. The current 4-year
Bruce is suddenly on the sidewalk, covered in blood. Shards of glass are lodged in his face. Bruce finally regains his breath. Holy wow! That's a trip. Miller's right beside him. Don't talk, we call an ambulance. Police officer approaches. Oh, thank God, officer. He had an accident, fell out of the window. Please help him. Sir, are you all right, sir? Don't move, stay there. We're here to help. But Bruce pushes away pieces of glass and staggers to his feet. You want to help me? Like you helped me back in '61? Like you helped me in New York and you helped me in Chicago? Mother... Bruce starts swinging wildly as other officers arrive and swarm at him from every side. The last thing Bruce remembers is being wrestled to the ground. Then his world goes black. It's mid-February 1966 in Hollywood, California. Lenny Bruce hovers on stage at the neon-lit Music Box Theater. His hair is tangled and his stomach hangs out from beneath an untucked shirt. Bruce realizes that he's in the middle of a joke, but he can't remember the punchline. He stifles a giggle. The heroin has certainly kicked in. Someone calls. Bruce leans toward the microphone and there's a loud screech of feedback.
6 o'clock a.m.
Say something funny, someone yells. Someone else tells the heckler to shut up. Bruce waves his arm for everyone just to calm down. Informs the crowd that he's run out of stories to tell. He told them about his arrests, his trials, what he's learned about the legal system. That's all there is to know about him. He shrugs as he peers down at the disappointed faces in the audience. Guess I wasn't all that funny tonight, he says, slurring. What can I tell you? I'm not a comedian. I'm Lenny Bruce. Several months later, Bruce sits on the couch in his Hollywood home next to his girlfriend. The red-haired comedian Lotus White stares at the TV screen, his expression blank, which is on. Where the laugh track kicks in, Bruce is quiet. 10 p.m. and he's sleepy. Octave's been thinking, maybe they should go to the beach tomorrow. Bruce says he'd prefer not to. Weinstock protests and says they never go out anymore. He never goes out anymore. It's been at least a week since he left the house. Doesn't he want just a little sun? It'd be good for him. Bruce sighs and picks up the remote. He turns down the volume on Witched, then faces Weinstock. He says he has something to tell her. And when he says it, he doesn't want her to read. He just needs to hear himself say it out loud. Weinstock leans forward, a worried expression on her face. I'm going to die this year, Bruce says. Weinstock stares at Bruce, her mouth agape. She waits for him to say more, but he retreats into his own thoughts. He tries to imagine a future for himself, but he can't. He's lost his wife. He's lost his career. He's almost out of money, maybe for good. There aren't many places left where he can still perform. The only thing he enjoys these days is sitting alone at home with a needle in his arm and a finger on the plunger. But that's turning out to be no good either. When he's high, all he does is dwell on happier times that are long gone. He sees Weinstock wipe something from the corner of her eye. She forces a cheerful smile. She says they should make a deal. If she goes out to the store right now and buys him those raisin cookies he likes, will he at least wait a year to die? Bruce sighs, reaches out and touches her face. He nods sure, and then says, you get me those raisin cookies and I'll wait a year. She pops up off the couch, slips on her shoes and heads for the door. Bruce smiles after her, then turns back to the TV. He hopes he'll be able to keep his end of the bargain, but he can't make any promises. On August 3rd, 1966, just 2 months later, Lenny Bruce died in his Hollywood home. The cause of death was an overdose of morphine. He was 40 years old. At the time of his death, he had won his cases in Los Angeles and Chicago, but was still appealing his verdict in New York. Lenny Bruce's death raised important questions among the public. Americans asked whether the criminal justice system had overstepped and pushed the comedian to an early grave. This in turn forced a broader conversation about the value of free speech and the role of artists in American life. And soon the criminal justice system began to shift. Prosecutors focused less on comedians and turned their attention to other offenders. Lenny Bruce suffered as he fought for the freedom of speech and performance, but he paved the way for future comedians who could perform incisive and even vulgar material without the fear of arrest. Bruce's trials and his eventual death helped lay the foundation for American culture today. 3. New York Governor George Pataki issued a posthumous pardon to Lenny Bruce. It was the first such pardon in state history. Pataki called it a declaration of New York's commitment to upholding the First Amendment. Next on American Scandal, I speak with Brett Gary, professor at NYU. Gary studies media, American culture, and politics, and focuses on the public battles over censorship. He joins us to discuss the profound impact of Lenny Bruce's obscenity trials. From Wondering, this is American Scandal. Just a quick note about our reenactments. We can't always know exactly what was said, but everything in our show is based on historical research. American Scandal is hosted, edited, and executive produced by me, Lindsey Graham for Airship. Sound designed by Derek Behrens. This episode is written by Hannibal Diaz, edited by Christina Malsberg, produced by Gabe Ribbon. Executive producers are Stephanie Jens, Jenny Lauer-Beckman, and Hernan Lopez for Wondering. A listener note, this episode contains references to adult content and language, and contains material that some might find offensive. From Wondering, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is American Scandal. Like many comedians, Lenny Bruce started his career telling traditional jokes. In the early 1950s, he could be heard on the radio doing celebrity impressions. But as the decade wore on, Bruce grew tired of doing the same old shtick. Post-war America elevated traditional values. The country laughed to shows like I Love Lucy and Father Knows Best. Bob Hope, the biggest comedian at the time, was anything but edgy. But Bruce saw a different America than the one portrayed in the mainstream. He was a fan of the Beat Generation, a group that rejected propriety, embraced sex, drugs, and jazz. Soon, Bruce would weave all those things into his act, and comedy would never be the same. He delivered scathing monologues against people and institutions the nation held sacrosanct: religion, the role of women, even abortion laws. Critics called him a sick comic. Clubs refused to book him, and his act also got him in trouble with the law. Bruce was arrested 15 times in less than 2 years, often for obscenity. But after a comedy club sting in 1964, Bruce faced the trial of his lifetime. And it wasn't just Bruce on trial, it was the future of free speech in America. Today we talked to Brett Gary about that trial. He's an associate professor in the Department of Media, Culture, and Communication at New York University. Here's our conversation. Brett Gary, welcome to American Scandal.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Before we talk about Lenny Bruce the man, I want to talk about the America he was performing in. It's a very different country than it is today. It's the, in many ways, we think of this time as the Leave It to Beaver 50s America, but that clearly wasn't where Lenny Bruce was coming from. So can you characterize America and Lenny Bruce's America for us to set the stage?
Sure. Lenny was operating in the subterranean spaces of 1950s America. And I think part of what he's doing is he's arguing against and critiquing the dominant culture, kind of culture of consensus around family, marriage, Christianity, heterosexuality, they have reverence for the government, reverence for the military, reverence for religious officials. So all of those things were objects of mockery or scorn for him. And I think that, one of the things he's paying attention to is the deeply racist elements in the society, the suppression of homosexuality or the repression of it, the kind of absence of a free speech tradition. That certainly concerns him. And I think that he's really concerned that there's kind of an absence of a sustained critique that's really available to the public about calling into question the hypocrisies of the dominant culture, the way in which official speech is polite speech. So he has a kind of sustained argument with the culture. And I think he also has a kind of sustained argument with its sort of overwhelmingly Christian dimensions, right? As a kind of wild Jew on the margins. He's really attentive to the way in which the kind of overarching themes and emphases in the culture are really Christian in their frameworks.
So you mentioned that he was reacting to an absence of sustained critique. He certainly brought that sustained critique in his style of humor. When he inaugurated his style, when he finally found himself in nightclubs, how was he received by audiences?
One of the things that's interesting about him is that he finds his style in strip clubs. Before he makes his way into nightclubs, he's the MC in strip clubs in LA. And in those spaces, anything went. So he could say the most outlandish things, really provocative. He could play to his audience, which was an audience that was not a sort of rarefied audience. So it was a kind of, but in the language of the time, it was a kind of low clientele, right, and a kind of low-brow forms. And he spoke to that, and he developed a style, and he realized that those audiences responded, and so he took that style and he took his shtick and his critique into nightclubs, and then he found that people responded very strongly to it. They appreciated his astute observations about the culture, his play with language, his use of vulgarity. He was not afraid of the vernacular. He used vulgar words. He talked about sex. He talked about masturbation and oral sex and homosexuality, and so those audiences who came to the nightclubs often, which were still kind of marginal spaces, they were there for that. They were very interested in hearing Dirty Lenny or Lenny the Sicko. They knew what they were getting, or they knew what they hoped to get, so they were attracted to that space. But I think that that's an important part of the Lenny's story too, is that he is operating in these kind of marginal cultural spaces that don't have the kind of protection around them that, say, the print culture has, that the book publishing industry has, or the film industry has, or the universities have. He's operating in spaces that are much more vulnerable to surveillance. They're much more vulnerable to police raids. They're much more vulnerable to vice squads. That makes them edgy spaces, and the audience go there for their edginess, and they're rewarded for going there. But his provocations are observed as well.
Well, let's talk about his provocations, his vulgarity, and especially his relationship with obscenity. He started in strip clubs and was clearly very close to this line in society. Let's listen to a clip from one of Lenny Bruce's sets in which he addresses specifically the word obscenity.
You know the meaning of obscenity, don't you? Perhaps you don't. See, if I do a disgusting show, we use any disgusting word, they're just going to be talking about pork. That's my right, you see, as an American citizen, to discuss pork on stage. Although disgust all of you vegetarians, Jews, and Muslims. That is my right. And if you communists would like to suppress that right to talk about ham and pork, that's your right. Now, if I do a vulgar show, I sing rock and roll tunes. Dress in the most vulgar form with a big bulbous nose. That is not obscene. Obscenity has one specific meaning: to appeal to the prurient interest, to get you horny. That's obscenity. Yes. See, that's why strippers get arrested for being obscene. They come out and they do a horny dance. The viewer gets horny and rapes somebody who didn't see the show. That's why we have the law.
So this word obscenity will be used against Bruce many times throughout his career. But rather than ignore it, like we just heard, he weaves it into his act. Getting in the head of Bruce for a moment, what do you think he felt was missing from comedy, or even the broader public discourse at the time, that he embraces obscenity?
I think truthfulness about sex was part of it. That, you know, people are driven by these sort of profound urges, and they're not necessarily the urges that they're supposed to be driven by, right? Certain people have perverse sex. So I think that's part of it, the kind of the social silences around sexuality, especially the kind of verbal silences around sexuality, is partly what he's getting at. And I think that what he seizes on, right, in this kind of, in his obsession with obscenity, is he's obsessing on the laws, the obscenity laws that are silencing this conversation about sexuality. So there's a kind of a long history of obscenity laws being used to silence discussions about information, about ideas about human sexuality, human desire, fantasy, arousal. And Lenny realizes that that's the very thing that he's up against. And increasingly, as he gets arrested and he becomes acquainted with obscenity law, then that becomes kind of central to his critique, his inquiry, his performance, is the kind of the problem of obscenity law and the way in which obscenity laws run up against the First Amendment. And so that becomes a real centerpiece of his performances, is riffing on obscenity law and its meanings, and then sort of testing out the words that are seen as being obscene or offensive or immoral or lewd, all of those kind of synonyms that define obscenity law. So he's provoking the law by using those words as part of his kind of query about it, or his some reflections on an examination of obscenity law.
Let's review these obscenity laws. At this time, what were they and what were their purpose?
They've been around for a long time by the late 1950s. They're laws that are passed at both the federal level and the state levels in the late 19th century. The big federal law, the Comstock Act of 1873, becomes the blueprint for all of the different state obscenity laws. Actually, though, New York State's obscenity law was the blueprint for the Comstock law, but the federal law becomes the template for all of the state obscenity laws. And essentially, in the late 19th century, there's an explosion of more sexual materials after the Civil War. Kind of photography becomes cheaper, more easily reproduced. So there's the distribution of what are called French postcards, kind of early pornographic postcards. Print publications that are much more sort of about erotic materials become more widespread. And contraceptives and abortion are being used much more readily. There's a kind of steady decline of the birth rate of white middle class and upper middle class families. American women, especially of the upper classes and middle classes, they're clearly using contraceptive devices. And so the obscenity laws, they curtail the flow of information about anything having to do with birth control and abortion, what the devices are, what the techniques are, what the technologies are, and also where they might be obtained. So all of those things are banned under the obscenity laws, and also any information or materials that are being seen as impure, lewd, lascivious, immoral, and that might lead to the arousal of lust. So the obscenity laws are sort of aimed at two things, right? They're sort of inhibiting lust, inhibiting the flow of materials that might lead to the arousal of lust, that might lead to the arousal of baser instincts, and then also information that might make contraception more easily available and more widespread. So from the late 19th century on, that becomes a really powerful censorship tool for federal authorities, postal authorities, customs authorities, and then also state authorities, so local police departments and vice societies and district attorneys in different cities use the obscenity laws as a way to crack down on people who are sort of printing dirty books or distributing pornography or selling stuff out of their secondhand bookstores or on magazine stands or selling condoms at barbershops or in dance halls and saloons. It's a kind of powerful weapon that's used to control the sexual. So the New York state that Lenny's prosecuted under in New York, but he's also prosecuted in San Francisco, he's prosecuted in Chicago, he's prosecuted in LA, right? All of for violating those states' obscenity laws. So New York state has sort of two different statutes on its book. It's different. It's public law 1140 and it's public law 1141 are both kind of obscenity statutes aimed at kind of curbing obscene, indecent, impure entertainment in the case of the public law 1140, and then the kind of same thing for print materials. You know, one of the things that's interesting, right, is the birth control movement is up against these obscenity laws. Margaret Sanger's combating these obscenity laws. The publishing houses in New York and Boston and elsewhere are combating these obscenity laws. So that's the thing that keeps James Joyce's Ulysses unavailable to the American people until 1933. It's the thing that keeps Henry Miller's novel Tropical Cancer is still successfully prosecuted as being obscene in New York State in 1963. So those laws have a long kind of continuous power as instruments for keeping sexual materials out of kind of the public sphere.
I'm curious, I think you used the present tense when describing the actual specific New York obscenity laws. Are they still enforced today?
Well, I think they could be enforced. I don't think they are. I don't believe in New York State that they have ever been overturned. It's much more difficult to enforce them at this point. But the federal obscenity laws are still in place. So, you know, in fact, in the late 1980s, the Helms Amendment in Senate it extended the obscenity law to prohibit the use of federal monies for art that is obscene, lewd, immoral. So that, you know, one of the big public art scandals of the late 1980s, the obscenity law is expanded, right? And says, all right, if you're going to use federal monies to exhibit art, it can't be art that is offensive, immoral, obscene, lewd, etc. And it really sort of targets the kind of art that's around the AIDS crisis in particular. So those laws are still on the books. It's just a matter of whether they're enforced or not. And getting prosecutions is much more difficult.
So these laws were a hindrance to Bruce immediately, and he didn't just walk the line, he deliberately crossed it. And he questioned why the line was even there. This provocation, this poking at the prevailing culture is probably an outgrowth of the beat movement of the time. Can you describe beat culture in the mid-50s as it was at the time of Lenny Bruce? And was he a part of this movement, or did he just draw from it? Was he adjacent to it?
Oh, I think it was definitely adjacent to it. You know, the beat movement it's also about subterranean critique of the dominant culture, the kind of absence of authenticity in the dominant culture. It's part of the beat culture as a kind of search for euphoric moments. It's also, there's a kind of, you know, confluence of jazz stylings, jazz riffs, marijuana, you know, kind of Black American culture and Black American vernacular as being this sort of richer, more authentic tradition, and kind of space of sexual honesty. The suppression or the repression of queerness is certainly part of beat culture, right? That there is the need to acknowledge people's queer urges. So I think that when he's drawing on all of this and he's participating in it, there's a flow back and forth. And his prosecution in San Francisco, he's found not guilty in San Francisco, and the lawyer who defends him had been the lawyer who defended Allen Ginsberg and Lawrence Ferlinghetti for the public reading of Allen Ginsberg's Howl. at Ferlinghetti's City Lights bookstore in San Francisco. And so he's sort of in the tailwind of the beat culture, or he's drafting the beat culture, but he's part of it as well. He's part of the same kind of riffs and rhythms and critiques, pointing to the same hypocrisies, and also in search of a kind of truthfulness in the culture that the beats are trying to get after, and trying to liberate human beings from Eisenhower. Eisenhower's America, I think, is not inaccurate.
When Lithuania broke off from the Soviet Union, they wanted revenge. Their basketball team had led the USSR to gold medal glory. And now, ahead of the 1992 Olympics, they finally had the chance to win for their own country.
It was very obvious that they had recently gained their independence, that it was fragile, they knew it was fragile.
This is the story of a long, strange trip, and how a tie-dye tee and the Grateful Dead had a hand in empowering the Lithuanian basketball team to stand up for their country's independence.
It symbolizes coming up out of the ashes of the Soviet Union and freedom over oppression.
From award-winning journalists around the globe, Sports Explains the World is a new podcast that unveils some of the wildest and most surprising sports stories you've never heard. Listen to Sports Explains the World on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to Sports Explains the World early and ad-free on Wondery Plus.
Hey, I'm Brooke. And I'm Marisha. And we're the hosts of Wondery's podcast, Even the Rich, where we bring you absolutely true and absolutely shocking stories about the most famous families and biggest celebrities the world has ever seen.
Our newest series is all about the one and only Selena Quintanilla. The little girl with the big voice was a force of nature who took the world by storm. But even after her tragic passing, her legacy lives on.
In our series, Viva Selena, we'll tell you how Selena Quintanilla's bright light was extinguished too soon, and why she'll always be the queen of Tejano music.
Follow Even the Rich wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen ad-free on Amazon Music on the Wondery app.
Much more recently, people might recognize the name Lenny Bruce because he is portrayed in the TV show The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. In the show, Bruce is played by actor Luke Kirby, though some critics have said that he plays a sort of a fairy godmother equivalent of the real Lenny Bruce. You've watched the show. What do you think of his portrayal?
Well, he certainly looks like him. And I think, he has kind of the same vocal quality. There is not that kind of fiery, underground, subterranean critic, I think, in that performance. And certainly not the junkie Lenny Bruce, right? Lenny Bruce winds up arrested a lot for possession of drugs. He dies of a drug overdose. And you don't get that sense of Lenny as somebody who's sort of afraid.
At the end of it, you mean after 5 years and 6% annual increase? Every year it's 350 more. But I think that even with that, it's not even to catch up with inflation. It still costs more money to run the school than it was in 2011 when they raised it. So, by the way, it's easy for me to say I'm done with school, so I'm not sitting there struggling and going to school. I have money here. The cost of an education at the least expensive state university is still very expensive. That's the real problem and story here. Unless you go to junior college, community college for 2 years, then it becomes a bargain. Then it's like going to the supermarket and buying daily bread. It is a fraction of what it costs at any other system. That's a weird answer, isn't it? Yeah, sure is. Yeah.
So Santa Ana's school district is being sued by the Jews.
What?
A coalition of groups representing the Jewish community has filed a lawsuit against the Santa Ana Unified School District, alleging the school board adopted anti-Semitic curriculum. So among the claims is that ethnic studies courses include teachings that equate Israel with settler colonialism and call Zionism a nationalist colonial ideology that calls for the expansion of the Jewish state in historic Palestine by any means necessary. And the group says, hey, instead of seeking input history of anti-Semitism instead.
Yeah, a little bit of history here. The long history of Palestine. Do you know when Palestinians actually came into being as Palestinians? In 1967, after the 67 war. Before that, they were Jordanians because it was Jordan. And then Israel, of course, annexed that, won the West Bank during the fight. And then now you have Palestinians who claim that Palestine should be an independent state, which, by the way, I don't disagree with. So don't take this wrong. This is not some crazy Jew that says there shouldn't be two states. All I'm arguing is the long history of the Palestinian people goes back to 1967. The long history of Israelis and Jewish people in Israel goes back almost 3,500 years. Just saying. All right, let's move on. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Attorneys Benjamin Crump and Bradley Page have filed a $500 million class action lawsuit accusing the Beverly Hills Police Department of racial profiling. The lawsuit represents more than 1,000 black people arrested between August of 2019 and August of 21. Trump says some were caught up in the city's Rodeo Drive task force that's designed to crack down on fraudulent purchases in the famous shopping district.
It wasn't to deter crime. It was to send a message to black people that we don't want your kind around here.
The city says the role of the Beverly Hills Police Department is to enforce the law regardless of race. News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Former LA City Councilman and County Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas has filed a notice saying he plans to appeal his conviction in a federal corrections case. He also wants to remain free on bail during his appeal. Ridley Thomas was sentenced last month to more than 3.5 years in prison. He's scheduled to start his sentence November 13th. The Biden administration has cleared the way for a prisoner swap to free 5 American citizens being detained in Iran. ABC's Mary Bruce says the deal includes a waiver to transfer $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds back to Iran, along with 5 Iranians detained in the U.S.
Under the deal, Iran can only use the $6 billion for humanitarian purposes. But critics say Iran shouldn't have access to this money at all.
All 5 Americans have been transferred from prison to house arrest in Tehran while the agreement is finalized. Hurricane Lee is expected to pass Bermuda and travel offshore the mid-Atlantic states in the U.S. by the end of this week. The National Hurricane Center declared Lee a Category 3 storm yesterday as it rolled through open waters north of the Caribbean.
It's Saturday and Sunday that we watch for what could be a landfall storm by the time it gets up to the Canadian border right around Maine.
ABC's Ginger Z says the impact along the coast is going to include big waves, rip currents, and tropical storm force winds. Last week, Lee strengthened from a Category 1 storm to a Category 5 in just 1 day. Robots could soon be driving people around Riverside thanks to an autonomous shuttle that might move its headquarters to the city.
These lately 4 autonomous shuttles. They don't have pedals. They don't have steering wheels.
Omeo Chief Executive Dean Babrzak says the company from New Zealand will build, test, and deploy the low-speed 20-person all-electric form of public transportation at
universities, airport car parks, large medical service, theme parks.
Riverside 28 Barrera says the project will produce dozens of high-tech jobs from up $1.3 million a year, which would make this actually the largest sales tax generator in our city. City Council could give final approval next month. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
We'll get a first look at the KFI in the sky after sports with Rain.
Dodgers fans know that good things can happen when bets back. Home with another 0-2, their best wheels come on. If it's third, good by. Off the pole and time round. Cobras against San Diego again. Well, the Padres were just a little better last night. The Dodgers lost by a score of 11-8. Game 2 today, 7:10. Lance Lynn on the mound. Listen to it live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth on the iHeartRadio app. The Angels defeated the Seattle Mariners 8-5. That series continues today. Patrick Sandoval will start. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
I've been a business person my entire adult life, and like most owners of small to medium-sized businesses, I couldn't come near affording an HR person. But there's an answer. With Bambi.com, you get a dedicated HR person to help you with all of your HR issues, and that starts at $99 per month. That's it. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down when you sign up. I want the credit. It's spelled BAM, B-E-E, BAM, B-E-E, Bambi.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to Thursday and through the weekend, look for sunny afternoons with highs in the 70s at the coast, Metro LA and Inland OC, mid-80s in the valleys and Inland Empire, low 90s for the MLS Valley. 66 in Fullerton, 66 in Laguna Beach. We've got a crash in the Newhall Pass on the 14.
Yep, good morning. Not so great if you're headed southbound on the 14 right there. Just past Newhall Avenue crash there off on the right shoulder being worked on. A little bit of a backup there from Sand Canyon. It's the second day in a row that we've had a backup from Sand Canyon already this early on the southbound 14. So I apologize for that. Although it's on the freeway. Southbound Winchester Road at Temecula crash there. Motorcycle involved. That was on the right shoulder. And in Commerce, northbound side of the 5 crash there, clearing from the right side. Probably the slowest freeway right now. Coming into town would have to be the 91 as you get away from the 15 all the way on out to the 241. Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the sky. As the experts in transmissions for over 50 years, there's nothing at AMCO we haven't heard. So when I hit the gas, Sicily. And nothing we can't fix. If you're like, what's that? From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. For no credit, finance your repair at AMCO. Exclusions apply and have to comply with any other offer. Limited time offer at participating centers only. People who know go to AMCO. AA MCO. When you're young, life is full of choices. Things like opioids are highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one last pill. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMac.org. Water damage, fire damage, HaveHerDad.com. Superwoman, superlawyer, superwoman.com. Yellow Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOEPPL. It'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. Was I abroad for the first time in years? That's a thing. But we don't speak Spanish. So we started using Babbel. And started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind. In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo. Aw, you just said I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho. And that means we're going to have a lot of fun. Sí. Gracias, Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Hey, it's Deborah Mark. As a homeowner, I love to have a yard that is both beautiful and functional. Remodeling with award-winning Mr. Pavers means zero stress and great results. They've been elevating outdoor spaces for more than 30 years. For a limited time, you can get their best offer of the year, up to $3 off every square foot of pavers and dirt. Call System Pavers today at 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com. All orders must be placed by September 30th. USA. For all details. Contractor's license 661575. Diabetes, high blood pressure, and anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Providers. Speak with Big Lou. 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-859-3220. Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Meet Foo Fighters, Kelly Clarkson, Tim McGraw, and many more. Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd. iHeartRadio Music Festival. Streaming live only on Hulu. The voice of the people, for better or worse. John and Ken's Moist Line. Twice every Friday between 3 and 4 on KFI. And welcome back. Bill Hammer here, and the morning crew. It's Tuesday morning, September 12th. For more, handle on the news, Eddie King, Wayne Resnick, and me. The United States has set a record for the number of big weather disasters this year that cost at least $1 billion each. There have been 23 of these extreme weather events that cost this much. This is just through August. The year's not even over, and we've already broken the record. Yeah, there are 23 winter storms out already. We were talking out in the Atlantic. We've got a hurricane coming in this eastern seaboard. Every place in gas. And that is, scientists keep on saying that if we don't cut carbon emissions, then we're going to reach critical stage, right? Critical mass. Haven't we already reached that? And are they simply saying that, I guess, to slow it down somewhat, as opposed to moving at breakneck speed? Or are they saying that because it's here already, why bother? Well, it can get worse. It can always get hotter, it can always get colder, it can always rain more. Until you're raining 24/7 across the entire globe, there's always room to not improve, whatever the opposite of improving is. So, but when you're moving at this breakneck speed in terms of climate change and aftermath, how much improving can you possibly do? It's just going to be horrific, and I'm glad that I'm not going to be here in the next 20, 30 years, because it's going to get that bad. But that's me being pessimistic. So those of you that stay alive, you get to inherit this. Congratulations. A big mazel tov to you. All right, let's move on.
Well, it wasn't a moneymaker, but the Brady Bunch house has a new owner. The house in Studio City that served as the exterior for the TV show is sold for $3.2 million. HGTV sold it to Tina Trillion, historic home enthusiast and wife of former HBO executive Chris Albrecht. So it wasn't exactly a moneymaker because the house was purchased by HGTV in 2018 for like $3.5 million. They tried to sell it for $5.5 million earlier this year. That didn't sell, so they actually sold it for 9% less than they bought it for after spending $2 million on renovations.
What kind of revenue did they get from the television show that they put out following the renovation?
And then they did the series on it, a very great.
But they would have gotten the revenue. They would have gotten the revenue anyway. That's for starters. It wasn't a house. So I'm trying to figure out the math. None of it looks good. What are the costs? What are the next door neighbors? 1 to 3 million. Okay, and so this was $3.5 million. Also, why would you buy it? Because it is now a tourist attraction.
I know, right?
So why not? I know, but she already said nobody's going to live in that house. You really can't live in that house. It doesn't have a normal kitchen. It doesn't have really the stuff you need to live in it. And she's going to use it for fundraising and charitable events. It's basically becoming an event space. Yeah, and so it doesn't matter. My goddaughter, her parents, she's British, or was British, or is she British, was also American. Their house is around the corner from Abbey Road. From the Abbey Road Studios. So, the Beatles walking across the street, that album cover. It is so crowded 24 hours a day. It is crazy. That's the last place you want to be. And there's the Abbey Road Studios. It looks just like a house in that neighborhood. Just wanted to drop some names. That's all. Wish I could successfully done. And your bar for dropping names is real low. Yeah, it is. You know somebody who lives around the corner from a place. That's correct. Okay.
Well, it's good to me. I don't know anybody who lives around the corner from anybody.
Oh, no, Amy.
No.
We'll have to talk about your social skills after the show. Hey, the Biden administration has issued a waiver of sanctions so that $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds can be transferred into Qatar, who's going to hold on to it and dole it out to Iran for humanitarian purchases. And this is all part of, we're anticipating, a prisoner swap deal where 5 Americans who've been detained over there in Iran will be released in exchange for doing it. And a lot of people are very mad at this. Because they say the bottom line is you're now helping Iran by letting them get access of this money. Right, and also a lot of politicians and a lot of people are going, we're paying them $6 billion for these 5 Iranian American citizens. That's over $1 billion each. We're not. This is Iranian money that's been frozen. And so that's kind of important. And there are all kinds of limitations. It can only be used for humanitarian purposes. There's going to be oversight. And the Iranians have agreed to that. So, it's not that easy on either side. Ted Cruz, of course, who I absolutely adore, he said the laborers who are assigned the administration is secretly pursuing a broader deal with Iran that we don't know about. Any evidence? No. But we know it's secret, which I guess there would be no evidence. Because I said classic Ted Cruz. Yep. All right, we'll finish it up as soon as we take a break. In the meantime, we're sticking with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Police are looking for a woman who's been setting fires around Reseda. At least 6 fires were lit between 11 last night and 1 this morning, most around Reseda Boulevard and Van Owen Street. Investigators say they think the same person's been setting fires over the past few days. Police in Pennsylvania say the convicted killer who escaped from prison almost 2 weeks ago is now armed. People should stay indoors and keep their doors locked. The CSU Board of Trustees meets tomorrow to discuss a proposed 6% tuition hike across all Cal State schools. If passed, tuition would go up over $340 a semester for undergrads and over $430 a semester for grad students starting next fall. We'll check the 405 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Innovation Refunds has been helping small business owners with a payroll tax refund program through the Employee Retention Credit, also known as ERC. And if you're a small business owner with 5 or more employees, Innovation Refunds can help you see if you qualify and navigate the process. Bill Goodman is one of the owners of Ford & Goodman, an accounting firm. Bill's a CPA, and he didn't think his business would qualify until he spoke with Innovation Refunds. He had Innovation Refunds experienced independent tax attorneys file with the ERC, and since then, he's referred over a dozen clients to Innovation Refunds. So visit innovationrefunds.com, see if you qualify. You can be on your way to receiving money for your business. No upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com or dial 843-REFUNDS. That's 843-REFUNDS, or visit innovationrefunds.com.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work as an independent network of tax professionals who will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s inland. This report brought to you by SaveOurWater.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Instead of passing your LAX on 405.
Just a little whoop to for your drive here, northbound side of the 405, Century Boulevard. It's actually on right to the 405 from Century Boulevard. So maybe affecting people more coming in from LAX than going out, but certainly something to keep an eye on. Not a lot of slowing yet. The 405 is kind of slow, though, if you are headed northbound from the 105 on up towards the 10. So plenty of business there on that stretch of freeway. It's also very slow on the 14 southbound, headed away from Sand Canyon down towards the Newhall Pass. We have a crash clearing there on the right shoulder. And on the 91, which is where we are right now, it is super slow as you head westbound, starting from just before the downtown Corona area, right before the 15 as you make your way on past the 71. Will Coltrane, KFI in the Sky.
Water. All of life depends on it. So, for the love of water, California, everyone has a part to play when it comes to reducing water waste. Let's make conservation a way of life. Find ways to consider at SaveOurWater.com. This report is sponsored by Silverado Resort in Napa Valley. Grab your crush and head to Silverado Resort this fall to do Napa harvest season right. Enjoy a bottle of wine, $75 in resort credit, and up to 25% off the best available rate when you extend your next wine country getaway at pushingonfall.com. Well done and sleep on this. Everything's up to 20% off everything at Casper. Save on the mattresses and pillows you need to protect your sleep life balance. Goodbye summer, hello summer. It's our offer this earning year. Visit Casper.com store. Save 20% now through September 12th. Save on better apps. Usually the price is Casper.com first promo.
Hi, F2, the number one app, because it's absolutely feeling. The tips that makes me happy. Now, just reason to visit Romina. We are giving away
Save $200 in dining and sponsoring every day. Just download our app for your chance to win.
Number 2.
Music Soul Time, live September 30th.
And the number 1 reason.
You get 3 or stainless steel containers when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 19th.
Morongo. Good times. Summer is here and the heat is coming. Call Solamax. Get a custom designed Solamax system with a 10 N-phase IQ8 microinverter and 10T great Tide battery for only $99 a month.
Now, pound 250 on your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, and go to solarmaxtech.com.
This will be 97204. If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Kelly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Kelly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even those difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter to help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You know when you wake up and your mouth feels gross and you just can't wait to brush your teeth to get that clean, fresh feeling again? That's exactly how millions of Navage users feel when they use powered suction to rinse out their noses every day, just like brushing their teeth. Once you're able to breathe deeply without congestion, you never want to be without it. That's why so many people rave about Navage with over 100,000 online reviews. Feel the Navage difference for yourself. In less than a minute a day, you'll feel immediate relief from seasonal allergies and congestion after the very first use. Navage will also help you sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier naturally without drugs. Start breathing clearly again with Navage. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. And paid for by Anthem Tax Services. Attention. If you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We help thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-245-7816 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free, and the help is real. Call 800-245-7816. That's 800-245-7816. Again, 800-245-7816. I saw a guy driving home from Burning Man. How do I know? Mud caked in the wheel wells and on the sides of the car. But the back of the car was a bicycle covered in fur. There's one place where you ride a bicycle covered in fur on a car that's covered in mud. Gary and Shannon.
So he's listening to Traveling OBGYN.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640 Bill here on Tuesday morning, September 12th. We finish Handle on the news with Amy King, Green, and me.
Jelly and Twinkies are coming together. Smuckers has signed an agreement Monday to acquire Hostess Brands. Mark Smucker, the chairman of the board, president, and CEO, says the deal allows the company to expand its product offerings. Twinkies went big when Hostess put them on the shelf back in 1930. And I think those same ones are still in it.
They are still there. Twinkies and cockroaches in a post-apocalyptic world. Yup. So I know Smuckers was that big.
Yeah, and everything from coffee to peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, and also the most popular item
on the face of the planet, Unfrustables.
Oh, I love them.
Of course you do. You know why you love them? Because you're a human being who is alive. Wow. I hate them, so clearly are not. You are alive, though, so it must be the first part of the rule that does not apply to you. That is correct. They're going to undo this confusing law that was passed during the pandemic, AB 2098, and it tried to regulate discussions between patients and doctors and punish doctors for giving brazenly untrue information to patients. But it didn't do a good job of defining how bad must your doctorly information be before you're subject to action under this law. Well, now they're revising some Medical Board of California stuff, and they're tucking into that some reform of this law that nobody really liked, by the way. Yeah, which is unenforceable, because who decides where too much misinformation, where's that line? This is unintended consequences. I've talked about that so many times. It's the problem with legislation, not the problem, most difficult part about writing legislation is dealing with unintended consequences. On the other hand, these are people who are professional law writers. Their only legitimate job is to write laws, and they suck at it. And by the way, Gavin Newsom deserves a little smack on his fanny, because when he signed it, he said, boy, I don't know, this law is very vague, and I'm afraid it's going to have a chilling effect on doctors talking to their patients, but I'll sign it anyway.
Self-serve sodas are going away at Mickey D. McDonald's has announced that it's phasing out its soda machines in dining rooms, not because they want to fill the sodas, but because there aren't people in the dining rooms any longer. Fewer customers are opting instead for takeout or digital orders, so it's apparently not being used much.
Yeah, but people still eat in those dining rooms, and self-serve is sort of the American rule. It's the American songbook. It's self-serve soda fountains. I've got not enough of you. People like you who enjoy the ritzy atmosphere dining at McDonald's. There's not enough of you to sustain what it takes to have and maintain those machines. I enjoy going to fast food establishments occasionally, twice a day. And you're right, the dining rooms are not particularly full. They're far emptier than they used to be. But you take away those soda machines. It's the humanity. If I told you, and I don't know that this is true, this is hypothetical, if I told you that although now they will have to fill your soda for you because there won't be a machine, but you can get free refills, would that make you feel a little better, Bill? No, because there's one person now at that McDonald's serving, using the cash register, dealing with the drive-thru. No. You don't want to pay for the refills. You don't want to wait for the refills. Well said. Okay, a village in Alaska is so happy now. Akiachak, Alaska has a new service in their village that is allowing them to get rid of what they call honey buckets. Now, the new service that they have is running water and flushing toilets. And a honey bucket is a nice way of saying a 5-gallon bucket with a toilet seat on top of it that you use when you don't have running water and flushing toilets. They also now will not have to use anymore the honey bucket bins. The honey bucket bin is the huge stainless steel container in the village that you take your honey bucket to dump it out. That is how they have been living, but no more. Who stays in that village? Some people love living like that. There's I think 684 people that live in that village right now. Hey, we're done, guys. Pardon?
All right.
Oh, all right. You got it. Coming up, fast food wages. Oh, boy, you're going to see some numbers here. And the California ballot fine. I'm going to put both of those together, and this is simply the way we do business in this state, which is fairly unique. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. An independent voice in a world full of
24-hour news, our police are looking for a serial arsonist in Reseda. KFI's Blake Corley reports live. The person is believed to have started at least 6 fires.
All of those fires happened within about 2 hours. The arsonist is accused in one of the fires of lighting brush in the back of a pickup truck on fire. The foliage caused flames to roar and led to significant damage to the truck. The LA Fire Department says the same person has been possibly setting fires over the past few days. The fires have mostly been in alleys and trash cans. The department released a photo of a woman on a bicycle. The department says she is considered a person of interest. Reporting live in Reseda, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by American Vision Windows. An alleged jewelry thief from Beverly Hills is due in federal court in LA. Jobson DeCastro allegedly stole almost $2 million worth of jewelry, clothing, and other items from a couple staying in a luxury hotel. He took off to Florida to sell it. $2 million in federal funding for Santa Ana is meant to replace crime along Santiago Creek with science exhibits by Discovery Cube OC.
We've turned it into a waste place. Congressman Lou Correa says the property next to Discovery Cube has been plagued with drug use and homelessness, transforming it from a challenge to a positive for this community. Discovery Cube CEO Bill Adams says the project includes new native plants, a butterfly garden, and watershed exhibit. Santiago Creek brings water from this area all the way down to the ocean. We want to explain to kids, how does this all work? He says the multi-year, roughly $15 million expansion will also provide more space for solar.
Hi, Pimp Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock a.m.
International aid groups are working to help communities in Morocco affected by an earthquake that killed more than 2,800 people. The 6.8 magnitude earthquake Friday also injured more than 2,500 people. Experts say the most efficient way to provide aid to people in Marrakesh and other rural areas in the country is to donate to organizations that already have operations on the ground. So far, Morocco's government has only accepted help from 4 countries: Spain, Qatar, Britain, and the United Arab Emirates. Thousands of people in Libya have been killed in flooding caused by Mediterranean storm Daniel.
Working with a strong storm wave devastating some parts of the country.
ABC's Lama Hassan says the storm caused 2 dams to collapse, flooding parts of the country and completely wiping out entire towns.
The Red Crescent reports that at least 10,000 people are missing. U.S. embassies already offering humanitarian assistance, and they need it. Search and rescue teams are struggling to get to the devastated areas.
Officials say that 2,300 people were killed in the town of Derna alone, and that at least 700 people have already been buried. An antitrust lawsuit against Google is underway in Washington, D.C. Federal lawyers and state attorneys are trying to prove Google rigged the market by locking it in as a default choice. The case marks the biggest U.S. antitrust trial since regulators went after Microsoft about 25 years ago. The trial against Google is expected to take 10 weeks. A long missing key piece of Star Wars history will hit the auction block next month.
The original 28 X-Wing Starfighter model was recently found after being missing for decades. The model was used for key scenes in the original 1977 Star Wars film, including the climactic battle at the Death Star. It'll be part of a Heritage Auctions event featuring items from the collection of an Oscar-nominated model maker held October 14th through the 15th in Dallas. Bidding for the X-Wing model will start at $400,000. May the force of our large bank account be with you. Mark Longer, AFI News.
We'll check the 10 with the KFI in the sky after sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers and the Padres had hot bats right from the start, but San Diego was just a bit hotter. The Dodgers lost 11-8. Game 2 today at 7:10 with Lance Lynn on the mound. Listen to it live from the Galpin Motors podcast booth on the iHeart Radio app. The Angels defeated the Seattle Mariners. The score 8-5. And that series will continue today with Patrick Sandoval starting. So how did Aaron Rodgers' regular season debut as a New York Jet go? Here's the conclusion of the first drive of the game. Clayton snap, drops back, hits over the mid-under pressure, and he will be stopped back to the 32-yard line by Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Rodgers gets up with a limp. Aaron Rodgers right now doesn't look 100% right. No, he was carted off the field. He's believed by the team to have a torn Achilles tendon. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
Southland weather from KFI. It's sunny and a little cooler than we've seen for the last, couple of weeks. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC, still near 90 for the valley, 80s to mid-90s for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. And we'll cool down a few more views tomorrow. By Thursday and Friday, The Dow is trading down 67 points. The Nasdaq is down 21, and the S&P 500 is up 10. In Ontario, going down on 10.
We got to be honest, the whole stretch of the 10th through Ontario is one big work zone, unfortunately. Westbound side, we had a lane closed earlier right around Euclid. It looks like that's been reopened, but it's just tough getting through that whole stretch where they're really redoing the freeway. Westbound side of the 10, you're going to start to hit the brakes at Archibald. Stays pretty heavy all the way out past the mountain. It looks like both sides of the 71 are pretty terrible too, between the 10 and the 60 there. This is the usual construction and cleanup that they're always seem to be doing there on the 71. So the bank get a little extra time for that. In the Toronto area, 215 southbound at MLK, injury crash being cleared away. They're still working on that. It's awfully slow on the 14 freeway southbound from Newhall all the way down, or just starting. Let me try that again. We had a crash at Newhall. It's off on the right shoulder. Pretty slow back from Sand Canyon on that southbound 14. Will Goldstein, KFI in the sky.
How long have you been struggling with your weight? Months, years, your entire life? If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, the team at West Medical can help. For over a decade, West Medical has helped people lose weight and keep it off with the latest, minimally invasive weight loss procedures. No fads, no gimmicks, just life-changing results. It's covered by most PPO insurances. Call 1-800-WEST-MED. That's 1-800-937-8633 or visit westmedical.com.
I feel incredible because I call 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL.
Hello and welcome to the Roast Show. At Rouse, everyone wins when it comes to saving big. Because when you order online through the Rouse app, you get the same great prices, deals, and rewards on pickup or delivery as your in-store with no hidden fees or markups. So no matter how you shop, you'll always save big at Rouse. Rouse, fresh for everyone.
Right now, select varieties of Ragu pasta sauce and private selection pasta are on sale for only $1.29 each with your card and digital coupons.
Rouse.
Fresh for everyone.
Hey, you're good. My throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can stay tonight. Here, try these. Vicks Vapor Cool Drops. Yeah, Vicks Vapor Cool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors. Ooh, I can already feel it. I told you. So, you ready? I'm ready.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapor Cool Drops.
What's behind the endless wait times for Kaiser patients? Follow the money. Since 2018, Kaiser has made over $21 billion in profit. And where does the money go? Investments in fossil fuels and fast food companies. Huge salaries for executives. A corporate takeover of a hospital system on the other side of the country. Meanwhile, patients didn't get the higher quality care they deserve. Kaiser Permanente, making their bottom line thrive. Paid for by SEIU United Healthcare Workers West.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Some people have changes in behavior, hostility, agitation, depressed moods while taking or after shopping. Bill Handel. Did you notice agitation, hostility, depression, or changes in behavior in the mood that are not typical for you? Stop Bill Handel and call your doctor right away. And now, here's Bill Handel. And good morning. Bill Handel here with the morning crew. Tuesday, September 12th. Some of the stories we're looking at today. Apple releases its iPhone 15 model. And that's why Rich DeMuro is not with us today. There will be no Tech Tuesday because he's up at Apple. And will next week tell us all about the iPhone Model 15. And I'm due for a new phone. And I, too, will be overpaying for a phone. Also, there is a new updated COVID-19 vaccines. The FDA just gave a green light to. So this will be number 5. For those of you, those of us who have been boosted 4 times before. Something just happened with fast foods in the state of California. Over the weekend, fast food companies agreed to pull a California referendum off next year's ballot. That was going to reverse a landmark worker protection law. And why did they do that? Well, because it was probably going to cost $100 million to advertise and to put the ballot measure in place
so it has a chance of passing, or this was undoing the protections that California law had. And this is what happens. All right. One of the things about California, first of all, it is insanely expensive to do anything political. We never get congressional advertisements. Now, why is that? Because our districts are set in stone. Democratic districts put Democrats into Congress and into state government, and same thing with Republican districts. Presidential money is never spent in California because it's a given. The Democrat is going to win overwhelmingly, so why spend money on the other side, or spend money on those political issues? The only thing that is spent, and big money, and I mean big money is spent, is propositions. That money is spent insanely, and it's all done in the media. It's all done on radio, television, internet. And this is a good thing for folks, companies in the media, like iHeart. And when it's taken off the ballot, I think radio companies, television, media companies are the most upset. So here's the deal that happened between labor and fast food companies. There will be an increase in the minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 an hour by next April. Remember when the big deal was to go to $15 an hour? And that was, it was end of the world headlines when that bill was passed. Now it's $20 an hour next April, and there will be a new council of representatives for workers and companies to consider pay bumps in the future. So it will be a joint effort between business groups and government to decide on wage increases and conditions, work conditions. Now, you go to Europe, for example, Germany. You go to the board of Mercedes-Benz or BMW, and we're talking about the board of directors now. Unions, labor is always represented on the board. When is the last time a major corporation, let's go to a major American corporation, a major car company, for example, or a major food company here, manufacturing company, IBM, Apple. How many labor organizations are part of that board? Not many. Now, Sean Kennedy, the National Restaurant Association's executive vice president, obviously there is a national association of everything, and you would think that restaurants would have a pretty powerful lobbying group. They do. And what he said was kind of interesting. This agreement protects local restaurant owners from significant threats that would have made it difficult to continue to operate in California. They're running so scared that they think that the laws in California are so pro-labor that between pushing for workplace regulations, OSHA standards, requirements for permits, I mean, just everything that it takes to run a business other than labor, that it would be so crazy, so difficult for them to actually operate in California that they agreed to this deal that we made between the state and the Restaurant Owners Association. And I tell you a couple things that both sides are crazy. Both sides prove their mettle. Gavin Newsom yesterday signed the measure, of course, first in the country, giving more than 500,000 fast food workers in California more power, more protection, despite the objections of the restaurant owners who warned it to drive up consumer costs. You see, they don't complain when the cost of meat goes up. They don't try to stop that. They don't complain when the Fed raises taxes. That is something they don't fight against. They don't complain when they have to buy or remodel their stores because, let's say, there are new requirements. I mean, they complain. The big issue is labor. You increase wages by $1 an hour, that's going to destroy the entire business. McDonald's is going to go out of business in California. Now, it's going to be $20 an hour. And what the restaurant owners are saying, you know what? We're going to have to shut down our restaurants. We can't afford to do this. Or we can't afford to do this without raising prices for the consumer. Hey, you raise prices for the consumer when energy costs you more. When you're remodeling the store, when beef prices go up, chicken prices go up, bread products go up, you you raise the prices, so all of a sudden it's going to kill you. Incidentally, I don't know how many fast food establishments have ever gone under in California when minimum wage was raised. Don't know the answer to that, but I'm going to guess. 0. Now, there are fast food stores that close up because there aren't sales enough. But what the Restaurant Association is saying, it's going to wipe out business in the state. That's what they argue. But we don't spend $100 million. We don't want to spend $100 million on this proposition to undo the laws or the rules that are out in place already. By the way, you can spend $100 million stocking tax. This is California. California is pro-worker. I don't care what you say. $100 million. My heart is devastated. Management is now crying in its soup right now. During political, it's all propositions. All of it. All right, here I come back. I want to finish this up because that's how ridiculous the association is. The restaurant owners, I'm going to give you the other side. Labor, which is either as or more stupid in their view of this. That's coming up. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Dodgers appear to be cutting ties with pitcher Julio Urias. 2 murals at Dodger Stadium that depicted Urias are now out of public view. One was painted over, the other was covered by a large curtain before last night's game. Urias was arrested on domestic violence charges September 3rd. The FDA has approved updated COVID-19 boosters from Pfizer and Moderna. The CDC is going to be meeting to vote on who to recommend should get the shot. Drew Barrymore is taking heat for resuming taping of her talk show as the writers' strike rolls on. She says she's in compliance with strike restrictions, but the WGA says they're going to pick it outside of her studio in New York all week. The Talk and Jennifer Hudson shows have now announced they are apparently getting ready to restart production as well. We'll check some problems on the 16th after FBT came by this bad news.
A few days ago, the folks at Pacific Coast Termite came to my house and treated it because, well, termites. And one of the things about houses in Southern California, it's not even a matter of if, it's really a matter of when termites come in and inhabit your house and infest your house. They love our weather here like we do. Our houses are made of wood, and it's a perfect storm for termites. And so the folks at Pacific Coast Termite came out, and one of the things I tell you about, they don't tent when they treat for termites. I was at home. I was at home when they were treating. And, of course, they did a hell of a job. Took a few hours. But, you know, that's what they do. So that's Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite. Call them up. They're going to come out and give you a free home inspection. And tell you if you do, you go to work. Or you don't, which is great news. So call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. PacificCoastTermite.com. Pacific Coast Termite. Just termite.
The clean, friendly way.
Sunny with highs in the 70s to mid-80s at the beaches and metro areas, 80s to low 90s for the valleys, IE, and Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by MGM Rewards. We've got some flowing in Diamond Bar on the 16th.
We just watched the Freeway Service Patrol tow a crash off the freeway. It was the westbound side of the 60, just past the 57 at Diamond Bar. Still, it is slow, starting from about the 71 on out to that point where they cleared that earlier crash. Then again, you're going to hit the brakes right around Azusa Avenue on that westbound 60. It stays pretty slow as you make your way into Montebello. Looks like we might have another crash on the westbound 60 right around Garfield. We'll let you know. Possibly a motorcycle involved in that one. Meanwhile, up on the 10, it's just kind of slow as you get through the Ontario Outlook area, the construction zone from Archibald over the mountain. And again, it's pretty slow from Covina all the way over towards the 605. Will Kohlstreicher, KFI in the sky.
Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, save, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases in certain states.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom-made for your windows, and shipping is free. And right now, save 50% off any order during our Labor Day sale. Blindster.com. The annoying runny nose, the constant sneezing, seasonal allergies, sinusitis, or nagging sinus congestion, there's a natural, easy-to-use solution that can help provide fast, drug-free relief. It's called Navage, and it uses powered suction to rinse your nasal passages in seconds. Millions of people use Navage daily to help provide relief from seasonal allergies and sinus congestion. Medications treat the symptoms, but Navage treats the problem at the source, flushing out the allergens and pollen trapped in your nose. Navage also helps wash out airborne bacteria, dust, dirt, and viruses quickly and painlessly, so you can get back to breathing clearly again. Say goodbye to sinus suffering and hello to better breathing with Navage. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. Is your car still under warranty? No, anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-319-0310. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-319-0310. 800-319-0310. Or go to oxcarcare.com. KTLA 5 News. We're here for you more than just on cable and satellite. We got breaking news. Stream KTLA 5 News live on any TV with the free KTLA Plus app for Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Or stay connected through the KTLA 5 mobile app on your phone or tablet. What you need to know is that KTLA Plus for your TV with a KTLA 5 mobile app for your mobile device. Even more reasons why KTLA is LA's very own. Hear the latest news from the headline on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news from what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. The superseding right is among those who do nothing all day, who just inject poison into their system so they can't function, and they have more rights than people who actually worked and have families and own property and earn money and pay big taxes. John and Ken. I don't understand that. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, Phil Handel here, and it is a Tuesday morning, September 12th. Some big news coming down. If you're going to go to Cal State University, as I did, then you're going to be paying more tuition, 6% more, 6% more per year for the next 5 years. So, by the way, I don't even think it's caught up with inflation. The last time it was raised was 2011, 12 years ago. And then we're looking at a new COVID-19 vaccine. The FDA just approved it. Gave the green light, actually. It goes to a group of scientists who then recommend yea or no, and then the FDA comes back and either accepts or rejects, and they always accept. So this thing may come down by next week. The fifth booster, or the fourth booster after the first one. Anyway, so it'll be good. All right, back we go to an interesting situation where labor and business, actually the state of California, and business reached a deal regarding fast food wages. And under current state law, it was pretty rigorous. Current state law says that, well, $20 an hour minimum, maybe $22 an hour by next year. Work conditions far improved. As far as labor is concerned, it's far more rigorous. As far as restaurant owners, folks, so we're talking about fast food restaurants here. And so with the fast food industry, the Restaurant Association industry was introduced, put on the ballot next November, a bill that unravels the current bill. And what ended up happening? Well, you have the Restaurant Association, the state of California, labor sitting down. Okay, tell you what, the restaurant owners are told, tell you what, here's what we will do. Let's have you take off the ballot proposition underneath the current law. If you do that, let's spend $100 million. It's very expensive money. It's very expensive propositions in the state of California, as I told you. It's astronomical money. What we'll do is we'll cut it in. And that is minimum wage goes up to $20 an hour. There will be a council that will be established between labor and business to look at working conditions and minimum wage in the future. And as part of the deal, we will remove the requirement, which is under current law, that the franchisor, the companies, the guardians, is responsible for discrimination for labor violations by the franchisees, because it's separate companies. It's a licensing, you pay McDonald's, you don't work for McDonald's. It's not a division of McDonald's. Your store is not company owned. You buy it, you run it, it's your business. So there is going to be no liability whatsoever on behalf of the franchisor, the big company. So when the fast food companies launched this campaign to qualify the referendum to undo current law, the unions cried foul. Here's what they were doing. Wealthy corporations were abusing the referendum system to subvert the will of the Democratic supermajority in Sacramento. Yeah, that's what it's about. That's what propositions are all about. Is you go to the voters and you say, here, we want this, this, and this. If you vote on it, except if you're undoing a pro-labor law by proposition, then that should be illegal. Wealthy corporations should not be able to do this. By the way, I don't know what a wealthy corporation is. It says wealthy corporations. Okay, tell me what wealthy is. Is it Apple level? Is it an industry level? Is it a restaurant that has X number of outlets? And the unions also are arguing that this proposition was to deceive voters into reversing laws intended to raise up some of the state's lowest income workers. Not deceive, just say, hey, by the way, every proposition is deceiving. Every time there's a proposition that comes up, yes means no, no means yes. If there is a proposition that is labeled, you have to, Secretary of State has to okay the naming of the proposition. Taxpayers in favor of taxpayers. That's a corporate initiative to screw taxpayers. If there is, on the other side, some kind of a label says, to protect corporations, to protect business, that is the other side. That's what propositions are about. It's a liar's game. So when the unions are arguing that this proposition was to deceive voters into reversing laws intended to raise some of the state's lowest income workers, that's exactly what a proposition does. It fools the voters by the very definition of what it's about. And I love the fact that going to a proposition, which is state law in our Constitution, somehow should not be available to corporations. Only labor, I guess only special interest groups that are on the other side of management. I mean, come on. So what's more stupid than that? Well, here's a question. We've got two stupids, two levels of stupid. Labor saying this crap, and fast food association saying if you raise the rates, it's going to destroy our business and it's going to increase the cost that we're going to pass on to consumers. Duh. Anytime anything is more expensive, it's passed on to the consumer. Why? Because they're in the business of making it. And then they'll wake up in the morning and say, hey, how do we lose money today? Well, here's one. Don't pay the electric bill. That'll help you, won't it? Beef prices have gone through the roof. Don't buy beef. It's McDonald's burger without beef. Well, how about when chicken prices go up and beef? Then you're buying a Big Mac, it becomes a lettuce sandwich. What's more stupid than both of these positions? Coming up, I've said this many, many times, and that is the concept of meatball. And what is that? This is one of my labels of life, and I'll explain it to you. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A baby has been found alone in the Hancock Park area of LA. Around 3 this morning, someone called 911 to report a child abandoned in a stroller on Larchmont Boulevard. LAPD says officers who arrived at the scene found a 2 to 3-year-old black female baby in good condition. She was taken to the hospital to be checked out. The LA County Department of Children and Family Services is investigating. News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Police are looking for a man they say set several fires at a property in Corona. Firefighters responded to a suspicious fire near West 6th Street and Yorba Street September 1st. Surveillance video shows a man setting several fires before he walked away. He's been identified as Eduardo Betancourt. He's Hispanic, 5'9", 170 pounds, and has animal print tattoos on the left side of his face. A study released by a website based in Marietta says kids across the U.S. have lost $210 million to online scams in the last year.
The types of scams can range from sextortion and romance to video games and in-app purchases. Co-founder of socialcatfish.com, Brianne McClellan, says scammers sometimes use fake accounts to target people under 20. And so what scammers will do is trick children into giving credit card information for non-existent rewards through fake ads, and in turn the victim is unknowingly downloading malware. McClellan says kids have been scammed out of millions, but those numbers only reflect what has been reported. Chris Adler, KFI News.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and his top military officials have arrived in Russia, where Kim is expected to meet with President Putin. North Korea's official news agency says Kim left for Russia Sunday on his personal train in his first foreign trip since the pandemic. U.S. officials say Putin may ask North Korea for supplies and weapons to help its war with Ukraine. Police in Pennsylvania say a convicted killer who escaped from prison has been shot at by a homeowner while he was stealing a rifle. Danilo Cavalcante was apparently in the guy's garage last night in a county about 20 miles away from the prison. ABC's Andy McCormick says the homeowner told police he didn't think to hit the thief, who he described as a short Hispanic man with dark pants and no shirt.
We're told that there was no blood found at the scene, but the suspect matching his description fled and is now possibly armed with a .22 rifle.
Cavalcante escaped from prison almost 2 weeks ago. Aerosmith has postponed its Peace Out Farewell tour for a month while singer Steven Tyler recovers from a vocal cord injury that led to some bleeding. Tyler said yesterday his doctor banned him from singing for the next 30 days. Aerosmith was supposed to play Chicago's United Center on the 15th. That show has been rescheduled to February. We'll check a motorcycle down with the KFI in the sky after sports with Wayne.
Dodgers fans know that good things can happen when Beck's back. Home with another 0-2, the Beck's drills down the line, and it's still goodbye off the Palms home run. Beck's homers against San Diego again. But the Padres were just a little better last night, and the Dodgers lost that game by a score of 11-8. Game 2 today at 7:10. Lance Lynn on the mound. You can listen to it live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth on the iHeart Radio app. The Angels defeated the Seattle Mariners 8-5 was the score. That series continues today. Patrick Sandoval is set to start. I'm Wayne Nelson at KFI Sports. You know, I've been a small business person basically my entire adult life. I still am one. And I could never, ever afford an HR person. It just wasn't big enough. And if you're a small to medium-sized business owner, you can't afford one either. Now you can. And it's called Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get that HR person starting at only $99 per month. I know it sounds too good to be true. I thought that too. But this is legit. This is for real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That's where I got nailed several times. All of them putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, reach out, and real-time chat. So, go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down when you sign up to get the credit for that one. Bambi.com, B-A-M-B-E-E. Bambi.com, KFI into the radio drop-down, please. That's Bambi, B-E-E, Bambi.com.
Southland weather from KSI, sunny with highs in the 70s, beaches 80s to mid-90s, inland. A few degrees cooler tomorrow with sunny afternoons with highs in the 70s, coast metro LA and inland out east might even dip into the 60s for highs at beaches. Mid-80s for the valleys in IE, low 90s for the Antelope Valley. It's 65 in Fountain Valley, 66 in Newport Beach. Got a motorcycle crash in Montebello on the
Really bad one here on the 60 freeway as you head westbound, right before Garfield. Motorcycle down, unfortunately, the rider may have been hit a few times by other vehicles once he was down in the roadway. This is going to close the right two lanes until further notice. The right two lanes are closed. Traffic jammed pretty solidly now all the way back from Azusa Avenue past the City of Industry there on the westbound side. So you're just going to want to avoid the 60 until further notice. The two left lanes are open, but it's going to take a while for you to get through there. If you are headed eastbound through that same stretch, it's pretty slow from Atlantic approaching the crash site there where people are looking over to see what's going on. 91 westbound, right around Lakeview, coming out of the Santa Ana Canyon there. We've got reports of a crash. It does look to be slow. Also, northbound side of the 405 at followforfollow, heading through the Sloboda Pass. Looks like some brake lights there due to a crash, so keep an eye on that situation. Southbound side of the 405, pretty terrible from Roscoe Boulevard all the way down through Sunset Boulevard. Real close right on KFI in the sky. That countdown is 5 to 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival, the most massive live music event of the year.
Friday and Saturday, September 22nd, 23rd at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansuperlawyer.com.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technician, low prices. Steam Shark. Imagine delicious water flowing from every tap in your home. That's what you get with a Light Source water system. And September is the perfect time for Light Source because Light Source is offering new customers a double dip. You get free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,250 in savings. Offer ends September 30th. Restrictions apply, so call Light Source today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source. Taste and feel the difference. When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids and highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one lost pill. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMac.org. When you come home, does your yard fill you with a sense of pride, or would you rather just run inside and forget what's out there? With System Pavers, you can have the outdoor space you've always dreamed of and an outdoor remodeling experience that's professional and caring from start to finish. From paving stone driveways and patios to outdoor kitchens, artificial turf, lighting, and more, System Pavers has been elevating outdoor living for more than 30 years. Check out our award-winning work and thousands of great reviews. You'll see why more than 80,000 homeowners have trusted our expertise for all their outdoor remodeling needs. Ready to get the outdoor space you've always dreamed of? Act now to take advantage of our best offer of the year. For a limited time, get up to $3 off every square foot of pavers and turf. See how much you can save by calling System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 today. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com right now. All orders must be placed by September 30th. See website for full offer details. Contractors license 661575. Look, you did the tough thing during COVID. You paid your people and pulled your business through the pandemic. And now doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at Consumer Tax Advocate. Government funds are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at Consumer Tax Advocate. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans, even if you had increases in sales. You did the tough thing for your employees during COVID. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword refund to see if you qualify for up to $26,000 per employee. Dial pound 250 and say refund. That's
your life, and today is National Video Game Day. Keep that in mind when your girlfriend comes around wanting you to turn it off. Come on! It's National Encouragement Day and National Chocolate Milkshake Day. And I encourage you to get a chocolate milkshake. Happy September 12th from KFI AM 640. What? KFI! Bill Handle here on a Tuesday morning, September 12th. I have three major philosophies of life that I have followed most of my life. One of them is never eat calamari at a grease. Okay, that's fair. Two is the elevator philosophy of life. You get in an elevator and someone is running to catch the elevator while the door is still open. You look surprised and you go to press the open key. You're actually pressing the closed door button. So what ends up happening? The door closes, you look somewhat frightened. No. And you close the door on something. Now, you get the credit for trying, you get the kudos, and no one gets in the elevator to screw up your elevator journey to take the floor that's either above or below where you want to go. So they don't delay you, but you still look like a good guy. That's the elevator philosophy of life. Then the third one, which I've also followed my entire life, is the meatball philosophy of life. And what is the meatball philosophy of life is? Well, what is historically a meatball? You just put a bunch of stuff together, and you make the meatball, and you don't spend a lot of time on it. But you meatball. You just don't do everything. And so we're finding out that the meatball philosophy of life actually works. So we're talking science. 85% of productivity is the magic number. You work for 100%, you're hurting yourself. You're not doing as good a job. If you're aiming for perfection, you're out of your mind. You hit 85%. You know how hard it is to hit the other 15%? At that point, it becomes more and more difficult for incremental increases in productivity or success. At 85%, you sort of hit that sweet spot. We're talking science now, researching it. People after people. Started with weightlifting, in terms of getting healthy. And that's weightlifting and then exercise. 85% of your goal. You're fine. You're doing everything you can. You do that extra 15%, you're working your ass off. If you go for 85% of a project, you're given, and you should go for perfection. You're working, and okay. By the way, bosses don't care. 85%, it's enough. You get away with it. Why kill yourself? I do this here, although I'm more at 50%. But 85%, I did that in law school, 85%, who cares? I passed. The point is, for those of you that go for perfection, don't. Life is better. It's easier than that. Don't kill yourself. And that's what science is teaching us. And I do that with exercise. Now, 85%. Give me a break. All right, I do that 25%. But I've always done that with the papers I've written. I did that in college and the bar. Now, working, when I came out of law school and started practicing law, I killed myself at 100%. And looking back, 85% would have been just fine. Still would have accomplished what I needed to accomplish. When you go at 85%, you're not working just 15% harder to reach that maximum. You're working twice as hard, not 15%. You're working 100% harder. Don't do it. Meatball it. That's the philosophy. Meatball it. Also, don't eat that calamari with whiskey. And elevators always push the close button, the closed door button in an elevator. That is the way to live, boys and girls. Okay. All right. Now the story about your car, EVs, electric vehicles. And if you don't have one now, you're going to get one. Trust me now. And they're now called smartphones on wheels. Well, there's new cybersecurity risks that have never existed before, and I'll share that story with you coming right up. This is KFI AM 640. Let's check in with Amy, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Police are looking for a serial arsonist who set a half dozen fires around Reseda overnight. Police say a woman on a bike is a woman of interest. Fire investigators say this is at least the third night fires have been set in the area. An American who was set to 3,000 feet down in a cave in Turkey after suffering a medical emergency has been brought back to the surface by rescue crews. A cyber attack on MGM Resort has caused a technical mess at several hotels on the Las Vegas Strip, including the MGM, Mandalay Bay, and Cosmopolitan. The guests got locked out of their rooms because keys aren't working, credit card terminals aren't working, and slot machines are down. We'll take a bad crash on 60 with the KFI and Sky next.
If you decided to sell your house, and I've done this several times over the years, what I get, like you probably have done, or you're thinking of doing, is listing it with a real estate agent. You're going to pay some money for that, 6%, and you have to clean and repair your paint, because the house has to be spotless to protect the buyers that they come through. By the way, you cannot be sold if prospective buyers come through. And you're going to live in a way that you haven't lived before for weeks at a time. So let me tell you how to do it. Far, far easier, and that's directbuyers.com. They're going to come and buy your house, give you a fair price for the house. Don't worry about that. And no one even has to walk through your house. So imagine that. You're selling it, you're getting cash within 10 days or less. They'll even arrange $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move, and they will never ever lowball you. And that's so important. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-2427, 844-2427. Visit directbuyers.com.
Sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. Got that motorcycle crash that's still causing some problems on 60.
Big problems. On the 60 westbound, with the 3 right lanes taken away. 60 westbound, right before, this is going to be right before Garfield where this happened. Bad crash involving a motorcycle. Traffic is at a standstill. Back through the city of Industry out to Azusa Avenue. Definitely, if you can, take the 10, take the 210, or perhaps even a 91 to the south. But the 60 is a no-go this morning. The eastbound spectator slowing as people look over to see this accident starts just past the 710. So that's no good either. We did have a crash clear on the northbound side of the 405 right around Mulholland. Everything's off on the right shoulder. Southbound side, of course, is where all the slow is. It's pretty slow. All the way, solidly almost, from the 118 as you make your way on down to Sunset Boulevard. Will Cole Schreiber, KFI in the sky. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including ProWood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. And right now, save 50% off any orders during our Labor Day sale. Blindster.com.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What can you find at Macy's Backstage? Reason him. All fine for $25 an under, like short blazers, cozy sweaters, carpet pants, jackets, and more. Find the latest trends and new arrivals at a Macy's Backstage store near you. We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
We started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually listen. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, she just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Warning: the following message contains an ad recommendation you won't be able to resist.
Girl, how do you keep getting all these things for free? Coffee, makeup, and now lunch? You haven't heard of the Drop app? Drop is a free app that rewards you for shopping at places like Ulta, Adidas, and Sam's Club. I've already earned $100 this month.
Download the Drop app and get $5. Use invite code GETDROP222. To most people, a flashlight is just a light. But to ghetto air conditioning and plumbing customers, it's a beacon, illuminating the way to total home comfort and peace of mind. When that flashlight comes on, our We respond quickly and get the job done right. From complex plumbing and sewer repairs to state-certified AC installations, Gettle's got this. Visit us online at Gettle.com. GOE-TTL. We're showing better, and it's hard to spell.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-319-0310. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-319-0310.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-319-0310. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-319-0310 or oxcarcare.com. Back in the day, the honeys all worked at Hot Dog on a Stick. You just like the uniforms and the hats. No, that making of the making. Women, they have this like spongy technique where they rust. You're gonna make that dirty. I knew it. Definitely part of the large lemonade. Flo Kelly, they did have the most attractive girls working at the Hot Dog on a Stick. It was not coincidence. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, Bill Hanna here. It is a Tuesday morning, September 12th. Some of the stories we're looking at. Today, Apple is releasing the iPhone 15. And Mr. Mo is not with us for Tech Tuesday because he's up at Apple. I think they're at Cupertino, aren't they? I do believe that's true. Anyway, next week he's looking at the new iPhone there. So we'll talk about it next week. Also, I want to tell you that I have a chance to win a 2-night stay at an MGM Resorts destination in Las Vegas, plus free beverage credit for being the person that listens to KFI AM 640 the most on the iHeartRadio app. It's easy to enter. Download the free iHeartRadio app. Follow KFI AM 640 and listen to us on the stream all this week through Friday for your chance to win. For official rules, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. And visit mgmresorts.com to plan your dream Vegas getaway to your favorite MGM Rewards destination. Electric cars are certainly the way of the future, and we're sort of just getting used to electric cars. I just bought my second electric car, having bought a Tesla. I had a BMW for a zillion of years, and I was okay. I bought a Tesla just to be different. That lasted 2 weeks. I sold my Tesla, took a reach dump on it, and then went back to my BMW, of course, and ended up buying an electric BMW, the iX, from Sterling BMW team. Okay, now, one of the things is, as Amy talks about gas prices going up, I just laugh. I used to be really concerned because I had the dealer that sucked up gas a lot, and now I don't care. Now let's talk a little bit about how easy it is to hack into electric vehicles. Internal combustion engines, those cars are not that easy to hack into. Well, with EVs, it's very easy to hack into. Why is that? Because, well, they're all software, they're all electronics, they're called smartphones on wheels. So there were a group of German hackers with the cooperation of the owner. They went into a Tesla, and they breached the Tesla. And they went out to remove control of the car. They were trying to access the Wi-Fi password. They didn't want to steal credit card numbers. They just wanted to get in and hack the car. They did that through the heated seats. Whoa! The heated seats? Yes. Why is that? Well, because the heated seats are an add-on. It's a special feature that the Tesla has, and all you pay is an extra $300 to have heated
time you want an extra on a Tesla, you pay for it and it's downloaded. They do it all by software. Wow. Come on. It's just an instant download, and you're charging me $15,000. For example, when I bought the Tesla, which I sold 2 weeks later at a huge loss, I could get the automated self-driving, self-parking Glasto 5000 version. It was $15,000. You pay the $15,000 and boom! The software is downloaded, and all of a sudden you have that feature on the car. And people are really upset about this. So part of the move is towards electric cars. What automakers are doing are copying Silicon Valley's playbook and basically making drivers pay monthly or yearly fees to unlock the new features. You have features you want, here's what you pay. And sometimes they're basic, remote starting, which I have. I think it was part and parcel of the car. Also, parking assistance, yeah, that came with it. And typically all you do is push the button and you got it. If the program is there. And if it is not, you pay extra money. Oh my God, that is horrible. What are they doing different than just simply buying extra features on the car? Just because it is software, does that matter? It doesn't. You wanted heated seats. Guess what you pay for? Heated seats. It was an added feature. It's a car that came with heated seats. It's a car that comes with enhanced sound system, although they're all pretty good. And so why are people upset that you're paying extra for these features? They're junk fees, but much unlike airlines, for example, that now charge you junk fees to put on baggage and to be in the emergency exit and just on and on and on. It's all junk fees. You know, with cars, it's always been junk fees. If you want to call them junk fees, then they're not. You're just buying extra features. Just like you always were, the only difference software versus hardware, if you will. But easier to hack. And they did it. These German hackers went through the heated seat system and then got into the whole system of the car. And now that becomes problematic. Because car dealers have never had to deal with this. I mean, they don't like their own software. You know, they buy the software. And software is inevitably going to have holes in it. It's going to have bugs in it no matter what happens. I'll tell you what doesn't happen with the internal combustion car is you never had people trying to break in unless they were trying to steal the car or the contents therein. When it comes to your electric cars, people are hacking their way through everything you have. They just have to deal with it. And so what's the answer? Well, my car is fairly easy to hack. Lots and lots of insurance. First, I don't think any of my cars is of any value anyway. Second, if my car goes, someone steals my car through hacking it, then I simply turn over the insurance company. And also buy gap insurance, by the way, that's really important. Because they're going to give you, the insurance company is going to give you the value of the car, not replacement value, unless you have gap insurance. Just saying. It pays for what you get, and it's all software. It's all software. All right, coming up, the news you heard this morning from Amy, Drew Barrymore, her show is back in production in the middle of the writer's strike, and she is pro-writers. And I'll get into that, because that says a lot about where the writer's strike is going. KFI, EM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI is literally the KFI of talk radio. KFI.
And KOS2 HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Sparks are flying in Reseda. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A serial arsonist is on the loose in Reseda. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live. The area's been hit with 12 fires in the last 3 days.
6 of those fires were started overnight within about 2 hours. This neighbor says the fires have him worried.
I woke up this morning and like always, I checked my citizen app to see what's going on, and sure enough, it was just update after update of different flames going on.
The arsonist is accused in one of the fires of
pollution emissions at the Port of Long Beach have dropped significantly in the past year. The Port's annual study confirmed it met all the goals of the San Pedro Bay Port Clean Air Action Plan a year ahead of schedule. The inventory report released yesterday found that compared to 2005, diesel particulates are down 91%. The Long Beach Harbor Commission president says he's proud of their green programs and commitment to sustainability. Discovery Cube in Santa Ana is planning to buy a crime-ridden property along Santiago Creek with $2 million in federal funding. CEO Joe Adams says the expansion will provide more space for popular festivals like Bubble Fest.
It is sold out. 30,000 people come here during a 2-week period. And so we know a festival like that happens
Hi,
here
Pimp
to
Daddy. It is now 8 o'clock a.m.
Space to be able to put more programs like that.
He says the multi-year $15 million project will include new green spaces, a watershed exhibit, and a butterfly garden. Officials say the property along the creek next to Discovery Cube has had issues with homelessness and drug use. Disneyland has paused sales of its Inspire Key annual pass as it settles a class action lawsuit. The company's website says only the more than $1,500 Inspire Key is available for renewal. The pause comes as Disney has agreed to settle a federal lawsuit alleging annual pass holders who purchased the Dream Key in 2021 were not able to make theme park reservations despite the promise of no blackout dates. South Korea's military says North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has arrived in Russia for a meeting with President Putin. North Korea's official news agency said Kim left for Russia Sunday on his personal train with some government and military personnel.
Putin inviting Kim in the hopes of securing more artillery shells and other munitions for the fight in Ukraine to refill Russia's depleted stockpiles.
ABC's Martha Raddatz says in return, Kim's hoping to get advanced technology for his missile, satellite, and nuclear programs along with cash. Officials in Libya say 10,000 people are missing in coastal towns hit by unprecedented flooding. Heavy rainfall and floods caused by Mediterranean storm Daniel broke dams and washed away entire neighborhoods over the weekend. 2,300 people are believed to have been killed in the city of Derna alone. The African countries say UNICEF says 100,000 children that hit Morocco.
And a team from USAID on the ground here in Marrakesh ready to deploy into the mountains if they get the green light from the Moroccan government.
ABC's Tom Suki-Barridge says rescuers are just beyond the 72-hour golden window to find survivors. The earthquake Friday killed more than 2,800 people and injured more than 2,500 others. Teachers in Orange County are using 9/11 memorials to give their students a lesson in history. Orange Grove Elementary teacher Nancy Carter says the annual memorial put on by a firefighter at his home in Fullerton is the perfect opportunity to give kids visual aid.
To listen to the bagpipes play and to go look at the photos and see the notes that their loved ones have left for them. Yeah, it's hard not to cry every time you turn.
The memorial includes hundreds of crosses for fallen first responders, thousands of flags, and photos of people killed at the World Trade Center 22 years ago. We'll check the 405 with the KFI in the sky after sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers and Padres had hot bats right from the start. San Diego was a little bit hotter, though. The Dodgers lost 11-8. Game 2 today at 7:10 with Lance Lynn on the mound. You can listen to it live from the Galpin Motors broadcast booth on the iHeartRadio app. The Angels defeated the Seattle Mariners by a score of 8-5. That series continues today with Patrick Sandoval starting. And how did Aaron Rodgers' regular season debut as a New York Jet go? Here's the conclusion of the very first drive of the game. Makes the snap, drops back, looks over the middle, under pressure, and he will be sacked. After the 33-yard line by Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Rodgers gets up with a limp. Aaron Rodgers right now doesn't look 100% right. No, he was not. He was carted off the field. It's believed by the team to have a torn Achilles tendon. I'm on Resnick, KFI Sports.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, a little bit cooler, highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Window C, near 90 in the valley, 80s to mid-90s for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley, a few degrees cooler for tomorrow, and then by Thursday, 60s and 70s for the coastal metro area, mid-80s for the valleys and Inland Empire, low 90s in the high desert. It's 70 in Los Alamitos, 71 in Santa Clarita, 69 in Seal Beach, 70 in Gardena. The TFI financial report. The Dow is trading down 32 points. The NASDAQ off 96. S&P 500 down 19. Well, Will, we've got some holes in the roadway.
Yeah, it is in a very bad spot. The 405 northbound just past the 101. Some potholes opened up in the middle lanes there. The 2 and 3 lanes coming from the left. Caltrans is there working on it right now. People are going by them on the left side, the right side, so it's kind of a sketchy situation. Northbound side of the 101 quickly backing up from Ventura Boulevard. Not really affecting your drive on the southbound side, but I'll tell you, it's already pretty ugly. Southbound from Nordoff all the way down through the Sepulveda Pass to about Getty Center. Actually, more like Sunset Boulevard is where it does finally get better for you. Our other terrible drive in the morning is the westbound side of the 60 in the Montebello Monterey Park area. Just before Garfield, a crash involving a motorcycle in the 3 right lanes. They're still working on that one. Traffic stopped all the way out of the City of Industry, starting slow for you right around Azusa Avenue as you head westbound. Avoid the 66 to 10 if you can. It's a lot better for you. Eastbound side of the 60, a lot of spectators slowing, approaching Garfield due to that crash. Local driver KFI in the sky. Ken, we talk a lot about how investing in gold is critical for any financial portfolio.
Yeah, we sure do, man. But can you believe some people still aren't doing it? Well, some folks are weary because of the lack of transparency from other traditional gold companies.
That's why Legacy Precious Metals set out to revolutionize the gold industry and created an online platform that puts you in complete control of your money.
That's how it works. In just a few easy steps, you can invest in real gold and silver online. Just go to mylegacygold.com to create your free account. You select your metals, and you choose to have them stored in a vault, or if you want, ship them right to your door.
You'll have 24/7 access to a personal dashboard where you can track your portfolio growth in real time, anytime.
Transparent pricing, total control. That's financial freedom for you. Call the experts at Legacy Precious Metals today. 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173.
Or create your account online right now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com.
What's up, y'all? It's Macklemore. I'm using my voice to support iHeart's National Recovery Month campaign. We've all been touched by addiction or mental health challenges, and these often overlap. Nearly 9 million people have a co-occurring disorder, and almost 60% receive no treatment at all. Together, we can fight stigma by normalizing the conversation, even save lives. If more people feel comfortable asking for help, recovery is possible. Learn more, lend your support at iHeartRecoveryMonth.com.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids, like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl, take away your life and your choices. There's just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice that can help this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosenow.org.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. Bill Handle.
Here, everyone. Tell your dog to run away without any serious or much reaction that causes throwing or affects breathing or skin or changes in eyesight, including blurry vision or muscle pains, fever or tired feeling. You should not drive or operate machinery until you know how
Bill Handle
affects you.
And now, here's Bill Handle.
And this is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Handle here on a Tuesday morning, September 12th. Daniela Cavalcante, that Brazilian, the escapee, is still out there, now about 20 miles from the prison where he escaped. He was able to steal a rifle with a sight on it from a homeowner. He's considered armed and dangerous. Now, I originally thought he was just going to be captured at some point. Now I think there very well may be a shootout with the police. Yeah, if I had to guess, that's the way it's going to go. He's got nothing to lose. He's a bad, bad guy. And I think the police, well, you look at this way, police academies and criminal justice system classes, for example, are going to be studying this getaway for a very long time as to what happened. Helicopters up in the air, but they can't find them because it's foliage, it's brush, it's
trees, and they're using thermal equipment when it's this hot. What do litters of thermal sightings do? Nothing. They can't see it. All right. Moving on. In terms of rider's flight. Now, this is out of New York, because this is where the Drew Barrymore show is taken. And the reason I want to talk about that is because it is everything to do with the rider's flight affects us in Southern California deeply, because the entertainment business is one of the top 3 industries that moves Southern California. We've got tech, we've got agriculture, and we have the entertainment industry. So the writer's strike obviously has a great deal of influence in terms of what we do. With that, it was just announced that the Drew Barrymore show is resuming production in the middle of the writer's strike. Well, there was a demonstration outside of CBS in New York City yesterday. 100 people demonstrated. She released a statement on social media saying that she made the choice to come back for the first time in this strike, and why I owned this choice. She effectively said, hey, my show, I'll make the decision. Now, the Times has confirmed, they're talking about this is Los Angeles Times, has confirmed that all 3 writers in the Drew Barrymore show participated in the demonstration. In other words, they're not going in the building. They're out on the street. And the Writers Guild of America said on Sunday that her program, Barrymore's program, is a WGA-covered short show that is planning to return without its writers. Oh, there was a taping of the show. She does 2 a day, and the 2 audience members were tossed because they were wearing WGA buttons given to them by striking writers. So if I were on the staff of her show and I saw 2 people in the audience with these buttons, referring to the Writers Guild of America, the strike, out they go. The last thing I would want is for a disruption, and I think that's a pretty good idea. So here's the controversy. How does her return to the air? How does it continue operating without writers? And how about other daytime programs? Because that's sort of, some are, some aren't. You've got shows that are not going to be on the air. You have shows that are moving forward. You've got Jennifer Hudson, The Talk, planning to return. The View, Kelly and Mark, still there. Kelly Clarkson, she shut down. Rachel Ray, Dr. Phil shut down. And they can't even talk about, if they're on the air, can't even talk about films that they've been involved with for the writers. So here's my question. And I've said this many times. I used to have one of these shows that lasted for 1 season. And I'm not doing this for shtick when I say it was the worst show in the history of television. I truly mean that. That's not me being funny. It was god-awful. But I'll tell you what, it was a talk show. Well, we didn't have writers. They don't need writers for those shows. You sit down with the producers, and they just come up with questions to ask the idiot guests on the shows. By the way, I'm not kidding. It's not the idiot guests, at least on the show that I was involved in. And it's because they weren't personalities. They weren't TV show people or any of that. They weren't movie stars. It was just regular people doing weird things. And there were no writers. And I'm surprised that part of Drew Barrymore's show is they have that meeting, which I know how that works. Sit down with the producers and go over questions. And in her case, she had a writer in the room. Why? I have no idea. But these are shows that don't need writers. And at the same time, you have people that are saying, I'm not going to do it. Obviously, very pro-union. We're talking about hosts of shows that are simply not going to go on the air. And others are saying we don't need a bunch of writers, particularly those that are done spontaneously. People talk, people ask questions, like The View. Do you need writers for that? You don't. But what this does is sort of shows light to what's going on with the writer's strike. Does that mean the writer's strike is losing its influence, losing its power? Maybe. It's been going on, and a lot of people have said that was a bad time for the union to strike. They just don't have the power they used to have, especially the streaming services. to be that everything was shut down when it was only corporations doing it, only the three networks. And now streaming services can buy stuff all over the place. There is nothing they can't buy. Movies, old television shows, even last year's shows. And how many shows are you now watching that were on another streaming service last year? It's an unlimited supply. Coming up, very interesting story. Let me do this one instead. Dodger Stadium has a reputation for fan brawls. It's really safe, really. And I'm going to bring Ann on this, because she works at SoFi Stadium, and sort of they do or don't have the same problem. Don't go away. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A 12-year-old boy is in critical condition after he was hit by a bus in North Hollywood. A Metro bus hit the boy who was riding a scooter late last night. The collision happened in a designated bus lane. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy plans to endorse an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Reports say McCarthy is expected to tell House Republicans during a closed-door meeting Thursday. It's a logical next step of the ongoing investigations into the Biden family. Gas prices continue to rise in LA County. They're up more than 3 cents a gallon overnight to $5.56 a gallon for regular unleaded. Orange County prices are also up to $5.54 a gallon. The Club is blaming the increases on low inventory. We've got continued problems with potholes. We'll check those with you, KFI and Sky next. Oh, we're going to actually continue on. Sunny with highs in the 70s to mid-80s at the beaches and metro areas. 80s to low 90s for the valleys, IE, and Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen, Patterson, and Owen. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's go check out those potholes.
Yeah, not going anywhere too quickly there on the northbound side of the 405, just past the 101. Potholes there, the two middle lanes, the number 2 and 3 lanes counting for the left. Caltrans out there scrambling, trying to patch these things up. Not quite sure how long it takes for the new concrete to dry when they fix it, but traffic is slammed all the way back from before Ventura Boulevard on the northbound side of the 405. Southbound side, it's the usual stuff, getting away from Bourne-Off all the way down to Sunset Boulevard. Just slow and go through that stretch. The 60 freeway is not a place you want to be. I'm going to try to get you around this. The 60 westbound past, or just before Garfield. We had a motorcycle crash earlier, and traffic is just slammed all the way back to the City of Industry from about Azusa Avenue. Take the 10 if you can. I know it's pretty heavy in West Covina, westbound side of the 10, starting in Azusa as you make your way on out through El Monte, but nothing as bad as the 60 as they work to clear that crash. It's in the final clearing stages. Also, looking at some slow traffic northbound side of the 405. This will be northbound from the 105 on up to the 10. You're going to have lots of company there. Will Coltrimer, KFI in the sky.
Justice for All is such an amazing brand in such a region. We've been saying it since we were little kids. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at Owen Patterson and Owen. If you've been injured, call Owen Patterson and Owen 888-OPL-WIN, OPLWIN.com.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. $10 says your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. Now when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next Staples purchase of $50 or more. In-store only, exclusions apply. Staples, your new favorite place for Amazon returns.
If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. With Seller's Advantage, there are no ages. They can close in days, and they buy with cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, and visit sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, still happy with Seller's Advantage. The RE number 0196165.
Running a small business takes grit and determination, and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device, and get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go-faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
What can you find at Macy's Backstage? Here's a hint. All fun for $25 and under. Like sharp blazers, cozy sweaters, cargo pants, jackets, and more.
Find the latest trends and new arrivals at a Macy's backstage store near you.
Summer is here and the heat is coming. Call SolarMax, get a custom-designed SolarMax system with the 10 N-phase IQ8 microinverter and 10T grid-tied battery for only $99 a month.
Now, pound 250 on your phone. Say that keyword SolarMax. Pound 250 SolarMax to go to solarmaxtech.com.
This will be midnight of the future for you.
Varicose veins. Why suffer? Varicose veins could be erased in just one day with West Medical's innovative solution. I had them when I was young. It was genetic, but I had them taken care of early. For other women, varicose veins show up during pregnancy. Don't let your varicose veins get worse. Call 1-800-WEST-MED for a free consultation. Plus, it's covered by most PPO insurances. Stop suffering with varicose veins. Call 1-800-WEST-MED. That's 800-937-8633 or visit westmedical.com.
I feel incredible because I call 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL.
Introducing the newest LASIK technology for Dr. Charles Bainbridge Saddleback Eye Center, the Vision Max Pro LASIK exam. NASA and the military have approved the Vision Max Pro LASIK exam for astronauts and jet fighter pilots. The Vision Max Pro LASIK exam measures the surface of your eyes in great detail. It's 1,000 times more accurate than before, and I can give away a Vision Max Pro LASIK exam for the first 14 callers only. So stand by. The Vision Max Pro LASIK exam and procedure are for people who are nearsighted, farsighted, you need reading glasses, or you have astigmatism. Vision Max Pro LASIK is approved by NASA and for NASA astronauts. This new technology is also approved for fighter jet pilots and airline pilots. Dr. Bainbridge is a veteran. He serves the police, firefighters, and our military. You must be one of the first 14 callers, and you will get for free a Vision Max Pro LASIK exam. Call now. First 14 callers, 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. KTLA5 News. We're here for you more than just on cable and satellite.
We've got breaking news.
Stream KTLA5 News live on KTV with the free KTLA Plus app for Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Or stay connected through the KTLA5 mobile app on your phone or tablet.
Sci-fi is live.
What you need to know. Open KTLA Plus for your TV with a KTLA5 mobile app for your mobile device. Even more reasons why KTLA is LA's very own. Hear the latest news from the headline on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country, live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. One of the things about being a citizen is you have responsibilities and not be a burden on everyone else. That's part of the deal. So you take the people who have violated the deal, who up their brains with all the poison out there, and now I have to pay for it, and they just could take on my sidewalk and draw them in care. I don't understand that. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640, Bill Handel here. It is a Tuesday morning, September 12th. Normally we would have Rich DeMuro here with Tech Tuesday, but Rich is up in Cupertino at the Apple headquarters, and the new iPhone 15 cell phone is being released today. He's up there. We'll be talking about that probably next week. Also, for those of you or your kids who are going to be going to Cal State University, anyway, the campuses, the tuition is going to go up 6% a year for the next 5 years. The last time tuition went up was 2011. So I know some people are really upset about it, but as when I went to school, if they raised the price $2 a unit, people got all upset. Still, it's among the cheapest and best state university systems. Dodger Stadium has a reputation for brawls. And for some reason, I don't know if it's a question of numbers. I don't know if they have more numbers of these brawls than other stadiums around the country, or because it's Dodger Stadium, which is a heritage stadium, and everybody knows Dodger Stadium. And I don't know the answer. I'm bringing Ann in here because she works at SoFi Stadium. And I know it's only been around a couple of 3 years, but you're there. How many brawls occur that you know of? They're reported or just kept quiet?
I mean, it happens. Going into my third season, we have 2 teams, so I've seen a lot of different fan bases come through.
ones are they?
Well, you say that. Okay, I mean, Raider fans. Raider fans bring a lot.
Raider fans are crazy. I'll admit that.
Different extra security. They're not off the alcohol earlier, just because you want to make sure it's a safe environment. You can predict it.
I've been to 3 football games in my entire life. The first one was a Raiders game, and the fans were out of their minds. And I mean, not just funny, kind of crazy. Last night, for example, the Jets and the Dolphins, the way people dress up and, they wear the costumes and go crazy and they thump on each other and they scream. That's sort of benign, fun, weird stuff. Raiders fans, I mean, it is real hardcore fans.
They're hardcore, and it's obviously not all of them, but there is a certain percentage that want to make their presence known.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it.
It's unfortunate, but, that's how it is. That's the narrative they want to continue with.
Buffalo Bills, by the way, I think, really good attention to, they had that right. What was the game last night? It was the Dolphins and the Jets, right? I don't remember. I gotta tell you, I saw the game on TV. I don't even pay attention to the teams. I just watched the game, and I thought it was kind of neat. And I have absolutely no idea who normally plays, even though I watch. Okay, so with that, let me go to talking about Dodger Stadium.
But it's actually just real quick. It's not the stadium's fault or the team's fault.
No, but I looked at an article in the LA Times, and what it is, the argument is that it's baseball itself, the inherent game of baseball. And I thought that was fascinating, and here is why. Because baseball is boring, and people have to do something. They have time to scream at each other. You look at football, things are moving fairly quickly. Not that fans aren't crazy, but it's just a different philosophy, at least according to a couple of psychologists that were interviewed for this article. And also, you look at Dodger Stadium because, you've got some really vicious fights in which people have really been cooked very, very badly. And those became national stories. But one of the things I don't go to, my daughter just went to the Chargers game yesterday. And I tried to talk to her during the game. It's impossible to talk with the screaming that goes on. Hey, here's a question. Since I've only gone to 3 games, how do the people on the field, how do the players even hear each other talk? Because the fans on the opposing side are screaming at the top of their lungs just to distract the quarterback, the line, just everybody who's playing and whoever has the ball, and the other side goes completely crazy. How do they hear it? How do they hear each other? Do you have any idea? Because I don't. I've been sitting in the stands those 3 times, and I have absolutely no idea. I once went to a Packers game with my daughter, and I couldn't talk to her, and she was right next to me, just screaming at me going on. So I asked the lady on the other side, saying, what are you doing? We're trying to distract the other side. That's kind of interesting. All right. Let's go to shipping containers at the U.S. border. There's a story about Arizona and the southern border, which you have probably not heard before. And when I took a look at this, I said, wow, it's the border, it's homelessness, it's politics, it's homes, permanent housing, all rolled into one story. I'll connect the dots. Let's check in with Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Speaker McCarthy has called for a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden and his family's business dealings. McCarthy says there were more than 150 bank transactions worth millions of dollars that have been flagged as suspicious, and that needs further investigation. Police in Huntington Beach are investigating 3 separate hit-and-run crashes that killed 1 person and hurt 2 others. All 3 crashes happened within a half-mile radius over a 45-minute time span on Sunday night.
We don't have any information regarding the motive of the driver, but what was described to us is that it was intentional.
Huntington Beach Police Department Jessica Cuchilla says they don't have any surveillance video of the accident. She's asking the public to check their cameras. Witnesses say the car was possibly a black or a Toyota four-door sedan. News brought to you by Pacific Coast TRUMAN. Police have arrested an armed man who crashed into a taco stand in the Vermont Knolls area of South LA. The LAPD says officers responded to reports of an assault with a deadly weapon this morning on West Manchester, where a green pickup truck had crashed into the stand. Police say the driver was armed with a handgun and arrested him for assault. Former LA City Councilman and County Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas has filed a notice saying he plans to appeal his conviction in a federal corruption case. He also wants to remain free on bail during his appeal. Ridley Thomas was sentenced last month to more than 3.5 years in prison. He's scheduled to start his sentence November 13th. An escaped inmate in Pennsylvania has apparently stolen a gun from a home about 20 miles away from the prison.
It changes nothing.
State Police Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens says there are multiple teams hunting Danilo Cavalcante, and they say they are treating him just the same as they have been.
Cavalcante is considered armed and extremely dangerous. He is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight mounted on it.
The owner of the rifle told police he shot at the thief last night, but doesn't think he hit him. An American explorer set in a cave in Turkey has been rescued.
Been one hell of a crazy adventure, but I'm on the surface safely. I'm still alive.
Mark Dickey says there was a point where he thought he wasn't going to make it. He spent more than a week, about 3,000 feet underground, after getting sick during an expedition. It took rescuers days to get him back to the surface on a stretcher. In our top story, Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he is directing a House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden over his family's business deals. We'll check some trouble on the 60 with the KFLI and Sky after sports with Wayne.
Ouch! Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is out for the rest of the season. He does have a torn Achilles tendon, as confirmed by an MRI. He injured it last night against the Bills in the first drive of the game. Baseball, Dodgers fans know that good things can happen when Beck's bats.
Home with another 0-2. The Beck drills down the line, and it's still goodbye off the pole and tied at 1. Beck's homers against San Diego again.
But the Padres were just a little better last night. The Dodgers lost that game by a score of 11-8. Game 2 in the series today at 7:10 with Lance Lynn on the mound. You can listen to it live from the Falcon Motors podcast booth on the iHeartRadio app. The Angels defeated the Seattle Mariners to score 8-5, and that series continues today with Patrick Sandoval starting. I'm Wayne Nesbitt, KFI Sports.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s inland, a few degrees cooler tomorrow, and then Thursday for the weekend, sunny afternoons with highs in the 60s and 70s at the coast, Metro LA, and inland OC, mid-80s for the valleys and inland Empire, low 90s for the Emerald Valley. It's 71 in Boynton Park, 65 in St. Clemente. But crash has cleared in Montebello on 60.
I've got a whole bunch of good news for this time around. The westbound side of the 60 right before Garfield, we had a crash involving a motorcycle. That section of traffic is recovering, getting away from Azusa Avenue. So if you're already on the 60, you might as well just hang in there, or you'll get through. The lanes are open as they had. With the 10, not a great alternate right now. It's pretty slow through West Covina as you head westbound into El Monte and points beyond there. Also, some very good news coming from Sherman Oaks. The northbound side of the 405, we had this mess happen suddenly there. Northbound side of the 405 just past the 101. With a bunch of potholes opening up in the roadway. Apparently, the stuff they fill those potholes with dries very quickly because they've done the repairs and traffic already recovered pretty nicely back at Ventura Boulevard where it was quite slow. Southbound side still pretty slow from Nordoff all the way down to Sunset Boulevard. And the Kent Freeway, yes, it is ugly there, westbound side from Vermont as you make your way on up past Robertson. Little cold weather, KFI in the sky.
When cancer is the question, it is hope that we answer.
Because hope isn't just wishing for a cure.
It's the most cancer clinical trials in California.
Doctors discovering treatments used worldwide.
With the best in treating all types and phases of cancer at a top-ranked hospital with just medicine.
Curing your cancer.
With over 30 SoCal locations. What do you hope?
Visit singofhope.org to learn more. Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Where are my glasses? Well, I don't need them anymore. I have my vision permanently restored at
with a free web consultation at SnyderRLE.com. SnyderRLE.com.
What can you find at Macy's backstage? Here's a hint. All finds for $25 and under. Like sharp blazers, cozy sweaters, coffee pans, jackets, and more. Find the latest trends and new arrivals at a Macy's backstage store near you.
I feel incredible because I call 1-800-WEST Medical.
Running out of hot water? Go to waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com.
There is nothing more relaxing than sitting in a beautiful area and wine tasting.
And one of the greatest areas to do that is the Temecula Valley Wine Country, just a short drive away.
They have this cool thing there. It's called the SIP Passport, and it gets you 5 wine tastings from your choice of 30-plus participating wineries.
Hey, in September's California Wine Month, so KFI listeners are going to get access to the SIP Passport for only $50 with the code IHEART50.
Go to TemeculaWines.org and enter the code IHEART50, redeemable now through the end of September.
We're going abroad for the first time in years.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
We started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, she just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Every day, you breathe in thousands of microscopic germs, allergens, and viruses. None of these invisible invaders make breathing through your nose impossible. Flush them out with Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping flush out all the nasty things that make you miserable. Nearly 4 million people use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. People like Cindy, a verified Navage user who writes, I've had such awful nasal congestion for the last couple of years. I bought Navage and OMG, I can breathe again. I love this thing. Goodbye, Neti Pot. Hello, Navage. End quote. If you suffer from sinus congestion, allergies, or snoring, then Navage is the safe, drug-free solution you've been looking for. Navage is at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Featuring Hunters, Kelly Clarkson, Sarah Girl, and many more. Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
You already know you can send us a talk back by tapping the microphone on the KFI page of the iHeartRadio app. Now, it's even easier. If you have, one of those Echo devices from Amazon, don't make this here, Alexa. Alexa, cancel. Cancel. Sorry, just tell your Amazon robot speaker thing to send a talk back to KFI.
Send a talk back for KFI AM 640.
No special download, sign-up skills, or anything. Just your voice straight to the KFI studios, and then maybe on the air. Civilians listening, don't be nervous. Also, don't screw it up. So send your brilliant commentary to us now via your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, send a talk back to KFI AM 640.
Great. That's a wrap.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handler here on the last half hour on a Tuesday morning, September 12th. Quick reminder, today the Tim Conway Show, 1 from 4 to 7. It's Thompson Tuesday. Mark Thompson and Tim are doing the show together. That's always fun. Also, some news that is breaking is that Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, is opening his call for formal impeachment inquiry on President Biden. Now, what's interesting about that is there isn't a shred of proof that Biden has committed any criminal acts. Not a shred. But they're still opening the inquiry. That's not to say that Biden didn't screw the pooch on this. There's no question that Hunter Biden is son did use his name, Biden, to get contacts, and I even would argue that he broke the law. And we're talking about Hunter Biden by not registering as a foreign agent representing Ukraine. And President Biden did make the phone call to Biden's business partners, but there's no proof at all that he influenced anything other than he made a phone call. So I think the optics look horrible, like impeachment. And by the way, it happened when he was vice president, a lot of this. And so, hey, I mean, what do you do with that? I'll tell you what's going to happen now. Is the second that a Democrat is elected president, the Republicans will put into if their Republicans are in power in the House, impeachment inquiry will start phase 2. The swearing in will be on January 20th. January 21 will be the opening of the impeachment inquiry of the other side, assuming that you control the House. But the aim is that way. There will be, and you're going to see some Republicans voting against this. He just wants to open it up. He can open it up. Is there a chance for impeachment? Not a chance. Well, all we're doing is what you did with President Trump. Here's the difference. You have evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. You should have a true allegation with stuff behind it. Did he call Raffensperger? Did he take the documents contrary to law? Did he? And they have evidence that he did. Well, the problem is there's no evidence whatsoever that Biden committed an act. That Biden committed a criminal act. By the way, I'd be all over it if he did. I would have no problem if there was a criminal act. But you know, impeachment can be had for political purposes. You know that, don't you? That the House can open impeachment inquiries literally 2 minutes after the president is sworn in. We want to impeach him. All right, I'm going to move and just spend a little bit of time on this segment, and then move the other segment, and move to the last segment on the same issue. And that has to do with what happened in Arizona. In Arizona, you have the governor Ducey, that's former Arizona Governor Ducey, a Republican. And what he did is, along the Arizona-Mexican border, he brought in 2,000 containers, shipping containers, the 40-foot shipping containers, and he put them on the border as a border wall. Cheaper than the wall that was built by the Trump administration by several billions of dollars, but he still brought them in to stop immigrants from coming into the country. Now keep in mind, when the wall was built, President Trump had the ability to do that. It's a federal issue. Ducey is a governor, and immediately the U.S. Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Ducey, saying that the wall was illegal, dangerous, interfered with federal duties, and that he paid virtually immediately. So now you've got 2,000 containers that have to be moved from the border, and they're available to government entities, non-profits, anybody can find uses for them. Incidentally, putting up, maintaining these containers and transferring them is, by the way, that barrier costs $200 million in construction, removal, and transportation fees. $200 million. So I want to come back and tell you what the program is doing right now. Very small scale, and it's kind of extraordinary, it really is, for the money. And I'll finish up with that. First, let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Police are looking for a woman who's been setting fires around Reseda. At least 6 fires were lit overnight. Most around Reseda Boulevard began. All investigators say they think the same person has been setting fires over the past 3 days. The CSU Board of Trustees meets tomorrow to talk about a proposed 6% tuition hike across all Southgate schools. If passed, tuition would go up over $340 a semester for undergrads, over $430 a semester for grad students, starting in the fall of 2024. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers had a really quick season. He's out for the rest of it, and an MRI apparently confirmed Rodgers had a complete tear of his left Achilles tendon in last night's game. Rodgers was acquired in a trade during the offseason from the Packers. He got a $75 million contract. We will check some problems on the 405 with the KFI Sky next.
I've had a Lexus whole house water filtration system in my home for about 10 years. Now, usually I bought bottled water, and it was expensive stuff, and then, what it did to the environment, of course. Then I had a little filter under my sink in the kitchen. And it kind of worked, but then you run out of water 3 quarts later. So the choice to go to a Lexus system, that was very easy. It provides highly filtered, delicious water from every single tap in the house, and you never run out of water. You're cooking, you're cleaning, you're drinking, you're bathing, dishes, clothes in what is effectively bottled water. And you can say goodbye to the hassles and headaches of the water softener, no more changing filters, scheduling, servicing, adding salt. For the first time, Life Source is giving new customers a double dip in savings with free standard installation, plus an extra $250 off, and that's $1,250 in savings. Ends September 30th, restrictions apply. Call 1-800-WATER-99 at double dip deal. 1-800-WATER-99 or visit likeforlike.com.
Sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s inland. This report brought to you by the Orange County Transit Association. Is that flowing in the South Bay on the 405?
Yeah, both sides of the 405. Kind of slow and sluggish there between the 110 freeway and the 105 freeway, especially the northbound side. You're going to have great lights from just before the 110 headed out through Lawndale. Now, we had earlier problems on the westbound side of the 60 in Montebello. There was a crash involving a motorcycle. Out of lanes now, but traffic's still kind of slow getting out of the industry on the westbound side of the 60. As far as comparing it to the 10 freeway, well, it's kind of even Steven at this point, quite frankly. The 210 looks better out of all 3 of them between the 57 and the 605 as you head westbound there. And northbound side of the 5 is really filled in from Rosecrans as you make your way all the way on up into the East LA interchange. Lots of traffic there. A little cold traffic. AFI in the sky.
Opening in late 2023, the new 405 express lanes will cover the 14-mile stretch between the FR-73 freeway and the I-605 freeway. Learn more at 405expresslanes.com and experience life on time. This report is sponsored by SaveOurWater.com. Hot, dry weather means making sure water isn't wasted. So for the love of water, California, everyone has a part to play when it comes to reducing water use. Let's make conservation a way of life. Find ways to conserve at SaveOurWater.com.
If you have sleep apnea and struggle with CPAP, consider that CPAPs were invented in 1980. Do you even remember 1980? Everyone's house had one telephone. There were like 4 TV channels. You played video games in arcades and watched movies in theaters. GBS was a folded mat and a helpful gas station attendant. And social media was inviting the neighbors to come look at your vacation pictures. A lot has changed since 1980. Now, for people who struggle with CPAP, there's Inspire. Inspire is an implanted device that treats sleep apnea inside your body at the click of a remote. It's the only FDA-approved sleep apnea treatment of its kind. While you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and resting comfortably. No mask, no hose, just sleep. To learn more, visit InspireSleep.com. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Life can change in an instant. You find yourself hurt in an accident, it can be a time of great confusion, pain, and uncertainty. But you're not alone. The attorneys at Sweet James understand the physical, emotional, and financial toll accidents can have. They're there for you when you need them most. When you call Sweet James, you're not just calling any law firm. You're arming yourself with a team of dedicated trial attorneys who have participated in over 500 trials. Their extensive experience is rare. They've recovered over $1 billion for injured accident victims with a winning record of 98%. They don't just win cases, they win big. But it's not just about the numbers. Their results are driven by something deeper. An unwavering compassion and care for their clients. If you're hurt in an accident, call the attorneys at Sweet James. They make sure your voice is heard and the justice that you need is served. 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million-800. 900-000-000. And SweetJames.com.
Look, you did the tough thing during COVID. You paid your people and pulled your business through the pandemic. And now, doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at Consumer Tax Advocate. Government funds share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans, even if you had increases in sales. You did the tough thing for your employees during COVID. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword refund to see if you qualify for up to $26,000 per employee. Dial pound 250 and say refund. That's pound 250 refund. I feel incredible because I call 1-800-QUEST medical. Portions of the following program will be recorded. When you decriminalize even small amounts of drugs, you send a message to the whole of society that it's okay. The specifics of it are lost in the wider message. Gary and Shannon, again, I am not looking at you. I'm not even looking in the same direction. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. Bill Haley here. It is a Tuesday morning, September 12th. Hey, at the end of the show, and I think it's Mark Thompson and Layla Mohammed are going to be on the air, filling in for Gary and Shannon. I will take phone calls for Handle on the Law at 877-520-1150, and I'll do it right when the show starts. Still listen to their show on the phone, and I'll take some phone calls for half an hour, 45 minutes. Can't get in during the week. By the way, it's the weekend. It was cut on Saturday during full board. You can do it this morning, and I zip through it during the commercial. So that's 877-520-1150. You can do it right now. You just hang on the phone. All right, let's finish up what happened at the U.S.-Mexican border. Again, Governor Doug Ducey, Republican, was governor, and he put up his own version of the wall, 2,000 shipping containers, which he had to take down because the Department of Justice sued him, saying illegal. Oh, by the way, you're interfering with a federal issue, the border between Mexico and the U.S. Now, if you want to compare former President Trump, he did it as president, building the wall. He had the right to do that. Ducey, as governor, does not. So here you are with 2,000 shipping containers. What the hell do you do with it? Now comes in a nonprofit called the Holistic Transformation. And Byron Benz is the founder and CEO. And it's a faith-based organization. And he is using these shipping containers to build tiny homes for people transitioning out of foster care. It's a very specific program. The problem with foster care is kids are in until they're 18 and then they're tossed out. What do you do with 18-year-olds that are tossed? Where do they live? Many of them are homeless. They have no place to go. The reason they're in foster care is they don't have parents, or certainly parents that give a damn about them. So about 20% of young adults who are in foster care become homeless once they're 18. By the way, half of the homeless people were in foster care at one time. There's a stat for you. So you've got 20,000 kids a year aging out of foster care, no support system, no family, losing the access, the governmental access they have, provided by the government, both state and federal. Because you're 18, you're done. And so now, what happens? What do? So let's go back to the Holistic Transformation Organization, the nonprofit, and what the founder is doing is he is building a community of only 7 homes. They're just starting this project. But what a project. And if this pans out, man, is the world going to be looking at this, because this guy is brilliant. 7 tiny homes out of shipping containers, which, by the way, include a resident justice navigator, someone who is assigned, a social worker, if you will, assigned to help these kids, these young men and women now, simply translate their lives into members of society that work. Each tiny home will be 1 bedroom, full kitchen, bathroom, washer, dryer. And the reason he started this was he learned about the large number of foster kids who become homeless, and it is a huge number. By the way, the foster care system around the country is often referred to as a highway to homelessness. stable housing. It's very difficult to have a functioning adult life. So the holistic transformation, the purpose is to bring the community of support around the residents to get over the church, which is really good things. The church is next door, and you got the resident navigator helping the residents. So no government money involved. Then just said, you ready for this? $12,000 to complete the first 15 containers. Each one following maybe $40,000 to complete. The entire project from 7 homes will be $450,000, including the annual salary of that navigator. To help the homeless here and to build permanent housing in the county of Los Angeles is between $450,000 and $500,000 per unit. $500,000 per unit, and he's doing it at a tenth the cost. And what does that tell you? If it works. The shipping containers, we've seen houses of shipping containers, but it's not all that simple. People just don't move in. Walls have to be built, plumbing has to be established, and sewage, electricity. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. The structure is there. Hotter than hell in the summer, too, because they got homes. But with good insulation and air conditioning, this thing can work. And once they're completed, then the residents move in, and the rent they're going to pay is going to cover the expenses. So it's literally just building the facility. Once you build it, they will come kind of thing. And Ben says we'll get about $800 as starting cost, but that will be incentivized if the residents go to school or trainings, and that decreases the rent. And man, can you imagine this? So what began with those 42 containers in August of 2022 became thousands by the end of last year that Governor Newsom put up. I tell you, this thing works. Boy, the rest of the country will be looking at this project for sure. All right, quickly a reminder that I am taking phone calls for a handle on the law. And the phone number is 877-520-1150. It'll be off the air for future broadcasts. No commercials. I just zip right through them, so you're obviously going to get all of your phone calls answered, and it will be marginal, I guarantee it. The legal advice I give you, which I do every Saturday from 3 to 11 o'clock. Coming up, Mark Thompson and Layla Mohammed filling in for Gary and Shannon. Tomorrow it starts again at 5 a.m. Wake Up Call with Andy King and me and the rest of the crew. And I and the rest of the crew, and I will be here with them. Grammar, our first one. I actually had a grammar teacher once in high school. I took a course in grammar. Go figure that one out. And the phone number is 877-520-1150 to call for legal advice. Coming up, Mark Thompson, Layla Mohammed, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and none of it is allowed here.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Another president is the target of an impeachment. I'm emmitting live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says President Biden has lied to the American people about his family's foreign affairs and has called for a formal impeachment inquiry.
The Treasury Department alone has more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates that were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks.
McCarthy says the House investigation found a culture of corruption around the Biden family. He also says a trusted FBI informant claims he was bribed by the president. McCarthy says the allegations of abuse of power warrant an investigation by the House committee, and the facts should concern all Americans. Police are looking for a serial arsonist in Reseda. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live the person is believed to have started at least 6 fires overnight.
All of those fires happened within about 2 hours. The arsonist is accused in one of the fires of lighting brush in the back of a pickup truck. The foliage caused flames to roar and led to significant damage to the truck. This woman says she suspects the arsonist was homeless.
You know, they get in and out of this area. So, that's what I'm assuming. But yeah, it seems more likely that they're doing it.
The LA Fire Department says the same person has been possibly setting fires over the past few days.
Food companies have agreed to hold
Hi,
a
yes,
referendum
Daddy.
on
It is
this
now 9 o'clock
in
a.m.
California to reverse a worker protections law. The deal will result in a $20 per hour minimum wage for fast food workers, but it will limit the power of the council adopted to set pay and workplace standards for fast food and other industries. The state legislature has until Thursday to approve the agreement. A 12-year-old boy in Valley Village has been hit by an MTA bus. The LAPD says the child was hit at Bel Air Avenue and Chandler Boulevard last night. He was taken to a hospital in critical but stable condition. Police say the accident being investigated. The DOJ has started the country's biggest antitrust trial in a quarter century by saying Google has exploited its dominance of the internet search market and smothered innovation. Columbia law professor Tim Wu says it's fine for Google to work to maximize profit.
But what's not allowed is to make a deal that locks other people out. And the allegation, at least, is that they didn't compete on the merits, that they spent their money to create kind of a fortress that no other competitor could reach anybody.
Over the next 10 weeks, federal lawyers and state attorneys will try to prove Google rigged the market in its favor by locking its search engine in the default choice in several places in Iceland. The candidate running for a seat in the Virginia House of Delegates says that she will not be silenced by reports she and her husband performed live on a sexually explicit streaming site. Susanna Gibson said yesterday that leaks about the online activity were an illegal invasion of her privacy designed to humiliate her and her family. The Washington Post reported the tapes of live streamed sex had been recorded from a porn site and archived on another. The Post says Gibson performed sex acts for a live online audience and asked viewers to pay her for specific requests. Along missing key piece of Star Wars history will hit the auction block next month.
The original 20-inch X-Wing Starfighter model recently found after being missing for decades. The model was used for key scenes in the original 1977 Star Wars film, including the climactic battle at the Death Star. It'll be part of a Heritage Auctions event featuring items from the collection of an Oscar-nominated model maker held October 14th through the 15th in Dallas. Bidding for the X-Wing model will start at $400,000. May the force of our large bank account be with you. Mark Ron, KFI News.
We'll check some problems on 5 with the KFI in the sky after we check Southland weather. Sunny and cooler with highs in the 70s at the beaches. 80s for Metro LA, Inland OC near 90 in the valleys. 80s to mid-90s for the IE and Antelope Valley. Just a couple degrees cooler tomorrow. Thursday and Friday look for highs in the 60s and 70s at the coast and metro areas. Mid-80s for the valleys and IE. Low 90s for the high desert. It's 71 in Yorba Linda, 70 in Irvine, 69 in Carson, 68 in Huntington Beach. The KFI financial report. The Dow is trading up 76 points. The Nasdaq is down 83. S&P 500 off 12. News that's slowing and downing. It's time to check the KFI in the sky on the 5.
Yeah, we had a disruption here on the 5 freeway a little bit earlier this morning. Northbound side of the 5 right around Swanson. Reports of an American flag on the roadway. Apparently fell off a vehicle or maybe an overpass or something. But obviously that caused a lot of people to slow down, maybe even stop. That appears to be gone, but traffic still pretty slow on the northbound side of the 5 from Rosecrans making their way on up past the 605. 605 itself kind of slow as well from before the 105 up through that stretch. We had a crash, looks like, on the 14th freeway southbound from Avenue L down to Avenue M. For a while, all lanes were closed there in the Lancaster area. Watch out for residual slowing from that problem. Also on the 16th eastbound in Boulevard, looks like we've got a crash working there. And indeed, it is pretty slow through that stretch on the eastbound side of the 60 through the merge with the 57. Bill Coles driver, KFI in the sky. Comfort is key. Dad used to always say, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Doubly so when it comes to your underwear.
Dion used to say, look good, play good, feel good, they pay you good, and that is how you feel Tommy John underwear.
When you wear Tommy John, you are that much more comfortable. You can do just about everything that much better.
They are breathable, lightweight, moisture-wicking fabric we're talking about. 4 times the stretch of competing brands that will keep you 7 degrees cooler than cotton.
And Tommy John doesn't have just customers, they have fanatics. In fact, one Tommy John fanatic said, the most comfortable boxer briefs ever. There's no downside. You buy one pair, you never want to wear any other
Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. Over 15 million this year alone. And many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you identity threats you can miss. Even when you monitor your tracks, if your identity is stolen, your dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code LINK at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Democrats just want to win the next election, and they're trying to do it with useless money printing. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon. It's critical to protect your retirement right now with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word SHELTER to 989898. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. Text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Paid for by Birch Gold Group.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
You can't do whatever it is you're doing here. You can't.
I told you no twerking during takeoff. That's a class one. I can't believe there's a universe where I wouldn't know that my dad was a water buffalo named Jerry Hoffman. Yes, my mom and friend Shannon. I feel like this is my new baby show. Jerry and Shannon. You say that about every show. I am having fun.
Mom and Dad are away for another day. Mark Thompson with Layla Muhammad today. Come on. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the great iHeartRadio app. So cool to have everybody along. What a night last night. I mean, you know, if you're a real American, a patriot, and you love freedom, then you love the NFL.
You're watching football.
What a night last night. I mean, this is the much anticipated appearance of Aaron Rodgers in green and white. The Jets colors. He was going to transform that franchise. You know, he took a $35 million pay cut to make this deal with the trade from Green Bay to...
That's a major pay cut. I don't see him say $35,000 like pocket change for Aaron Rodgers. $35 million?
Yes, by the way, so he took a $35 million pay cut. So how much did he end up with? What would be your guess? How much is his deal worth? Okay.
He took a $35 million.
Okay, he took a $35 million, let me give you $35 million pay cut over 2 years.
Over 2 years. Okay. So the deal is...
39 years old, Aaron Rodgers signed a 2-year deal with the Jets. Fully guaranteed money.
So $70 million?
Wow, you're good. $75 million. Very impressive.
Okay, you know, I'm not Googling. I'm just sitting
No,
there.
I know, it's quite impressive.
Guessing.
So, so he comes down the field. Of course, by now, everyone who follows the kingdom as a casual observer knows that he suffered an Achilles injury, and he's out on the 4th play of the game.
You know how long he will be out?
The whole season.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a...
Well, Achilles is a...
Yeah, I know it's a major injury, but like this is... He really...
Well, I mean, he's a Superman, you know? Maybe he'll just dust himself off and be out there in 6 weeks. I don't think so, though. They're saying, plus he is, you know, he's old by NFL standards, 39.
39 is not old.
Anyway, but he is out for the season. So the promise, the potential, the excitement around Aaron Rodgers goes boom on the 4th play. And so this guy comes in, who was the quarterback last season. He's been sort of a disappointment, this guy, Wilson. Anyway, you know, Eagles talk, well, it's all over. You know, their hopes for the season are over. Their hopes to win this game. They're up against the Bills. Bills are one of the best teams in football. Pick to maybe go to the Super Bowl. Bills seem trouble. They had 13-3 lead, I think, at halftime, and they couldn't hang on to it. And they played, I thought, well, yeah, they played poorly. The quarterback turned the ball over 4 times, Josh Allen. Anyway, the final play of the game, so the Jets claw their way back in. You know, oftentimes when somebody goes down, the team does rally.
Especially if it's like the main player, right? You don't want to be a disappointment this early on in the season.
I mean, this was a storyline. It really was almost a literary kind of cinematic storyline. The star goes down on the 4th play, and, you know, in comes the quarterback who was sort of thrown on the trash heap, and But this, the kid who made the Jets contenders in week 1, who ran back the punt for a touchdown, he was an undrafted rookie. And here he is, running it back.
Sam Martin corrals the snap. It's a short punt. Gibson on the return. Near side. I don't see any flag. Gibson inside the 30. It's the Jets. And it's going to go. Let's win it. Touchdown. Rookie Xavier Gibson. Game over.
Yes, Xavier Gibson. Bravo.
They used to build for 22-16 and in overtime. I didn't see the game. I've seen this highlight over and over again. But for him, when you think undrafted rookie, you have nothing to lose, right? Like, you want it. This was just one moment.
Well, he's on the team.
Yeah,
you want to have great moments early. Yeah, and you're right. In week 1 to have a moment like that. Wow.
When Aaron Rodgers goes down, that's a big moment.
Agreed. And so the only other thing I would say, just to football fans, is Bills, you win. First of all, it was exciting. The Bills tied the game, sent it to overtime. I mean, it never should have gotten this way. The Bills should have dominated this. But I mean, they had the lead, and they had a great team, supposedly. They tied the game and sent it to overtime. You win the toss in overtime. You get the ball first. You have supposedly this high-octane offense with Josh Allen. He can run, he can pass, and they were 3 and out. Once you're 3 and out in overtime and you give the ball to the Jets again, you kind of don't deserve to win anymore. I mean, I don't think you ever did. So.
Our Bills fans sad today? Are they shocked still? What do you think they're feeling?
Bills Mafia is on its heels today. I watched all the press conferences. I'm kind of a Bills fan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So for me, it was a little bit of a... But that said, it was a hell of a game and really cool.
So as a Bills fan watching this moment, would you still... Do you say the same thing? So who was that? Look right, or...
No, well, I agree with the team. Yeah. You can't turn the ball over 4 times and expect to win a game. I'm angry at Josh Allen. I thought he played undisciplined football. He tries to do too much. I hope for some maturation process from last season to this season for him to be a player that he evolved to a level where he wouldn't try to do too much, and it just he doesn't seem to have gotten the memo. And so, no, I was frustrated with my team. I really was. So, anyway, but congratulations, Jets fans. I mean, there really may be a storyline here. Jets have an insanely good defense. That defense is for real. So, anyway, that's a little NFL run, but a lot of people watched the game last night, and it really was noteworthy. It went to overtime. When we come back, though, something else that has gone to overtime is the search for this escaped prisoner.
This is out of order.
It's
taking too long.
It's truly unbelievable, literally unbelievable. How this guy, convicted murderer, can get free. And now you have to hear the latest. We will share that with you next. Layla, it's so cool to see you and to have you in on this.
I was happy to see you again. We spent a lot of time together for almost 2 weeks at one point. When I was sick and coughing.
And you were still looking at dating. I want to get
still single and sad.
That's not in the profile. Mark House with Layla Muhammad, the Terry and Shannon, and KFI AM 640. Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Now in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Amy.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy directed the House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden over his family's business dealings. McCarthy says there's a culture of corruption around the Biden family, much of it centered around the president's son, Hunter. Beverly Hills Police Department is facing a $500 million class action lawsuit that accuses the city and its police department of racial profiling. The Dodgers appear to be cutting ties with pitcher Julio Urias. 2 murals at Dodger Stadium that depicted the picture are now out of public view. One was painted over, the other was covered by a large curtain before last night's game. Urias was arrested on domestic violence charges September 3rd. Sunny skies high in the 70s to mid-80s at the beaches and metro areas, 80s to low 90s for the valleys, IE, and Antelope Valley. Today's report brought to you by the San Bernardino International Airport at flysbd.com. We got a crash in Diamond Bar. Let's go to the KFI in the sky. Over the 60.
It's kind of an unusual place. East outside of the 60 at Grand Avenue. That's the non-Ogden side. Crash cleared there, and it is certainly slow on the northbound side of the 57 as a result. Northbound 57. You're going to start hitting the brakes at Diamond Bar Boulevard going up that way, so watch out for that. Also, it is still slow from earlier problems on the 60 as you head westbound. The
report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has great prices on everything you need for back to school. Right now, a 24-pack of Crayola crayons and comp books are just 50 cents each, and select notebooks are just 35 cents each. In-store only, offer ends 9/16. Limit 30. School on, save on at Staples.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and we talk about it all the time. We love going wine tasting.
Hey, don't look now, but September happens to be California Wine Month. One of the greatest places to do that wine tasting is Temecula Valley Wine Country.
It's so beautiful, and they've got the school SIP passport. It gets you 5 wine tastings from your choice of 30-plus participating wineries.
Right now, you can get that SIP passport with the special code IHEART50 for only $50.
Go to TemeculaWines.org and enter the code IHEART50, redeemable now through the end of September.
Running a small business takes grit and determination, and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device, and get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/GoFaster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
Miss Guard Plus, a Foxamana mouth-protecting and parental chewable tablet, is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about Miss Guard Plus Teen Kiddos.
Summer is here, and the heat is coming. Call SolarMax, get a custom-designed SolarMax system with the 10N-phase I28 microinverter and 10T great Tide battery for only $99 a month.
Now, pound 250 on your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, to go to solarmaxtech.com.
This will be your license. These are free.
Fly away to the bay from San Bernardino International Airport to San Francisco. Choose one of the destinations you can reach from the nation's lowest cost airport. Skip the traffic and book now at flyspd.com/San Francisco.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Tired of your car's transmission acting up on road trips? Talk to experts at AMCO. Don't be the laughing stock of your next family vacation. Let AMCO get you back on the road in no time. With our experienced technicians and famous AA warranty, you'll be cruising down the highway with confidence. Don't get stuck on the side of the road. Visit AMCO today. The transmission experts. Drive with confidence. Drive with AMCO. That's AA-MCO. Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. A lot of these studies are propagated lies. Everybody has joined the religious cults, and if you say anything, they brand you as a heretic. And they block you from publication. They throw you out of the class. Sorry, you can't do that. If you're going to be published, if you're going to come to our conferences, you have to say what we want you to say. John and Ken. And it doesn't matter what kind of evidence or proof you have otherwise. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It is a Gary and Shannon show. Mark Thompson here with Layla Muhammad as they continue on vacation, Gary and Shannon Gates. And we're going to get at the story of the escaped convict. And it's a bizarre story. We'll get to it in a second, but Margo just came in with this story just as a tag on the upset of sorts last night. You watched Aaron Rodgers go down in that NFL game last night, Monday Night Football. It's an upset that the Jets
Have the audacity to win.
Exactly. So meantime, in Aaron Rodgers' old town, Green Bay, in Wisconsin, they're not happy that he's a Jet. Obviously. And so so this is wild, this story about this bar and what the offer was.
Okay, this is Jack American Pub. And so the offer to customers was, listen, any game where Aaron Rodgers starts for the Jets and they lose, drinks on the house. I mean, whatever, all the drinks on the house. Not your food, but drinks on the house. So everybody comes to this bar. You have to be there just like 15 minutes before it comes to call. Everyone's at the bar. Obviously, when Aaron Rodgers goes down with the injury, they're celebrating, they're ordering up some drinks. There's no way.
If the Jets lose,
Yeah, all these drinks are free. Then what happened?
well, first they run up incredible tags.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Rodgers goes down on the fourth play. Man, this is going to be the best night of my life. I mean, in terms of the free range being paid.
Yeah, I'll pay for some french fries and a little chicken wings. That's fine. My drinks are free. Well, didn't go well. There was a TV station there, CBS 58. The pictures, the video, from their video, they captured, they were live at the moment that Xavier Gibson made that.
Oh, that's terrific.
And everyone's like covering their mouth and like in shock because guess what? The drinks aren't free anymore. They were all now stuck with these huge tabs. And the sad part with all of this, because Aaron Rodgers is out for the season, Jack, the pub, said, sorry, we're not running this promo again this season because Aaron Rodgers is not starting any more games, so put it over.
Oh, that's wild.
They're not going to have business for a while.
One and done, just like Rodgers. Yeah.
They made a lot of money last night at Jack's American Pub.
What a wild finish to a wild finish. So in Pennsylvania, they're looking for this dude who is a murderer. He's an awful guy. And he's convicted, and he escaped from this eastern Pennsylvania prison. It's been 2 weeks almost. And now they're saying that he's armed and extremely dangerous. Stole a rifle from the garage of a homeowner.
And the guy saw him and, fired at him, did not hit him, the homeowner, but he was able to escape.
Danilo Cavalcante, 34 years old. He was spotted on Monday night about 20 miles north of the prison, according to this latest alert from authorities. And they found footprints in the mud that were identical to his prison shoes. So they tracked the friends, found the shoes. I guess he's dumped the shoes. And police got a call from a nearby resident who said a man entered the garage of this homeowner, grabbed this rifle, and the homeowner fired a pistol at him as he fled, but
he missed. He doesn't think he's going to miss. So now they have over, 500 law enforcement officers. This is everybody from the ATF, FBI, Pennsylvania State Police, U.S. Marshals. They're all looking for this guy. He's been on the run now for 2 weeks. Law enforcement experts say the average escape prisoner usually is captured within 24 hours. That's not this guy's case. Now, you remember over the weekend, he apparently stopped at some old acquaintances' houses to seek help. He went to someone's house on Saturday evening, and we found this out through a news conference that he went to a ring doorbell camera to try to talk to someone. The person wasn't home. Also, he went to another person's home nearby who he knew. That person ended up calling police as well and said, hey, please stop by and try to find me and get help.
again,
No one's helping him at this point.
well, I guess we don't know, but certainly those people that you referenced didn't help him.
They did not help him.
He escaped on August 31st. He put his hands on a wall and his feet on another wall.
He crab walked in between those walls.
Up to the roof. And he pushed his way through razor wire.
But this is a place where this happened before. How is this happening again?
Yeah. They didn't seem to learn from the last time. That's for sure.
How did he know to do this?
When they set up the perimeter, he got past the search perimeter. Then he ditched the vehicle he was in this field in the east Nashville Township, and then he vanished.
Now, you remember he ran after the escape. I think it was like the next day. He went to that person's home and ate food and then left. Do you remember that story?
The guy has been so visible and yet so completely elusive. I have a bet with Jane Wells that he will not be caught today. I think she says he'll be caught by midnight tonight. So if he goes at midnight, I'm a winner. But no, that's a side bet. I don't need to think. I'm not suggesting that's the centerpiece of the story. Please,
No, I'm sitting here. No, I'm not. I'm sitting here really thinking if he stole this rifle, he's been eluding police now for 2 weeks. He has absolutely nothing to lose.
Right. And I think he's a
drop the rifle in his hand and go in handcuffs. I don't think that's happening. And then I was wondering, is he looking for someone? Is he still, because the woman is
He's looking for the one-armed man, the person who really committed the murder. Didn't you see The Fugitive? What was the name of the fugitive in, who was Harrison Ford in the movie? The Fugitive. No, you didn't say which.
I don't know.
Dr. Richard Kimball.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The fugitive's name is Dr. Richard Kimball.
Dr. Richard Kimball.
All he wants to be, Dr. Kimball, is find the one-armed man, the person who really killed his wife. But in this case, this guy
really killed the woman, and I was wondering, he was looking for a family, although I was with at this point, obviously, police have gotten them to safety. They're not sitting at home waiting to see if he's going to ring the doorbell.
The search started in a largely densely wooded area, a lot of places to hide there. And apparently it was a tough search perimeter to secure because you made it past it. It suggested that there was a massive underground tunnel system with big drainage ditches and thick vegetation, so to be fair to cops, I think this is a rural area to begin with, and there's a lot of stuff going on here that offers him avenues to escape.
Well, soon as the schools nearby are open again, I think at one point they weren't. And so the latest reverse 911 call was telling people like in a 3-mile radius to just keep the kids indoors. I don't know if my child would be in school then. I live near.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think it really alarms the community.
It should. Yeah. Because he's showing up on people's surveillance cameras in their yard, on the front doorstep, breaking into homes, eating food, eating food, stole a rifle. That's it. Right.
It's only a situation that's gotten more dangerous. I agree. When we come back, speaking of dangers and world dangers, I mean, there is huge disasters because this is really almost biblical in the way that so many different communities worldwide and countries worldwide are being affected by weather disasters or seismic disasters of one sort or another. The earth is roiling from Libya to Morocco and then to the U.S. The U.S. numbers are scary, so we'll get into some of that as we continue. Drew Barrymore in the next hour. Story out of Drew Barrymore, and that was a controversial situation with her. Beverly Hills PD in the next hour. Swamp Watch still to come. Big show. Darian Shannon, Mark Johnson here, Layla Mohammed.
Tuesday of interest. I need to know if Neil's going to bring in food, or are we talking to Neil about food?
Always, usually does not telegraph that. Usually just surprises us.
I hope he surprises us with a snack.
Yes. Much to come. It's a KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Amy King.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has directed a House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden over his family's business dealings. McCarthy says the House investigation has found a culture of corruption among the Bidens and is encouraging the president to cooperate.
The American people deserve to know that the public offices are not for sale.
McCarthy says Biden lied about his knowledge of his son's business dealings, especially in Ukraine. He also claims the Treasury Department has more than 150 transactions involving Biden that were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. A man's been caught on camera breaking into a home in Beverly Grove and stealing cash and a car while the homeowners were asleep. Rabbi Moshe Nirola tells TRA he still can't believe someone would do that.
If you go to a country like Saudi Arabia, if you steal, they chop your arm off. I'm not saying that you do that, but if they make the law a little bit harsher, they would go there and not just steal.
Nirola says it's insane that anyone would bombard someone's house in the middle of the night. He says the thief was in his home for about 20 minutes before stealing their Honda SUV and driving away. A pickup truck with a Domino's sign on the roof was among several cars involved in a street takeover in Sun Valley. The takeover last night happened at the intersection of Strathern Street and Whitsett Avenue. Video shows the truck doing donuts before being joined by another car. Passengers can be seen leaning out of the truck and waving to a crowd of about 100 people. The FDA has approved updated COVID-19 vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna. The next step is for approval by the CDC, which is expected in the coming days. CDC's Karen Travers says a CDC advisory panel is set to issue recommendations today on who most needs the updated shot. Vaccines could be given out later this week. Aerosmith has postponed its Peace Out farewell tour for a month while singer Steven Tyler recovers from a vocal cord injury that led to some bleeding. Tyler said yesterday his doctor banned him from singing for the next 30 days. Aerosmith was scheduled to play Chicago's United Center on the 15th. That show has been rescheduled for February. Southland weather from KFI, sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s inland, a few degrees cooler tomorrow. Thursday and right on through the weekend for sunny afternoons with highs in the 60s and 70s. The coast, Metro LA, mainly OC, mid-80s for the valleys and IE, low 90s for the Antelope Valley. It's 73 in Orange, 71 in Manhattan Beach. We've got some flowing in Bergen with ootd. KFI in the sky over the 134.
I would call this mystery flowing. It's the eastbound side of the 134. As you approach the LA Zoo area, getting away from Olive and Forest Lawn, that area, if you see something up ahead in the lane, it seems to be not missing anything, but if you see something, please give us a heads up. Pound 250 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic, and we'll get it out there on the air. Also, the westbound side of the 134, kind of slow there getting away from the 5, so it may be a crash at those. We definitely have a crash on the 101 in the Encino area. It's the 101 freeway as you head eastbound, right there in White Oak, crash clearing, and the westbound side pretty slow getting away from the 405. If you want to head eastbound on the 60 at Grand, an earlier crash there is off on the right shoulder at Diamond Bar. It's your 5 northbound side of the 57, pretty slow getting away from Diamond Bar Boulevard because of that earlier problem. We'll hold for KFI in the sky.
So let's talk about an upsetting issue. You're paying your homeowner's insurance premium every month like clockwork. Monday you have an incident like water damage, broken pipe, toilet overflow. You open a claim with your homeowner's insurance company to find out your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you won't be able to repair the damage. Time to call Abner Gat. Abner Gat is a public insurance adjuster who is on your side. You can try to negotiate with your insurance company yourself, but you will find very quickly it is not that simple. Abner Gat negotiates on your behalf to make sure you are getting the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got the experience and the industry know-how you need on your side. No one messes around with Abner Gat and his team. Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGat.com. That's ABNERGAT, AbnerGat.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256.
The countdown is on to 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival, the most massive live music event of the year.
Friday and Saturday, September 22nd, 23rd at T-Mobile.
Sports destination nationwide. Dive, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption locations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states.
Injured in accident? Visit picoftheday.com.
And Uline. They know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. You need a new water heater? Water Heaters Only, with over 55 years in business, offers low prices, quality same-day service, and 0% deferred interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Visit waterheatersonly.com, waterheatersonly.com.
And you drive the most dependable mass market brand. You can stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see yourself behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires. Call 853-4Kia for details. Always drive safely. Here to see the Kia Superior Promise among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Study. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
If you're buying, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years,
Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even on difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco. There are millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, I love to have you with a serious message about opioids. When you're young, life is full of choices. So don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong hit. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. And I've seen too many talented people cut their lives short, but there is a choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual treatment, at choosemat.org. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFIAM640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. Show on KFIAM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here with Layla Muhammad. Lots to do in the hours ahead. Looking forward to getting into a bunch of stories. As I mentioned, a lot going on both here in Hollywood with writer strikes, and now show is actually coming back on, and controversies around all of that. And in New York, where that same thing is going on. Those unions, of course, are striking there in New York. We'll get to that in the next hour. But, you know, these situations that are affecting Morocco and Libya most recently, and then we'll get to a story, you know, about disaster tolls here in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's sobering. This earthquake that struck the Atlas Mountains outside of Mountain. Wow.
And that was what, Friday? That happened
Friday night.
over the weekend. Right now, I guess the number killed is getting close to about 3,000, more than 3,000.
It's the strongest quake to hit in over a century. You know, it's in this Atlas Mountains area where I've been. I was mentioning this yesterday. It's a very, look, it's an underdeveloped area. It's supposed to charm, right? You go in and everything is, you know, as it was probably, you know, centuries ago maybe. And you have all the spice markets and all of that. And as I said, there's a certain charm to it. The problem is that when a seismic event of this size hits, it's devastating because that charm just doesn't meet any kind of building code.
Right, the infrastructure can't handle it. So the search is still continuing for the, if there are any survivors still left. You know, they're still going through the rubble, but the search crew is looking to see if that's the case. They also have issues with those rock slides that are blocking roads, so their urgent need, obviously, is for aid to get in, but that can be hard when you have roads blocked and then, you know, debris all over the place.
You also have this weird relationship with aid that tried to get in, right? Turning back to aid that tried to get in. I mean, this has not been handled well, but there are still organizations that exist that are getting aid to Morocco.
They threw on a list, which is good, because you and I were talking, you come to a cool place and they'll have like, oh, donate $1 to help the victims in Morocco, and you're wondering how much of my dollar is actually getting to the people. One of the ones that is getting direct aid is the High Atlas Foundation. It's a Morocco-based U.S. nonprofit. They're giving food, water, and shelter for families in the High Atlas Mountains who are affected by the earthquake. And also, they're focused on long-term restoration and rebuilding.
Which is what they need. The High Atlas Foundation is what they're called. There are a bunch of them. The World Central Kitchen is that Jose Andres organization that is set up essentially in many of these areas that have been affected by all sorts of tragic events, natural events, hurricanes, and floods. And he provides meals on the front lines of many of these humanitarian disasters. So that's World Central Kitchen if you're looking for another place to offer some help. And, you know, the Red Crescent, that Moroccan Red Cross, sort of, right? The International Federation of the Red Cross is working with them.
So those are some reputable organizations that are actually getting the money to the people and the resources to the people. Meanwhile, over in Libya, the
sweating, the damn crowd. Do you see the picture? Oh, that looks like a scene from a movie, doesn't it?
It's overwhelming. It's absolutely overwhelming. Thousands of people lost their lives in Libya. This is all heavy rains. This was a bizarre meteorological event that brought this hurricane-type, cyclone event into Libya. And there also were two dams at first, and that caused even greater loss of life.
A rush of water to the city, right? It could have carried the entire neighborhood into the sea.
So, Libyan Ambulance and Emergency Services said that at least 2,300 people had died, more than 5,000 missing. Rainfall, and as I said, those swelling waters spilling over banks, homes were swept away. Video, it's scary. Entire neighborhoods washed away.
There's actually supplies in that, and that's the people as well. But that's another situation where just really access. Those roads are, and Apple's not even a word. Not existable. Yeah.
There's a whole political backdrop to this, which involved, actions that we took against Libya and opposing Gaddafi and all of that. And many argue, well, the country would be in better shape, the Americans haven't come. I don't know that that's true, but whatever and however you want to triangulate this, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
So they have had phone service restored in much of the country that have had lost communications for 2 days, but the difficulty of communicating has been, believe it or not, rigged by Facebook posts and other social media posts. This has been a weird weather event, though, and I underscore because I think we're going to see more of them. Greece, Turkey, Bulgaria, these are all areas affected by this bizarre weather event.
And then meanwhile, back here in the U.S., we're setting records for weather disasters this year.
Yeah, billion-dollar weather disasters in just a year, and there's still 4 months to go.
And, I have to remind myself, I know we're on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, we keep track of hurricane season. We're supposed to November. Although you won't see as many that late in the season, but...
No, we keep track of the hurricane season on the West Coast because look at what just happened with Hillary. I mean, that was a dying tropical weather system. You can have tremendous damage done just as these systems fall apart, even though they don't retain, the characteristics of being a hurricane. Anyway, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, they said that they were doing 23 extreme events in America that cost at least $1 billion this year. And that's set a new record. It's not a record you want to set.
Right, and the big one, most recently being Hurricane Dahlia, and also the firestorm in Hawaii.
Right. Those two alone.
And the other storm right now, Hurricane Lee, I don't really know. I mean, I'm not a meteorologist. You know better than I do. It's still kind of early to know what impact it will have on the U.S. Looking like the projections are for by the end of this weekend that it could brush New England State. But Category 3 right now, south of Bermuda.
What I said before, and just it's one of those things that's worth noting, but as the waters heat up, and they are, some of these ocean waters are record temperatures, the energy transfer, which all hurricanes are, all hurricanes and tropical storms are just energy transfer. It's like heat energy, and they transfer to the atmosphere. So as there's more heat energy in that ocean, there is, almost by definition, is going to be a stronger weather system that is burst by that. And that's what's happening. So when you see these record winds, no kidding. That's because the water's just so warm.
But if I can live to have no disasters,
well,
no earthquakes, no hurricane, no wildfires, or clear.
We're all looking. We're all looking. No, it's true. And then you've got, good luck wearing shorts on Christmas morning. It is James Shannon Show. Layla and Mark sitting in on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. ChatGPT next. But right now, into the KFI 24-hour newsroom and indicator.
A series of fires has been set overnight around Reseda. Police say a woman on a bicycle is a person of interest. Fire investigators say this is at least the third night fires have been set in the area. North Korea's Kim Jong-un has arrived in Russia for talks with Russia's President Putin. Kim wants weapons technology, food aid, and cash. Russia wants weapons for its war with Ukraine. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is out for the rest of the season. An MRI has confirmed he suffered a complete tear of his left Achilles tendon at the early onset of last night's game. Rodgers was acquired in a trade during the offseason from the Packers. He got a $75 million contract. Let's take a look at Griffith Park, where crash is cleared. We'll check that in just one moment. Sunny skies with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s inland. This report brought to you by SaveOurWater.com. And the Southern California Touring Dealers Travel Center. Let's go places. Let's go with the Griffith Park area. And a crash that is cleared on the ground.
Also check out your drive. Westbound 210 as you come away from Glendale and 57 now will be busy for you. All the way straight on through the SUV, San Gabriel Valley and Pasadena. Westbound 10 is small change to 210 westbound. Not looking any better for you out of the Covina from before Azusa Avenue to make way towards downtown. And the 101. Also 60 westbound, so waiting for you to come out of Chino off the 71 continuous stretches all the way from South San Gabriel. KFI and the Skyhawk gets there faster. I'm your colleague.
This report is sponsored by ViralRabbi.com. The Metropolitan Water District of Southern California has rebates for water-wise devices like smart sprinkler controllers and tips to reduce water use everywhere at home. Visit ViralRabbi.com. That's ViralRabbi.com.
Your car, running or not, should be picked up and tuned the next day. No time, no problem, because Cars for Kids Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Water. All of life depends on it. So, for the love of water, California, everyone has a part to play when it comes to reducing water waste. Let's make conservation a way of life. Find ways to consider at SaveOurWater.com.
With time of use rate transfer from SCE, you're getting the ultimate win-win. Because when you shift away from using energy during peak hours, you're not only enjoying lower rates, you'll also enjoy more time to do what you love. So instead of using major appliances from 4 to 9 p.m., you could be living in savings, calorie burning in savings, even dog walking in savings. Time of use rate transfer from SCE. That's a win-win. Learn more at SCE.com/shifting-save. Can I let you in on a little secret? I'm obsessed with the drawback. Girl makes it so easy to score 3 gift cards just for doing my everyday shopping at places like Ulta, Sam's Club, and more. So if you're like me and love a good shopping spree, download Grab today and join the secret club of savvy shoppers. And use my code GIFTGIRL999 to get $5. The Kitchen Store makes your dream kitchen easy. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free.
To most people, a flashlight is just a light. But to Philly air conditioning and plumbing customers, it's a feature. Illuminating the way for complex plumbing and sewer repairing, AC installations. Visit us at ghetto.com. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic
just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-319-0310. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-319-0310. 800-319-0310. Or go to oxcarcare.com. I hate being right all the time. It is a lot of work. Do you understand what type of burden that is? Do you know what it's like to go to sleep knowing that you're right about every damn thing? There's no way you're going to be more right than me. There's no way. You have a long way to go before you realize that I'm always right. It's your blessing and your curse. Well, Kelly, no, it's just a blessing. There's no curse. Okay. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Voting on everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I guess it's Tuesday everywhere, but just to say we have a Tuesday agenda here. Mark Thompson here with Layla Muhammad, both Gary and Shannon will return. I think they return on Thursday. What an odd day to return. This? Depends when you're here. You gotta watch your vacation days, you know. I say two of them, so I still see you on doing your stuff. You do like kind of cultural stuff, life fun stuff, lifestyle. That's yeah. I'm always looking for new businesses or other hidden gems to feature, and it's for NBC. It's a lot of fun. I like the show. What's it called? California Live. Yeah. It's on at 11:30. I come off of my red hot YouTube show. Yeah. I want to thank KFI listeners because yesterday I mentioned it. The thing about YouTube, you do the show every day from 11 to 1, but you can watch it anytime you can. Most people watch it like in delay. Right? So anyway, it's a news-centric, kind of politically-centric kind of show. Meaning that's oftentimes the stuff, but we do a lot of fun stuff. Anyway, I said to KFI listeners yesterday, look at the subscribers. That's that YouTube universe. Yes, not something I asked you. I'm used to this, which is you work on content and then whatever happens. Here you got to play for subscribers, like, subscribe, all that stuff, share. So you can get deals. Like, subscribe, and share my show. Yeah, so they stepped up. Okay, my listeners have jumped over to YouTube and hey, I said, all you have to do is hit the subscribe button. That's right, and you don't have to watch. That's the best part. I'm going to watch. You catch up the video. I like so. Let's listen to you talk. Okay. Who's here now? Who's me on the floor? Kim is her name. She'll start in an hour there on YouTube. And I'll be back on Thursday. Look, there is something going on with ChatGPT that I never would have thought possible. I mean, we hear about ChatGPT from all these different perspectives in terms of how it's changing life, how it's, we've used it, most of us have at least experimented with it. It's talked about as a dangerous thing, right? We certainly hear about it during the strikes, the writer's strike, and the actor's strikes, and the fact that ChatGPT can generate scripts and stories, and even music, even songs. So what's happened is something when you get into the ChatGPT universe that's positive, it's quite extraordinary. A boy saw 17 doctors over a 3-year period of chronic pain. No doctor was able to really figure out what the problem was. This whole thing started when Alex, who was 4 years old, began experiencing this pain. And they were literally having to give Motrin to this kid every day. Otherwise, the pain was so bad, he was melting down. And they started this journey through all of these doctors, 17 doctors, 3 years. And the mom made an account and shared artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, everything she knew about her son's symptoms and all the information that she gathered from MRIs and all the different diagnoses that he had received along the way, and his chart essentially she filled all those gaps that she could and put through the ChatGPT.
I love that she did this, and she talked with my mom. She's like, when I was younger, she didn't find an answer. And so for this mother to have to go to, as she said, 17 doctors, neurologists, physical therapists, the mother did not stop. Everyone has something different. They say, oh, maybe it's a migraine, or maybe, your child is stressed out, is grinding the teeth. But the symptoms that stood out were the teeth grinding, the pain in the head, and also the dragging of his leg. He did eat with his left leg and dragged his right leg. And ChatGPT said, okay, based on the symptoms, he has this condition called tethered cord syndrome. The spinal cord is stuck to something. And she found a Facebook group with other parents who were dealing with the same thing. So ChatGPT told her this is what the symptoms were. So she got a new doctor and said, hey, listen, I went on ChatGPT, I put all this stuff in here, and this is, so you have to do this stuff. Doctors don't know, but sometimes.
I wouldn't lead with I went on ChatGPT. That's all I'm saying. I know she did, but I'm just saying, I was on the internet, and they said it's kind of in that. But in this case, it was a watershed moment.
She said, here's what I found. I've been to 17 doctors. Here are the symptoms. This is what I think my child has. And the doctor said, yep. Now, what is this is called a holter spina bifida? I hope I'm saying that right.
Well, it's in a lot of kids with spina bifida, apparently there's a visible opening here in the child's back, but this, in the case of Alex, is not accompanied by an opening like that. It's considered, quote, hidden.
Right.
So it's called spinal bifida occulta in English, I guess. But this was, as I say, a truly new day for these people who worked so long on trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and I think for doctors, I mean, they go off of their symptoms, right? So in most cases, they can figure out most things, but sometimes they don't know.
Sure, and this is what you hear about, though, just because of the larger issue. You hear about the power of artificial intelligence to take essentially the world of medical information in this case. You can also apply the law and other stuff, and apply it to whatever problem you're facing, so that it may not be the last word, but it may offer a different word and different perspective, because, frankly, the artificial intelligence is able to filter literally every bit of information regarding symptomology and medicine and treatment. And so this story is a positive story about ChatGPT in an environment where we go, it seems, it's cute, it's weird, it's fun.
It really helped in her case. Mom said Alex was happy. He was playing sports with him. He had 6 surgeries. He had surgery to fix his syndrome. And what they had to do was basically sort of stick, attach the foot where it was sticking to the tailbone to really set into any bone.
That's just remarkable. So, again, patients with complicated conditions, struggling to get a diagnosis, going from doctor to doctor, can't figure it out, needs an MRI to MRI.
Now, we're not telling you to diagnose yourself or your child with ChatGPT. We're just telling you what happened with this lady.
Well, we also are saying this is truly a Hail Mary dance, and it turned out that it was able to help. So, Drew Barrymore has stepped in, along with a lot of other people.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
We'll get into a bit of that next hour. And Beverly Hills PD, wow, this is a massive lawsuit. We'll get into that as well. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. Mark and Layla sitting in on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating talk. KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Little one all alone. Amini came live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A toddler has been found alone in the Hancock Park area of LA. Around 3 this morning, someone called 911 to report a child abandoned in a stroller on Larchmont Boulevard. LAPD says officers who arrived at the scene found a 2 to 3-year-old black female child in good condition. They were taken to a hospital to be checked out. The LA County Department of Children and Family Services is investigating. A Investigators are looking into 14 suspicious fires in Reseda.
All of the fires happened within the last 3 days. In one fire, the leaves in the back of a pickup truck went up in flames, leaving the truck charred. This neighbor says she suspects the fires were being started by homeless people. How many homeless people have been in the area recently?
I've seen like about 8 to 10.
A photo of a woman is circulating who may have knowledge of the fires. Firefighters say they're hoping to speak with her. In receipt of Blake Trolley, KFI News.
State lawmakers have passed legislation that would force major corporations to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions. The legislation, passed yesterday, would require thousands of public and private companies that operate in California to make more than $1 billion annually to report their direct and indirect emissions. Democratic State Assemblyman Chris Ward says we're out of time on addressing the climate crisis. He said this will absolutely help us take a leap forward to hold ourselves accountable. Elementary school teachers in Orange County are using memorials to teach students about 9/11.
Students at Orange Shores Elementary had a front row seat to a September 11th tribute outside the home of a firefighter honoring all who have died from the attack. Teacher Nancy Clarkson says her students weren't alive when the Twin Towers fell, and this annual memorial is the perfect opportunity to see.
Families teachers waited, they can understand, and it's been meaningful to them, and they look forward to this gift that we come every single year.
7-year-old Mia Valencia is one of the students who was able to tell me what happened on September 11th, 22 years ago.
It is like a day when people died from the towers to airplanes that crashed to the towers.
The homeowner says he's held the memorial in Fullerton for 22 years to teach children about the past and to make sure those who died are not forgotten. Chris Ashley, KFI News.
I can't be any clearer that they need to secure things.
An assault murderer has stolen a rifle from a garage in Philadelphia before he ran away as the homeowner took shots at him. Police have closed roads in the area and told people to lock their doors as they continue a nearly 2-week-old manhunt for Danilo Cavalcante.
We consider him desperate. We consider him dangerous. All dispatches confirm for us that he has a weapon.
Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens says there's a large number of troopers in the area already. Cavalcante was convicted last month of murdering his ex-girlfriend in front of her children. Disneyland has paused sales of its Inspire Key annual pass as it settles a class action lawsuit. It was the only pass available for purchase. Renewals are still an option for pass holders. The pause comes as Disney's agreed to settle a federal lawsuit that alleged annual pass holders who purchased the Dream Key in 2021 were unable to make theme park reservations despite the promise of no blackouts. Apple is set to announce its new iPhone, new features, and a change in how to charge its phones. The new phones reportedly won't have the old work on.
Like features like this in a long time, a decade, frankly because consumers have not demanded it. iPhones are now the most popular phones in America.
ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says Apple's hand is being forced by change to rules in the EU. The regulations will require smartphones and other electronic devices to have a USB-C port by the end of 2024. Right. It means that my life of these charging ports won't work anymore. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and cooler with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and the Inland Sea, near 90 in the valley, 80 to mid-90s for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. A few degrees cooler for tomorrow, and then by Thursday and Friday, highs will be in the 60s and 70s, the coast and metro areas, mid-80s for the valley to IE, low 90s for the high desert. It's 76 in Brea, 70 in Lake Forest, 75 in Marina Del Rey, 78 in Burbank. The KFI Financial report, the Dow is trading up 103 points. The Nasdaq is down 81. S&P 500 is off 10. We've got a crash in North Hills on 405.
Good listeners, up for your time as usually southbound before Rossville Boulevard. 2 right lanes of blocking from the exteriors come away from the 118. Got an update on this or anything else on you now? Time to picture yourself on. Keyword is a KFI traffic. Got a crash in Downey on southbound 75 near Liquid Boulevard. Got the right lane. Taking right at East on the rough road for your son. Thomas in this car. This is Washington. Ongoing issues for you in Encino. Northbound side of the 101 before White Oak. This is right there, the left lane. Step down. That's up your drive turn away from Woodland. Got an update on any of these 3 things. Anything else for you downtown to get to yourself on. Keyword is KFI traffic. Taking on your drive in Orange County. Still pretty slow going on the east side of the 22. This Rodney Grove from before Euclid as you make your quick launch. Press west on 22. Out of the car's back toward Euclid. Also looking good for drive. West on 91. Riverside to Corona. Still going for you in heavy stretches from before Lost Sierra. Right there
stays always perfect because you find these sometimes housing 91. So then for you from the Fort Magnolia, you can make your way into downtown Riverside. Okay, to find the sign helps you to go faster. I'm your phone, AT. You want to make it. Looking for ways to support your type 2 diabetes and help manage excess weight. Well, now, here's a chance to learn more about your health and impact the future of diabetes and weight management in the process. A clinical study screening program is currently being held at Arch Clinical Research. At this event, participants will be provided with information about a clinical research study for people with type 2 diabetes, excess weight, and associated diseases. There's no cost to attend, and health insurance is not required. To register, visit https://doingweightdiabetesstudies.com/AFI. This event is part of a group of clinical research studies for chronic weight management, diabetes, and associated diseases. Studies in this program include a focus on obstructive sleep apnea, knee osteoarthritis, type 2 diabetes, and more. To register, visit https://doingweightdiabetesstudies.com/AFI.
As an educator, we get it. Ordering food for work means you have to deal with this. Jerry's making on Tuesday, forming a Taco Tuesday. Multiple people speaking on it. Because that's not right. Speaking of now Monday, what about Mediterranean? Still what's not there? Claire has a nut allergy. Who can say tacos for a client meeting? That's an indicator. Food for work delivered on time as ordered with a huge variety. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order 24/7 at indicator.com.
It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's gotten really complicated. The experts at ANCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on your own. Double A, MCI. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, scores, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. So a lot of support. Much to come. We've got Swamp Watch a little bit later, and U.S. Bakers stopping in. And, it's a Tasty Tuesday with me. Unclear as to what he's featuring, but it's always a surprise. Disney's in the news a little later this hour, but Drew Barrymore is back. And the reason that's a story is that it's been controversial. She bowed out of was it the VMA she bowed out of? Because she didn't want to cross the ticket line.
Yeah, she had to host something for MTV, other award shows. She said she bowed out because she was trying to not be in conflict with the strike, which is understandable.
Right, because those shows do involve writers. So now her show's back on. She has a talk show, a daytime talk show. In fact, Layla Muhammad, you are the perfect person for this story because you know all these daytime talk shows. I don't know many of them.
I watch most of them, or, sort of check in briefly, and I've done work on one show. I've gone to New York to do segments with Sherry Pepper many times, which I love her show.
Now, is she on?
She goes back on next week.
So she, like Drew Barrymore, is going on without writers.
Right. Sherry doesn't need writers, so Sherry is naturally a comedian and talker. Some people can hold it down without the writers. So, not saying that Drew leads them. I think that Sherry doesn't. But if you look at The View, like The View is on already, new season, they're on without writers. And they even allude to it and they joke about it. It doesn't mean that The View is not compliant to that. Drew Barrymore will be out of compliance.
Right.
They operate under a different contract. It's like people ask us, like, how are you on the radio right now when there's a strike and you're doing it? How are you doing stuff on TV?
WGA angry?
That's a great question. I think it sends a signal that she's not standing in solidarity with her riders. So you're still, they're out here marching and they're fighting for change and very valid change, right? And protection. And for you to go on and say, well, I have to move on with my show. I have other people who have to be fed who work on the staff. I mean, there are other people who work for the show.
Let me tell you what I think the reason is that they're angry.
Is it showing that she doesn't need them?
No.
What do you think it is?
I think they think there's writing going on. And you know what? I think they're right.
You think so?
Damn straight.
I don't think on the view.
The Writers Guild of America East, this is in New York, announced it will be picketing Barrymore's New York-based daytime talk show. Quote, the Barrymore TV show is a WGA-covered struck show that is planning to return without its writers. The Guild has and will continue to picket struck shows that are in production during the strike. Any writing on the Drew Barrymore show is in violation of WGA strike rules.
But they can't prove she has writers.
No, I'm sure they can't prove it, but that doesn't mean it's not going on. They're saying, this is a quote from them, we're in compliance with not discussing or promoting film and television. This is the weird part. Normally you have actors on who guest TV actors and film actors promoting the project. They can't do that.
They can do one, but not both their contracts.
Right.
They can do one and say, I wrote a book last week.
Yeah. Not discussing or promoting film and television that is struck. But we launched live in a global pandemic, she wrote. Our show was built for sensitive times. This is Drew Barrymore writing this, and it only functions through what the real world is going through in real time. I want to be there to provide what writers do so well, which is a way to bring us together or help us make sense of the human experience. I didn't realize that you watch these shows. Do you think that the Drew Barrymore show helps make sense of the human experience?
She brings a little levity to tough issues. I think
Is there an Oprah-esque part of
no, there's no Oprah.
Okay.
There's only one Oprah.
Is there a spirit with Drew?
What I like about Drew is you can tell she enjoys it. There have been some other hosts I've seen who sort of feel like the show is, I don't know, this is the outside looking in like, I gotta go do this show today. You don't get that vibe from her. She's so happy to be there. And even though she's a celebrity, she is wide-eyed and in awe of other people's talent. She doesn't mind giving you your flowers. She had Jane Fonda on and just was so gracious and
Jane Fonda, right? But you're saying she carries that to own it, yes?
She does. She seems so grateful to have that show. It took me a while to go up to it. But, like you said, Live with Kelly and Rock, which is the new co-host of the show.
You really love it.
I love Kelly and Rock. I love them together.
The two of them to do that as a really...
It's adorable.
They do things that other hosts can't do.
It's so true, though. Think about it. It's okay if he rubs her back or if it's her. Right. Yes, it's right. The point is, though, they're on. They're doing great. The view is back. Drew's coming back. Sherry's coming back. I get the point of standing in solidarity, but technically, though, they're not violating any contract rules because they're under a different agreement.
So you feel that the WGA is being a little severe when they go after a show like that?
I'm saying if you have no evidence that someone else is picking up the work of your writers, you have the right to be on strike.
Sure.
As long as no one else is stepping in and writing, the View makes a joke about it all the time. You can tell that no one's writing for them. They're stepping on each other and don't know where they're going. And clearly they're missing an element of someone.
So she has to talk. She has to toss the break and do the teasers like coming up on Drew, we'll do that with other writers. She just ad-lib all that. And that's going to be the case with Cameron Hall.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
How many daytime talk shows can you name?
You have Kelly, who is relocated to the East Coast, Kelly Clarkson. You have Cameron Hall, Drew Barrymore, Jennifer Hudson, Sherry Shepherd, Martin Kelly, The View, and the game. The Talk on CBS, right? Karamo, there's a show with Karamo too. There's a lot of shows.
Wow. I think you've run the category. Congratulations.
I think Rachel Ray she's retiring, right? I think she moved to some villa in Italy and doing Lifeline or something like that. Hey, Rachel, call me.
When we come back, it's about Beverly Hills and a huge class action lawsuit. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. Mark Thompson and Layla Muhammad sitting in for Gary and Shannon on KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, now on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Amy King.
One person has been killed, 2 others injured when they were hit by a car in Huntington Beach. Police were intentionally hit by the driver of a black Toyota four-door sedan. All three were hit Sunday night within a span of 45 minutes within a half-mile radius. A cyber attack on MGM Resort has caused a technical mess. Several hotels on the Las Vegas Strip, including the MGM, Mandalay Bay, and Cosmopolitan. Some guests got locked out of their rooms because the keys aren't working, credit card terminals aren't working, and slot machines are down. Now you always have a greater chance of developing type 2 diabetes. A new study finds people who stay up late tend to eat worse and exercise less. They have a 19% greater chance than early-ers of developing diabetes. Sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s inland. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, list of places we still got problems in Encino on the 101.
What's on site as you make your way toward White Oak? It's the left lane is taken away by a wreck involving, well, looks like maybe Station Lanes, but looks like it was a big loss here on the front side of the 101 before White Oak. Again, left lane shut down. Big rough though for you to go from Woodman. Also, still taking issues in downtown southbound Pond and Lakewood Boulevard. It's the right lane off Woodman, equivalent to Townsend Commerce over here near Washington Boulevard. Creating a law in the Orange County area, but you will definitely see some delays. 57 southbound Flag Way right now. California as the Lambert continues to pull up to 91. KFI in the sky, up to go faster. I'm Nick calling you tonight.
This report is sponsored by SaveOurWater.com. Water, all of life depends on it. So, for the love of water, California, everyone has a part to play when it comes to reducing water waste. Let's make conservation a way of life. Find ways to conserve at SaveOurWater.com. Well, we know everyone could use some help beating rising energy costs this summer, but it's not only energy costs. The cost of living in Southern California has skyrocketed, whether it's buying food, gas, cars, you name it.
Listen, we pay some of the highest prices for electricity in the country. Those prices go up about 4 or 5% a year. Now is the time to go solar with SolarMax technology.
Right now, get a complete SolarMax system with the 10N phase IQ8 microinverter and a 10T grid-tied battery for just $99 a month.
When it comes to paying for electricity, the worst thing a homeowner can do is nothing. Call SolarMax and make sure you always have the power you need at a price you can afford. It's about saving you money.
Summer is here. The heat is coming. Call SolarMax to get that custom-designed SolarMax system with a 10N phase IQ8 microinverter and a 10T grid-tied battery, just $99 a month.
Dial pound 250 on your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. CSLB number 60204.
Score big on save and savings during Rapid Fun's best sale of the year. Save up to $700 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable beds. And get a $300 instant gift with more pillows and more.
Warning, the following message contains an app recommendation you won't be able to resist.
Girl, how do you keep getting all these things for free? Coffee, makeup, and now lunch? You haven't heard of the Drop app? Drop is a free app that rewards you for shopping at places like Ulta, Adidas, and Sam's Club. I've already earned $100 this month.
Download the Drop app and get $5. Use invite code GETDROP222. Hey, it's Team Sharp. Are you sick of chlorine in your water? A light source water system is your solution. And September is perfect timing because Light Source is offering new customers a double gift. You get free standard installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,250 in savings, but the offer ends September 30th. Restrictions apply, so call Light Source today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, It's a beautiful day at the grocery store. Uh-oh, looks like there's some spilled tomato sauce. Here comes the slide. Oh, injuries can come out of left field. Call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Who's the best people about Innovation Refunds has been helping small business owners with payroll tax refunds through the Employee Retention Credit, also known as the ERC. If you're a small business owner with 5 or more employees, Innovation Refunds can help see if you qualify and navigate the process. Bill Goodman is one of the owners of Ford and Goodman, an accounting firm. Bill's a CPA. Who do you think is busy for qualifying so he spoke with Innovation Refunds? He had Innovation Refunds experienced independent tax attorneys file their ERC, and since then he's referred over a dozen clients to Innovation Refunds. Go to innovationrefunds.com, and if you qualify, you could be on your way to receiving money for your business. No upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com, dial 843-REFUNDS, innovationrefunds.com.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. It works with an independent network of tax professionals who will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news from what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
They call it shrinkage, retail shrinkage, which often people refer to as sweet shoplifting. No, the rest of us call it theft, robbery. That's what the words are. Nobody sees the swarm of gang members and says, wow, John and Ken, honey, look at all that shrinkage going on at Macy's. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Thursday. By the way, tonight is Freddie's Greenland jersey giveaway night at Dodger Stadium. Dodgers 900 Believer lost to the Buffaloes last night. First pitch is at 7. Listen to every Dodgers game in HD on the free iHeartRadio app, live from the Galvin Motors broadcast booth. The keyword at iHeart is AM 570 LA Sports.
Last time you've been to a Dodger game?
No, it's been a couple of years, honestly. I talked to Conway about running out there. I'd like to go with Conway. You need a buddy to go with. I think it's just more fun, you know. And we've talked about it, but we haven't done it. So I do have to get out there. Yeah. Anyway.
I've been to one ever, and it was a very hot day. But I like to do it another time. I like to do it.
Oh, it's a beautiful, it's a classic stadium. It's a beautiful place.
The fans wear that really pretty blue.
Yeah, you of course respond to that. I love that. It's so funny. What you don't realize what Lady Muhammad is, most every reference, she goes, yes, so I love the yellow and the green that they wear. They have a green base for her.
Actually, I hate the yellow with the green.
Yeah, well, you noticed the yellow and the green.
That's how I knew.
Like, that was the first thing. It's great that you see the world in color.
I do.
I really do.
I do think the Seahawks have great uniforms.
They do. A lot of the NFL uniforms have been stepped up.
Well, they're a little better. Some of the colors just are just awful colors. So those browns and...
Yeah, brown is a tough color to make. It's sexy. You're right about that.
Colors are great.
Yeah, they can't all be the same. They need to make their colors. Anyway, Dr. Blue is classic, and Dr. Stadium's classic tonight is Freddie Freeman jersey giveaway night. There's something going on in Beverly Hills. It's pretty big. You know Ben Crump, the civil rights personal injury attorney, filed a $500 million suit accusing the city of Beverly Hills of racial profiling. This is almost 2,000 black people, 1,086 black people, he's saying, out of 1,088 that they are saying were unjustly arrested by Beverly Hills Police Department between August 30th of 2019 and August 30th of 2021, so a 2-year period. That's 34% of all arrests within Beverly Hills. Yet African Americans make up less than 2% of the city residents. Okay, so again, this is all important to the city. The city's Rodeo Drive Task Force, which is supposed to crack down on fraudulent purchases they're making to deter crime in Beverly Hills have disproportionately, essentially, what the city's saying, affected black people, right? And Trump said, this is a quote, it wasn't to deter crime. It was to send a message to black people that we don't want your kind around here. That is racial profiling 101. 2 years, 1,088 black people arrested, only 2 convictions. There's only one explanation for that. They want to drive black people out of the city.
Now, the city did respond in a statement, a very clear statement, saying it is an international destination that always welcomes visitors from around the country and the world, and the role of the police department is to enforce the law regardless of race. When you think about nearly 1,100 arrests and 2 convictions, were most of those people who were cited and released, or were they mostly people who were just released?
I do think you need to know more about the arrests. The statistics, it's also suggested, this is Beverly Hills statement again, the statistics presented referencing the number of convictions is a mischaracterization of the evidence in the case. In addition, the 1,088 arrests referenced in this suit include people cited and released. This is what you're saying. Not just custodial arrest. The city denies and will continue to strongly defend itself against these allegations. So the city is sort of saying, the devil is in the details here. You're grabbing this big number, it looks bad, and you put a lawsuit together, but when you actually dissect this, it's not as bad as you said.
Do you shop in Beverly Hills?
I'm not a big shopper to begin with. I will go to lunch there.
I might do an occasional lunch or something like
shoulders with a tiger rocks out.
Why don't we hang out at stores, though?
I like to be seen with the people who are seers. I like to rub shoulders with the celebrity class here in Beverly Hills.
I'm not one who hangs out much in Beverly Hills. I will meet friends for if they want to go grab dinner or lunch or something. But I know some great. There's nothing else to like it. It's not that I like it. I do like where I go and frequent as a customer who has restaurants I might like to take some of these friends. I do not like the shopping experience in Beverly Hills. I've never felt it one welcome.
Oh, that's interesting. See, I don't really shop there.
So I just don't shop there.
Yeah.
At all.
No. Yeah, but it's just to be honest.
That's just my
it's a little too high for.
Yeah, and I'm not there for no money to drop down. But I don't even like going into Beverly. I mean, I don't shop in that area.
I was just in the Beverly Center last week.
It's changed.
I went to Banana Republic. My bragging. Yeah, I know.
You're fancy.
I didn't want to lord it over you, but did buy.
If I have to run into a store, like if I know I have to go and get something from my car or whatever, that's fine. But I'm just not a big fan of. Yeah, the energy is not my energy. But there are places I would go for, like lunch or dinner. And for the record, to me, LA does not have the best shopping anywhere. I did much better and more successfully shop in Dallas.
Really?
Yeah, way more options. More
options in LA.
Absolutely. Affordability and options. And I feel like it's a test market for fashion. I'm not a fashion person, but I do recall hearing that from someone who was a stylist before, that some fashion were tested like in a Dallas market. No, that's interesting. Shop there. Yeah. Here, I don't know. Some days I'm like, where's the nearest specialty boutique that has something different than what I'm seeing in these stores? I'm bored. I see more florals and tie-dye. It's great.
You have any body ink?
No, I don't have one tattoo.
All right, well, I have personal experience with this next story.
You have tattoos, Mark?
I don't like a foot.
Oh, how many of your tattoos? Well, the ones that are faces. The other ones
like a lifer at San Quentin, I think so. It's the Layla
Rock Show?
Yeah.
No, it's very interesting.
Hijacked Gary and Shannon for 3 minutes. They return on Thursday. Meantime, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome into the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Deborah Mark.
Hey, guys. Attorney Benjamin Trump and Bradley Gage have filed a $500 million class action lawsuit accusing the Beverly Hills Police Department of racial profiling. You heard Mark and Layla just talking about this. The lawsuit represents more than 1,000 black people arrested between August of 2019 and August of 2021. Trump says some were caught up in the city's Rodeo Drive task force designed to crack down
then we don't want your kind around here.
City says it welcomes visitors from across the country and around the world, and that the role of the Beverly Hills Police Department is to enforce the law regardless of race. $2 million in federal funding for Santa Ana is meant to replace crime along Santiago Creek with science exhibits by Disney Cube OC.
We've turned it into a waste place. Congressman Lou Correa says the property next to Discovery Cube has been plagued with drug use and homelessness, transforming it from a challenge to a positive for this community. Discovery Cube's CEO Bill Adams says the project includes new native plants, a butterfly garden, and watershed exhibits. Santiago Creek brings water from this area all the way down to the ocean. We want to help explain to kids how does this all work. He says the multi-year, roughly $15 million expansion will also provide more space for sold-out exhibits such as Bubble Fest. At Discovery Cube OC, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption.
House Speaker McCarthy has ordered the House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy says Biden lied to the country about his knowledge of his family's foreign business dealings, including millions of dollars in payments from shell companies to his family members and associates. He says the House Oversight Committee's stage so far has found a culture of corruption around the Bidens that warrants further investigation. An escaped inmate in Pennsylvania has apparently stolen a gun from a home about 20 miles from the prison.
It changes nothing.
A police lieutenant colonel, George Bivens, says there are multiple teams hunting for Daniello Cavalcante, and they are still treating him as they have been.
Cavalcante is considered armed and extremely dangerous. He is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight mounted on it.
The owner of the rifle told cops that he shot at the thief last night, but doesn't think he hit him. Southland weather for KFI. Sunny, highs upper 70s to mid-80s for metro LA, mid-80s to low 90s for the valleys, the high desert, and the IE, 70 for the beaches, 80s inland OC. Right now, 73 in Seal Beach, it's 80 in Ladera Ranch. We're going back to the 101 in Encino.
This is better news for the drive this go round. It looks like it is lane to the clear for your drive as you're making your way southbound. Right over around Woodman, still delays are still from Woodman, but on the 101 northbound, right around Havenhurst and Encino is where things have been cleared from lanes. There's a car climbing south before Los Feliz Boulevard. Silver right in the left lane. There'll be silver light here as you come away from about Colorado. Down the 5 south of Lakewood Boulevard, that's right clear to right shoulder. That'll still be silver light for you as it's out of Thomas as you come away from about Washington Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Collier.
All right, if you want to sell your car, this is easy. You want the most money for your used car? You want to work with America's best car buyer? Yeah. GiveMeTheVid.com will beat your written CarMax offer or write you a check for $100. It's that simple. Get an instant cash offer and the most money for a used car right now. Selling your vehicle fast and easy at GiveMeTheVid.com. Sell your car. GiveMeTheVid.com.
When it comes to your health care, you don't want to be just another patient in a massive system. You deserve a partner with deep expertise, helping you make the right decisions. That's where we come. At Keck Medicine at USC, our specialists listen. They work with you to find the personalized solution you need. They don't let anything get in their way. Keck Medicine of USC. Together, they are limitless.
Sometimes Blue Cross and Blue Shield and County Breads are helping schools across the country learn about healthier food preparation. In Los Angeles, they're joined by the LA Sparks to learn about healthier options. Learn more at anthem.com/ca/SparksAnthem. Blue Cross is the trade name of Blue Cross California.
Injuries, accidents, turn injuries into victories. OPLot.com.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Where are my glasses? Well, I don't need them anymore. I had my vision permanently restored at Snyder RLE. The reactions are always the same. Wait, what? Is that even possible? Yes, it is. Snyder RLE is a permanent solution and will never develop a cataract. The good doctors at Snyder RLE can tell you if it's your time to permanently restore your vision. So find out now with a free web consultation at SnyderRLE.com. SnyderRLE.com.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything
ZipRecruiter.com. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco. There are millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Available at 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Meet Foo Fighters, Kelly Clarkson, Supergirl, and many more. Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd. iHeartRadio Music Festival. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Hey, it's Steve Gregory from KFI News. If you would like to help those impacted by the fires on Maui, we've compiled a list of local charities at KFIAM640.com/Maui.
Gary and Shannon Show. Thompson here at Radio on KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Swamp Watch next hour. Also next hour, Tasty Tuesday with Neil Saavedra. Well, there's something happening with this trend toward tattoos that people want to get that are only temporary, which is, to me, it seems like a sensible way to proceed with a tattoo.
Yeah, especially if you haven't been sure about what you want to commit to.
Right, and it may just be
anything to get on me that I want to commit to.
Yeah, commitment is a hard thing. It is kind of for life, unless you want to go through the de-tattooification process. So, I think that this idea somehow that these tattoos that are, made to fade away, which they now have, are kind of a cool way to go as a starter tattoo, or again, as I say, maybe just a decoration for a party or whatever it may be. So, to the point, there is a tattoo parlor called Ephemeral. Ephemeral, the word meaning passive, right? Meaning to pass quick, I think. The tattoos were, quote, made to fade, according to the Ephemeral Tattoo Parlor. I don't know, a handout, what they say on their website. But customers were unhappy and are unhappy because they had to wait longer than the 9 to 15 months that the shop promised for the tattoos to disappear.
There's one person mentioned, Toby, who back in 21 got a tattoo on her upper arm that still has not disappeared after 26 months. And she's saying, this is pretty convenient, the company's closing, because guess what? They guarantee the tattoo will disappear or they'll pay out for that after 36 months, and she's not at 36 months.
The company is disappearing. Yes. That's what's happening. Ephemeral is shutting down all its locations, including the San Francisco studio, because complaints have become so loud, so frequent, that the shop, which was offering these, quote, temporary but very legit-looking tattoos, and the shop opened in March of 2022, offering this first made-to-fade tattoo ink, they're saying the water's getting too hot. We got to get out of here. They're based in New York. The company's raised $20 million in venture capital money.
But they have other locations in three. There's one here in LA, off La Brea, I believe.
Well, the San Francisco studio is shutting down its location. New York is shutting down. I believe the one in La Brea will shut down too. The company, Ephemeral, they say they're shutting down all their locations.
And taking last appointments at their San Francisco, Houston, Chicago, D.C., Los Angeles, and Brooklyn locations soon.
70% of all of Ephemerals, which is what they call the temporary tattoos, will disappear under 2 years. Others may take a little longer. So, business is how it'll disappear, and it doesn't disappear. I would suggest that does get to the heart of your business model.
Yeah, people are like, this tattoos, I'm reading some of the comments, going, these tattoos are funny, but so what are you getting that you are hoping it's just short term? Is it like a name of someone you're dating temporarily?
That's such a smart thing
Right.
to just do that instead of like
Committing
having to turn Dave into some other name of the next guy you date.
or like, Pete Davidson with Kim Kardashian initials, whatever. I don't know. I don't believe in putting anybody's name on me. Yeah.
Right. There is I had a weird thing happen. I was in Mexico on vacation. This is a long time ago.
You got a tattoo?
Well, there's the people who come up and down. I'm the best person you'll ever want to approach in a store, if you're a salesperson, or if you're a vendor.
Walking it up and down the sand in Mexico.
Because I like people. I like to make them happy. And it's I think, oh my God, that poor vendor is hauling all that stuff up down the beach. So I buy whatever they're selling.
They're selling drugs sometimes. You're buying
Yeah, never had one to my knowledge, but there is a tattoo person who was walking up and down the beach in Mexico. Okay, now these are hemp tattoos, and they were made of some kind of super temporary thing. Like they said it would go away in 4 days. So I get on my arm the whatever it was, some design. They got a bunch of designs there. So I get this on my arm, and it starts to burn after about a day, and it's really hurting. And I call my dermatologist, who said, they do use something, it's not a good thing to get this, it does burn. And then I go on the internet. This is stupid. I go on the internet, and it's everywhere. Don't get a tattoo on the beach, don't get a tattoo on the beach, it burns, they say it's going to go away in a wall. It was crazy. Then when I got back to LA, I had to get treated at the dermatologist's office with, all kinds of surgery, like other stuff. I remember it was intense. The skin peeled, all of that stuff. The skin peeling didn't bother me, but the burning did bother me. And the fact that it left a mark, it took a while for the scar to heal. So you've got to be careful with some of this stuff.
Mark, don't ever tell that story again. It took you to go on Google to figure out you shouldn't get stopped by a random person walking the beach in Mexico to put a tattoo on your arm?
I do have some blind spots.
What is happening?
I'll be honest with you. I've got some blind spots. It's hard to believe. I know. I don't seem like I would.
But don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
I don't buy anything anybody's selling outside the resort on the beach.
Well, I'm buying all the stuff you're not buying. Disney's in the news. Big news. Next. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. Layla and Mark sitting in on KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Deborah Mark.
An alleged toolsy from Beverly Hills is due in federal court in LA. He allegedly stole nearly $2 million in jewelry, clothing, and other items from a couple staying in a luxury hotel, then went to Florida to sell the stuff. An antitrust lawsuit against Google is starting in D.C. Federal lawyers and state attorneys in general will try to prove Google rigged the market by launching its search engine in as the default choice. Along Illinois, abolishing cash bail is about to take effect. The change next week will make Illinois the first state in the country to eliminate the practice. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs in the upper 70s to low 90s. This report brought to you by Caltrans and CleanCA.com. We're going to the 5 in Downey.
So far, Liquid Boulevard is directed and cleared from lanes, although still being rushed over where you're trying to come away from the spotlight as Atlantic as it's coming out of the commissary. Just a park stop on time before Los Feliz Boulevard. It's directed at the left lane section. I'll be still going for you coming from Western out the Burbank area. Crash continues to mess up your driving in the San Fernando Valley to North Hills, 405 south before Roscoe Boulevard. It's the right lane that's taken by now, right? And you'll see us still going drivers who come from down sure. KFI and the Sun, let's get to there faster. I'm Nick Collins. This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get up to $1,500 off select major kitchen appliances because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Friday, 24th through May 13th. Exclusive supply, one supply one. See Lowe's.com for details. It's important to be comfortable everywhere, and that's what Tommy John can do for you. Now, when you wear Tommy John underwear, you're that much more comfortable, so you can do just about everything better.
They're breathable, lightweight, moisture-wicking, 4 times the stretch of competing brands, and they're going to keep you 7 degrees cooler than cotton.
And they're covered by Tommy John's best pair you'll ever wear or
tax-free guarantee. Get 20% off your first order right now at TommyJohn.com/KFI. 20% off at TommyJohn.com/KFI. TommyJohn.com/KFI. See site for details.
If you have sleep apnea and struggle with CPAP, consider that CPAPs were invented in 1980. Do you even remember 1980? Everyone's house had one telephone. There were like 4 TV channels. You played video games in arcades and watched movies in theaters. GPS was a folded map and a helpful gas station attendant. And social media was inviting the neighbors to come look at your vacation pictures. A lot has changed since 1980. Now, for people who struggle with CPAP, there's Inspire. Inspire is an implanted device that treats sleep apnea inside your body at the click of a remote. It's the only FDA-approved sleep apnea treatment of its kind. While you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and resting comfortably. No mask, no hose, just sleep. To learn more, visit InspireSleep.com. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com. Today's news requires more facts, more context, and more analysis. The world's never been harder to understand. That's why it's never been more important to try. MSNBC, understand more.
Californians can agree that there is no place in their lives for litter. So let's come together and create a litter-free California. Join them at cleanva.com. Let's do it together. Brought to you by Caltrans.
When cancer is the question, city of hope is the answer.
Because hope isn't just wishing for a cure.
It's the most future clinical trials in California.
Doctors discovering treatments used worldwide.
We success in treating all types and stages of cancer at a top-ranked hospital with just one mission.
Curing your cancer.
With over 30 SoCal locations. It's hope. City of Hope.
Visit cityofhope.org to learn more.
You need a new water heater? Water Heaters Only, with over 55 years in business, offers low prices, quality same-day service, and 0% deferred interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Visit waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started doing Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, you just said I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
James Gold is talking market volatility in the news this year. It's got me thinking about the importance of knowing who you're dealing with when it comes to investing. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. When it comes to your money, it's all about trust. That's why we recommend Legacy Precious Metals. Legacy Precious Metals is an expert family-run business that puts you in complete control of your money. With the new online platform, investing in gold and silver is made simple. Oh, real simple. Just open an account, choose your metals, and bam, you're there. Your investment is either stored securely in a vault or it's shipped right to your door. Clear pricing, no hidden agendas. With the stock market teetering, dollars and consistency, and the looming natural debt, diversifying isn't just smart, it is urgent. So call our friends at Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Or create a free account online right now at buylegacygold.com. Buylegacygold.com.
I looked at my daughter's school, and a woman says, "Are you on KFI?" So I'm talking to her, and then my daughter and her friends walk by, and now that report's going to go back to my wife.
The seeds of suspicion have been sown.
But I love the fact that my wife thinks that this thing is still on the market.
Yeah,
and
but you're
desirable.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Your sexy's getting spread all over the school.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Deborah, maybe you do. That's this decongestion thing. It's just wild.
I have it in my news coming up.
Yeah, it's quite crazy. Stay tuned because it's a wild kind of like what moment out of the FDA, and Deborah will have that in her news. Disneyland makes our news right now.
Yeah.
Because they've got, again, the annual pass, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing.
Have you been a pass holder before?
I've not.
Okay, well, this all comes out of this class action lawsuit that was filed. Basically, people saying we pay all this money for this pass, but then we can't come on days that we want to come because you're telling us it's unavailable on these blackout days that we know nothing about. But then there are actual spaces available, actual, you know, you can really still go to the park. You just can't offer me admission with my pass.
So this is a class action lawsuit they had over this.
Mm-hmm.
They had a $9.5 million settlement, right? And then so is there a new policy that they've laid down?
Yes, there's a new version. So the original one was that $13.99 annual pass.
Right.
And we could not reserve tickets for much of November. That's how it all started. Ladies like, I can't reserve tickets in November, but when I go online, you got spots open. You're just not letting me come. So the lawsuit happened. I think, you know, it paid out over 10,000 pass holders. It covers 103,000 green key pass holders from August 15th to October 25th to 21.
So that's a big check to write for once the lawyer take their money.
On average, you get like $67, something like that. But anyway, they said, no, listen. So people got their money.
That won't cover drinks and the lunch.
It won't cover a teddy bear. But they made a point because you're going to have language saying that I can't come to the park on certain days. So now this post-lawsuit version of the Magic Key annual pass has new terms and conditions saying basically that Disney allocates park reservations among passes and gaming theme park tickets, and they make available those to pass holders who can make reservations for a particular day. Only a portion of the total park reservation capacity. They can limit how many pass holders can come.
It's just the same thing they do with airline stuff.
So all they're saying now is, therefore, your pass does not guarantee admission. Well, what's the point of getting a pass?
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
if you're telling me my pass is not guaranteed, I can even come to the park on dates where the pass is not blocked out. So you're telling me there aren't blackout dates necessarily? You can determine that I just can't come today?
Yeah. What they're saying also, and this is like one of these things where you like have to show up and see whether it's okay. On any given day, the statement goes on, park reservations may still be available for theme park tickets.
But you can't use your pass.
Oh, so you will not even
You're not
even if you show up there.
Yes, they're saying even though we have availability, the park is now at capacity, and it's not a blackout or blocked out date for your pass, you still might not be able to come to the park or with your pass.
Yeah, they're saying Magic Key park reservations are available on a first-come, first-served basis, so it also may be difficult or not possible at times for pass holders to get reservations for certain days.
So what's the point of the pass? Unless your pass gets you in the front 33, that's different.
Yeah.
Together. But that would be a part. Rather than that, no.
They're also releasing, Disney, the studio is, a $1,500 movie box collection for their 100th anniversary. It's, I mean, that's a lot of money for a box collection, but, you know, there are Disney aficionados and fans that will pay that.
There are.
The box set includes 3 volumes featuring films from 100 years in the movie-making business.
Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, Lightyear, and Encanto.
Yeah, so like Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, it's an early animation, and Encanto would be the most recent animation. So it's if you're an animation fan or you're a Disney animation fan, it is a high-end gift for sure at $1,500. But you'll also get a numbered certificate of authenticity with it and a collectible litho from Disney's upcoming film Wish. And there are collectibles that are included in the same...
Like the crystal Mickey ears?
Yeah.
That sounds cool. The Disney 100 engraving in a booklet.
Again, if you're a Disney collector, and I know a bunch of them, this is the kind of thing that you would buy. Because it's got some of that stuff. The collectible litho, the crystal Mickey ears, these are Mickey's engraving, the Disney 100. Yeah, but and they keep it in sort of part of their collection and display. So I do get it. It's a true, robust subculture of Disney collectors.
of this anniversary movie box collection. But
yeah. What is the story with this Rachel Zegler? Is there blowback now on this?
She's taking on the remake of Snow White.
I see. Because of the pose on. I don't really get. She's talking about. She's taking on Disney Channel, I think.
Yeah, well, she had. There was an interview that has resurfaced in 2022 where she called the 1937 animation weird, and described the principal stalker.
Right.
And then framed the narrative focused on the quest for true love.
Mm.
So they say you bashed the original film, so how are you trying to come out now and be Snow White?
Oh, I see. Yeah. She's playing kind of the political correctness of today against the Disney animation and the remake of Snow White a little bit. Isn't that kind of what's going on? Wow. She's getting a lot of blowback, though. The Zegler effect on social media.
In a recent video, Rachel Zegler said years of broke off and churn after straight Disney stopped.
Mm. So, I don't know. The whole imposition of, the mores of today on the mores of yesterday, there are appropriate parts of the conversation when it comes to Disney, and then they're inappropriate. I mean, just like, hey, seriously? It is true. I mean, if you look at the, Prince Charming, Snow White stuff, or Cinderella stuff in the light of current society, it's a different kind of arithmetic you do.
Yeah. I'm just hoping you don't win password sharing in Disney Plus. I'm not getting Disney Plus. I'm too grown. Well, grown since kids. And so when there's something I want to see, like during the pandemic when what was the movie that came out? 101 nominations for this called something else. Cruella. I had to call the nieces and say, hey, can I have the password? I'm not paying. Listen, that's a part of the family.
There's a bunch of other stuff on Disney Plus besides animation, too.
Yeah.
Anyway, Swamp Watch next. Big viewings in Washington. And there's even talk of impeachment.
Hi, Tim Daddy. It is now 11 o'clock a.m.
That was something. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
If there's news, things shift. If they stay the same, things change for better or worse, regardless of what's happening. You're going to hear it here. It's what we do. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A lot of fires in the valley. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 14 suspicious fires have been started in Reseda over the last 3 days. This university area has been getting more dangerous.
Almost it seems like every hour we get an update on Citizen that something's going on around here. So, yeah, it's scary to look at your phone and see what's going on.
Fires were set in trash cans in the back of a pickup truck. Firefighters say they're hoping to speak to a woman whose picture is circulating because she may have knowledge of the fires. Huntington Beach police are looking for a hit-and-run driver who struck 3 cyclists in separate accidents, killing one.
People who make these were intentional. Huntington Beach police says Jessica Gutierrez says the incident all happened within 45 minutes.
The first caller reported was struck at 10:30 p.m. by a vehicle with intentional conflict.
Minutes later, also Sunday night, a caller reported a bicyclist laying in the road.
Unfortunately, the rider's speech was open.
The third bicyclist was reported just 15 minutes later. Investigators are asking people to check surveillance cameras for a black Toyota 4-door sedan with significant damage to the passenger bumper. In Huntington Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A man has been caught on camera breaking into a home in Beverly Grove and stealing cash and a car while the homeowners were asleep. Rabbi Moshe Mirola tells KTLA he still can't believe that someone would do that.
If you go to a country like, Saudi Arabia, if you steal, they chop your arm off. I'm not saying they should do that. But if they would make the law a little bit harsher, maybe they would learn not to steal.
He says it's insane anyone would bombard someone's house in the middle of the night. The thief was in his home for 20 minutes Sunday before stealing the Honda SUV and driving away. The OC Fair may be getting rid of its rodeo next year. Concerns were raised earlier this month after a bucking bull broke his leg during a show in August and was later euthanized. OC Fair's Terry Moore says it was a horrible outcome, but that's not the reason why the rodeo might be In Costa Mesa, ahead of a vote by the Board of Trustees to finalize a plan that would raise tuition 6% annually for 5 years.
We have students who are first generation, and they are working 2 jobs just to come to class. And they have families. And it's amazing the needs. We have basic needs.
Faculty Assistant Kelly Jr. said the tuition costs with 8 students out of class years because enrollment is down, that people can't afford to go to school. But system officials say the group of 23 schools is facing a $1.5 billion funding gap. The FDA says the key ingredient in many over-the-counter cold and allergy medications doesn't work to get rid of nasal congestion. The unanimous vote declared the ingredient that spans Sudafed, Benadryl, and Vicks ineffective. The FDA says the ingredient is the most popular oral decongestant in the U.S., generating almost $1.8 billion in sales last year. And New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers will miss the entire season because of the torn Achilles tendon. ABC's Lionel Moline says Rodgers' debut with Jets lasted only 4 snaps before he was sacked from the game against the Buffalo Bills.
The injury silenced the crowd that had been anticipating coming from Green Bay for 18 seasons, where he won a Super Bowl and 4 MVP awards.
The injury could potentially end Rodgers' career as the future Hall of Famer turns 40 later this year. The Jets won yesterday's game in overtime, 22-16. The KFI financial update. The Dow is up 72, S&P 500 down 15, NASDAQ down 106. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA, mid-80s to low 90s for the Valley, the High Desert, and the IP, 70s for the beaches, 80s inland to OC. Right now it is 79 in Orange, 76 Buena Park, 79 in the Gore Hills, and 81 in Sherman Oaks. We are going to a crash on the 5 in Downey. Open right at Paramount Boulevard. Trying to clear this west from the Senator Minor area, but it's already a slow ride from Imperial Highway up to Garfield Avenue. South LA on 110 North, right Adams Boulevard, heads up a bumper is in that express lane. Then downtown LA on the flip side, 110 South, right at Stadium Way, just got a report a stall that they're just about to hook up from the middle lane. North Hills, 405 North at Nordoff, 2 left lanes are blocked. 2 right lanes are blocked, I'm sorry. They cleared some gravel and a dirt stone. This is away from Roscoe. In Pasadena, 210 West at Lake Avenue, got a wreck and followed a big bridge over on the shoulder. You're already in the bridge from San Gabriel Boulevard over to the 134. And in Torrance on the 405 North at Crenshaw, brand new accident. This is blocking the left lane. KFI in the sky, I'll skip you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
K-Town News Mornings.
From regional headlines to stories in your own backyard.
Everything you need to start your day.
Little Tokyo, Redondo Beach, Santa Monica, Huntington Beach, and Park City, USA.
K-Town News Mornings. Sharing mornings with you is good for the soul.
You know what we're talking about.
Fresh, can't stop, won't stop, enlightening.
To highlight the culture and identity.
Unexpected.
And totally us.
We've got SoCal mornings covered in your community. K-Town News Mornings. Weekdays 4 to 11. Team Shark, imagine delicious water flowing from every tap in your home. That's what you get with a LightSource water system. And September is the perfect time for LightSource because LightSource is offering new customers a double dip. You get free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,250 in savings. Offer ends September 30th. Restrictions apply, so call LightSource today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. LightSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to SkyRabbi. Riboncizumab, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With SkyRabbi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And SkyRabbi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to SkyRabbi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to function may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptom such as fever, sweat, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to SkyRabbi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about SkyRabbi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologics in psoriasis, and visit skyrabbi.com or call 1-866-SKYRABBI to learn more.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
Bader's going to be in this hour with Tasty Tuesday, the True Crime next hour, all kinds of stuff going on. We updated the situation with the prisoner on the loose, Danilo. He's now armed. They think he's probably in that same perimeter. They think he very well could be in the same perimeter that they've been looking at.
Yeah, the entire time, right?
Yeah. But apparently he's eluded authorities effectively, and they keep talking now about the long game, which is not what you want to hear when you're a resident of that area, But right now, time to look toward Washington. This is hogwash. This is horrible.
The government efforts were man. With things like reality TV shows. What was the plan to always play everywhere in Washington, D.C.? Hey, Joe. Hey, a town all too clearly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp. That's a bunch of malarkey. What is the greatest swamp? I said, oh, you're so hokey.
Yeah, this. The Bay. Well, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is saying that he's calling on his committees to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. Again, no allegations that Joe Biden profited off of his son's foreign business deals. His foreign business deals with his son, definitely the hundred, definitely bad news. I mean, it's hard to, as far as I'm concerned, look at the Hunter Biden presence with energy companies in Ukraine, for example, and be cool with it. I mean, it's illegal, but it once again is trading on the name. Frankly, it's what government's about, and the idea somehow that you carry a name and you gain access from it, you gain income from it. That's nothing new. It exists in other industries as well. But the idea somehow is that they want to prove that there is a link between President Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden.
And his business dealings. Our three panels expected to take the lead on this. The House Judiciary Committee, led by Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, the House Oversight Committee, led by Representative James Plummer of Kentucky, and the House Ways and Means, led by Representative Jason Smith of Missouri.
So this, make no mistake about it, is because there's a lot of pressure from the right, the extreme right of the party, to do this, or we won't, they're saying, extreme right, keep the government funding beyond the end of September. Because September 30th is the deadline for the shutdown. So there are a bunch of different demands. One of them is money to Ukraine, one of them is social programs, and another is this impeachment inquiry.
And if you remember when McCarthy finally got the votes necessary to become Speaker of the House, I know a lot of us are watching it unfold and he's there like a little speech with a popcorn like he did that. He couldn't get the votes from his own party. Here's the thing. There was a lot of back and forth between him and Gates. Do you remember that? Sure. I want you to hear the conversation. But Gates now calling what McCarthy did today a baby step. He said we must move faster. He's been pushing for this impeachment. And he said, Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role.
McCarthy's always had this thin support, right? As you just suggested, Ray was right. He barely got in. So the idea somehow is McCarthy's trying to keep his coalition together so he can keep his job. And you do have, Gates talking increasingly about removing McCarthy. And this House Freedom Caucus, we don't know their names particularly, but I mean, we do know a bunch of them, who they are. But they are, again, wanting this action on the border that involves a wall. They want to talk about the weaponization of the Justice Department. They've actually, in the hearings on that, as you know, and woke policies in the military is part of the stuff they talked about. The blank check for Ukraine, as I just mentioned. So you begin to see that it's the hard right wing of the party that's really wagging the dog at this point.
And there are others who said this may not be the best time. This might be a bad move. He was the senator who made the statement today saying that, West Virginia Republican, Senator Shelley Moore, I don't think I'm saying her name correctly, she said we have so many things we need to focus on right now, and she doesn't see the glaring evidence that says we need to move forward. I didn't see it in the Trump case and voted against it. I don't see it in this case.
So everything and the lights that I think is going on here as well. But that is, look, it's a legit move, and it's a serious move. And you're talking about closing down the government, so it's really being done at gunpoint on some level. Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un with the big meeting. That, as Swamp Watch continues. And inside, just because this is kind of an interesting sidebar, I think, inside Kim Jong-un's train. What is this armored train? It's wild. I saw them cover, I think it was Fox News Channel had a bunch of video of the train as it approached. It's just, it's so old school. It'll be interesting to share what's inside that train. That, Diane Feinstein, more as Swamp Watch continues. It's KFI AM 640, Gary and Shannon Show, Mark and Layla sitting in. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now into the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Deborah Mark.
Former LA City Councilman and County Supervisor Mark Thomas has filed a notice saying he plans to appeal his conviction in a federal corruption case. He also wants to remain free on bail. During his appeal, he was sentenced last month to more than 3.5 years in prison. Scheduled to start his sentence November 13th. Air pollution emissions at the Port of Long Beach have dropped significantly in the past year. The port's annual study confirmed it met all the goals of the San Pedro Bay Port Clean Air Action Plan a year ahead of schedule. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and his top military officials have arrived in Russia, as you heard Marsha say, where Kim is expected to meet with President Putin. We're going to go see how those freeways are looking. On the 101 northbound in Encino, I-230 Burbank Boulevard got a new crash just reported in the lane. This audio is flowing from the 405. In North Hills on the 405 north at the Nordoff. The two right lanes are blocked. They're cleaning up the gravel and dirt spill. All the stuff fell off from the truck. So the two right lanes are blocked, and you've got delays from Rossville. In Pasadena, 210 West Lake Avenue with that rough cleared. And in Torrance, 405 north at Crenshaw, got an accident blocking the left lane there. KFI and Skyhouse getting you there faster. I'm Jay Norman. This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. Even if every move matters. Go to bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, Amen. Copyright 2023.
Hey, Gene Sharp for the Kitchen Store, Southern California's largest cabinet design showroom for over 50 years. 12-month famous cash financing that will neither beat any price. Expert design with state-of-the-art 3D software. That is the Kitchen Store. Right off the 405 in Oklahoma City. Getting started easy. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom consult at 310kitchen.com. 310kitchen.com. Sick of paying $100 for groceries and getting nothing but eggs, orange juice, and a paper bag? Then download the Drop app. Drop lets you earn points with your everyday shopping and redeem them for gift cards. Want a free dinner with those groceries? Drop it. How about daily lattes? Drop it. So download Drop today and get $5 just for signing up. Use invite code GetDrop777. Prime members save more at your Amazon Fresh store. As a Prime member, you'll save 10% on hundreds of items in store, from organic produce to pantry staples to handcrafted tea. Enter Amazon.com/freshlocations and find a store near you. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97 on your cell phone. Dial #250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam on your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. Call Pacific Coast Termite for free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Pacific Coast Termite. Just termite.
The clean, friendly way.
Do you have 3 X
wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220. Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news from what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
You hear the inflation rate's 3 or 4%, right? And it's coming down. That doesn't cover what people are buying every day in the grocery store. Those are the prices that people care about.
Actually, the core price index is only 3.8%.
No, John, they can't. Somebody lies about what the inflation number is, and they make it complicated that nobody can follow.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Tuesday on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Gary and Shannon Show, Mark Thompson with Layla Muhammad. We're in the middle of Swamp Watch. Kim Jong-un meeting with Vladimir Putin. This is a big deal. I mean, it's by the way, with the invitation to Putin that this meeting actually happened. And Putin arriving in Vladivostok early yesterday ahead of the scheduled address to his forum. And again, the economic forum in Russia is something that's very well watched. South Korean media reporting that Kim has made his way into Russia. And this is coming at a time that the U.S. is saying that, North Korean arms are likely going to be fed into the Russian war effort in Ukraine, perhaps in exchange for food aid or technological support.
Now, this is Tim's first trip outside North Korea since the start of the pandemic. He met with Putin in 2019, also in the same area. So he traveled via this armored dark green train, which apparently his father and grandfather used trains too.
Then my own family for many years.
Who were many of them afraid to fly, although Kim Jong-un has flown before. But in this case, he's arrived in this train. Now, this is not a situation, Mark, where he invites, MTV in to look at his crib and give us a tour. So there's not a whole lot we know other than people who've been in the train for meetings or, what TV had reported. But apparently it's luxurious. Obviously, he's traveling by train. Medical staff, guards are on there. There are some areas of the train that only Kim can access, like the bedroom, state quarters, his office. But what else is on this train?
Well, I'll tell you. Polished wood floors, long red carpet rolled out to Greek and uniformed officers and soldiers standing at attention when it comes and goes. Those are the things that we see publicly.
Yeah.
But on board the train, there is this green with yellow striping, and inside apparently there's a lot of luxurious wood and apparently service conducted. This again, what you get are little bits and pieces of stories from people who've been on the train, right? Service conducted by beautiful women, extravagant dishes, wine served. It's a kind of a pretty sumptuous sort of setup when it comes to food.
And I think they've had different trains. I don't know if everyone in the family had used the same train, but the trains typically have 10 to ages. And so in the elders train, Tim's dad, King John II, who was his father and predecessor, there's a book that came out in 2002, Orient Express, by a Russian official who described a 3-week journey to Moscow with King John II. And in that train, fancy wine was flown in from Paris or live lobsters. This train also had one residential carriage, the so-called headquarters. There's restaurants, several car transportation carriages with 2 armored Mercedes. Former Russian diplomat wrote in an article also that he recalled his visit by train to Russia, saying that it had a satellite communication system and all the carriages were connected. Nothing that surprised me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a really old school, beautiful, royal train, ornate decorations, polished wooden floors, and then all the pomp and circumstance that surrounds that. But anyway, he's used to it, and it's armored, as you were saying before the break. So
doesn't go too fast either, if it's about 25 miles per hour or something like that.
Yeah, well, you don't want to spill your wine. So, the dispute over Dianne Feinstein's family fortune is further making news and getting into the cycle. Multiple court petitions filed in recent months. The dispute is over millions of dollars in assets and several valuable properties, including a multi-million-dollar beach house north of San Francisco and a mansion in the city of San Francisco that's worth more than $20 million.
Now, the
family squabble over the wealth left behind by her late husband.
Now, the judge did order private mediation. I don't know if that's going to help. There are a lot of parties involved. Dianne Feinstein, also the estate of her late husband. It's his 3 daughters from previous marriage.
Well,
her daughter.
Yeah. One of the daughters has power of attorney, right?
Her daughter.
Right. And so her daughter's saying, hey, mom is owed millions from the estate and needs the money now to cover medical bills and other stuff. So the length of this mediation
to drag out.
Right.
Yeah. We hope they can figure this out in mediation.
Well, it's nice that Dianne Feinstein isn't in the middle of any controversy apart from this. I mean, the whole thing with Dianne Feinstein is about her age. Mitch McConnell falls in the same category.
Her daughter has power of attorney, but
she's still voting on. Yeah, like you need that. It's a. Now, to be fair, without getting deep in it, mom can only concentrate on the legislative process, so I'm going to give all the state stuff to you. I mean, maybe there's something to that. I don't know. But it's definitely not a good look, and it's the last thing the Feinsteins need is to be back into some kind of controversy. I'd say the main front and center issue in Washington is the House committee that we began swap up with, opening a formal Biden impeachment inquiry, and that's essentially Kevin McCarthy caving to the right of the party to try to keep the government open.
He's trying to keep his job.
Yes, exactly. Maybe in that order, in reverse order. Tasty Tuesday with Neil Saavedra. Is there any intel from the hallway as to what Neil will be chatting about? I mean, is there?
You know one thing. It's tasty. Oh, 2 things. It's also Tuesday. You know that it's Tuesday.
Well done. All right, we'll get into Neil and something to eat next. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. Layla Muhammad, Mark Thompson, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now the KFI 24-hour newsroom in Deborah Martin.
Police have arrested an armed man who crashed into a taco stand in the Vermont Hills area of South LA. LAPD's officers responded to reports of an assault with a deadly weapon this morning on West Manchester Avenue, where a green pickup truck had crashed into the stand. Officers driver saw a handgun, and he was arrested for assault. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has directed the House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden over his family's business dealings. McCarthy says the House investigation has found a culture of corruption around Biden and is encouraging the president to cooperate.
The American people deserve to know that the public offices are not for sale.
McCarthy says Biden lied about his knowledge of his son's business dealings, especially in Ukraine. He also claims the Treasury Department has more than 150 transactions involving Biden that were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz says McCarthy is out of compliance, as he put it, With the agreement he made with conservatives in January, it allowed him to become speaker.
The path forward for the House of Representatives is to either bring you into immediate total compliance or remove you, pursuant to a motion to vacate the chair.
States criticized McCarthy for not balancing budgets, putting term limits to a vote, or issuing a subpoena to Hunter Biden. Thousands of people in Libya have been killed in flooding caused by Mediterranean storm Daniel.
Brooklyn with a strong storm wind devastating some parts of the country.
CBC's Lama Hassan says the storm caused 2 dams to collapse, flooding parts of the country and completely wiping out entire towns.
The Red Crescent reports that at least 10,000 people are missing. U.S. embassies already offering humanitarian assistance, and they need it. Search and rescue teams are struggling to get to the devastated area.
Officials say about 2,300 people have been killed in the town of Derna alone, and that at least 700 people have already been buried. And Disney is offering up 100 animated movies to commemorate the company's 100th anniversary. They're costing 100 times 15, $1,500 for the Disney Legacy Animated Film Collection. The limited edition box set features classic Disney and Pixar movies ranging from Snow White and Seven Dwarfs to newer films like Lightyear and Encanto. It'll include a numbered certificate of authenticity, a collectible lithograph from Disney's upcoming movie Wish, and a collectible Disney 100 crystal Mickey ear tab. The set will be available for pre-order on September 18th, exclusively at Walmart, and then will be available to the general public November 14th. M18, KFI News, Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs upper 70s, mid-80s for Metro LA, mid-80s, below 90s for the Valley, High Desert, and the IE, 70s for beaches, 80s inland OC. Right now, 77 in Cypress, it's 80 in Brea. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Torrance. On the 405 northbound, right at Crenshaw Boulevard, it is blocking the left lane. It's stopped on the way from the 110. Then on the flip side, 405 southbound, before the Denormandie Avenue, that's all blocking the right lane. In Encino, 101 northbound before the White Oak Avenue, that crash made its way over the right shoulder. So you see some slowing from 405. In North Hills, 405 northbound after Nordout Street, still trying to clean some rock and wet cement up from the lane. So right now, the two right lanes are closed. It's heavy from Rockville Boulevard. KFI News 9 helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Norman.
That countdown is on to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival, the most massive live music event of the year.
Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
Streaming live, only on Hulu. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Experience more of the music you love with the record-breaking 5G network. T-Mobile customers can unlock VIP benefits at the festival all weekend long. It's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/SEEWHY. Not an exaggeration. QC Kinetics can change your outlook on life. You can live again without that chronic joint pain, without drugs or surgery if you don't want to go under the knife.
QC Kinetics is advanced regenerative medicine. They take your body's own concentrated healing properties and put them right into your joints to restore and repair that damaged tissue that's causing you all that pain.
Patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Finally, a real alternative to the old ways of dealing with pain. And unlike surgery, there's no downtime with QC treatments.
If you have constant pain in your knees, hips, shoulder, or back, you need to call and get a free consultation from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
Imagine this fall, moving around pain-free, doing the things you love again, walking and hiking, playing with the kids.
Call QC Kinetics and see how the latest advances in precision regenerative medicine can attack your pain and bring you lasting relief.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and now in Costa Mesa. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN.
Prime members save more at your Amazon Fresh store. As a Prime member, you'll save 10% on hundreds of items in store, from organic produce to pantry staples to handcrafted pizza. Head to Amazon.com/fresh locations and find a store near you.
What should you like to ask him is the question.
selling your vehicle fast and easy at givemethevin.com.
Clock out and sleep in this Liberty with up to 20% off Casper products site-wide. Save on everything you need to protect your sleep-life balance, from mattresses to sheets to sleep masks and everything in between. Save on the Wave Hybrid Show's advanced ergonomic support and cooling technology. Order Casper 3 layers of signature Casper comfort for the coziest price. You can even save on blankets, sheets, and pillows to complete your bedroom. Spend your
Tuesdays. Inside the NFL has a new home, and it's only on the CW. And now it's for everyone. With new host Ryan Clark and analysts Shannon Krauser-Small and Josh Cutler. The all-new Inside the NFL. Tuesdays at 8, 7 Central. Screen free next day. Now on the CW. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even on difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco. There are millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Payify in 640. Or stimulating talk.
AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here with Layla Muhammad on the Gary and Shannon Show. Again, we're recovering from that game last night. Crazy. You know, as fine Americans, we always catch the Monday Night Football first offering of the new season.
Wasn't it miraculous with the Spectrum deal with Disney?
Got that just in time, huh?
Was the game on ABC?
Yeah. Was it? Yeah, it was on ABC.
And yeah, the deal was just in time.
We did a bunch of stories about it the first hour. If you missed it, you can check it out in the app. But my favorite is that bar in Wisconsin that is really, you know, all bent out of shape about the fact that Aaron Rodgers left. And as a result, if the Jets lost, because, you know, he went to the Jets, they would pay
for every drink.
For every drink order. Yeah, this is in Wisconsin, right, where he came from. So when he went down on the fourth play, everybody in the place just orders the world.
Everything.
Top shelf this, top shelf that. Jets come back, win the game in overtime, and everybody gets stoned.
But they're
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mondo.
Yeah, Mondo.
How do you keep a bagel from getting away?
I don't know how.
Put locks on it.
Let me teach you how to eat a bagel with lox. I love a good bagel with salmon and capers and wet onions.
Wow. Well, good.
Cream cheese.
Yeah. The thing about a bagel is you can load it with all kinds of things. Don't take my word for it. Take the guy's word for it who is the last word in all things chewable. The fourth reporter, Neil Saavedra, here on Tasty Tuesday.
That actually was a joke I'd not heard.
Oh,
good job. I usually mouth the punchline to Gary while Shannon's actually saying. So
that was the first one.
Mondo. Good job.
Mondo finds, yeah, the food jokes. Finds the new material. So
because milk is not just a liquid, it's protein. Your body absorbs it. Your body sees milk as food, not as liquid. So there's challenges all the time. These challenges, I don't understand, because one, if you're going to put something that is food, it's got to be purposeful, and it has to be part of the flavor profile. If it's just for sheep's sake, I'm not into it. So this is the Packy One Chip Challenge that they recently pulled off. Good for the company. They pulled it off the store shelves following the death of a Massachusetts teen. And now people are, looking back on it, but what that ends up doing is making people want to do more. Say, wow, this is what I want to try. Yeah. Which is frank to evolution or creation, however you look at it. That's just stupid.
Did you see the Simpsons episode, either one of you, where Homer eats the chili?
Where he puts wax on the stuff.
It is so odd. And because it's animated, they just bring you to the other levels of the kind of heat that he's enduring.
Yeah, but remember, Prickly, he has to kind of guzzle wax from a birdie candle to cover his mouth because he doesn't want to look wimpy. And they're like making fun of him. Shout out, man. Oh, is that a sweat?
But this is the point. There's so much displaced machismo or courage or whatever that's about like how hot the pepper or how hot a spice you can choke down, right, Neil?
Oh, yeah. I mean, different bodies have different reactions. And what it is something called capsaicin. Capsaicin comes from the peppers, the oil in it that makes it hot. And so there's certain things people do, and there's a whole level of measurement. It's called the Scoville unit. And a Scoville unit is, I think his name is Wilbur Scoville, was the one who came up with the measurement. And jalapeno, for instance, is probably somewhere around between 1,200 and 3,500 Scoville.
And it's on a scale of what? Like, what's it like?
Well, here's the thing. I'm saying you've had a jalapeno, right? Okay, some of these are in the millions that people are eating. So that explains why it's kind of saying, like, without knowing each little thing, like a sweet pepper or bell pepper is like a 0 or a medium. Right. So you take that up and you say jalapeno, like a serrano, okay, you start getting, they're in that, 4,000 level, and then these are like 1 million. I have hot sauces that people have given me that will never go into anything because they're like 1 million. Things just happen. Interestingly enough, little fun fact for you, birds are the only ones that are immune to capsaicin. Because they're the ones that get the seed, and they don't get a heat reaction. Capsaicin, that's never hurt me. That's why Neil is the markiplier. Stuff like that. That's why I bring in the big parents. It was just wait.
It was good with the scale. Like, I thought that was, probably can give you credit for that, making the pork reporter, but then you came through with, you upped it with the bird thing. That was
really Gary and Shannon.
Layla and Mark.
Were you doing these challenges before social media, or did you become download?
Oh, no, we've done it before social, absolutely.
Yeah, I just don't remember it.
Decades ago, colleges that happened.
Oh.
Well, also, I mean, the eating contest.
Well, that part. Yeah, eating contest.
During it, your body does react to them. That's why in certain areas that are very hot, they tend to eat foods that are very spicy. Makes you sweat. The sweat cools down. They also tend to, our hearts and our minds are with Morocco right now, and if you go, they have what's very similar to California as far as that you can be in the surf one day, you can be in snow, mountains, and you can be in the desert. And
And it's definitely, this is a tough period. When we come back, the plumber mark, another fun fact for you, Casablanca in Morocco. Yeah. Guess where the movie Casablanca is from? I think I'm a fan of rock. Yes, sir. But if you go to Casablanca, they do have a place called Ritz Cafe that is built just because there's so many American tourists or tourists from all over the world who've seen Casablanca who want to see Ritz Cafe. And they have a pretty massive film industry in Morocco. They have shot it. But yeah, it's just really beautiful. But I thought that was funny. They dance and everything. It's like they never step foot here. It's really funny.
Some Halloween candy somewhere?
Yeah, Halloween candy and McDonald's. When we come back with the Pork Report, it's Tasty Tuesday. Neil is here on the Gary and Shannon Show. Mark and Layla, KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Now the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Deborah Mark.
A pickup truck with a Domino's sign on the roof was among several cars involved in a street takeover in Sun Valley. The takeover last night happened at the intersection of Stratham Street and Wisconsin. Video shows the truck doing donuts before being joined by another car. The FDA said that the ingredient, any of those over-the-counter cold and allergy medications, does not work to get rid of nasal congestion. The unanimous vote declared the ingredient was found in Sudafed, Benadryl, and Vicks ineffective. And McDonald's is phasing out self-serve soda fountains. So Mark and Layla and Neil will be talking about that coming up. Southland weather from KFI, sunny highs over 70 to 90. This report brought to you by Amazon Fresh Store from the Southern California Toyota dealers found the center. Let's go places going to look fresh on the 101 in Sherman Oaks. So one underneath the rising 4 to 405. Looks like they've got that clear looking good there. Also on the flip side, 101 westbound, right at White Oak. That's only the Rapido lane cleared as well, but you're still going to see slowing on the 101 west, at least from Woodman Avenue. And you still have trouble in North Hills. 405 northbound after Nordoff Street. 2 right lanes are blocked. Cleaning up is still there. It's going to be slow from Roscoe Boulevard. In Commerce, 5 northbound at Garfield. Good crash involving the Big Ridge making its way to the shoulder. And you'll see some slowing from Imperial Highway. And in Torrance, on the 405 northbound at Crenshaw Boulevard, that crash that was blocking the left lane just cleared over to the right shoulder area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy on at Hit 3 Planet, sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Catalina Island No Waste, with something for everyone. From cocktails on the sand at the Sunset Beach Club to an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour to the chance to spot a free bison on the Bison Expedition and so much more. Create your experience today at visitCatalinaIsland.com. If you're a business owner and you've submitted your claim for the Employee Retention Tax Credit, be warned, the IRS is going after fraud.
So what does this mean for you? Okay? Your company is still responsible, even if you choose one of those fly-by-night ERC firms that is not a registered CPA.
And the safe bet is to hire a CPA firm that specializes in employee retention tax credits. That's why you should go to iHeartTaxRefunds.com.
JWC ERTC Advisory CPA has got thousands of companies here in Southern California and across the country with their ERTC refunds.
They're not afraid to say, no, this is not for you, and you should be thankful for that.
Listen, just getting a refund check is not the standard of success you should be looking for. Remember, anyone can get a check. The gold standard of success is actually keeping your refund after an IRS audit. And these guys have not had a single adjustment yet from an IRS audit.
Yeah, we trust these guys. They're easy to work with as well. If you qualify, you can work with Don, Jeff, Shelby.
If you qualify, go to iHeartTaxRefunds.com. That's iHeartTaxRefunds.com. Look, you did the tough thing during COVID. You paid your people and pulled your business through the pandemic. And now doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at Consumer Tax Advocate. Government funds are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at Consumer Tax Advocate. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans, even if you had increases in sales. You did the tough thing for your employees during COVID. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword refund to see if you qualify for up to $26,000 per employee. Dial pound 250 and say refund. That's pound 250 refund.
It's Conway here. Companies either go to a casino or track off, because people are like me and like you. They want to make money and do very little work. I got an app that does that. It's called Upside, promo code Conway, and you can make money doing almost nothing. Download the app Upside, promo code Conway, and then next time you buy anything, you can make or save money. You're going to make up to 25 cents a gallon or more the very first time you fill up your gas tank. That's huge. Plus, we have a contest going here at iHeartMedia to see if we get the most people to sign up. And we're only 10 shy of being number one. I want to be the king of Upside. So do me a favor. Just get it. It's not going to take a lot of time, and you're going to make money. Win-win. Good door. Next time you buy groceries or gas, you're going to make money, and you're going to think of me, and I'll think of you. It'll be like we're in love, without ever meeting. We're annoying each other. The app's called Upside, promo code Conway, and I'll see you at the gas station. Prime members save more at your Amazon Fresh store. As a Prime member, you'll save 10% on hundreds of items in store, from organic produce to pantry staples to handcrafted pizza. Head to Amazon.com/fresh locations and find a store near you.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. It's a thing.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
We started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, she just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, learn good for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Genie Fox and comedian Jay Moore have finally tied the knot. Did you see how he was holding it? He was literally holding it like he would hold a giant check when you won the lottery. Right. He did. Richard Conway Jr. Show. He had the oversized lottery check. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It's Tasty Tuesday on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The Gary and Sharon Show. Mark Thompson and Leila Muhammad. We're just talking to Neil Sabager, the pork reporter, who's in on Tasty Tuesday about all the stuff going on. And what we're talking about is these bags that are designed to preserve vegetables. They're called green bags, I guess. They preserve them past what the time might be that they would expire, and they really work. And it's funny, off the air, and I'm just going over the story now, off the air is talking about ethylene, right? Right. And how ethylene comes from the fruits and vegetables, and with some of them, and it ends up making them life and fasting. Well, these bags, and I've used them before, they absolutely work, but you keep your produce fresh for like 30 days. Wow. They are made with zeolite, and this mineral actually absorbs the ethylene gas. So that's what does it. You can use green bags and store leftovers, fresh cut flowers. You can reuse the bags up to 10 times each.
I was going to ask that. Can you reuse the bags? Okay, for the $15 it's sounding even better.
Yeah, that's how much they are.
I can look at that.
They're BPA free, they say. They're generally recognized as safe. And as Neil says, this zeolite, which absorbs the ethylene, I guess that really works. They have like these before and after pictures, like where would be after 9 days without the bag? What I do with these times.
That's not right.
Yeah. The thing is, they are one of those things that isn't normally on your list. Right. So once you use them and all of that, sometimes you forget to order them because they seem like a novelty. Is there one for relationships, or is it only? All right, so what I wanted to ask you is about these laundry yet. McDonald's, Neil, phasing out self-serve soft drink fountains. This is McDonald's to phase out self-serve
self-serve soft drink fountains that everyone is famous. Yes. Then the second line is self-serve fountain drink station at McDonald's locations nationwide will soon be a thing of the past. They're going to do this across the country by 2032. Oh, Lord. So I was today. That's some of the hype behind this is like, I know there's some in Orange County that have already got rid of it. Two things going on here. One is reality, and one is my guess. So the reality is they just are sizing down the restaurant, the fitting restaurants, because people don't use them like they used to. People are doing parties there with the kids or anything like that anymore. So I think they're kind of backing off on that. But I can't help but think they're filled with homeless, and I see homeless people going there constantly with Starbucks cups and fill up. So I think it's twofold. I think, yes, there's nobody's using these doors. They're streaming them down. They're really going to be drive-through only in a lot of places. And I also think that they're just sick of people. Yeah, right. They're just because you have to ask employees for refills at the counter apparently from now on. Well, that's other place. If you go looking for a Chick-fil-A or somewhere else, you're not getting your own drink. No, but a couple places did it for a while. It's fading out. People aren't going inside. It was to help them time off the whole experience of people behind the counter. Sure, they're trying to build efficiency behind the counter. It's not needed, and like I said, it's a long-term plan. It's a magnet. People that should not be sitting anywhere inside without great ventilation. Yeah. Well, they like that slamming Wi-Fi and the unlimited refills. How can you bring? Now, Wi-Fi, of course, we're looking for work. Yeah, exactly. But no, I think you're saying a loving way. So there are a bunch. This is happening now. They're getting rid of a lot of Halloween candies. Well, they should. Yeah, some of them. You know what's funny? Get rid of that Neapolitan one. The Cadbury Supreme eggs. Well, those were like the regular Cadbury eggs. Yeah. But they were like fluorescent green yolks on the inside. Dad. What's a little brown candy that you don't know what it is? Not caramel. It's like some random brown chunky candy in a wrapper. And I think that was some of the broth stuff that was the brown. Throw the whole brand away if that's the case. Yeah, and everybody always said, oh, they look open. You just don't want to eat it. There was a season years ago where everybody tried to go the route of like candy corn, which is another fascinating thing. We want to do a deep dive on candy. The candy corn was designed where at a time when the vast majority of Americans were in farming. And no joke, it was designed during that time because who the hell wants candy corn? I know people who like it, but well, I like it. I enjoy it fine. Sugar and they're all a bunch of sugar. It's not good. Well, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I know. I think it's bad. Sometimes I hamper for them about once a year around. Hershey's did these candy corn kisses. There were candy corn dogs. There was a bunch of these candy corn flavored things. I think Starburst did it where they looked like candy corn but still tasted like the flavor. Exactly. Starburst is one of them that's discontinued. But they're all gone. Yeah. How'd that happen, Layla? You know what happened? Because they were trying to jump on the candy corn wagon and nobody even wants the candy. There's only so much room on the candy corn wagon. Yeah. The thing about a candy corn is it is, to me, it's blasphemous to suggest you would get rid of candy corn. Like even when Layla says you don't like candy corn, it's as I say, it's anti-Halloween. It's that fondant. It's that what? Yeah, it's like when people get cake with that fondant on it. It's not good. It's for show. It's not. You don't enjoy it. It's not delicious. I am with you on that. I've had some cakes with fondant. My wife likes fondant. To me, but she also likes marzipan and stuff like that. To me, it's a creepy texture. I'd rather have a buttered What's happening next on KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio? Nothing gets
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 12 o'clock p.m.
KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Fires in Reseda. I'm Deborah Marsh, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Investigators are looking into 14 suspicious fires in Reseda.
All of the fires happened within the last 3 days. In one fire, the leaves in the back of a pickup truck went up in flames, leaving the truck charred. This neighbor says she suspects the fires were being started by homeless people. How many homeless people have been in the area recently?
I've seen like about 8 to 10.
A photo of a woman is circulating who may have knowledge of the fires. Firefighters say they're hoping to speak with her. In Reseda, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A hit-and-run driver killed one cyclist and sideswiped 2 others during separate incidents in Huntington Beach. Police spokeswoman Jessica Gutierrez says people are being asked to check surveillance cameras for the driver who appears to have hit the cyclist intentionally.
All businesses and residents that may have captured the vehicle that we're looking for, which is a black Toyota 4-door sedan with major front side passenger bumper damage.
She says the calls came in between 10 and 11 Sunday night. The riders who survived told police the car intentionally swerved into them. The Orange County Fair Rodeo will likely be removed from next year's event. Communications Director Terry Moore says there are contractual issues with the promoter who has run the show for years.
We're still working on the programming for next year, but just wanted to share that we will probably not be working with this particular promoter next year, so that means we probably will not have a rodeo coming back.
The decision is unrelated to the public concern about a bull being injured during the show last month. Officials say the fair will likely add on other animal attractions in the future. Philanthropists and co-founders of Panda Express are giving the City of Hope $100 million to open an integrated oncology center. City of Hope's Vice Physician Chief intends that the center will merge Eastern and Western medicine to improve quality of life for cancer patients and survivors.
Traditional Western cancer treatments, these are chemotherapy, surgery, radiation immunotherapy, and evidence-based, yet lesser understood Eastern medicine. This includes acupuncture and herb-based treatments.
City of Hope is one of the largest cancer research and treatment organizations in the U.S. The Biden administration has cleared the way for a prisoner swap to free 5 American citizens detained in Iran. ABC's Mary Bruce says the deal includes a waiver to transfer $6 billion in frozen Iranian money back to Iran, along with 5 Iranians detained in the U.S.
Under the deal, Iran can only use the $6 billion for humanitarian purposes. But critics say Iran shouldn't have access to this money at all.
All 5 Americans have been transferred to prison to house arrest in Tehran, where the agreement is finalized. Apple is set to announce a new iPhone, new features, and a change in how to charge its phones. The new phones reportedly will not have a lightning charging port.
We haven't seen a change like this in a long time, a decade. Have not demanded it. iPhones are now the most popular in America.
The deceased Rebecca Jarvis of Apple's hand is being forced by the change in rules in the EU. The regulations will require smartphones and other electronic devices to have a USB-C port by the end of 2024. The KFI financial update: the Dow is down 16, S&P 500 down 25, Nasdaq down 139. Top line and weather: the KFI 30 highs upper 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA, mid 80s to low 90s in Valley, the high desert, and the IT. 70 for the beaches, 80s inland from sea. Right now, it is 81 in Tustin, 68 Laguna Beach, 83 in Fontana, and 84 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Commerce.
Person right at Garfield. That crash involved a good bit clear to the shoulder, but you're still going to see delays from Imperial Highway. In Industry, 605 north after 60. Picked up some debris in the carpool in the left lane. In Chino, 60 eastbound before Reservoir Street. Typical record, a couple of big rigs over on the right shoulder. 10 lanes down, right before you get to Norwalk Boulevard. Some debris reported in that carpool lane. And in Long Beach, 405 north, right at Alameda Street. You got some road work going on. The right lane is going to be blocked, and it's a problem making your way through that area. North Hills, 405 northbound, right after Nordoff Street. Still trying to clear that west cement from the 2 right lanes. It is stopped from Roscoe Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
So let's talk about an upsetting issue. You're paying your homeowner's negotiates on your behalf to make sure you are getting the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got the experience and the industry know-how you need on your side. No fun messing around with Abner Dad and his team. Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerDat.com. That's ABNERGAT, AbnerDat.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This hour of the Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a custom-designed SolarMax system with the Enphase microinverter and the grid-tied battery for only $99 a month.
For more details, go to SolarMaxTech.com. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KMOX AM 640.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson here with Layla Muhammad on the Gary and Shannon Show. Gary and Shannon return on Thursday. Layla, really, I'm telling you, I haven't seen her as animated as she was when the entire Halloween candy issue was coming into the conversation. And then after the conversation ended on the air.
Yeah, I had to go digging for this candy that bothers me more than candy corn or those horrible Cadbury eggs.
Yeah.
They're called, I guess this is the real name, the peanut butter kisses taffy candy, although they don't taste like taffy. Someone described it like tasting more like molasses and some other mess.
Peanut butter kisses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peanut butter kisses taffy candy. They're in the orange and black or brown wrappers. It's just like
they're wrapped. Exactly. They're wrapped. That's wrapped candy.
They look bad. They don't make sense.
Now, let me just say something for them, not having tasted it, about the look. You might be right that they look bad, but they are, again, in the Halloween colors, orange and black. They come out of the bag, orange and black. So if you're decorating your candy bowl, with a number of different assortment of things, seems like a strong choice. Peanut butter kisses. What do they taste like?
Taffy, it is molasses, but it's molasses used for taffy. Either way, to me it just tastes, it's not like a fun taffy taste. It just tastes like sadness. You know what I mean? It's like you pick the worst bag of candy you could find to give these poor children who are trying to be happy and get good candy and go home and share with their siblings, and you just gave them the worst candy that just says, I don't like children. That's what it says.
Tastes like sadness. All right, here's what's happening. Time for what's happening. That escaped Pennsylvania prisoner. He's still out there, only this just in, he's armed, everybody. Oh, that's great. Yeah. He picked up a rifle from the garage of a local homeowner, and the homeowner actually responded and fired several shots with a pistol, but the homeowner still had, even as the convict, Cavalcante, ran away with the rifle. But because he's got the rifle, cops are saying, hey, now he's armed and dangerous.
We talked about how about 500 law enforcement officers, everyone from state police in Pennsylvania, FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, they're looking through this large wooded area, hill terrain. They saw his footprints in mud. But this guy has managed to avoid
picture for, is it one on TV too?
Yeah, exactly. We spotted on Monday night. The van was abandoned. The search area in Longwood Gardens area, they spotted him Saturday evening, and they spotted him again Saturday evening in a different part of this perimeter area. They sent several reverse 911 calls, the cops did, to people within 3 miles of the warning of the danger area, the warning area, 3 miles of where he'd been seen, asking them to lock all external doors and windows, secure vehicles, and remain indoors. And this, as the cops are saying, we're playing the long game with this guy who is now armed and dangerous. So it's scary from a law enforcement standpoint, too, because this guy was thinking nothing about picking off a couple of cops who are trying to find him.
Not at this point, not at this rifle. There's not much for him to, it sounds like, to consider. He's not going back. That's what he's shown.
Look, the brutal murder he was convicted of, his former girlfriend stabbed her 38 times in front of the kids. He's a ruthless, awful dude, and he escaped from custody by climbing up the wall and getting under the razor wire and running across a roof. He scaled another fence, got through more razor wire. So he's skilled at escape, and he continues to be on the loose.
He went ahead to Turkey for his rescue.
Pretty good news. This Mark Dickey is 40 years old.
An experienced scuba.
Oh, you really know his gauge. And this is one of those weird situations where this guy goes 3,000 feet down. I think it's actually more than that. It's north of 4,000 feet. And he knows everything there is to know about caves, about terrain, but he has a health crisis while he's down there.
Right. So they have to launch this huge rescue effort with different experienced cave teams to come in and go get him, which is, as you said, one of Turkey's deepest caves where he was trapped. The temperatures deep below were also very wet and cold, around 40 degrees Celsius, 39 degrees Celsius. So it was cold. He was suffering from this stomach bleeding. That was the emergency he had. And they were trying to figure out how to give him a blood transfusion down in the cave.
And they really were well organized with it. This is an international rescue operation, and they went about it aggressively, strategically, and successfully. So, again, the American caver, as they're called, these guys who go into these caves, that has to be the colloquial term, I'm imagining, but there's a more technical term for them. Anyway, Mark Dickey, 40 years old, has returned safely, and so that's really good news. Aaron Rodgers, not such a happy ending.
His career for the season, he had a season-ending injury last night in the Jets game against the Bills, right? Jets won.
Yeah, and it was viewed as, this is the whole franchise. They essentially retooled the entire team, the entire offense around this guy who's a Hall of Fame passer and quarterback, a tremendous, general back there of that offense. And then he goes down on the fourth play, torn Achilles, and his season is officially now over. So what will happen with the Jets, what will happen with Aaron Rodgers, that remains to be seen. As I mentioned in the first hour, he's on track to make $75 million. It is guaranteed.
I was going to ask if because most of these contracts aren't, correct? A lot of football contracts aren't. Baseball is a different story.
Yeah.
Senior kids play baseball, especially, they get all the money.
The stars get the better contracts that guarantee money. So you got to kind of get to star level. But his money's all guaranteed.
Well, if he decides this is it for him, which he didn't say it, I'm just saying, if he decides Aaron's career, if he wants to go on and do some sort of sports commentating, he's fine. I don't think he's worried about what his next chapter will look like. Or just sit somewhere on the beach and enjoy your money. Wake up and do yoga, sip a little latte.
Hey, I'm laughing, but that's probably what's going to happen.
Right? Look.
Yeah. The Red Cross makes a formal declaration, and Warner Music does something that everyone's been talking about, but no company has done it yet officially. But it has happened, and we'll tell you what they have done. That, as what's happening continues, Layla Muhammad, Mark Thompson here from Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now Deborah Mark in the KFI 24
average of 546. The national average for gas is 384. Bike lanes and riders in Irvine could be protected long term. The city is working on design plans to improve the South Gale corridor. Lawyers for former President Trump have asked the federal judge in D.C. to recuse herself from an election-related case against him. They say her past public statements about Trump and his connection to the January 6th riot at the Capitol call into question whether she can be fair. We're going to go to the 5 in Lincoln Heights. This is the 5 northbound right on Main Street. Heads up a large piece of pipe is lying in the middle lane. Also in Toledo Lake, 101 southbound is near more debris in the middle lane there as well. In Commerce, 710 southbound and Atlantic Bending Boulevard, doing a brake car to clear some furniture from the middle lane. In Torrance, 405 northbound Central Boulevard, that crash that was blocking the left lane is cleared. Still do see slowing up on the way from the 110. And in North Hills, 405 northbound after Nordoff Street, cleaning up some wet cement to 2 right lanes are blocked. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harner.
This report is sponsored by Irish Spring, the fresh scent of Irish Spring, and the sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset you need to hold the day. Irish Spring, when the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring at your local retailer today. All right, if you want to sell your car, this is easy. You want the most money for your used car? Well, of course you do. You want a hassle-free process? Sure. You want to work with America's best car buyer? Yeah. GiveMeTheVin.com will beat your written finance offer or write you a check for $100. It's that simple. Get an instant cash offer and the most money for a used car right now. Selling your vehicle fast and easy at GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. Sick of paying $100 for groceries and getting nothing but eggs, orange juice, and a paper bag? Then download the Drop app. Drop lets you earn points with your everyday shopping and redeem them for gift cards. Want a free dinner with those groceries? Drop it. How about daily lattes? Drop it. So download Drop today and get $5 just for signing up. Use invite code GetDrop777.
Justice for All is such an amazing brand. And it's a solution. Amazing staying since we were little kids. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at Owen Patterson & Owen. If you get injured, call Owen Patterson & Owen, 888-OPLAW.com. We're going abroad for the first time in years. To be
Glad we don't speak Spanish.
so we started using Babbel.
And start learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, she just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com. 310kitchen.com.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time. I feel better, I look better, I have more energy to do everything, and I'm 60 years old. Oh my God, you need to share every bit of the success and love with the knowledge on making a 38 sign, because my body clearly is doing something balance of nature. I mean, my skin looks good, and I got energy, and I walk off fast, and you can see that I'm off with these fruits and vegetables. I'll eat natural fruits and veggies, huh? Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer today to receive $35 off your first order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KSI.
KTLA 5 News. We're here for people that just aren't cable and satellite.
or stay connected to the KTLA5 mobile app on your phone or tablet. Sci-Fi is a lot of you need to know. Open KTLA Plus for your TV with a KTLA5 mobile app for your mobile device. Even more reasons why KTLA is LA's very own. Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country, live from the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
The original name of Los Angeles was El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles de Por Siempre.
Now, don't have to look for St. Louis. I like it when you roll your R's like an NPR reporter. No, Kelly. La Reina. Oh, yeah. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. On KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're talking about what's happening. And cyber attacking in Las Vegas as well, on the MGM properties. Being investigated by the FBI. Essentially, these Las Vegas hotel computer systems, and it includes digital keys to the Bellagio's rooms and slot machines at the Aria Casino, all hit by hackers.
People couldn't open their doors to their hotel rooms or slot machines, like you say, weren't working, email systems, reservations, overnight.
MGM has 48,000 rooms on the Strip, Mandalay Bay, the Bellagio, Luxor, and Grand, of course, all affected.
ATM and credit card machines, that's a problem. If you're trying to get some cash out, play the slots. Or not the slots, just to play. Just to go play like blackjack or something like that, yeah.
Well, they say that MGM Resorts issued a statement saying the casino gaming floor is still operational and they're working it. Nothing to worry about.
Don't worry, you just go gamble.
You could still make a fortune there, or lose a fortune there. It has happened. Warner Music officially signing the first AI pop singer in history. An AI-generated pop artist, and Warner Music is the first company to do what so many people have talked about. Called New Lori. The AI figure goes all the way back to 2018. It was originally conceived as a metaverse avatar. At least that's what it's supposed to be.
How many Instagram followers do you have?
Not many. I mean,
Well, no.
8,000 maybe.
Lori has 400,000.
Over 100,000 streams on YouTube. The song is called Dominoes. And, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'll say this for AI. The AI generative process has written and can write in the style of like a Drake or other artists. And if you ask AI to build a song for you that reflects the general artistry or style of some of these pop artists, it can do it.
So I can become pop stars tonight? Let me go home and write a song and release it on Instagram.
Is Jason Nathanson joining us? Oh, that's great. That's great.
Oh, yeah.
John,
Mark just let you know that Nari is vegan and doesn't wear fur. Oh, she's never fur. Yeah, bro, did you hear this?
Good news.
I did. I'm excited.
Yeah. So, look, this is, I'm losing a little bit in the lights. What shows should be struck, what shows shouldn't. Drew Barrymore is in the middle of it, along with a bunch of other talkers that are coming back. I wonder if you could explain why that's an issue to the WGA, for example, and then, what will likely happen.
Sure. So the big thing with Drew Barrymore is, and it's a couple of reasons why she's getting all the attention right now, because shows like The View have been going on for months now. They have these WGA writers on their staff, their WGA shows that they've been doing without their writers. In theory, somebody's doing some writing there, you would think, but maybe not. Like, even if the host was doing some writing, that would technically be WGA work. So, Drew Barrymore's not the only one, but she is kind of the first major major one of all the talk shows, even the late night talk shows. She's the first biggest name host who is now coming back and doing a show in the middle of the strike now. And she made a very big deal when she pulled out of the MTV Movie and Film Awards right when the strike was starting, saying that she wouldn't do it. So she was seen to be on, in very much in solidarity with the writers and then later on the actors. And so the fact that she's going back, a lot of people go on, what? She has 3 WGA writers on her staff, and so therefore the show is covered under just WGA rules. And if she's coming back, you can't do any writing for that show, or else if you are considered a staff by the WGA. So that's what, and they say, look, you can't do a show like that and nobody's doing any writing. Even if Drew Barrymore does some writing, she isn't doing struck work. If the producers doing writing, that would be struck work. So they say that, basically, that the whole show is a staff at this point. And so that's why they figured it outside. But then we're learning over the past day or so that Drew Barrymore is just the first name that we're hearing about. Jennifer Hudson is apparently coming back. Kelly Clarkson has plans to come back as well. Also, The Talk, and all of those are WGA shows. So Drew Barrymore was just the first, and that's why she stuck her head out first. That's why it's getting out.
This is how solidarity is broken. And you're right, is what I said a couple hours ago, which is that there's definitely writing going on. You can write a 15-second promo for the Drew Barrymore. Hi, I'm Drew. Tomorrow on the show, blah, blah, blah. That has to be 15 seconds. There's a skill to writing a promo, and somebody's writing it. And even as you say, if she writes it, that's a violation of the guild. So you see how all of these shows, the ones to which you just referred, they're all on some level violating a guild agreement.
And then what do these shows do? Well, they promote stuff with stars. And so how do you get the people on there to promote the stuff? What can they do and what can they not do? And now, Brooke Shields, who was apparently a guest on the first show yesterday, she's getting some flack for going on with Drew Barrymore, even though there are specific rules for what you can and cannot promote. You will not see actors promoting shows and movies, but they can promote books. Singers can go on there and promote music and songs and concerts and upcoming tours and things like that. Writing, I think I saw Matthew McConaughey was on The View today, talking about children's books. So they can go on there, they just cannot talk about anything that would be a SAG after work or anything that would be WGA work. So how many of these folks are going to have books? That's the thing. And so it's fine if Drew Barrymore's out there, but then you add in all the other shows, and the competition for these guests is going to be fierce because you only have a few. There's only a certain number of people. Until they're going to start pulling people out of news headlines and things like that and feel good stories.
I don't blame the guild for cranking the heat up and cranking the attention down.
And they really are. If you are on my side of X, formerly known as Twitter, which is a lot of industry stuff, they are going hard through there and calling her a scab, talking about how she's breaking solidarity and again, you're right from their point of view, Mark, when they say that this is how things break down. People, you can say yes, she's doing a good thing because people are getting back to work, and that's her. She's feeding the people, and then allowing them to make money for their mortgages and things like that. But then others in the ranks go, well, wait, we're out here fighting, and
we have mortgages too.
You're not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there seems to be, yesterday there was an article, I believe it was in the Wrap, that a bunch of showrunners, big showrunners, got together and said that they wanted to have a big meeting with the WGA and talk about getting back to work because they feel it's time. Maybe the WGA is not doing enough. So there seems to be little bits of dissension here in the ranks that are coming out now, which is exactly what the studios want.
Precisely. Wow. So well described. Thank you. ABC's Jason Nathanson. Thanks, my friend.
All right, take care.
Yeah, talk soon. When we come back, it's true crime kind of story. Yeah. True crime, 2 teens hitchhiked to a concert. 50 years later, they haven't come home. That story next. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. Mark Thompson with Layla Muhammad on KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, Denver Mark in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Attorneys Benjamin Crump and Bradley Gage have filed a $500 million class action lawsuit accusing the Beverly Hills Police Department of racial profiling. The lawsuit represents more than 1,000 black people arrested between August of 2019 and August of 2021. Crump says some were caught up in the city's Rodeo Drive task force designed to crack down on fraudulent purchases in the famous shopping district.
It wasn't to deter crime. It was to send a message to black people that we don't want your kind around here.
City says it welcomes visitors from across the country and around the world, and that the role of the Beverly Hills Police Department is to enforce the law regardless of race. State lawmakers have approved legislation to limit who can carry guns in public. The bill was introduced in response to a Supreme Court ruling last year that struck down concealed carry laws as unconstitutional. Its passage follows the legislature's recent approval of a bill to impose an 11% tax on dealers and manufacturers for sales of guns and ammo. The bill now heads to Governor Newsom, who has until October 14th to sign or veto. A website based in Marietta, in the U.S., has lost millions from being tricked by online scammers. SocialCatfish.com's Brianne McClellan says the $210 million that was lost last year, but that only includes money that has been reported.
This is why we always recommend bringing awareness by reporting scams. You know, if you've lost funds online, we always recommend that you first report it with the police department and then with the FBI.
The data used by the FBI and FTC showed online scams targeting kids under 20 were up 25% in 2017. A candidate running for a seat in the Virginia House of Delegates says she will not be silenced by reports that she and her husband performed live on a sexually explicit streaming site. Susanna Gibson said yesterday the leaks about the online activity were an illegal invasion of her privacy designed to humiliate her and her family. The Washington Post reported the tapes of live stream sex had been recorded from a porn site and archived on another. The Post says Gibson performed sex acts for a live online audience and asked viewers to pay her for specific requests. And Israel's Supreme Court has started hearing petitions to strike down a law that curbs judicial powers. The deceased Jordana Miller in Jerusalem says it's an historic televised session of the Supreme Court.
It's clear from the justices' questions that they believe both the content of the law and how it was fast-tracked are problematic. They have until January to rule on the law. This could include striking it down or asking for revision.
Backers of the law say the country's unelected judiciary, led by the Supreme Court, wields too much power. Critics say the plan to weaken the Supreme Court removes a key safeguard and will concentrate power in the hands of Prime Minister Netanyahu and his allies. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA, mid-80s to low 90s for the Valley, the high desert, and the IE, 70s at the beaches, 80s inland OC. Right now it's 82 in La Habra, 73 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to a crash on the 405 in West LA. On the 405 southbound, riders are coming up on Will Street. Got a crash involving a big rig making its way over to the right shoulder. In Toledo, it's 170 south to the 134 east connector. They're doing a break turn clear some debris on the lane that was causing some flats. In Lincoln Heights, 5 north of Main Street, got a large piece of pipe still reported in the middle lane. Baldwin Park, 605 north after the 10, and a microwave in the second lane from your left. In Torrance, 405 north at Vermont, that's still cleared from the middle lane to the shoulder. So right past it on Artesia Boulevard, got a brand new wreck on the shoulder there as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there. Start engineering on James, if you're hurt in a car, motorcycle, or trucking accident.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon. You choose Sweet James because results matter.
Here are some of the settlements won for injured victims by the attorneys at Sweet James.
$750,000 won for a rear-end auto accident.
$580,000 for a client hurt in a rideshare accident.
And $3 million won for a client hurt in a three-way auto accident.
Sweet James wins for clients hurt in these types of cases 98% of the time.
They settle more money in 1 year than most firms settle in their lifetime.
So, if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James.
Pay nothing until they win. Now, they can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it's important you have an experienced and successful law firm on your side.
Get a free consultation. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or go to sweetjames.com.
Need a roofer? Then you need the dream team at AllGuard. AllGuardRoofing.com. AllGuardRoofing.com.
According to the
call 800-PACIFIC. Are you sick of bad water and dry skin and hair? Fed up with hard water buildup? LifeSource Whole Home Water Filtration System is your solution. New customers get a double dip in savings. You get free standard installation plus an extra $250 off, up to $1,250 in savings. The offer ends September 30th. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit likesourcewater.com. That's 1-800-99. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference. This is a paid advertisement for legal services. If you use the drug name Ozempic or Wegovy and are experiencing severe stomach issues, you may be entitled to compensation. Call Morgan & Morgan today. Call 800-555-6666. Visit photooftheday.com for an offer near you. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even on difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Are you one of the many people looking for ways to support your type 2 diabetes and help manage excess weight? Well, now, there's a chance to learn more about your health and impact the future of diabetes and weight management in the process. A clinical study screening plan is currently being held at Arch Clinical Research. At this event, participants will be provided with information about a clinical research study for people with type 2 diabetes, excess weight, and associated diseases. There's no cost to attend, and health insurance is not required. To register, visit https://LillyWeightDiabetesStudies.com/KFI. This event is part of a group of clinical research studies for chronic weight management, diabetes, and associated diseases. Studies in this program include a focus on obstructive sleep apnea, knee osteoarthritis, type 2 diabetes, and to register, visit https://LillyWeightDiabetesStudies.com/KFI.
They'll be at the 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Meet Foo Fighters, Kelly Clarkson, Sarah Brown, and many more. Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd. iHeartRadio Music Festival. Streaming live only on Hulu. Calendar. Today, September 12th.
Pause your life and today is National Video Game Day. Keep that in mind when your girlfriend comes around wanting you to turn it off. Come on! It's National Encouragement Day and National Chocolate Milkshake Day. And I encourage you to get a chocolate milkshake. Happy September 12th from KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Gary and Shannon Show. Mark Thompson and Layla Muhammad filling in if you're just joining the world. Where to start? Aaron Rodgers out for the season. AI is taking over music. They just signed their latest AI performer at Warner Music. Impeachments maybe in the offing as they try to get together impeachment proceedings for the existing, it's a threadbare majority that the Republicans have in Congress. All these things we touched on today. But now, how about a taste of some true crime? The story of 2 teens hitchhiking to a concert. They go missing, and now 50 years later, they still haven't come home from their life.
This has a lot of layers. And I think it's out now as of last month because, like you said, it's the 50-year anniversary. So family members of these 2 teens, Mitchell and Bonnie, are hoping that the anniversary might jog memories for people who attended this time of journey back in 1973.
This happened in the Catskills?
I think.
Yeah.
Camp
They were seen leaving Camp Wellman
Yeah, that's where the young girl worked. Or the son.
That was in the Catskills.
And now they were going to hitchhike 150 miles northwest to attend this outdoor concert called Summer Jam at the Washington Glen Grand Prix Raceway. So he's living, you know, in one area, she's in another, but they're going to get together and go to Summer Jam. That's the plan. And that was by all the evidence presented. That's what happened.
That's the Allman Brothers.
Yeah, that's what happened. They went to go to this concert. That's all the family knows. They made it. They never came back.
They made it to the concert?
They made it, from what the family knows. They made it. They hitchhiked, they made it, and they never came back. We didn't have to know. They were so texting, Mama made it. Look, tell me, let me hop on Instagram, post a picture. None of that was happening back then. So there were a lot of people at this Summer Jam. It was probably one of the bigger ones attended. 600,000 fans. A lot of people. And so they're trying to figure out, did they run away? That's the first thing investigators said. Oh, we're going to treat this as a missing, runaway case. These are just two, hit the kids, they ran away. And the families were like, there's nothing indicating that they wanted to run away. In fact, the girl's mother was saying, we're pretty confident that she planned to quit her job as a camp when she got back, after the concert. So there was no plan for her running away. Well, the issue is, it looks like, and it seems, based on this Rolling Stone investigation, a lot of balls were dropped along the way with the investigators. Different departments were involved because they had traveled different counties. You have 2 main counties who were involved, and they were not communicating on what happened with these kids. So they never show up, and the family's like, we have to do our own thing because she's not the Center for National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That wasn't out yet. There was no way to, kids were on no cards together, no bullying. They're just doing flyers and looking for their kids. They used their own money to, go to the campsite so they could find them. They could not find these kids. So they make it to the concert, like I said, 155 miles northwest from this camp where the girl worked. And they were last seen by a truck driver who helped them get to the concert. They were hitchhiking along State Route 97, and the driver said, yeah, I dropped them off. They made it, they said thank you, and that was it. He was the last known person at the time who had seen them. Come Monday morning, concert's over, the camp calls Bonnie's mom and said, hey, Bonnie didn't come to work today. Meanwhile, Mitchell's family's like, he never made it home. So they're trying to figure out what's happening. So Mitchell's family drives, so they try to find him. Bonnie's family's like, we gotta find Bonnie. No one knows what's going on. They're trying to get help from Sullivan County. The sheriff's office said, again, they probably ran away. They were supposed to get in touch with NYPD and talk with them. None of that happened. So now the families are just using every resource they have, money and time, to find these kids who they know apparently made it to Summer Jam, but never came back home. I'm going to get to it in just a second. So they're just running out of resources and money. Mom goes to see a psychic. The psychic says, Bonnie's mom, the psychic says, I'm just seeing the teens lying in a gravel pit. And heartbroken, they're devastated, they have this tipped off a gravel pit. Fast forward now to 1998, the 25th anniversary. And an investigative reporter in New York is looking to figure out what happened to the 25th anniversary. Let's see if we can figure out the memory. And this reporter found the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and the New York State Police Department's missing person squad lost the original case file alongside a list of potential witnesses, investigator notes, and the team's dental records, which could have been used to identify bodies. You want to pause there?
Yeah.
And we'll finish on where we are now. You're getting witnesses coming forward many decades later.
It's remarkable with all those people at the concert. I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of them had a chance to see them, but that they couldn't.
But their pictures, as we get into modern times, will jog your memory.
All right, let's check on that. Yeah, when we get back. More in this true crime story of the two teens hitchhiking to a concert 50 years later, still not home. Gary and Shannon Show, Mark Thompson with Layla Muhammad on KFI AM 640 live everywhere. on the iHeartRadio app into the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Deborah Mark.
Lawmakers in California have repealed a state ban on government-sponsored travel to states on the basis of gender or sexual orientation. They also set aside $5 million in the budget for a campaign that highlights civil rights, LGBTQ+ issue, and acceptance of all people. An antitrust lawsuit against Google is starting in Washington, D.C. Federal lawyers and state attorneys general will try to prove Google rigged the market by locking its search engine in as the default choice. A law in Illinois abolishing cash bail is about to take effect. The change next week will make Illinois the first state in the country to eliminate this practice. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs upper 70s, below 90s. This report brought to you by Amazon Fresh Store from the Southern California Toyota dealers. Shopping center, let's go places. We're going to a crash off at 10 in Fontana. Westbound before you get to the 15, they are clearing that over the right shoulder. In Corona, 91 east side for 71, that earlier storm and rain cleared to the shoulder, and past that at Surface Club. Now, reportable brush fire starting up over on the shoulder. In Torrance, 405 north out of Tuesday Boulevard. That earlier wreck is cleared. West LA, 405 south out of Wilshire. That's that wreck involving a visitor over on the right shoulder as well. And good news in Northville. 405 northbound, right after Nord Off Street. That earlier problem with the cement spill has cleared. All lanes have been reopened. Still kind of slow though from Sherman Way. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster than I'm getting on that.
This report is sponsored by Caltrans and CleanCA.com. Californians can agree that there is no place in their lives for litter. So let's come together and create a litter-free California. Join them at CleanCA.com. Let's do it together. Brought to you by Caltrans.
Well, we know everyone could use some help beating rising energy costs this summer, but it's not only energy costs. The cost of living in Southern California has skyrocketed, whether it's buying food, gas, cars, you name it.
Listen, we pay some of the highest prices for electricity in the country, and those prices go up about 4 or 5% a year. Now is the time to go solar with SolarMax technology.
Right now, get a complete SolarMax system with the 10N phase IQ8 microinverter and the 10T grid-tied battery for just $99 a month.
When it comes to paying for electricity, the worst thing a homeowner can do is nothing. Call SolarMax and make sure you always have the power you need at a price you can afford. It's about saving you money.
Summer is here. The heat is coming. Call SolarMax. Get that custom-designed SolarMax system with the 10N phase IQ8 microinverter and the 10T grid-tied battery, just $99 a month.
Dial pound 250 on your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. See SLP number 97204. Warning. The following message contains an app recommendation you won't be able to resist.
Girl, how do you keep getting all these things for free? Coffee, makeup, and now lunch? You haven't heard of the Drop Box? Drop is a free app that rewards you for shopping at places like Ulta, Adidas, and Sam's Club. I've already earned $100 this month.
Download the Drop app and get $5. Use invite code GetDrop222.
Hey, it's Deborah Mark. As a homeowner, I love to have a yard that is both beautiful and functional. Remodeling with award-winning system pavers means zero stress and great results. They've been elevating outdoor spaces for more than 30 years. For a limited time, you can get their best offer of the year, up to $3 off every square foot of pavers insured. Call System Pavers today at 800-004 or visit systempavers.com.
All orders will be placed by September 30th. USA. Go all for details. Contact us license 661-575. At your Amazon Fresh store, you can rely on roasted chicken for $4.97, 2-pound bunches of bananas for 99 cents, fresh bread 89 cents, and more. Visit your local Amazon Fresh store for low prices from A to Z, and head to Amazon.com/SaveWithFresh to see this week's deals.
This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, now is a perfect time to take action. It's the end of the summer, which means our AC season is winding down. We still have a warehouse full of premium, high-efficiency AC systems, and we're ready to sell them to you at a discount to let them sit there over the winter. That's why we're offering a first-ever end-of-summer discount of up to $3,500 off fall-frame AC or heat pump systems. No gimmicks, no games. Just a great price for buying now. If you got a quote elsewhere, do yourself a favor and call us for a second opinion. Call Service Champions for details and get up to $3,500 off any qualifying AC or heat pump system. Our number is 833-777-7777 or online at ServiceChampions.com.
thing during COVID. You paid your people and pulled your business through the pandemic. And now doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at Consumer Tax Advocate. Government funds are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at Consumer Tax Advocate. We do nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans, even if you had increases in sales. You did the tough thing for your employees during COVID. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword refund to see if you qualify for up to $26,000 per employee. Dial pound 250 and say refund. That's pound 250 refund.
Karen Best, she's close friends with George Gascon. She was part of his campaign. When she kicked off her mayoral campaign, George Gascon was on stage with her. We've been calling her Bassetti. We should call her Bascon. Bascon! Bascon! John and Ken.
Yes, the first Danny Walker.
That's right. He's live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I just wanna do the wrong thing.
Thanks to everybody here at the Gary and Shannon Show. Make us feel so comfortable. Please allow support. It is KFI AM 640 live ever on the iHeartRadio app. We are in the middle of a true crime yarn that we'll get back to in just a moment. I did want to tell you that we've got your chance to win a 2-night stay at an MGM resort destination in Las Vegas, plus food and beverage credit. All you have to do is be the person who listens to KFI AM 640 the most on the iHeartRadio app. Easy to enter. Download the free iHeartRadio app. Follow KFI AM 640. Listen to us on the stream all this week through Friday for your chance to win. Official rules are at KFIAM640.com/rules and visit MGMResorts.com today to plan your dream Vegas getaway to your favorite MGM Rewards destination. Now, back to the 50-year hunt for the missing teens who were going to that major concert at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, 2 teams from Brooklyn. They were headed to Central New York for the Summer Jam concert, a big rock concert, when they were 16 and 15. Mitchell Weiser and Bonnie Bickford. We left off with the investigative reporter finding out in 1998 that all the files, all the evidence, whatever little police had done to find them, it had disappeared. The notes, investigative notes, everything. So now, fast forward. After that newspaper investigation in 98, the family called for the governor's office at the time and the attorney general to step in and reopen the case, and that happened in June of 2000. They finally got some steam. There was some momentum. Well, there's a story on the television, a show called Missing Persons, and this guy named Olin Smith, 51 years old, lived in Rhode Island, worked at a jewelry manufacturing company, was channel surfing and stumbled upon the episode and said, "Oh my goodness, I know those 2, Mitchell and Bonnie. I remember them. We all hitched a ride from Summer Jam." Now, according to Olin,
so that means it was from the concert. Yeah. They had been at the concert and were coming away from it.
Well, according to Olin, they met randomly because they couldn't get anywhere near the concert. Remember, it was a big concert. They had more people show up that year than expected. They never made it in. So Olin said, "We all hitched this ride in this Volkswagen or whatever, a little van." He said he made it with this van, with a big van place. We all got picked up, and it was hot, so we stopped at the Susquehanna River to cool off. He says the teens went in for a swim. The girl started to struggle, started screaming. The boy jumped in to save her, and they got swept away in the river. That's his story. He said, well, there was nothing nearby, so the Volkswagen van guy and I got in the van and said, we'll call police at the gas station, and who knows if it ever happened. Now, police said they believe his story. He has no reason to call them and seek them out to tell the story and voluntarily come to help them with the investigation. He's never taken a polygraph test, but police don't think he is the suspect in this. Fast forward, in 2013, Sullivan County detectives get an unexpected phone call from a 51-year-old woman in Florida. She said she grew up in Wayne, about 20 miles from where this all happened. She thought her father killed Mitchell. She says she was 11 at the time, and she met Mitchell in a restaurant. And she goes on in this investigation and said her father and other men had sexually assaulted her and other kids, and she believes her father did this. Her father was considered a person of interest at the time, according to investigators. They had searched a nearby cottage the family owned and also a decommissioned power plant near the residence. They found nothing. They did excavation, found nothing. Well, now the woman, who is 61, has asked not to use her family's name because her father has since died as of last year. He was never named. He was a person of interest. He was never charged in the case. So here we are. We're still cold. We have this guy who said, I hitched a ride. They got swept away in the river. We have a lot of river that was never searched for the bodies. And we have this woman who was like, I think my dad did it, at least for the boy. So now the case, as of 18 months ago, is back in Sullivan County, and the detectives have been hearing from friends and family who are still alive, because it's been 50 years, and they're asking that maybe the anniversary will spur some new interest. They're asking media outlets and social media to share the story to see if they can figure out what happened to Mitchell, who will be 66 now, and Bonnie, who will be 65. That is crazy.
As you look at these facts, what strikes you as, like, nah, I don't think that happened. Like, I'll give you one.
The river?
Yeah, the river. Like, if they were washed away and you were too high to feel comfortable talking to cops, so you didn't follow up in all this time, all this time goes by and you didn't tell anybody. I mean, you're not high the next day. Don't you want to follow up?
And his friends say that, not saying it's true, his guy's friends say, since that concert in the 70s, he's been talking about these two people who drowned in the river. Now, here's the other thing.
He's been talking to
detectives. Right. But here's the more thing. Two psychics separately have told family over the years they keep seeing them in a rock pit.
Right, the one said gravel, the other said rock. So did they do any kind of...
They've had those excavations near that guy's house. They haven't found anything yet. I think they're going to go back to the site, it says, or they have been back to the site of the last excavation to go digging again. I don't know.
But after 50 years, and it's just fragments of information.
So if you were at Summer Jam, or you know Grandma or Mom and Dad were at Summer Jam in 1973, go online and look up Mitchell Weiser and Bonnie Bigfoot and see if they know anything.
Wow.
Story of all told. Maybe that's not calling.
It's a hot area. I don't get it.
I don't either.
People are so into it.
I think what Steve Riley's saying. He likes this stuff.
Yeah, Steve loves it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love the way you told the story. Good job. Great seeing you, Layla.
Good seeing you.
Always so much fun.
Yeah.
I look forward to the next time. John and Ken next. Thanks everybody who's showing us a little love today. Appreciate it. Gary and Shannon back on Thursday. Mark Thompson here at KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Did you have an awesome time? Did you have awesome shooters and all that stuff?
Gary and Shannon.
And they just sit around and look at each other's bodies now.
Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
He's not giving up. I'm Deborah Martin, live from KFI. 24-hour news from attorneys for former LA City Councilman Mark Lee Thomas say they plan to appeal his conviction and sentencing.
The first issue the judge overseeing the case will have to decide is if Ridley Thomas will get to remain free on bail through the appeal process. Ridley Thomas's attorney Dalia Amlan said last month her team intended to appeal.
This whole case has been devastating to the supervisor, his family, his constituents, and all of Los Angeles.
Ridley Thomas was ordered to report to federal prison on November 13th. He was found guilty of voting in support of county contracts that favored USC in exchange for benefits for his son. Like Troy, KFI News.
Families of people who have died while in LA County Sheriff's Department custody have protested in downtown LA and called for the closure of Men's Central Jail. Advocacy organization Dignity and Power Now says 31 people died in county jails.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 1 o'clock p.m.
That accounts for unaccounted deaths that have occurred in LASD. My son, Stanley Wilson, died February 1st, 2023.
Dr. Elaine Lucas says she still doesn't know how her son died while in custody. She says there needs to be a better mental health care or better mental health care for inmates, even if it's too late for her son. LASD says it takes every in-custody death seriously and strives to prevent similar deaths in the future. A UC Irvine study has
Hassan Young, previously used to predict increases in rates of depression, HIV, and heroin overdoses. Right after the decision, states where people were living in areas where they could no longer get abortions are now starting to search on Google for ways they could self-manage their own abortion. Young says doctors in those areas can expect an increase in blood trauma, sepsis poisoning, and poisoning from home abortion remedies, all which can cause overcrowding in ER. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The fair may be getting rid of its rodeo next year. Concerns were raised earlier this month after a bucking bull broke its leg during a show in August and was later euthanized. Mostly Fair's Terry Moore says it was a horrible outcome, but that's not the reason why the rodeo might be discontinued. We have a little bit of a business issue with the current rodeo promoter, so trying to work through that, but at this point it is very unlikely we will have that promoter back next year. Moore says the fair will likely add on other animal attractions in the future, which could include bringing back the rodeo using a different promoter. In Costa Mesa, Chris Atkins, KFI News. Heavy rain has flooded parts of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, with forecasts calling for more storms tomorrow. Officials say about 300 people were evacuated this morning about 40 miles northwest of Boston. It was really scary, the amount of water that fell in just a short amount of time, and the incredible devastation that it caused. My heart goes out to those directly impacted by this weather. Governor Maura Healey says the state is doing what it can to rescue people by boat and start the rebuilding process. 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols are now facing federal civil rights charges. The charges come 9 months since the violent beating of Nichols by police officers during a traffic stop near his home in January. Body camera footage shows officers yelling, pulling Nichols out of his car, pepper spraying him, and hitting him with a taser. Nichols died 3 days later in a hospital. And the Department of Justice has started the country's biggest antitrust trial in a quarter century by saying Google has exploited its dominance of the internet search market and smothered innovation. Columbia law professor Tim Wu says it's fine for Google to work to maximize profits.
But what's not allowed is to make a deal that locks other people out. And the allegation, at least, is that they didn't compete on the merits, that they spent their money to create kind of a fortress that no other competitor could reach anybody.
Over the next 10 weeks, federal lawyers and state attorneys general will try to prove Google rigged the market in its favor by locking its search engine in as the default choice in several places and devices. The KFI financial update, the Dow is closing down 16, S&P 500 down 25, NASDAQ down 144. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA, mid-80s for lows in the valley. The IE 70s for the features, 80s inland to OC. Right now, 72 in Seal Beach, 81 in Buena Park, 83 at Laura Hills, and 77 in Oaks. 57 in Diamond Box. Pathfinder that crash involved in a motorcycle. They are over on the large shoulder. There's benefit well for the 50 East split. In Corona, 71 South, 91 East had a reported a wreck on the shoulder of that transition. Then on the flip side, 71 North, just past the 91 transition, heads up some metal debris is in the right lane. In El Monte on the 10 West at 605, got an accident over on the shoulder. Downtown LA, 101 North at First Street, the bumper is in the lane. Sun Valley, 170 South on Rockville, got a reported a brush fire starting up on the shoulder. In Newhall, 5, that's on the pickup truck in the middle lane, either delays from 10. KFI is down, I'm getting you back faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast's only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password. LifeLock alerts you to threats you can miss.
If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS. Go to LikeForlike.com. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. County 10 show KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. It's on the iHeartRadio app. It's there for you. All you gotta do is check out the county towns in May. We will be posting up this day's show. Most of the yesterday's, but this day's show will be put up there just after 4 o'clock at KFI AM 640.com or on the iHeartRadio app. For second, let's talk again. Now that's me. It's me, Ken. In the studio. It's very exciting. Let's play Trolley Park. Hold on 1 second. Calm down, Blake. It's not your turn. Everybody's mics are hot and they're ready to get. Kevin Rock usually leans into the news. You're leaning in for your big here on the fires. One thing I just want to mention before we go, and I don't want to call both of you this, but this will be a big phrase on the show today. You're a lying, dog-faced so it's Joe Biden. He's been again, he's used it on a campaign trail. He used to be stopped in Vietnam to speak, and you're a lying, dog-faced homophobe. Yeah, that's it. We'll be going to, of course, Bidenville later on this hour. One of the big stories today, depending on where you lean on this, is that they're going to open an impeachment inquiry into the president over his business dealings and his filthy son Hunter, and I'll give you all the details on that, and I'll tell you why Biden himself is a lying, dog-faced phony soldier, based on something he said yesterday on the 9/11 anniversary. All right, Blake Foley is sitting in the studio because we're looking for a suspected arsonist who set 6 fires within a couple of hours in lovely Reseda. Blake, what's the deal on the story?
You know what's funny, Ken? 14 fires have been started in the last 3 days, and like all the LA Fire Department, they said at this time, actually, they're not saying whether or not there is a serial arsonist on the loose. So with 14 fires set in 3 days, they have yet to reach that conclusion. That is something that I'm looking into.
Are they all in the Reseda area? The 14 fires?
Yeah, they've all been in the Reseda area. 6 happened overnight last night. These fires were started in a really quiet residential area. I was there this morning. It's a beautiful little neighborhood, actually. One of the concerns I had immediately just being inside this neighborhood was the vegetation, or I guess you could just say the canopy that surrounded this neighborhood. One of the fires started, and I posted video of this to my Twitter at Blake Troll, if anybody wants to look at it, was leaves in the back of a pickup truck. So it looked like a pickup truck that was used for some sort of landscape business. There was a bunch of brush, debris, leaves, things of that nature that were probably cleared from yards, things like that, that were set on fire. And the video has been posted of firefighters putting that fire out, and it absolutely charred this truck. But above that truck, and above a lot of these homes, are these big pine trees that canopy over these streets. So you have a potentially very dangerous situation if any of these fires spread to homes or buildings or anything like that. I want to go to this first soundbite, Ken. As of right now, and I want to say this was a warning I actually got from the LA Fire Department, was there is a photo of a woman circulating. You'll see it on different news websites, and they say she's a person of interest. Well, how it's been described to me is actually she's somebody that firefighters are looking to speak to. Apparently, a photo recently surfaced of a quote-unquote person of interest in one of these arson cases, or one of these serial arson cases, and the person that was circulating was a delivery driver who just happened to be near one of these.
Well, you have to check out everything, right?
Investigators want to be very careful that they're not saying this was definitely the person. Right. This is somebody they say was close to one of the fires, and not to rule anything out, they just also don't want to rule anything in. So yeah, I'm going to go find one. This woman says she thinks this is the work of homeless people.
I believe homeless people are. They've been in and out of this area. So, yeah. That's what I'm assuming. But yeah, it seems more likely that they're doing it.
How many homeless people have been in the area recently?
I think like about 8 to 10.
Walking around, this is a pretty quiet residential neighborhood, a lot of trees lining the streets. You're saying 8 to 10 are just kind of walking around this neighborhood?
Walking around this neighborhood.
There's not an intent to say that there's just homeless people wandering the neighborhood.
Which is quite a few if you took a look at this neighborhood. I guess the best way to describe it, it's almost a woodsy kind of neighborhood. I mean, like I said, there's this kind of pine tree canopy. The homes are real quaint, real nice landscape, and all of the yards are people out walking around. So the idea that there's that many homeless people living in that neighborhood, it came to me as a little bit of a surprise. I spoke with another guy. We'll go to him. He says that, in his mind, the neighborhood, the valley, it's changing.
The valley, I've grown up here my whole life. I've been here since 1986, and it's terrible to see what's going on here. Yeah.
Is it hard to go to sleep at night knowing that there's this, arsonist going on?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, almost it seems like every hour we're getting an update on Citizen that's something that's going on around here. So, yeah, it's scary to look at your phone and see what's going on. Especially last night, I think they said it was like 6 or 7 fires that were set up in down receivers, so hitting way too close to home now.
He said his phone was going off with that Citizen app. His phone just kept going off and off, and as it kept going off, he kept getting more and more concerned. He lives just down the street. I mean, just really across the street, a few houses down from where that truck had caught fire.
Yeah. Now, were the other fires, since they're rubbish fires, whoever's doing this is lighting up trash cans or something like that? Or look at the fires that were occurring earlier this year. It's like carports were being set on fire. I'm just wondering what this person's burning besides the truck where they had rubbish or trees in the back.
Yeah, well, we heard about the arsonist. I don't know if you remember, there was the arsonist. This is, I don't know. Ken, I grew up in Southern California, but I've only been doing news here the last couple of years. This year has seemed like a hot year for arson. Do you remember I think there was Tonga, maybe, or up in that area?
Some guy on his bicycle who was setting fires. Remember that story?
Yeah, I covered that one. There was an arsonist out in Long Beach and now in Reseda. So this is starting to become kind of a bubbling issue.
And they're usually homeless people, which is probably a good guess by those residents you talk to, because what else are they doing, in the early hours of wandering around looking for trouble sometimes because they're out of their minds.
And like I said, 8 to 10 for that small neighborhood is a concerning number. I mean, again, just the look, just the way that neighborhood felt, it just seemed like, wow, that's actually quite a few that she was naming there. So, yeah, we'll see what investigators are. I called them right before we did this hit to see if there was any update. Are they pointing this to one arsonist? Is it copycat? These are all things when I spoke to them this morning. They said that they really want to remain open because anything is possible, and they're trying to remain objective in their investigation. But as we've seen in other cases, sometimes it comes down to one person.
And something about a woman, possibly a woman,
And that's what I was saying. So there's this photo of this woman circulating on the internet, but investigators have been really careful to view her as. They're saying, yeah, we're interested in speaking with her.
Person of interest, that's all, right? That's what you're supposed to say. It's just a person of interest. Somebody we want to talk to, not a suspect. That's the word that don't want to use, right?
Exactly. Well, if you hear about that Lyft driver, the delivery driver, who was just constantly around here when these fires, I can see where they end up getting that careful. But yeah, we'll be watching for updates. One of the last things that the PIO told me is this story is far from over. We'll be sure to update you guys when we get more. But scary stuff. I mean, especially when if you saw the canopy in this neighborhood and you saw where this truck is sitting right under a big pine tree, leaves on fire. I mean, this could potentially get really dangerous.
And you said 14 fires with 6 just overnight in the 2-hour or so period. So the other 8 were sometime in the last few days, do you know?
Yeah, it all happened in the last 3 days. You have 14 fires.
This is a really crazy person. Yeah, this is a really, really crazy person. They're all happening in the early morning hours, pretty much?
Yeah, all happening at off hours of the day, and trash cans, brush, things of that nature. The most pressing, I guess you could say, was this car that had the leaves in the back that was charred. And I urge people to take a look at the video just to see this part of this charred.
Yeah, well, that's probably hard to resist. But the arsonist going by and seeing a pickup truck full of leaves in the back, they're like, oh, man, jackpot. All right, Blake, thank you very much for that report.
All right, thanks, Ken.
All right, Blake Crowley, KFI News, covering the arsonist who has struck in Reseda. 14 fires over the last couple of days, including 6 overnight. Looks like most of the damage is to this pickup truck that was full of leaves, but good Lord. How horrifying is that to know that we already live in, quote, a fire zone, a tinderbox of Southern California? It's been kind of the good news this past summer into the fall. We haven't had a big fire problem, but now we got someone marching around on a bike or walking around setting fires in the Reseda area. Another arsonist story. More coming up.
Johnny 10 KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Deborah Marks in the KFI 24-hour news center.
State lawmakers have voted to repeal a ban on government-sponsored travel to states with laws that discriminate on the basis of sexuality or gender. The FDA says the key ingredient in many of those over-the-counter cold and allergy medications does not work to get rid of nasal congestion. And McDonald's is phasing out self-serve soda fountains. We're going to install on the 5 in Newhall. Northbound running 14, stalled on pickup truck in the middle lanes. We've got some delays from the 2 Trams. Sun Valley 170 south at Roscoe. Still have reported that brush fire over in the right shoulder. Downtown LA. 101 northbound right as First Street. Bicycle bumper is in the lane. And heading to 101 north to the 10 East connector. Got a wreck on the shoulder of that transition. And in Diamond Bar, 57 north of Pathfinder. Got that accident over the shoulder as well. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. Victory Point is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh Store.
At your Amazon Fresh Store, you can rely on roasted chicken for $4.97, 2-pound bunches of bananas for 99 cents, French bread for 89 cents, and more. Visit your local Amazon Fresh Store for low prices from A to Z, and head to Amazon.com/SaveWithFresh to see this week's deals.
Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily without having to deal with repairs or the hassle of a lengthy selling process? Look no further than Sellers a Day.
Hey, with thousands of satisfied customers, they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast.
They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they can close in just days, not weeks or months. No repairs are needed because they buy homes as is.
And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs.
Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
PRE number 01961658. Between the drivers, walkers, and bikers, there's a lot happening on California Road. Remember, safety is sharing. Safety is caring. Share the road. Share the responsibility. And go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Struggling with CPAP? Now there's Inspire, the only FDA-approved obstructive sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body to treat the root cause of sleep apnea with just the click of a button. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Visit InspireSleep.com to learn more. K-Town News Mornings.
From regional headlines to stories in your own backyard.
Everything you need to start your day.
Little Tokyo, Redondo Beach, Santa Monica, Huntington Beach, and Surf City, USA.
K-Town News Mornings. Sharing mornings with you is good for the soul.
You know what we're talking about.
Fresh, can't stop, won't stop. Enlightening.
To highlight the culture and identity.
Unexpected.
And totally us.
We've got SoCal Morning covered in your community. K-Town News Mornings. Weekdays 4 to 11.
We're getting closer to the end of the summer, but it's still pretty hot out there, which means now is a perfect time to tune up your air conditioner. This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and you've been running your AC hard all summer. It's had months to pick up dirt and grime, for parts to wear out, for lubrication to take up and dry out, and to just not cool like it should. It would be a miracle if it was running at even 50% efficiency. Call Service Champions today for an $88 precision tune-up. It's a thorough 90-minute, 26-point process that will get you back to full efficiency, keep your home more comfortable, and have your AC in great shape for the next year. Pick up the phone and call Service Champions today to schedule your $88 precision tune-up. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
With time-of-use rate cards from SCE, you're getting the ultimate win-win. Because when you shift away from using energy during peak hours, you're not only enjoying lower rates, you'll also enjoy more time to do what you love. So instead of using major appliances from 4 to 9 p.m., you could be reading and things, calorie burning and things, even dog walking and things. Time-of-use rate cards from SCE. That's a win-win. Learn more at SCE.com/shiftandpay.
If you're a business owner and you submitted your claim for the Employee Retention Tax Credit, be warned the IRS is going after fraud.
Your safest bet, hire a CPA firm that specializes in employee retention tax credits. That's why you should go to iHeartTaxRefunds.com.
JWC Advisory CPAs help thousands of companies especially with their ERTC refund.
Yeah, don't just get a check. The gold standard of success here is actually keeping your refund after an IRS audit.
Go to iHeartTaxRefunds.com.
Hey, this is Mike Wright from the Fantasy Footballers Dynasty Podcast. You heard that right. The Fantasy Footballers have officially entered the Dynasty space. Every week, we bring you the same in-depth analysis and entertainment you've come to expect from the Fantasy Footballers, only now is from the Dynasty perspective. Join me and the rest of the crew every Wednesday for a new episode. Listen to the Fantasy Footballers Dynasty Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If the guy isn't a threat to society, either way it costs us way too much money if we either put him in prison or let him go. So what's the answer? Well, the death penalty. They'll handle because it gets real cheap after they're dead. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John and Ken Show, KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. John has got some time off. I'm here with Deborah Mark. And Deborah Mark, I tried to find an update on the story we did yesterday about the couple where apparently, well, it ended up their little pit bull puppy injected some fentanyl and had to be revived with Narcan. I did see that that couple has a long, big surprise, drug arrest. Yeah. So, because what we're waiting to see is whether or not they're going to get the dog back. And now it says that they're going to hold on to it in one of the shelters until the case is resolved. I think they're out of bail, but until they're actually convicted of this animal abuse and drug possession, whatever else they're picked up on, they're probably just going to stand by and wait and see.
I think there's a hearing yet.
Yeah. I think we should run down there and adopt that little puppy.